Chapter 1. Escape in the Jungle. Ugh. Su Yitong felt an excruciating pain coursing through her body, as if she had been run over by a vehicle, every organ seemingly displaced. A month prior, she had received a mission to assassinate the leader of country A. Lying in wait for so long, today was supposed to be the day of action. Little did she know that the building was rigged with explosives just as she arrived at the target area and set up her rifle. The glass shattered around her. The impact and burning sensation engulfed her. When she regained consciousness, this was the scene before her. Her skin, exposed to the air, was scorched, and the slightest movement sent waves of agony through her. The dagger and firearm at her waist remained, providing her with a modicum of comfort amidst the chaos. She had no idea how she had ended up in this cursed place. Dusk was settling in. This wilderness was fraught with peril, as wolves and tigers could emerge at any moment. "Welcome," a voice echoed in her ear, causing Su Yitong to question her sanity. "Congratulations. You have bound to the Beast World survival system. I am Shao Qi, your dedicated system." The cheerful tone felt as if it were announcing her entry into a game. Su Yitong scanned her surroundings, finding no one. "Host, please don't look around. I have no physical form, only you can hear my voice." She had a multitude of questions swirling in her mind, her brow furrowed as she struggled to accept this bizarre transmigration. "Given your outstanding performance in your previous life, you have been chosen by the system. Host, the Beast World requires your salvation. Successfully rescuing it and preventing the resurrection of the sealed antagonist will grant you the opportunity for rebirth in your original world." Su Yitong raised an eyebrow. Her face, shadowed and marred by wounds, betrayed no emotion. "How can I trust what you're saying? Besides, I'm likely in pieces back in my original world." "Host, once you complete the task, you will know the truth. The advanced system will alter the world's content, allowing you to return with a plausible identity. Stop spinning tales, give me something tangible." Su Yitong settled into a more comfortable position. "Host, do you mean?" Shao Qi sounded perplexed. "First, send me back to my original world to see for myself." "Host, my current abilities are insufficient to return you. You must complete the task." So, the host had ulterior motives. It wasn't that Shao Qi didn't want to send her back, but rather that it lacked the necessary power. "Fine, but do you have any magical artifacts to aid me? How can I save this world with empty hands?" "Host, your very existence in this world surpasses all magical artifacts." A roar reverberated through the jungle, and Su Yitong had no time to ponder. She began to assess the source of the sound and her escape route. "Your bodily functions have been fully restored. The wounds will take some time to heal. Now, commence your escape, my host." Shao Qi's voice brimmed with excitement. Su Yitong felt a sudden warmth coursing through her body, the pain dissipating as if washed away. She flexed her ankle, using a nearby boulder for support to rise to her feet. Following the tiger's roar, several rabbits darted from the jungle, fleeing in one direction. Su Yitong followed closely behind. "Baigu, is something amiss?" A pack of tigers awaited behind him. "There's a scent of blood, it's female." Baigu glanced at a rough stone, pressing his nose against it to sniff more closely. The alluring scent of a female. A female? How could a female appear in the beast forest? With the recent surge of magical beasts, a young female here is exceedingly dangerous. And Na expressed her concern, pacing anxiously on her front paws. In the beast world, where females were scarce, clans often protected them fiercely. A single female could attract multiple males. Due to their weaker offensive capabilities, females typically relied on high-ranking males to form contract for protection. The ability of females to purify wounds also provided significant benefits to males. The higher the female's rank, the more effectively she could cleanse injuries, which is why the clan's veterinarians were often esteemed females. "The female is injured, she hasn't escaped far. Let's head this way." Su Yitong had no idea how long she had been running when she finally paused to assess her route. At that moment, a rabbit sprang from the underbrush, crouching motionless as their eyes locked. "What an ugly female." Grr. A faint sound reached her ears. "Are you talking to me?" Su Yitong crouched down. "Don't come near me. Ugly female. I won't mate with you." Su Yitong watched in confusion as the rabbit suddenly retreated several meters. "Host, I forgot to switch on the Beast World language system for you. Please hold on. Xiao Qi's voice resonated in her mind. Switching language system. Switch progress at 30%. Switch progress at 100%. A talking rabbit? Su Yitong tilted her head to observe the rabbit, whose mouth moved, uttering harsh words. So he had been insulting her all along? Though you're a bit ugly, you are still a female. Come back to the rabbit clan with me. You must have been abandoned by your previous clan. Qian Sun's words were cut short as he felt a sharp, cold object pressed against his neck. The female had approached him without him noticing. Tonight, we feast on rabbit meat. Su Yitong chuckled as she captured him. Qian Sun was the weakest male in the clan. Yet even so, he couldn't afford to lose his dignity. Being caught by a female was an affront. His beast form was too small, forcing him to rely on his human shape for combat. Before Su Yitong could react, the rabbit transformed into a human form, its fur pristine white, standing slightly taller than her. Let go of me. Qian Sun glared at her, his eyes filled with fury as she tugged at his ears. Su Yitong froze. Although she had accepted the reality of being in the beast world, witnessing the transformation from beast to human still shattered her perceptions. Host, there are two forms of beastmen. One is their original form, and the other is the one before you. Xiao Qi promptly explained. Do I have a beast form? She communicated her inner question to Xiao Qi. Host, you are human. Su Yitong touched her nose, realizing she had asked a foolish question. You ugly female, brash and uncouth. No wonder you lack a mate. Qian Sun noted the absence of any male scent on her. Females of her age should have formed contracts with males by now. Little rabbit, did you truly mean what you said about taking me back to your clan? Su Yitong inquired, needing to ensure she had a safe place to recuperate. My name is Qian Sun. He pouted, his face reflecting his displeasure. All right, Qian Sun. Was what you said genuine or merely a lie? Can you truly take me to your clan? What if your tribe disapproves? Su Yitong pressed on this point, provoking him further. Of course it's true. Bringing a female back will delight the tribe. Qian Sun exclaimed, his irritation surfacing as he fervently affirmed the truth of his words. An ugly female was still a female. Bringing her back would surely earn him praise from the clan leader. Perhaps, then, Bai Shui would take notice of him. The thought of Bai Shui made Qian Sun beam with a foolish grin. Bai Shui was the most beautiful female in the rabbit clan, boasting a third-tier combat ability. Who wouldn't want to become her mate? Chapter 2. The Abandoned Female. By the way, I haven't asked which clan you belong to. The sun is setting. Let's head to the clan first. Su Yitong interrupted him. Qian Sun didn't think twice, transforming into his beast form to lead the way. Little female, don't get lost. In his beast form, Qian Sun moved quickly and agilely. Su Yitong followed closely, her eyes trained on his figure. At the edge of the rabbit clan's territory, beastmen stood guard in human form, their fur predominantly white, though a few were mottled. They bore their upper bodies bare, covered only by a piece of animal hide, concealing their vital parts. Despite their petite beast forms, they all appeared robust in human shape. Little female, wait here. I'll go fetch the clan leader, Qian Sun. A somewhat gruff female voice reached Su Yitong's ears. She watched as Qian Sun, who had been about to step forward, froze in place. Bai Shui, his face flushed crimson, a picture of shyness. Who is this? Bai Shui approached, scrutinizing Su Yitong closely. Is this a female? Why is she dressed so strangely? She raised an eyebrow, seemingly pondering. Su Yitong examined Bai Shui's face up close. Her skin had darkened, likely due to prolonged sun exposure, and her face bore uneven lines. Bai Shui, I encountered this female in the forest. I brought her back. Our clan has gained another female. Qian Sun eagerly sought recognition, his ears almost twitching with excitement. This behavior reminded Su Yitong of a stray dog she had once cared for, seeking approval in much the same way. You are injured quite severely. Bai Shui's attention shifted to Su Yitong. Qian Sun, go find a clan leader. I will take her to the healer. This little female appears frail. She must have been abandoned by her tribe for quite some time. Bai Shui shook her head with a sigh. Su Yitong remained silent throughout, her identity already clearly assigned by others. She initially intended to explain, but the current situation would likely only raise further suspicion. Qian Sun obeyed Bai Shui without question, sprinting back to the clan as soon as he received his orders. "They'll take you to meet the shaman. Which clan do you belong to?" Bai Shui inquired, failing to detect any signs of her tribe on Su Yitong.I. "I do not know either." Su Yitong shook her head, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Her melodious voice resembled that of a oriole, in stark contrast to the rough, guttural tones of the orcs nearby. "Your voice is truly enchanting," Bai Shui generously offered her praise. Xiao Qi, putting on a facade. "How could you be unaware of your own kin?" Bai Shui's attention shifted back to their conversation, her features contorting in disbelief. "I was pursued by wild beasts in the forest, then hit my head and woke up with no memory," Su Yitong replied innocently, her face marred by unsightly scars, yet her pair of watery eyes had the power to beguile. "How could there be orcs who would harm a female? Those who do so would incur the wrath of the beast god. The wild beasts you speak of cannot possibly be magical beasts." "Heavens! You actually survived at the hands of magical beasts. They are 100 times more ferocious than stray beasts." "Host, stray beasts are orcs who have erred and been cast out from their tribes. They are nomadic and will seize females from other tribes. However, they would not harm females, out of fear of the beast god's retribution. Magical beasts, on the other hand, are desperate rogues." Xiao Qi began to elucidate. Su Yitong gained a fresh understanding of this world. "Shaman, quickly, take a look at this young female. She is covered in wounds." Bai Shui frantically pulled her towards a middle-aged female orc. "How can a female be injured? Which tribe does she belong to?" The shaman furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the wounds on Su Yitong's body. These wounds appear to have been scorched by divine flames. Divine flames? Su Yitong felt intrigued by the term, forming a rough hypothesis in her mind. Divine flames are extremely perilous. Anything that comes into contact with them will be burned, Bai Shui explained from the side. "Isn't that just fire? I will apply divine flame grass to you. The skin scorched by divine flames will begin to regenerate after a period of application." A lump of crushed green grass, still exuding a sticky juice, was applied to her skin, providing a momentary cooling sensation. She observed the herb's form before it was ground. Leaning in to sniff, it appeared to be dragon-tooth grass. In modernity, she had extensively studied traditional Chinese medicine, knowing that dragon-tooth grass could treat burns from fire, snake bites, sore throats. The extent of Su Yitong's injuries was considerable. The divine flame grass covered nearly her entire body, making her appear like a little green person. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside the door. A somewhat frail male entered, appearing to have difficulty with his legs. "Qian Sun, is this the female you spoke of?" Several males followed the tribe leader, surrounding her and chattering judgmentally. "Indeed, she's quite unsightly. My heavens, she is the ugliest female I have ever seen." The orcs chimed in, creating a ruckus that threatened to overturn the shaman's abode. Were it not for her current precarious situation, Su Yitong would have liked to stab them a few times to silence their incessant chatter. "Silence!" A commanding voice resonated. "I am the leader of the rabbit tribe. Which tribe do you belong to, and how did you come to be alone in the wooded forest?" The same question had been asked 4 times in a single day. "Leader, this young female was pursued by magical beasts in the wooded forest and was injured while fleeing upon waking. She remembered nothing," Bai Shui said, her gaze filled with sympathy. Confronted by the myriad compassionate looks directed her way, Su Yitong felt inexplicably bashful. "Is that so? Those vile magical beasts. And what of your original tribe?" The leader inquired, still harboring doubts. If they were to hastily take in a female, it could spell trouble if her original tribe came looking for her. "I have no tribe," Su Yitong replied candidly. "No tribe? How can that be?" A voice within the crowd questioned. "Not entirely impossible. Just look at her. Perhaps her former kin deemed her too ugly and were ashamed to keep her." A shrill voice piped up from the back. The males in front parted to make way. Yuan, how can you speak so? No matter her appearance, she is still a female," Bai Shui exclaimed, her indignation palpable. Su Yitong twitched the corner of her mouth. Bai Shui was indeed straightforward in nature. "Leader, should we keep this female?" "Leader, although this female is unattractive, allow me a moment to contemplate." The leader frowned, weighing the pros and cons. Su Yitong, too, required a temporary dwelling to recuperate. Leader, is there something you fear? I have no tribe if you take me in. There is no need to worry about retaliation from my kin. I can accompany the males in hunting, and for the duration of my stay, I will hunt unconditionally for the tribe. You, a female, what hunting abilities could you possibly possess? You speak sweetly to gain our tribe's favor, but your intentions seem dubious. Yuan scoffed, looking down at her haughtily. What is your purifying ability? The leader pondered, slowly speaking. The tribe did not require an abundance of game. The female's ability to purify wounds was of utmost importance. Shout she, am I a female beast with the ability to purify wounds? Host, naturally, you do not possess such abilities. However, I do have a purifying space, though it cannot be unlocked at present. Then what difference does it make? Su Yitong retorted, exasperated. Though my purifying ability is at the lowest tier, my hunting skills are exceptional. If the leader doubts me, I can recuperate for a few days, then hunt at that time. You may reconsider whether to keep me. Su Yitong's words dispelled the leader's final concerns. If she possessed even a modicum of purifying ability, the tribe would be hesitant to keep her. The purifying abilities of females were highly valued, and no tribe would abandon a female with such capabilities. Then you may stay and let the shaman tend to your wounds in the coming days. The leader turned to leave, but dissent arose among the orcs. What can this frail female do? Indeed, I say, let her mate with a low-tier orc to produce offspring instead. Chapter 3. The Shift of Stars. The descent of the beast god amidst the murmurs of the beasts. Su Yitong found herself remaining behind. They reassured her, urging her not to take their words to heart. The shaman had arranged for an additional wooden bed nearby, which Su Yitong was indifferent to. Only she knew the exquisite and enchanting visage concealed beneath the unsightly scars that not be disheartened. Although you may bear an unappealing appearance, at least you are female. And no matter how unattractive a female may be, there will always be males seeking companionship. Bai Shui consoled. Su Yitong was uncertain whether to feign gratitude for the comfort offered. She had no intention of relying on a man to forge her destiny. She had never been a delicate flower in need of protection. Her hand brushed against the dagger hidden beneath her clothing. I shall frequently visit you over the next few days. Although you mentioned wanting to accompany the male beasts in their hunt, I believe the chieftain will ultimately prevent you from doing so. One sheep beast is sufficient sustenance for our tribe for an entire season. We primarily subsist on grass. Therefore, you would likely only accompany the males to gather herbs in the woods. Thank you. Su Yitong could feel the sincerity of her concern. Little female, what is your name? Su Yitong. By Gu, beyond this point lies the territory of the rabbit tribe. Anna gestured ahead, where the sentinels of the rabbit beasts stood watch. If one were to inadvertently trespass into another tribe's territory, it would be misconstrued as an act of war. Turn back. What does this mean, High Priest? The High Priest, draped in a long robe, held a glowing orb aloft. The man seated in the high position was the acknowledged king among the beasts. With long black hair, cascading over his shoulders, he rested his chin upon one hand, his facial features sharp and defined. With faint black scales visible upon his forehead, his slender eyes scrutinized the high priest with an icy detachment, a visage that could be quite intimidating, due to the punishment inflicted by the beast god. The beasts retained elements of their original forms when they transformed. The lower the class of the beast, the more pronounced their original beastly features remained during transformation. This trait made it easy for the beastmen to quickly distinguish between the beasts. The stars have shifted. The beast god descends. The high priest murmured that, "Oh, can you discern the location of the beast god?" Impossible. The beast god's position is not something we can casually before he could finish his sentence. A serpent's tail coiled around his neck. Fei Minghua smirked, though his expression bore no hint of mirth. This high priest had been acquired from a minor kingdom. Should he perish, another would take his place. It was evident that he had little regard for the life of this beast. And no. The high priest gasped as the serpent's tail constricted, cutting off his breath. The lifeless body of the high priest fell to the ground like an ant, ultimately carried away by the beasts below, cast into the feeding grounds. Beasts would consume their kin. Fei Minghua sat up straight, convinced that the dead beast's words were not mistaken. The beast god had indeed arrived. and he was determined to discover the true nature of this deity that a previous high priest had foretold that he would ultimately perish due to the beast god. Now that the beast god had entered the beast realm, if he could personally eliminate it, he would break this curse and ascend as the most powerful king of the beast realm. What a farcical beast god! He would claim this realm and have all bow to him as their sovereign. News of the beast god's arrival swiftly reached the high priests scattered across various territories. The information spread rapidly, yet none could ascertain how to track down the beast god. The beast god must be exceedingly formidable. Undoubtedly above level 8. Level 8 is still an underestimation. The true power of the beast god is beyond our comprehension. During her stay with the rabbit tribe, Su Yitong, in addition to receiving herbal treatments from the shaman, also consumed pills provided by the system to expedite her physical healing, that if she could avoid direct exposure to the scorching sun for just a week or so, the scars on her body would vanish. Such a rapid recovery was something Su Yitong had long desired in her modern life. Shaman, is today the day for hunting? The rabbit tribe's need for meat was minimal. A single hunt would suffice for an extended period. Su Yitong had fortuitously arrived during their tri-monthly hunting expedition. Yes, do you intend to accompany the team? The shaman inquired while grinding herbs. You need not take my earlier words to heart. Simply gather herbs nearby for me, she advised. Just as she finished speaking, Su Yitong began wrapping her skin with cloth and covered her face with a layer of black gauze. Shaman, please inform the chieftain that I will return with the team. Su Yitong concealed the dagger within her ample sleeves. This hunt was not solely for the rabbit tribe. It was also for her own benefit. The rabbit tribe primarily consumed grass, and had it not been for the remnants of fruits provided by the system, she was uncertain how she would endure the next 4 days. As Su Yitong dashed out, the hunting team had not yet departed. She sprinted to catch up with the tail end of the group, quickly drawing attention. Who are you? This appears to be the little female that Qian Sun found. What is she doing here? I have come to accompany you in the hunt. I promised the chieftain that day. And I believe most of the beast men were present. Su Yitong's phoenix-like eyes were exposed. Is it merely my imagination? Or does this little female possess a peculiar beauty? It must be an illusion. She is wrapped in so many layers of cloth. Did you not see her true appearance that day? Qian Sun, since you brought this female back, you shall be responsible for her. Stay at the back of the line. Suddenly called out, Qian Sun found himself in a predicament, unable to decide whether to go or stay. Ultimately, he walked to the rear of the group under the watchful gazes of the other beasts. The formation of the hunting party was arranged in order of strength, and since he was already positioned towards the back, this little female had now caused him to become the very last. Su Yitong raised her hand to greet him, but the person in front merely glanced at her before turning away, discontent evident in his eyes. Qian Sun was one of the few beastmen Su Yitong was familiar with in the rabbit tribe. Yet seeing his reluctance to engage, she refrained from pressing the issue. The sound of a bleating sheep echoed from the woods. The bleating of a sheep beast. Shh, be quieter. All eyes were on a solitary sheep beast striding ahead, while Su Yitong, at the rear, noticed a dark cow lurking in the corner. Beef, a nourishing delight. She swiftly drew her dagger, moving with agility to in truth, 2 or 3 beastmen were sufficient for each hunt. In this abominable weather, her rabbit hide was drying out. As Qian Sun complained to the little female beside him, he turned around to find her missing. Su Yitong. The female is gone. The sheep beast at the front startled and fled, and some beastmen attempted to pursue, but were halted by Qian Sun's remark. What? How could you lose a female? Su Yitong pursued the dark cow deeper into the forest, unexpectedly stumbling into its lair. A group of dark cows ambled about, as if preparing to charge and topple her at any moment. Chapter 4. Straying from the group is my fault meanwhile. Qian Sun transformed into his beast form, sniffing the air for the little female's scent. This way, Su Yitong's face was splattered with droplets of blood. Seizing the king before capturing the thieves, she had dispatched the most formidable dark cow within the group, its lifeless body now lying at her feet. Shao Qi, can you open the heavenly eye? She lamented, having lost her way back. Host, this function is currently not available. Then tell me what functions are accessible. Su Yitong could not help but retort. Host, but Shao Qi can enhance her strength and physical attributes. Thus, you can drag this dark cow to seek out the rabbit beast's team. Why did you not mention this sooner? She had been ruminating on how to transport the dark cow. What is the cost? Su Yitong was cautious. There is no cost. Xiao Qi serves the host unconditionally. Su Yitong remained skeptical, clearly unconvinced by this claim. However, Xiao Qi will issue a task, which the host must complete. The initial purpose of the task is to assist you in achieving your goal of saving the beast realm more swiftly. Noticing Su Yitong's hesitation, Xiao Qi quickly added, "A task?" Su Yitong reconfirmed, unable to deny that she currently required the strength Xiao Qi spoke of. Indeed, host, an enhancement only requires the completion of a designated task. Very well. Reluctantly, she acknowledged her need for the strength Xiao Qi had mentioned. Enhancing physical attributes, strength index increasing. A mechanical voice resonated in her mind, and Su Yitong felt a surge of electricity coursing through her body, bringing forth a tingling sensation that rendered her frame light and invigorated. While a refreshing coolness flowed through her, Su Yitong could sense beads of sweat forming on her skin, trickling down her wrist to her fingertips. Black, she detected an unpleasant odor, repugnant in nature, emanating from her own being. What is happening? Su Yitong felt sticky and grimy, accompanied by a strange stench. If there were a lake nearby, she would have plunged into it without hesitation. Do not worry, host. As your physical abilities improve, the toxins within your skin and wounds are being purified. Lift the cloth and see for yourself. Your skin has restored to its original state. Su Yitong rolled up her sleeves, and indeed, as Xiao Qi had indicated, her skin had returned to its former glory, albeit still besmirched with grime that required cleansing to reveal her true complexion. Xiao Qi, you do possess some utility. Host, I forgot to mention, you can now access your spatial storage. Placing items within it makes them far more convenient to carry. You can retrieve them at any time according to your needs. Xiao Qi, Su Yitong's expression beneath her mask was one of indifference. Host, I am here, Xiao Qi responded swiftly. Could you not mention it so late next time? I promise to do better next time. Keep it up. Host Xiao Qi's playful voice allowed Su Yitong to vividly imagine his smirking face in her mind. Su Yitong initially intended to store the black bull directly into her space, but then she realized that she wouldn't be able to produce this black bull in front of the rabbit clan when the time came. She attempted to drag the black bull and was pleasantly surprised at how much easier it was, akin to lifting a school desk. If it weren't for the fear of startling the rabbit beasts, she could have easily carried this black bull for 3 miles. There's a scent of blood, such a strong odor. The beast traversed the woods and discovered a trail of dragged blood in a concealed location. This couldn't possibly belong to that female. What nonsense are you spouting? That little female doesn't seem like one capable of taking down such a gigantic beast. What do you see ahead? Little female. Su Yitong, Qian Sun could already envision how the clan leader would reprimand him, and he even imagined that soon rumors would spread in the tribe about his inability to handle even a single female. Where have you been? He had yet to transform into human form. Su Yitong observed a rabbit clinging to her calf, whimpering. Qian Sun, Su Yitong crouched down to examine him. Thought it's me. Wait, what is that smell? Qian Sun quickly retreated, looking as if he wanted to escape. Little female, where did you run off to? You made us lose a sheep beast. Indeed, the sky is darkening. The sheep beast definitely won't come out again. Confronted with accusations, Su Yitong stepped aside, fully revealing the corpse of the black bull. That I went hunting. Straying from the group is my fault. This. Qian Sun stared in astonishment at the mooing beast that was dozens of times larger than him. Did you catch this? You, a frail female. How could that be possible? The others clearly did not believe her claims, and some even began to doubt her identity. Could it be that a stray beast secretly gave you this prey? What exactly are you? What purpose do you have in our tribe? Su Yitong had no desire to argue with him, thinking that the rabbit beast who spoke such words was simply foolish. Yet she did not expect that this group of rabbit beasts would believe such claims and start doubting her identity. You must be overthinking it. This female is nothing at all. Qian Sun, lacking evidence to refute his kin's suspicions, could only stubbornly defend her with a single sentence that I caught this mooing beast. If you doubt me, then don't eat it. Go catch one yourself. Su Yitong grasped the bull's head, genuinely wanted to walk away. This is unacceptable. You are part of the hunting team. and thus one of us. This prey should be brought back to share. You are simply incapable, and yet want to enjoy the spoils. Dream on. Su Yitong felt no inclination to show any mercy to such unreasonable beasts. What do you mean by that? Don't think that just because you are a female. Continue speaking. Su Yitong gazed at the unreasonable rabbit beast with a smile that was neither here nor there. What can you do to me? Females are rare and are always well protected in the beast realm. Should a female be harmed, not only would the perpetrator be expelled from the tribe, but they would also face the wrath of the beast god. If you have the ability, go catch one yourself. What of it if I am a female? I can take down this mooing beast barehanded. What about you? Su Yitong cast a provocative glance. Qian-sun. Lead the way. Su Yitong looked at the rabbit at her feet. Qian-sun glanced at his clan, feeling inexplicably pleased. I will take the little female back to the clan first. Su Yitong, in full view of the other beasts, dragged the mooing beast away. Surely, I am not mistaken. This female's strength is indeed remarkable. A fully grown mooing beast would require 2 or 3 adult males from their clan to lift, yet this female managed to drag it away effortlessly. Su Yitong, have you been secretly hiding your strength? Qian-sun walked ahead, but from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of her relaxed expression as she pulled the mooing beast along. A jolt of surprise coursed through him, yet he maintained a calm facade to avoid making the little female feel superior. Chapter 5. Introducing the Divine Flamed. My abilities extend far beyond what you perceive. She intended to overturn the stereotype that beast men held regarding females. Why not demonstrate? Qian-sun responded, half convinced. Hurry, the night is falling. The woods at night are the most perilous, especially during this period when stray beasts are frequently on the prowl. Yitong, just as they were about to step onto the clan's territory, a familiar voice rang out. Bai Shui hurried over. Su Yitong tossed the black bull at her feet, unsure of how the clan distributed the spoils of the hunt. Is this a mooing beast? How on earth could you catch such a large one at this time? Bai Shui stared at the deceased black bull in astonishment. Where's the hunting team? Did they leave you two to drag this black bull back? Qian-sun opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Bai Shui, the female. Su Yitong turned her head to see the returning beastmen carrying a sheep beast. Realizing that they had been delayed because they had gone back to hunt again. Why did you let them return alone? What if a stray beast captures Yitong in the woods? Bai Shui scolded them with her hands on her hips. I was the one who needed to return first. Su Yitong stated the facts. According to clan rules, how should this black bull be divided? Her body was sticky and reeking, and she simply wanted to get the prey divided quickly so she could wash up by the lake. According to the rules, the beastmen who captured the prey could take half, while the remaining half would be evenly distributed among all the rabbit beasts of the clan. Who caught this black bull? Bai Shui looked at the highest-ranking rabbit beast in the hunting team. That beastman merely pouted and turned away. It was meat. Su Yitong lowered her gaze at her catch, pondering which part would taste best. Bai Shui stood there, dumbfounded, as the hunting team remained silent. I want this half. Su Yitong borrowed a long knife from the sentry rabbit, and without blinking, she swung at the black bull's waist. Blood spattered, and even Qian-sun, who had transformed into beast form and stood in the corner, was not spared. My apologies. I'm a bit rushed. She glanced apologetically at the beastman who had been splattered. Su Yitong, in the gaze of the other beasts, carried half of the black bull towards the shaman's wooden house. Hadn't there been improvement recently? Why now? Alas, it's just an old ailment that I'm getting old, and there's no need to use rare herbs on me. Su Yitong placed the prey outside the door, preparing to knock, when she overheard voices from within. She swore she hadn't intended to eavesdrop. The wooden house was simply poorly soundproofed. She circled around to the back of the house, finding a secluded spot to start a fire. The firewood rubbed together, and sparks began to appear. Su Yitong piled dry leaves together, using the small sparks to ignite them. She then pulled out the dagger at her waist, searching for several suitably sized branches nearby, stripping off the bark before assembling them into a triangular stand. She cut a piece of meat from the black bull as hindquarters and utilized the system to purify the food, thus avoiding the tedious steps of skinning and deboning. What is that smell? It's so pungent. A rabbit beast followed the scent towards the hidden corner behind the shaman's wooden house. Su Yitong placed the beef on the stand. She was too lazy to search for seawater to make salt, and the wood-smoked beef was still palatable enough. The beef sizzled in the flames, A savory aroma began to waft through the air. What is this? Su Yitong glanced at the rabbit beast not far away. Recalling that this female was named Yuan, would you like some? She lowered her head to flip the beef. How dare you bring the divine flame into our clan? Are you trying to bring about the destruction of my rabbit clan? I will inform the clan leader. You despicable female. Yuan looked at the roaring flames, her expression filled with fear. She had previously heard that beastmen regarded fire as a forbidden divine flame. Su Yitong initially intended to start a fire secretly, but then remembered this was the territory of the rabbit clan, and these rabbit beasts had such keen noses that discovery was inevitable. After all, she could not consume half a cow raw. With Yuan's cries, not only the clan leader but the entire tribe was drawn over. Su Yitong thought to take this opportunity to inform them that the divine flame, when utilized properly, was not dangerous at all. The beast gazed at the female sitting before the divine flame. I told you this female was suspicious. Today she vanished for a time in the woods and then returned with a mooing beast. I suspected from the start that she was a female sent by the stray beast to deceive our clan. Do not go mad here. Su Yitong shot him a glare. Yitong, what is your intention in bringing the divine flame into our clan? Bai Shui's eyes were filled with struggle, as if unwilling to believe the words of the male, yet the evidence was clear before them. Clan leader, I believe we should throw this vile female into the divine flame as a sacrifice to the beast god, lest the beast god mistakenly think it was our clan that introduced the divine flame. The matriarch furrowed her brow. Do you still have something to say? Indeed, she replied. They have finished speaking. Now it is my turn. Although I cannot recall my maternal lineage, I still possess the instinct for survival that has been passed down through generations within my clan. When I see a mooing beast, I can swiftly dispatch it. Upon encountering this divine flame, I instinctively wish to use it to roast my prey. These are all innate responses I retained from my life in my original clan. What you perceive as the perilous divine flame is merely a tool I employ to enhance the flavor of my sustenance. I do not intend to introduce the divine flame, but I must sear my prey before consuming it. Su Yitong's expression was earnest, making it difficult to doubt her words. Indeed, she was a blend of truth and falsehood. So, how do you intend to deal with this divine flame? The matriarch assessed the veracity of her statement. Traditionally, to prevent the spread of the divine flame, beastmen would stand guard until it extinguished. Su Yitong glanced at the beef on the rack. It was cooked. She picked up a twig to skewer the meat, while her other hand retrieved a large fruit shell from the ground, resembling a bowl. Could you please have someone fetch some water? You wish to extinguish the divine flame with water? How could we not have tried that method? I see you are merely a stray beast sent here. Su Yitong disregarded his words and began to gnaw on the beef until the beastmen brought the water. Previously, they had failed to extinguish the fire, likely due to insufficient water or an overwhelming blaze. Now, with this small fire, Su Yitong poured the water over it, and the flames were instantly doused, though a few embers still flickered beneath. She used her foot to cover the remnants with sand and stones, ensuring there was no chance of a rekindling. Chapter 6. Which clan does she belong to? She truly extinguished the divine flame. How could this be? This female is indeed peculiar. Not only does she fear not the divine flame, but she can also extinguish it. Su Yitong, as a modern individual, did not perceive extinguishing such a small fire as a remarkable feat, yet the beastmen around her appeared exceedingly excited. Extinguishing fire, the divine flame, is not a difficult task. Allow me to teach you. Su Yitong picked up some dry firewood, feeling somewhat odd at being held in high regard by this group of rabbit beasts merely for extinguishing a fire. The rabbit beasts watched as she drilled wood to create fire, and when a spark appeared, she picked up a leaf to catch the flame. Look, this is your divine flame. Su Yitong pinched the slowly burning leaf between her fingers and placed it in the remaining half pail of water. And this extinguishes it. Have you learned? She gazed at the rabbit beasts before her, who were gaping in astonishment. How could you extinguish the divine flame so easily, and also create the divine flame using 2 twigs? The gazes of the beasts towards her were tinged with trepidation. Did I not demonstrate this for you? The issue was that your method was incorrect. You need more water to extinguish the divine flame. Communicating across species from different eras indeed presents barriers. How can you control the divine flame without being scorched? Which clan does she belong to? Do you know of the Phoenix clan? The Phoenix clan was thought to be extinct long ago. But in the realm of beasts, those who fear not the fire are few. What Phoenix? I see her as a wild chicken. With that appearance, how could she be associated with the Phoenix? Yuan, who had never liked this female, was displeased to hear someone elevate Su Yitong's identity. Did the heavens grant them such a robust physique and transformative abilities while simultaneously retracting their intelligence? Did you not see me use a leaf to ignite the divine flame? Su Yitong sighed. Do not worry, host. The beastman's understanding differs vastly from your world. Their fixed mindset over millennia will not be easily altered. Shao Qi's voice chimed in that a bold male beast attempted to mimic Su Yitong's method of drilling would to create fire. Exerting great force, and soon sparks emerged. He imitated Su Yitong's actions, the divine flame barely a hair's breadth from his fingertips. That male beast appeared calm, but his hand trembled uncontrollably, as expected. The burning leaf fell to the ground. Surrounded by dry leaves and ample airflow, the flames quickly intensified. Su Yitong aimed to bury the fire with sand before it spread further, but just as she bent down to retrieve a water-carrying tool, Shao Qi's voice rang out urgently. Host, someone intends to harm you. Su Yitong sensed someone approaching from behind. She anticipated the person's movements and sidestepped Yuan. The male beast was startled and hurriedly rushed forward to pull her aside. Yuan, female, did you intend to extinguish the divine flame with your own body? Su Yitong raised an eyebrow, looking up at her. I merely stumbled over a stone. Yuan steadied herself in the male beast's embrace, stubbornly asserting, Host, I saw it all clearly. She indeed intended to push you into the fire pit. However, host, you need not worry. Upon entering this world, your body has been enhanced. You have acquired certain special skills, such as Su Yitong had not noticed any hidden skills in these past few days, such as fearlessness of fire. You can move freely within flames without being scorched when entering a fiery inferno. A protective layer will form around you. Yin, I saw you behind me. You intended to shove Yitong into the divine flame, did you not? How could you be so malicious? Bai Shui stood right behind her. Having witnessed Yin's little maneuver, it was not me. Rue Feng, you saw it, right? I suddenly lost my footing and fell forward. Rue Feng was one of Yin's companions, a male from the Peacock clan. Bai Shui held a certain level of credibility within the clan. And soon the beast began to cast suspicious glances towards Yuan. Did you not just say she belonged to the Phoenix clan? How could a phoenix fear the divine flame? Yuan stubbornly retorted, attempting to elevate Su Yitong only to see her fall. Did I ever claim to be of the Phoenix clan? Su Yitong found the situation perplexing. The animosity from this female was equally bewildering. Your actions are reminiscent of the Phoenix clan. Could it be you truly are a phoenix? More like a wild chicken. Yin attempted to provoke her, but Su Yitong remained unfazed. Then you can extinguish this divine flame yourself. She tossed the pail to the ground, displaying an air of indifference. Although she had demonstrated the process of extinguishing the fire to these rabbit beasts, their deeply ingrained fear of the divine flame made it hard for them to act. I see you are doing this on purpose. You want the divine flame to spread throughout my entire clan. Yuan grew anxious. Enough, Yuan. Stop speaking. The matriarch struck the earth with her wooden staff twice, her authoritative presence causing Yuan to flinch. She turned her head away, sulking. Let us go. Yin directed her words to her male companion. Yitong female, I implore you to extinguish the divine flame. The matriarch observed Su Yitong's lack of action and was about to bend down. What are you doing, matriarch? This is not a trivial matter. Su Yitong watched as the elderly matriarch prepared to bow before her, feeling unworthy of such reverence, especially since the matriarch could be considered a benefactor to her. Su Yitong buried the flames with sand and doused them with several pails of water until the glow faded. The matriarch, upon seeing the divine flame extinguished, instructed the assembled beastmen to disperse. Matriarch, this female is indeed extraordinary. Yes, but I wonder whether this is a blessing or a curse for my rabbit clan. Su Yitong tossed the remaining beef in her space, enough to sustain her for quite some time. As darkness enveloped the sky, she planned to wash herself in the river while there were no beastmen around. Su Yitong removed her veil and quickly shed the thick layers of fabric. Plunging into the water, the The surrounding water soon turned murky. From the thicket, a rustling sound emerged. Meow. Su Yitong turned her head, but before she could see clearly, the small creature darted away without a trace. How could there be wildcats in the rabbit clan? Under the moonlight, the water surface reflected a breathtaking visage, delicate skin as white as jade, brows like willows and lips like cherries, adorned with a tiny red mole at the corner of her mouth. Both playful and enchanting, her slightly upturned eyes were irresistibly alluring. After cleansing herself, not only had she rid herself of the foul odor, but she also emanated a faint, pleasant fragrance. Xiaoqi, could you purify this outfit? Suddenly called upon, Xiaoqi had already locked himself in a small black room, resolutely avoiding any inappropriate sights. Chapter 7. Fire Ignition at Night. Yin. What if something happens to the shaman? Rui Feng expressed his concern. It will not happen. The shaman is currently with the matriarch attending to his leg ailment. Rui Feng, there will be no issues. At most, the wooden house will be destroyed by the divine flame. If that female can indeed extinguish the divine flame, she will naturally not be harmed. If she cannot, then it is her own folly. Su Yitong wrapped herself in the purified clothing until her skin was entirely concealed within the sleeves. After donning her veil, she proceeded towards the shaman's wooden house. The divine flame has engulfed the shaman's entire wooden house. The shaman and the matriarch are still inside. A beastman cried out in alarm. Yuan and Rui Feng took a detour through a small path, then pretended to appear bewildered as they mingled with the rabbit clan. She had not anticipated that the shaman would not have gone to the matriarch, but rather that the matriarch had gone to the shaman's wooden house to tend to her injuries. What is happening? Yitong, the female, is it not within her power to extinguish the divine flame? Could it be that she summoned the divine flame and has now fled? Yin, amidst the beast horde, exclaimed, Yuan, do not speak such nonsense. Yitong is undoubtedly trapped with the chieftain and the shaman in the wooden house. Indeed, Bai Shui is correct. Qian Sun, supported by Shui. Yin intended to retort further, but noticed a figure emerging from the shadows. Look, who is that? As the fire raged more fiercely, some orcs rushed to fetch water in a futile attempt to douse the divine flame. The inferno was too intense. Su Yitong was already aware that the chieftain and the shaman were trapped. As Xiaoqi had mentioned, she could navigate through the flames with ease. "Oh, not deceive me," she said to Xiaoqi. Bai Shui, instruct the orcs to fell the surrounding trees and dig a pit along the wooden house. Su Yitong charged into the blazing fire. If the flames proved too fierce, her protective barrier would only shield her, as she could not guarantee the safety of both individuals in one go. Cough, cough. Chieftain, the shaman was engulfed in smoke and could not see the chieftain's location. Host, they are at your 1 o'clock position. Shaman, Su Yitong heard her call out. Yitong, what are you doing here? The shaman was taken aback. Chieftain, the chieftain is missing. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she exclaimed, Shaman, wait here for me. Do not move. Crouched down, Su Yitong sought to calm her. Relying solely on Xiaoqi's guidance in the thick smoke, she located the chieftain, who, due to his age and inhalation of smoke, had fallen into unconsciousness. Su Yitong carried the unconscious chieftain back to where the shaman was. Shaman, be swift with your feet. Su Yitong shielded them in front of her. Host, be careful. A burning wooden stick fell from above, striking her arm. The shaman glanced sideways, her expression one of shock. She is not harmed by the divine flame. Su Yitong had not thought to evade. The fire did not burn her, but the impact on the two in front was a different matter altogether. Bai Shui, the surrounding trees have all been felled. What should we do now? The fire blazed ever fiercer, and Bai Shui anxiously paced back and forth. Just as everyone believed the three beasts had perished in the divine flame, a dark shadow emerged slowly from the fire. Yitong. It is Yitong. Chieftain. The three were covered in a layer of black soot yet remained unharmed. Particularly Su Yitong, who was carrying the chieftain. Watered, Su Yitong laid the chieftain down on the ground. Water! Quickly, fetch water! From the moment Su Yitong rescued the two most authoritative orcs of the tribe. The gazes directed at her brimmed with respect. This moment. She was unaware that overnight, she had become a legend among the rabbit tribe. Su Yitong washed the chieftain's face with water. His skin bore the marks of heat burns. She sprinkled water on his limbs to cool him down. The chieftain's condition was not severe, only slight burns that, if only I had a needle. Su Yitong felt for his breath. Host, Xiao Qi has some. Xiao Qi bubbled with excitement. You are quite, Su Yitong was about to praise, but then added, however, it requires the host to exchange for it with divine coins. She knew there was no free lunch in this world. Divine coins were what Xiao Qi had initially mentioned, a currency to exchange for needed items in the system shop, obtainable by completing designated tasks. Her current divine coin value was 5. Host, this pack of needles can be exchanged for just 5 divine coins. Are you mad? She felt Xiao Qi was fixated on the 5 coins in her pocket. The divine coins earned from a task might not even amount to 5. Host, this pack of needles is not ordinary. In your hands, it can emit healing and detoxifying effects. Oh, miraculous. Su Yitong instinctively asked. She did not doubt Xiao Qi. Having entered the beast realm, there was little that could astonish her anymore. Of course. Xiao Qi's products are always of the finest quality. 2 divine coins, Su Yitong proposed. Host, that is unacceptable. After considering, Su Yitong realized she had nothing in her pocket, and if she got it, she had to conserve it. Host, you are being unreasonable. This system shop is not open for a long time, has it? Su Yitong pointed out a painful truth. Since you disdain this 1 divine coin, then forget it. No. 2 it is. Xiao Qi, fearing she might backtrack, transferred the needle pack to her portable space. Rest assured, Xiao Qi, with 1 coin in hand, you shall have half a coin to feast on. Systems of Xiao Qi's low caliber needed the host to complete tasks to earn divine coins for upgrades. If one observed closely, they would notice Su Yitong seemingly conjured the needle pack from thin air. What are you doing? Yuan saw her produce a slender object and jab it towards the chieftain's face. Initially, she thought Yuan foolish, but soon realized she was both foolish and talkative. Summoning the divine flame to the shaman's wooden house, I would like to ask what you intend to do. Su Yitong's words now held a powerful conviction. Do not fabricate stories. Yuan attempted to argue further, but Su Yitong shot her a glance, her eyes sharp enough to send chills down one's spine. Yuan shrank back into the embrace of a nearby orc. Now, all the orcs in the tribe focused their attention on her. She opened her mouth, yet no words escaped. Su Yitong pricked the chieftain's philtrum with a needle, and upon seeing no response, she pricked his 10 points. Silence enveloped the surroundings as the orcs held their breath. The chieftain's fingers twitched slightly, prompting Su Yitong to signal 2 orcs to carry him back to the wooden house. Shaman, the chieftain's external injuries require your medication. Su Yitong looked towards the shaman, who appeared anxious yet was already out of immediate danger. The chieftain all right? The shaman was somewhat astonished. She had been observing the entire process closely, and this technique along with the slender object was entirely unfamiliar to her. Yes, the chieftain will awaken soon. Before Su Yitong could finish, the figure before her knelt down. May the heavens bless our rabbit tribe. May the beast god protect our rabbit tribe. Hiss, a thick-scaled black snake coiled around a robust tree. Chapter 8. The night raid of the wandering beasts. After Su Yitong settled the chieftain and the shaman, she walked towards the riverbank. Her face was half blackened from the smoke, in a corner unseen by her. A black snake slowly approached. The wandering beasts have come. Protect the female. Su Yitong barely had time to wash her face when she heard the shout of the stationed rabbit beast. She turned to run towards the wooden house where the chieftain and the shaman were, only to suddenly feel something soft beneath her feet. A black snake reared from the dried leaves and swiftly bit her calf. Almost instantaneously, she lost consciousness and fell back, caught by a large hand. Such a fragrant female, albeit rather unattractive. Minghua glanced at the half of her face exposed, dirty and blackened. Their figures quickly vanished into the concealed path of the forest. Quickly check for any missing females. Injured orcs, go find a shaman for treatment. The wandering beasts loved to ambush, and today was no exception. In the dark abyss, Minghua tossed the female into a corner. Your Majesty, why bring back such an unattractive female? The most beautiful female of the rabbit tribe is, the cat beast gestured as it spoke. The female brought back by the king was, in all honesty, extremely ugly. Was this female meant to be given to the magical beast below? Qiangqi had no desire to look at the female. The king would surely not keep her by his side. No, she is to stay. She is useful. Minghua's gaze was fervent. He had witnessed this female emerge unscathed from the divine flame, healing the rabbit beasts. Host! Host! Su Yitong heard the voices of two individuals conversing nearby. What were they saying? Xiao Qi's voice was the loudest so noisy. Host, wake up quickly! Su Yitong regained her consciousness with that call, her head pounding. She did not open her eyes immediately. Just before she fainted, it seemed she had been bitten by a black snake. The sounds of orcs conversing reached her ears. Yuan also brought back a female from the rabbit tribe. What should be done with her? Let it be. Ming Hua cast a glance at the corner. Rabbit tribe female? Who else was abducted along with me? It seems I'm most likely in the lair of the wandering beasts. Time passed, and one orc departed. She distinctly heard another orc walking away, just as she prepared to plot her escape route after the two orcs left. Awake, why not get up? The orc had approached her without her noticing, not making a sound. Your breath has been erratic for some time. You know what fate befalls those who eavesdrop on my conversations. Ming Hua towered over the female at his feet. I will skin them and strip their bones. And then, Ming Hua suddenly leaned down, revealing his fangs, and flicked his tongue near her ear. Damn it, Su Yitong could no longer hold her composure. Yitong and Yuan are missing. They must have been taken by the recently intruding wandering beasts. The males of Yuan displayed a look of panic. They had just realized that Yuan had vanished upon the arrival of the stray beasts. Yet, the beast markings upon their shoulders assured them that Yuan's life was currently secure. We must follow the trail to locate the lair of the stray beasts and surely rescue Yuan. In the dimly lit surroundings, are you a shaman? Ming Hua rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the nearby female, or perhaps a high priestess. The high priestesses he had encountered always donned such heavy and unseemly garments. Answer me. Ming Hua bared her sharp teeth and leaned closer to her. I said there's a bit of truth in everything. Do you believe me? Su Yitong understood that in order to preserve her life, she could only fabricate tales and maximize her worth. Ming Hua remained silent, but retracted her fangs. She had made the right bet. Ming Hua ordered that she be cast into the cage where the beast women were confined. Surrounded by female orcs, Su Yitong found herself isolated in the adjacent cage, aware that her unique status afforded her certain privileges. You all stink. A piercing female voice echoed from the neighboring cage. Su Yitong couldn't help but tilt her head towards the source. It was Yuan. Being abducted here could be seen as her due punishment that a group of dark-skinned female orcs huddled in the corner. Appearing to have been dulled by their circumstances, upon witnessing the newly captured orc's brashness, none dared to speak, merely clustering together in a corner, seemingly afraid of something. I am a female of the rabbit clan. If you do not release me, once my males arrive, you shall be finished. Yuan clutched the bars of the cage, her screams and their echoes eliciting frowns. Su Yitong facepalmed. Had this female lost her mind? Despite being at a disadvantage, she dared to provoke the pack of stray beasts. What are you making such a racket for? A gust of wind swept through, causing the females in the corner to tremble in fear. While Yuan was flung against the wall, Su Yitong quickly retreated to a safer corner of her cage to avoid the commotion. She quietly observed the orc before her, who bore a pair of wings that fluttered slightly. With feathers on the back of his neck that had yet to wither, his eyes darting side to side. Yuan, be careful not to kill her. The familiar voice resonated. The male orc dashed in. His tail held high, a pair of feline ears exposed to all, his body covered with barely noticeable down. The thought flashed through Su Yitong's mind. Beasts do not shed their innate characteristics when transforming due to punishment. Thus, she now found herself within the lair of the magical beasts. A predicament far worse than she had initially anticipated. Tai Lao skillfully unlocked the cage, crouching down to check the breath of a female orc slumped against the wall. Fortunately, she still lives. Hey, ugly female, come along. Tai Lao's gaze fell upon the female orc standing in the corner of the adjacent cage. Su Yitong was bewildered, yet it was evident that compliance was her only option. She maintained a distance of about a meter behind Tai Lao, following his lead. Upon exiting the dark cavern, she realized she stood at the edge of a cliff rather than on solid ground. As they approached the precipice, Tai Lao seemed to notice her scrutiny. Don't even think about escaping. He transformed into his beast form, becoming a lithe leopard cat. Yuan, carry this ugly female to Su Yitong. That's my name. The constant reference to her as ugly female was unbearable. Yuan had somehow emerged from the cave, standing right behind her. Why me? Yuan's gaze held an unmistakable disdain. Before he could finish, Tai Lao had already vanished from sight. Su Yitong observed his path. He dashed down the rocky cliffside. In his beast form, Tai Lao was even more agile. Chapter 9. The Oath Task. To obtain the black crystal shards that suppress the black dragon from the Beast King. Inner mind, Shao Qi's voice echoed. And before she could respond, her body was suddenly lifted. Yuan seized her like a chick with his talons, then soared downwards until they reached the entrance of the cave below, leaving her momentarily dazed. Get inside. Within the dark cavern lay several magical beasts. Appearing grievously wounded, an untreated Point 1 beast had a severed limb, its blood long dried, while foul insects buzzed around their injuries. The already confined space was permeated by a putrid stench. Tai Lao leaned against the wall, scratching his ear. That aren't you a shaman? These beasts require your healing. Su Yitong surveyed the dire state of the orcs within the cave. Did you not have a shaman before? Indeed, but they were of no use. We ended up consuming them. Tai Lao spoke nonchalantly, as if devouring one's kin was nothing of consequence. It was understandable, given that they were ruthless magical beasts. How could one expect them to possess compassion? I can heal them, but I have conditions. The population of magical beasts was already sparse, particularly among the mid to high tiers. On what grounds? Yuan stood at the cave's entrance, his imposing figure casting a shadow over the light outside. Regardless of how many shamans you capture, only I can save them. Additionally, if treatment is delayed, they will succumb to infections and gradually perish. Noticing their wavering resolve, Su Yitong pressed further. It's fine. If you choose not to treat them, their lives will simply ebb away. Can you feel it? Their vitality is waning. What are your conditions? I can save them, but I will only treat a portion of the orcs inside. Afterward, you must release me. Impossible. Yuan rebutted without a second thought. Yuan, do not rush. Tai Lao intervened, stepping in front of him. I agree. First, ensure these beasts are healed. Let us establish a binding oath. Su Yitong concealed her skepticism, clearly doubting Tai Lao's verbal promise. Tai Lao frowned. The oath binds. Any beast who violates it will suffer the retribution of pain and die. If I successfully heal a portion of the magical beasts, grant me a quarter of an hour. Should you capture me, I willingly remain here to serve the magical beasts. Sensing his hesitation, Su Yitong took a step back. With Shao Qi's presence, concealing her aura for a quarter of an hour would not be difficult. A quarter of an hour? Tai Lao did not believe that this seemingly frail female could escape from the towering cliff. Females are too weak that he was confident in his ability to recapture her. I agree, Your Majesty. The beasts turned their gaze towards the cave entrance. It was Minghua. I shall sign this oath. His long hair cascaded over his shoulders, strands brushing against his face, obscuring his forehead adorned with black scales. Su Yitong inwardly scoffed at the notion of the Beast King eavesdropping. Very well, as she approached him. Su Yitong scrutinized him, finding no traces of the black crystal shards Shao Qi had mentioned. Your name? Su Yitong. The two pressed their fingertips together, smearing their blood onto each other's arms. Following a slight sting, a red totem appeared on their forearms. Host, upon the establishment of the oath, any beast that violates it will face divine retribution. Do not forget your task. Su Yitong regained her composure, the sting subsiding, while Minghua had already vanished into the cave. Good luck, ugly female. Tai Lao glanced back at her before hastily departing. The injured magical beasts roared at her. Silence. Su Yitong inserted a fine needle into its pressure point. Among these beasts, several limbs had already begun to rot. Even if saved, they would only be remnants of their former selves. Yuan at Su Yitong turned to the orc standing at the entrance, hoping to persuade him to gather some medicinal herbs. The leaves are thick and juicy, hairless, with stems often tinged purple, and the leaves grow in pairs. Do you understand? She observed Yuan's furrowed brow. Not at all. He honestly shook his head. Then, will you accompany me to find them? These herbs are vital. She glanced back at the group of magical beasts. That I will consult with His Majesty, as Yuan prepared to spread his wings. The partially conscious magical beasts in the cave gazed at her with evident desire, akin to wolves stalking their prey at night. Take me with you. Su Yitong quickly clung to his arm, fearing he would abandon her. Troublesome. Hold on tight. If you fall and die, it's not my concern. Aoin flapped his wings, plummeting swiftly, forcing Su Yitong to cling desperately to his arm, afraid to let go. What does that scent on you? Su Yitong opened one-eyed to glance at him. Fragrant, Aoin's gaze swept over her face, landing on her only exposed eyes. You don't seem that ugly. Thank you, can we descend now? Su Yitong clung to his arm, and the two spiraled through the air. Your Majesty, this female says. Aoin recounted the situation. Take her along. Do not lose her. Minghua's expression was enigmatic as he swept his gaze over Su Yitong, causing her to shudder involuntarily. At the foot of the mountain, Yuan is nearby. Rui Feng, are you certain your senses are not mistaken? It seems there are no signs of stray beasts here. Let's search thoroughly. As she gazed around the Sherlin area, there was not a single trace of any beastmen, which only heightened her sense of unease. Aoin, could you please slow down? I haven't had the chance to examine everything closely. Su Yitong frowned, bending down to search for the presence of purslane in the fertile soil. She spotted a similar plant, only to realize it was a false alarm upon closer inspection. Su Yitong continued to walk along the edge, her vision blurring as shadows began to dance before her eyes. As dusk descended, she found her search increasingly arduous. Found it! This entire area is filled with it, she exclaimed, digging with her bare hands, quickly staining her fingers with dirt. Aoin, is there a stream nearby? I need to wash the herbs. She asked. Yes, Aoin replied, choosing to save time by lifting her into the air with one hand. Su Yitong had gradually accustomed herself to this method of travel. Set down beside the stream, she noticed the uneven ground littered with stones, making it quite uncomfortable. Wait for me. She hurried to the water's edge, bent down to rinse the herbs, and then washed her hands. Just as Su Yitong intended to rise, a cacophony of voices erupted behind her. Aoin had planned to seize her and take flight, but as he moved suddenly, Su Yitong instinctively sidestepped, twisting her ankle on a stone and tumbling into the water. What just happened? She gasped, standing up despite the pain and securing the herbs at her waist. Beastmen are approaching, Aoin said, glancing toward the thicket behind them. The sounds indicated that the presence was far from trivial. We must leave, he urged. However, Su Yitong felt a strange calmness. After all, beastmen were less terrifying than magical beasts. Chapter 10. Unveiling true faces, she discreetly concealed a different herb among the purslane. Let's go. Su Yitong limped over to Aoin's side, her clothes thoroughly soaked, weighing her down considerably, as if she were bound by stones. Aoin stole a glance at her drenched attire, but maintained his composure as he unfurled his wings. There, Rui Feng spotted a majestic eagle soaring above, cradling what appeared to be the unattractive female. He ascended toward it. With so many mountains around, do we really have to search each one? Let us move ahead and see if any lingering scents remain. Inside the cave, Achoo, Su Yitong sniffled. Huddled in a corner, we'll return after those beastmen leave, Aoin remarked, observing the situation below from the cave's entrance. Shout she, help me dry off. Aoin had flown at such speed that the wind had chilled her. Understood, host. Host, I placed a new outfit in your space. You can change into it temporarily. Su Yitong glanced at the beastmen outside the cave. Aoin, my clothes are wet. I need a change. All right, Aoin said, focusing intently on her. You stay outside for now. Don't come in. Why? Aoin inquired, confused, thinking she had devised an escape plan. Su Yitong anticipated his response and explained, in my beast tribe, if a male sees a female's body, he must become her mate. Upon saying this, Aoin turned his head away. Don't think of escaping. Su Yitong found his reaction amusing and walked toward the rocky rear of the cave. The garments Shao Qi provided this time were not as heavy as the previous ones. Feeling quite comfortable against her skin, sitting on the edge, she undid her damp hair, using the now dry shawl to roughly dry it off. What are you doing? Aoin's voice came from outside, and I'm not escaping. You needn't worry. This fellow was quite vigilant, Su Yitong sighed. If it weren't for her current mission, she would have long found a way to flee. The cave was dim, and hiding behind the rocks made it even harder for Su Yitong to see clearly. She felt her way along the stone wall to stand up. Squeak. A mouse? Not bothering to look closely, she prepared to don her mask and venture outside. Gross. The mouse had crawled onto her robe. Su Tong felt goosebumps rising all over her body. While she was not particularly afraid of that species, it was undeniably disgusting. She quickly shook it off, squeak, squeak, just as she dislodged the mouse from her leg. Her toe collided painfully with a rock. Ugh. Su Tong bent down, tears welling in her eyes from the pain. What happened? Yuan frowned, striding into the cave but finding no sign of the female. It was not until he heard a sound from behind the rock that he inquired. Host, are you all right? Not good at all. Can you know my pain receptors? Su Tong heard footsteps approaching and quickly wrapped her face. She lifted her head. She locked eyes with Yuan's intense gaze in the darkness. Yuan swiftly lifted her off the ground, navigating through the towering mountains under the cover of night. Your Majesty, Su Tong was placed aside, clearly noticing the bloodstains at Minghua's lips and the severed head of an animal at his feet. Today, a few overconfident beastmen showed up. One was a fifth-tier bear beast. Dispose of it. Minghua licked the remnants of blood from his fingers. Very well, Yuan replied, turning to leave, with Su Tong instinctively following. Who allowed you to leave? This was directed at her. Just as Su Tong turned, something coiled around her. She wanted to call for help, but Yuan was nowhere to be seen. This creature's tail was excessively long. Su Tong's hands were bound, and she raised one leg, attempting to maneuver around the tail to push down from above. Minghua stood still, his expression resembling that of someone teasing a cat. Little female, is this all your strength? Su Tong felt the grip of the tail loosen slightly, allowing her to swiftly draw a dagger. Not quite. Su Tong raised her head and thrust the dagger toward the tail, blood splattering onto her brow as she withdrew the weapon. Although it wasn't a fatal wound, the pain would certainly be significant for him. Aware of the beastman's rapid healing, she deliberately drove the dagger deep. The tail recoiled slightly, and Su Tong anticipated its next tightening motion, quickly pressing the blade against it and taking evasive action. You only know how to bully females, Minghua. If not, let me take your place as the Beast King. Otherwise, everyone will know of your incompetence and that you can only find power among females. Su Tong's gaze darted around, scanning the empty cave, where only two large stones lay stacked. Surely, he couldn't hide anything beneath them? Then it would be better to carve out that mouth, Minghua said with a smile. His tail tightening around her hand, twisting the dagger to point at her. She tried to loosen her grip on the dagger, but the tail constricted too tightly. The blade was perilously close. Su Tong gripped it with her left hand while the tail continued to force her forward. Her palm was cut, blood trickling down her arm. Are you seeking death? As the blade neared her mask, Su Tong summoned her strength to resist Minghua, twisting her body to aim the dagger at the tail. Stabbing downward, the dagger penetrated the tail, pinning it to the ground. While Minghua was momentarily stunned, she charged forward, targeting his acupoints with a needle, rendering him immobile. During the journey back with Yuan, she had already taught herself how to treat the wounds of injured magical beasts, knowing that healing them would eventually cause the markings on her body to vanish. The mask covering her face had been inadvertently dislodged with the dagger, revealing her features unreservedly to Minghua. His eyes reflected unabashed surprise and admiration. Su Tong turned the cave upside down, but found no sign of the black crystal. Shao Qi, he is indeed the Beast King, isn't he? Yes, host. Su Tong approached him from behind. Meticulously examining his body, Minghua's eyes glimmered with intense desire. What are you staring at? Su Tong disliked his gaze and hastily covered his face with her mask. Where could the black crystal possibly be? Suddenly, she glanced at his serpentine body and noticed a section of the scales that appeared different from the rest. She reached out to touch it, only to hear a muffled groan. Crap. I hope I haven't touched something I shouldn't have. Chapter 11. When did your relationship become so close? Minghua's tail began to sway slightly. The needle that had been embedded in his acupoint somehow pushed out partially, and oh wonder, he is the Beast King. Host, it seems he is about to lose control. I know that Su Tong continued to search his body but found nothing. Minghua's arms bulged with veins as she glanced toward the cave entrance. Host, we can escape now. Shao Qi reminded her. Outside was a precipice. She truly wanted to flee. Su Tong looked at the man at her feet, realizing that this mission would not be completed anytime soon. The appearance of the black crystal remained elusive. While she had indeed managed to injure the Beast King, an idea struck her. Shao Qi, what if I were to silence him now? That is not permissible, host. It would violate the world's regulations. Su Yitong sighed softly and decided to sit cross-legged beside Minghua. Brother, that was my other persona speaking earlier. I apologize for offending you. I'll tend to your wounds now. Su Yitong withdrew the slender needle, and after Minghua was able to move, he gazed at the object in her hand. What is this? How could it have? In your face. Su Yitong chose not to respond, her eyes fixated on Minghua's injured tail. What if I make amends? I can extract it for you. Su Yitong glanced at her dagger. Just bear with me for a moment. She swiftly withdrew the dagger, the metallic scent of blood immediately saturating the cave. Su Yitong feigned a motion to toss it away, but in reality, she concealed it within her spatial realm for Shao Qi to purify later. Your Majesty, Aoyin's voice resonated from outside. The stench of blood is overwhelming. Could it be that the little female has been? Your Majesty, that female still holds some value. If she dies, the dozens of magical beasts below will not escape disaster. I implore you to spare her life. Su Yitong listened intently, unable to deny that Aoyin possessed a semblance of humanity. Contemplating this, she turned her face to meet Minghua's gaze. When did you become so close with Aoyin? I have never seen him plead for anyone before. Minghua scoffed softly, causing Su Yitong to shudder involuntarily. Minghua's tail continued to seep blood. She had exerted considerable force moments, 8G, owed I in the next instant. The scent of blood assailed her senses as a serpentine tail coiled around her waist. Su Yitong gasped in surprise at this unexpected ambush. Aoyin remained outside, hesitant to enter without Minghua's command. Are you a female of the rabbit tribe? Did you not bring me here? Are you not aware? You are mistaken. Minghua drew her closer with his tail, scrutinizing her scent. I am. Su Yitong countered defiantly. You lack the wild scent of a rabbit. Minghua's piercing gaze appraised her. If Tai Lao had been around the rabbit tribe for so long, how could he not have captured a female as striking as you? Hearing this, Su Yitong instinctively sniffed her own scent. Your Majesty, the female of the rabbit tribe is on the brink of death. Tai Lao's voice echoed that if she dies, then so be it. Minghua replied nonchalantly. It seems the male of that female has allied with the tiger tribe in search of her. Tai Lao's urgency quickened his speech. Minghua frowned. There were too many injured magical beasts. If the tiger tribe found this place, it would spell trouble for them. If the tiger tribe's beastmen arrive, the high-ranking beast, Bai Gu, will likely accompany them. 5 years ago, we were evenly matched, and I wonder what his strength is now. They simply wish to retrieve that rabbit tribe female. Why not return her? Now is not the time. Minghua narrowed his eyes. Host, do you believe he will let you go as well? Shao Qi's voice chimed in, prompting Su Yitong to ponder. There is a certain probability. However, she cannot leave before obtaining the black crystal. Should we have the shaman examine the rabbit tribe female? Tai Lao began outside. He had already been standing there for some time, glancing at the tall figure beside him. The sight of the imposing figure stood out, as ordinarily, the king would allow them to speak within the cave. Find a shaman for her. Do not let her perish before she is returned to the rabbit tribe. Minghua's voice commanded, and Tai Lao prepared to step outside. Suddenly, he recalled something and abruptly turned back. Your Majesty, can a shaman come to me now? I will take her down with me. Minghua's gaze fell upon her once more. No. His lips parted and closed again. Su Yitong shrugged helplessly. I will take her down later. Very well. Su Yitong glanced at the bloodied hole in his tail. An inadvertent glance caught Minghua's attention. What if I apply some medicine for you first? She suggested awkwardly, touching her nose, acknowledging the situation, and no need to worry. Minghua transformed into his human form, the injury concealed beneath his robe. Noticing her unwavering gaze, he lifted the hem. This minor injury is nothing. My recovery ability is quite. Su Yitong did not catch the latter part of his statement, fixating instead on a particular area, her expression turning to stone. Regaining her composure, she quickly shielded her eyes. My apologies. I did not mean to, she muttered. Minghua looked at her in bewilderment, his eyes reflecting rare clarity and confusion. Take me to find Yuan, Su Yitong urged, eager to bypass this segment. Who is Yuan? Minghua frowned, seemingly searching his mind for the name. The female of the rabbit tribe. Yes, she spoke. Su Yitong made her way toward the exit, but Minghua swiftly pulled her back. Wait, he picked up the mask that had been knocked off by the blade. Put this on before going out. You cannot go out looking like this. What is wrong with my appearance? Su Yitong glanced down at the puddle at her feet, where her reflection distorted her features. When she looked up again, Minghua had already exited the cave. Hurry up, he called out, his tone inscrutable. Your Majesty, this is the rabbit tribe female. The Yuan was dragged out of her cage, disheveled and exuding an unbearable stench. Su Yitong frowned. What have you done to her? The beastmen, clad in mere scraps of animal skin, had left Yuan's attire tattered and torn. We tossed her to the injured magical beasts, Tai Lao replied nonchalantly, as if it were of no consequence. While Su Yitong was not overly compassionate, as a woman, she felt a fundamental sense of empathy. She gazed at the curled-up female in the cage and sighed. Even in a world where females were scarce, some still suffered such dehumanizing treatment. Tea present, she could offer no assistance. Chapter 12. The ambush, I will wake her. With that, Tai Lao prepared to step forward. Stop. Just as he was about to move, Su Yitong quickly extended her foot to block him. All eyes turned to her, but if you kick her again, she will surely die. I doubt you wish to receive a female corpse. Minghua's gaze shifted to the two entangled feet. Move aside. Did you not hear? You ugly female. Mind your own business. If it weren't for your usefulness, I would have, before Tai Lao could finish his sentence. He was kicked from behind, losing his balance, and stumbling to the side. That I was referring to you. Su Yitong, taken aback, had thought Minghua was about to kick her. Tai Lao felt aggrieved but dared not retaliate. The scene struck Su Yitong as somewhat amusing. Tai Lao seemed to notice her gaze and feign ferocity, baring his teeth at her, which only made her find him more comical. Su Yitong quickly turned her head away. Do you have any new animal skins? Yuan's is in tatters. None. Tai Lao shouted with frustration. I think this piece on you would suffice. Su Yitong's eyes swept over him, and the gazes of Minghua and Aoyin followed suit. Fine, fine, fine. Are you all bullying me? Make do with it. Su Yitong tossed the tattered animal skin. Tai Lao at Yuan bore bruises on her skin, but fortunately lacked serious external injuries. Her near-death state was primarily due to internal wounds. Su Yitong aided Yuan out of gratitude for the clan leader's kindness, considering saving the rabbit tribe female a way to repay that debt. Despite her being a wretched sort, Su Yitong's gaze lingered on Yuan's face. Memories of the various wrongs inflicted upon her by the rabbit tribe, still vivid in her mind. The tiger tribe's beastmen had already arrived below, but their numbers were not overwhelming. Aoyin had just completed a reconnaissance of the situation. Are you preparing to engage them head-on? She understood that magical beasts would not easily relinquish a female, but given the current direct confrontation, if they considered the injured magical beasts, Minghua would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Aoyin shook his head. We're most familiar with the terrain here. That a prideful tone colored Tai Lao's voice. Planning an ambush? Su Yitong raised an eyebrow, cutting through the pretense. What ambush? Do not speak so harshly. We are employing strategy. Tai Lao's tail rose high behind him. Aoyin transformed in his beast form, using his eagle claws to lift Yuan, spiraling unsteadily through the air, seeing the three prepare to exit. Su Yitong quietly shrank into a corner, attempting to diminish her presence. Follow me. Minghua glanced back at her. Deadweight. Tai Lao shot her a glance before transforming into his beast form and leaping down the rocks. Minghua likely feared that she might escape. Su Yitong sighed, resigned to being grasped by him. Hold on tight. If you fall, no one will collect your body. After uttering this, she felt his grip on her waist tighten. His agility was remarkable. He navigated the rocky terrain with ease without even transforming. Looking down, she noticed magical beasts concealed in various corners. Su Yitong regarded the impassive man, sensing a prepared battle ahead. Vying sniffed the soil by the creek. Look above. The accompanying tiger beast spotted the black eagle circling overhead. Yuan. Shirlin recognized his female, seeing the eagle claws gripping her waist. What have you done to her? Shirlin's voice boomed, brimming with fury. Rest assured, she is still alive. Unbeknownst to Tai Lao, he had circled behind them to a higher tier of rock. Bai Ji's gaze was firmly fixed on Aoyin. This eagle beast appeared far stronger than the feline before him, that if they wished to reclaim this female, they must send forth their most formidable warrior alone. Transforming into human form, Tai Lao propped his head on one hand. Reclining on the stone, his eyes glinting with amusement, he observed as Bai Ge prepared to take a step forward, only to be halted by the tiger beast beside him. They exchanged hushed whispers, leaving Bai Ge rooted in place, that if there is no sincerity, then so be it. Tai Lao flipped to his feet and leapt to an even higher rock with a wave of his hand. Ao Yin, who had been spiraling in the air, suddenly shot upwards. Amid the terror of Shirlin and Rue Feng, Yin plummeted from above. Bai Ge, your clan leader promised us that our female would be returned unharmed. Shirlin, regaining a modicum of composure, swallowed hard and addressed the tiger beast beside him. They will not let her die. Bai Ji's gaze remained locked on the black eagle in the sky. As Yuan fell midway, Ao Yin swiftly descended, its talons snatching her once more. The female, now vaguely conscious in midair, succumbed to unconsciousness again at that moment. Su Yitong was ensnared in Ming Hua's embrace. He had chosen an excellent vantage point, allowing him to observe the situation below while concealing his own position. She scrutinized the current predicament. Luring the prey into a trap appeared more complex than anticipated. The white tiger at the center must be their target. Bai Ge, you must bring our female back safely. Bai Ge furrowed his brow, his piercing gaze sweeping over Shirlin, who instinctively took a step back. This is what your clan leader promised me. Shirlin's tone weakened slightly. Do not use your clan leader to pressure me. I can leave at any moment. Bai Ge took a few steps in place before. In the blink of an eye, he shot off in pursuit of Ao Yin's departing form. At the edge of the rocky precipice, Ming Hua watched the swiftly moving white tiger below, a smile creeping upon his lips. Here he comes. His voice was soft, yet every word resonated clearly in the ears of the person in his arms. Daring to come alone, this tiger beast must possess considerable strength. The agile tiger beast raced across the ground, halting only before a towering mountain. That female, bring her to me. Bai Ge surveyed his surroundings, sensing other beastmen's presence nearby. Datya had been cast down from the sky by Ao Yin, and Bai Ge leaped onto the rocks. Deftly catching her, he placed the female in a comparatively secure corner. Bai Ji's gaze once again locked onto the black eagle above. Before Ao Yin could react, Bai Ge had already leapt to the same height as him. So fast. Ao Yin narrowly evaded, almost becoming a victim of the tiger's claws. In that moment, he caught a glimpse of the tiger's markings flashing across Bai Ji's body. Chapter 13. Black crystal stone, it was his left eye. A gust of wind brushed past him. Bai Ge leapt again. The roar of the tiger echoing through the mountains, the tremendous force surged forth. Ao Yin's eyes widened as he was sent crashing against the opposite rock. Akin to fish meat laid upon a chopping board, Su Yitong observed from above as Ao Yin fell along the cliffside, her gaze returning to the white tiger. Indeed, he was not to be underestimated. She had witnessed everything clearly. The white tiger was clearly still a fist distance from Ao Yin. Such formidable power. Even the very air seemed to explode under that force. Come forth. Although Bai Ge could not precisely discern the position, he sensed the presence of a third party. Su Yitong now resembled a mere ornament to Ming Hua, who carried her close. So, I have indeed been discovered. Ming Hua wore a smile, unperturbed and unruffled. Bai Ge pinpointed the source of the sound, turning to the figure standing mid-rock face. Upon seeing Ming Hua holding another female, he frowned. Is this another female of the rabbit clan? Using females as shields. How cunning of you, Ming Hua. Otherwise, how could I pose a threat to you? Ming Hua's hands suddenly tightened around the neck of the person in his arms. A chill ran down Su Yitong's spine, causing her to instinctively retract her neck. Ming Hua did not exert force. He merely feigned pressure against her throat. Return the female to the rabbit clan. Your adversary is me. Bai Ji's peripheral vision scanned the terrain. Ming Hua scoffed. How righteous, Bai Ge. Ming Hua's pupils flashed, revealing slitted irises that Su Yitong, unable to see the vertical pupils now evident in Ming Hua's left eye, remained oblivious to the disparity in his gaze. The items taken from me must be returned. Bai Ge met his gaze. Unyielding in his youth, Ming Hua's left eye had been gouged out. The perpetrator was none other than Bai Ji's father, who had excised it in the name of ill omen. At that time, Minghua's strength had not yet reached a level capable of resisting high-tier beastmen, leaving him utterly vulnerable. You melted the black crystal stone into your eye. All of this is your own doing. What a case of self-inflicted misfortune. Minghua moved with blinding speed, the person in his arms scarcely affecting him. He was like a fleeting shadow, vanishing in an instant. Baigu concentrated, sensing his aura drawing near. As Minghua prepared to seize him from the right rear, Baigu swiftly lowered his body, circling behind him. The individual in his arms had not even perceived how swiftly events transpired. From their previous exchange, Su Yitong had deduced that the black crystal stone had been melted into Minghua's left eye. The predicament was that this eye had already been excised to uncover the whereabouts of the melted black crystal stone. This tiger beast was a vital clue. Considering that Minghua still held a female, Baigu could not afford to unleash his full power. His gaze fixated on Minghua's left hand. What? Are you contemplating attacking my left hand? Today, you shall leave behind both your eyes. Minghua set the person in his embrace down on a relatively secure rock, transforming into his beast form. The robust serpent tail swept toward the white tiger before him. Baigu nimbly evaded, the serpent tail crashing into the rock behind, causing a massive landslide that a tremendous roar reverberated through the valley. From Su Yitong's vantage point, the enormous black serpent flicked its tongue, poised to devour its opponent. The two pursued each other relentlessly. Judging by the current situation, the white tiger was at a disadvantage. High-tier beastmen no longer relied solely on brute force, but instead utilized their genuine essence. The contrasting black and white figures were strikingly pronounced. Beyond the valley, Tai Lao and the multitude of magical beasts surrounded the Tiger Clan members. With Shilin and Rue, Feng no exception, as the encirclement tightened, a tiger beast began to pace back and forth, contemplating a desperate charge. The other tiger beasts, witnessing this, assumed aggressive stances. Magical beasts were inherently reckless, thriving by consuming beastmen to elevate their rank. This was disdained by the beastmen, yet it remained a swift path to advancement. The tiger beasts present were not of low rank. The eyes of the magical beasts gleamed with greed. In a world where strength prevailed, who would not wish to grow stronger? Yet they underestimated the prowess of these tiger beasts. Although their ranks were beneath Baigu, they were among the elite of the Tiger Clan. If one were to assert that among this group of magical beasts, only Tai Lao could contend with them head-on, it would not be an exaggeration. Point 2 against 1 should not be difficult. Tai Lao discerned their intentions and recognized the significant disparity in rank between the magical beasts and the tiger beasts surrounding him. However, the current situation appeared favorable for the magical beasts. Outnumbering the tiger beasts 2-1, the magical beasts were poised to pounce. Leave a way out. Tai Lao's beast form rapidly expanded, and the magical beasts received the command to charge forward. Su Yitong was contemplating in her mind how to successfully evade Minghua and leave with the white tiger. Shao Qi, since the black crystal stone is no longer with Minghua, can we not silence him? Host, you cannot arbitrarily alter the fate of the beastmen. Such actions would hasten the collapse of the world. Su Yitong pondered for a moment. Previously, she had established a contract with Minghua. She had to heal at least 3 injured magical beasts. It seemed she could not depart today. Letting out a soft sigh, she mused, but what if it were someone abducting me against my will? Her gaze shifted to the mountain base, where Yin, having sustained injuries, staggered to his feet. After casting a fleeting glance in her direction, he quickly averted his gaze, disappearing from her view. Su Yitong did not dwell on it. Returning her focus to the ongoing battle, both beasts were smeared with blood, rendering it difficult to discern who had been injured. The current situation appeared evenly matched, with the white tiger seemingly having caught up. From her elevated position, Su Yitong sensed Minghua's gaze directed upward, an ominous premonition swelling within her. In the next moment, the serpent tail swept toward the cliffside. The sensation of weightlessness struck her instantly, and she understood precisely what this fiend intended to do. He aimed to distract the white tiger by using her as bait. Given the circumstances, his mission was to safely extract the female. How despicable! Minghua. The descent felt agonizingly slow as Su Yitong gritted her teeth, uttering his name with animosity. The white tiger below, indeed, fell for Ming Hua's ruse, and in the next instant, was ensnared by the serpent's tail. Hopefully, he would not meet his demise here. Chapter 14. Wait for me. I will surely return to take you away, Shao Qi. What will happen if I die in this world? It shall vanish forever. The host, forever gone. Is it? Su Yitong curled her lips, drawing a dagger from her spatial pocket and thrusting it into a branch she nearly brushed past. Gripping the hilt with both hands, she suspended in mid-air. In the next moment, she stepped onto the uneven cliff, utilizing the support of her limbs to nimbly leap upward, landing on the thick branch. While extracting the dagger, Su Yitong observed the situation below. Ming Hua's serpent tail was constantly probing forward, while the white tiger could only evade as the serpent's tail threatened to ensnare its head. Su Yitong aimed the dagger directly at the tail of Ming Hua. This white tiger must not perish. This was her sole thought at that moment. Bai Gu was currently the only clear lead, and Su Yitong certainly would not let it slip away. The sudden sting at its tail made Ming Hua turn back in anger, locking eyes with the figure above. The black crystal was no longer on Ming Hua, nor was there any need for concealment. Like a tea present, she only needed to heal a portion of the magical beast to lift the oath and depart. There was also another way to leave prematurely. Su Yitong's gaze shifted toward the white tiger below, preparing to strike when Ming Hua was unprepared. However, one does not ascend to the throne of magical beasts without being formidable. Ming Hua was not so easily handled. The lash of the serpent's tail sent Bai Gu crashing against the opposing rock, bewildered by the sudden weakness. Ming Hua flicked its tongue and bared its sharp teeth. Its gaze fixed on Bai Ji's pupils. Today, I shall spare your life, but I shall take your eyes, leaving you to return to that old white tiger in a state of imperfection. The Ming Hua's serpent tail brandished a dagger. This scene felt eerily familiar. Su Yitong wished to remain uninvolved in their feud. Yet for the sake of her mission, this white tiger must survive. She jumped down the cliff, retrieving the seamless whip that Shao Qi had just placed in her spatial pocket. Striking with this whip would leave no marks, yet the pain inflicted would be akin to being skinned alive. Su Yitong hastened to Bai Ji's side. Intercepting a blow to Ming Hua's attack is not to be taken lightly. Bai Gu observed as the serpent tail pierced the left shoulder of the female before him. Disbelief etched across his face. Enough chatter. Flee quickly. Take the female of the rabbit clan and leave. Su Yitong whispered. How can I abandon you? Bai Gu protested. Yearning to confront Ming Hua head dash on, in his understanding, he had never witnessed a male beast being protected by a female. How could he allow this female? Do not speak. You are no match for him. Go. Su Yitong endured the pain, her small face pale beneath the veil. What she was doing was merely a gamble, wagering whether Ming Hua would choose to slay her and whether this white tiger would later feel gratitude. She hoped that the blow she had just shielded him from would serve as a stepping stone towards obtaining the black crystal. Bai Gu hesitated, the sounds of battle and the roars of tiger beasts echoing nearby. I am Bai Gu. Wait for me. I will surely return to rescue you. Su Yitong felt the serpent tail withdrawing quickly, the pain intensifying. She turned her back to Ming Hua, unable to see his current expression. Bai Gu moved swiftly, carrying the unconscious Yuan as he dashed away. The moment the serpent tail withdrew, Su Yitong lashed out with the seamless whip, striking Ming Hua at the waist. Even high-ranking magical beasts could not withstand this excruciating pain. Ming Hua's expression turned fierce, emitting a low hiss. The serpent tail lunged toward her, and Su Yitong deftly dodged its relentless assaults while wielding the seamless whip. Each strike of the whip against Ming Hua's form made him flinch in suppressed irritation. Blood flowed from a wound on his shoulder, and as the frequency of her dodges and attacks increased, Su Yitong's breathing began to quicken. Unable to win this battle, could she not even evade? With the whip in hand, the seamless whip also allowed for effortless manipulation. As the whip was swung, it entwined around a high branch, pulling her up. How underestimated you are, little female. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Ming Hua's eyes. Like a predator that had long awaited its coveted prey. Yuan, Shilin, and Ruifeng turned simultaneously toward the approaching tiger beast. Bai Gu surveyed the chaotic scene before him, relinquishing the female to the two and stepping forth to handle the magical beasts entangled with the white tiger one by one. Breathless and weary, he looked at the individuals before him. After dispatching 2 magical beasts, he declared, "There is no time. We must leave." He led the tiger beasts away briskly, while the injured magical beasts struggled to keep pace. "Do not pursue. You will return." Minghua's voice resonated through the valley, causing the magical beasts to halt. Su Yitong dashed into a shaded cave, her left shoulder partially exposed, the wound gruesome and soaked in blood. She employed the materials within her spatial pocket to staunch the bleeding, her complexion pale, teeth clenched tightly. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the corner. Su Yitong peered closely and discovered an egg. She crouched down to examine it. The egg seemed to sense her presence and wobbled slightly. Su Yitong prodded it gently, but it remained unresponsive. In the next moment, cracks appeared on the eggshell that Su Yitong witnessed the entire process of a chick hatching. Its sparse feathers clung messily to its body. Quite unappealing, Su Yitong cast a glance and moved a distance away to sit. The chick stumbled out of the shell, wobbling as it approached her. "Step back." Su Yitong pressed her finger against its head. This little creature was hardly larger than her fist. The chick, seemingly oblivious, insisted on moving forward. Lacking the strength to play, Su Yitong decided to ignore it. Turning away to rest her eyes, uncertain of how much time had passed, Xiao Qi's voice echoed in her ear. "Host, host, wake up!" Su Yitong groggily opened her eyes. "Woo woo woo. Host, you are finally awake." She moved her shoulder. Feeling no pain now, only a hint of soreness. In the beast world, this body possessed many unique traits, including the ability to heal rapidly without injuring vital areas. "Mother Beast! Mother Beast!" The cheerful voice resounded within the spatial pocket. Su Yitong frowned. "What is happening? This little beast somehow entered your space." Xiao Qi scratched its head. Su Yitong scanned her surroundings and found a lively little chick hopping about, having ravaged much of the food within the space. She expelled the chick from her spatial pocket. The chick lay on the ground, its feathers now no longer sparse as when it first hatched. It appeared fluffy and adorably brownish red. Su Yitong watched as it quickly got up and scampered towards her, muttering, "Mother Beast?" Chapter 15. "I like this name." Su Yitong found it unavoidable, yet simultaneously pondered how it had entered her spatial pocket. "Host, it may be an ancient divine beast," Xiao Qi observed. "An ancient divine beast? This chick?" Su Yitong raised an eyebrow. Mother Beast, the system's detection results indicate this. However, it is too small for its species to be identified at present. Su Yitong contemplated, lifting the little creature, which looked just like a dyed chick. "You shall accompany me from now on. If the system's detection is accurate, having an additional divine beast as assistance is not a bad thing. If it is a miscalculation, then it can simply be kept as a pet." "Mother Beast." The chick stood in her palm, its fluffy head nuzzling her fingertip affectionately. Clingy, she observed the little chick as it sniffed her scent, joyfully bouncing in her hand. "Let us name you Nian Nian." Su Yitong gently stroked its head. "Is this the name given by the Mother Beast? I like this name." Nian Nian clambered up her arm to perch on her shoulder, giving her a sense of nurturing. Voices emerged from outside the cave, and she could not pinpoint who they belonged to. Yet they sounded familiar. Stay obediently in the space. After settling Nian Nian, Su Yitong leaned against the rock wall. Gazing outward, the voices grew increasingly nearer. "Go and heal." Minghua tossed a pill to the limping black eagle behind him. "Yes." The proud eagle lowered its head, catching the pill before transforming into beast form and departing. Su Yitong did not hide, watching as a figure appeared at the cave's entrance. She knew she would be found, but she did not expect him to arrive so quickly. Minghua scrutinized the figure in the corner. Approaching slowly, he seemed to catch her confusion and spoke slowly. After establishing the oath, "I can sense your location. Oh, how clever of him to toy with her." Su Yitong adjusted her attire, preparing to leave. "Where do you think you are going?" Minghua grasped her wrist, preventing her from departing. "Are you not able to sense?" Su Yitong raised an eyebrow. "Look at your wound." The Minghua's gaze fell upon the blood-stained outer garment. "No," she replied resolutely. "Our clan has a rule. Any male who has seen a female's body must become her partner." Su Yitong resorted to an old tactic. "Do you wish to bond with me?" Magical beasts do not have partners. Minghua remained silent for a long moment, before finally speaking this. Oh, he had been contemplating this notion while wearing that conflicted expression earlier. Su Yitong fell silent. This medicine can accelerate the healing of your wound. Minghua pressed a herb-wrapped pill in her hand. Su Yitong did not refuse, yet she would not consume it on the spot. Who knew if it was poisoned? She toyed with the pill. What did you use to attack me earlier? Why are there no visible wounds? However, he still feels a lingering pain, not merely a superficial ache of the skin, picked up from the ground. It was discarded after use. Minghua frowned, clearly skeptical of her words. Not convinced? Wait until the day I encounter it, and I shall retrieve it for you. She casually deflected the conversation, causing Minghua's furrowed brow to ease somewhat. Xiaoqi, you are adept at spinning tales. Su Yitong stepped out of the cave, with Minghua trailing behind. What about the injury you inflicted upon me? You have harmed me as well. It cancels out. Su Yitong gazed into the distance. And you let Bai Gu escape. You know that had it been another beast man, I would have long since dealt with him. Before Minghua could finish, he noticed the figure ahead turn their head. The sky was darkening, bringing a slight chill. The veil was lifted by the wind, revealing an unparalleled beauty that could captivate nations. Oh, am I special then? Your Majesty? Su Yitong smirked. She had not deluded herself into thinking Minghua held affection for her. To him, she was simply the sole veterinarian capable of healing injured magical beasts. Thus, she held a unique significance. Su Yitong turned her gaze away, no longer looking at him. Minghua paused momentarily. Special? His voice was barely a whisper as he repeated her words. Seemingly lost in contemplation. Bai Gu, what is going on with Yuan? Lin cradled the unconscious female, his voice slightly frantic. I am not a veterinarian. He glanced back at the fog-covered mountains. You said you would safely bring Yuan back. How noisy. Bai Gu ignored them, his mind replaying the image of that female who had shielded him from a blow. Had it not been for her, his eyes would have surely been gouged out by someone as ruthless as Minghua. He had come to a realization, his heart tightening. Wait for me, little female. Currently, with his severe injuries, seeking out Minghua alone would only lead him into a snake's den. The rapid rise in Minghua's rank was a fact he had to acknowledge. Now, he was not just inferior to Minghua in rank. What about Su Yitong? After taking the pill, Yuan felt significantly better, confident that he would recover to his former self within a few days. That female, he heard the magical beast hidden in the corner say, she had taken a blow for that white tiger. Now, she was likely devoured by the king. Tai Lao crouched down, taking a closer look at Yin's injuries. TSK, that white tiger was truly vicious. Yin cast a cold glance, causing Tai Lao to shut his mouth. He looked towards the cave entrance, wondering if the king truly had killed her. What? Worried about that female. Tai Lao seemed to discern his thoughts. I really don't understand why you all are so fond of her. She is clearly so ugly. Tai Lao shook his head. Don't speak out of turn. Yin retorted. Tai Lao, helpless, smirked but remained silent. Bai Gu, what is the meaning of this, Father Beast? Bai Gu slightly bowed his head in respect. Behind him followed a slightly slower white tiger beast, all of them bearing injuries. But Bai Ji's wounds were evidently severe. Lin and Ruifeng pushed forward while carrying Yin. Quick, find a veterinarian to check on Yin. Bai Ji's father, the chieftain of the White Tiger clan, stood at the forefront. His expression unreadable. Take him to see the shaman. Follow me. A female emerged to guide them. You all should attend to your wounds as well. The chieftain spoke, his gaze fixed on Bai Gu. Bai Gu met his eyes, aware that he intended to detain him. After the white tiger beast departed, his father approached him, gently patting his shoulder. Chapter 16. The swiftest method to dissolve the oath contract. Bai Gu, I assigned you to lead the beastmen to aid the bear clan this time because they hold a vote in this tiger beast king election. The high priest will observe the celestial omens, and when the old beast king is deemed incapable, they will select a new beast king on a specific day. The next election for the tiger beast's next king is next month. The tiger beasts are further divided into several smaller clans, with the white tiger clan leading, followed by the golden tiger, snow tiger, and black-blue tiger. Each clan can put forth a maximum of 2 high-tier strong warriors, who must first pass a physical test. The second round will be a vote from other beasts outside the tiger clan. The first round tests strength, while the second round assesses who is more favored by the beasts. Understood. Baigo lowered his gaze, the pain for his wounds making him recall that female. He hadn't even asked her name. Father Beast, there is one more matter. What is it? Bai Wei looked at him. In 2 days, I need to borrow the strength of the Lion clan to save a female. Bai Gu explained the events leading up to this. Bai Wei paused in silence for a moment. I will send someone to notify the Lion clan, but be extremely cautious. He has grown to this point and sees the position of Beast King. His strength is likely far beyond our imagination. I only regret not having eradicated this threat when I had the chance. Bai Wei sighed lightly, hands clasped behind his back as he slowly walked away. The method by which magical beasts ascend in rank is truly swift and terrifying. It takes a beastman several years to progress by one rank, while they only require a few months. Bai Gu stood in place, lost in thought, realizing that his current rank could no longer match Minghua's. If he teamed up with the Lion clan, they might still have a 50% chance of success. In the cave where magical beasts lurked, an injured beast leaned against the rough rocks. The magical beast whose wounds had been treated by Su Yitong earlier was in much better condition. What does this mean? The injured magical beast saw Su Yitong approaching him with a sharp dagger and instinctively prepared to attack her. Would you prefer your life or this leg? Su Yitong's expression was indifferent, as if holding the very life of the beast in her hands. Without a leg, one am I still considered a beast man? The magical beast was stubborn. Having previously experienced the ring, the magical beast spoke out. It's better than just hanging on to life waiting for death. The sharp blade was right before him, and the magical beast swallowed hard. No, I would rather die than become this way. What difference is there from being useless? Su Yitong did not offer consolation, but turned to approach other magical beasts. Most of the magical beasts here were likely to undergo amputation, with some injuries having been neglected for so long that the wounds were rotting, exposing white bones and emitting a foul odor. Those wishing to live, raise your hands. She did not wish to waste time here. Living meant they would likely become crippled beasts. Most of the magical beasts, like stubborn mules, turned their heads away, though a few slowly raised their hand. Su Yitong glanced around, committing their appearances to memory. The number of beasts she had treated previously plus those now raising their hands precisely met the requirements of the oath contract. She moved swiftly, doing her utmost to preserve the limbs of the magical beasts and minimize the chances of amputation. Su Yitong gambled that Bai Gu would return, so she needed to dissolve the oath contract with Minghua as soon as possible by the time she finished with the second magical beast. Her clothing was already damp, sweat trickling down her forehead. Without anesthesia, the magical beast could only endure the excruciating pain, fully aware as they watched their rotten flesh being removed and parts of their limbs severed. Tai Lao, stationed at the cave entrance, yawned and glanced inside. The next moment, he felt a chill behind him. What are you looking at? The voice of Minghua startled Tai Lao, causing him to shiver. Your Majesty. Still one left. Su Yitong felt somewhat fatigued, tugging at her collar as the heat became unbearable. She could not gauge when Bai Gu would arrive, so hastening the dissolution of the oath was paramount. This will have to wait until tomorrow. Su Yitong understood her physical limits. She glanced at the final magical beast. His injuries were the least severe among the group, and he was likely to retain his limb. She rubbed her temples, and a large hand settled on her shoulder. Realizing who it was, Su Yitong attempted to shake him off, but he held her firmly in place. She turned her head to cast a glance at Minghua, not concealing her annoyance. What is it? Minghua appeared unfazed, tilting her chin upward. The magical beasts instinctively lowered their heads. Are you sick? Su Yitong turned away, placing her hands on his shoulders to create distance between them. Weren't you taking advantage of my inability to act to do such things? Are you now turning your back on me? Just days ago, you were begging me to bond. The magical beast perked up, keenly analyzing the implications of the king's words. They never expected this female to be so bold as to confront the king like this. Who begged you for a bond? Don't spout nonsense. Su Yitong covered his mouth, preventing any more of his foolishness from reaching her ears. Her actions only fueled speculation about their relationship. All right, I won't say any more. Minghua chuckled lightly, his tone oddly affectionate. Is this really the same king we know? The magical beasts exchanged glances that it seemed this female had not been executed because she had won the king's favor, seizing the opportunity while he was unprepared. Su Yitong broke free from his grasp and swiftly made her way to a corner. Outside the cave, Tai Lao occasionally peered inside, while a black eagle circled in the air before landing atop the cave. "What is it?" He caught sight of Tai Lao's furtive demeanor. "None of your concern. Just leave." The more he spoke, the stranger Yuan felt. When he witnessed the scene within the cave, his heart tightened. The Minghua's lower half transformed into a serpentine form, slithering towards the petite figure in the corner. Before he could contemplate further, Yuan's body reacted faster than his mind, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Yitong. The serpent's tail halted just a fist's distance away from him. "Please, your majesty, spare my life." Yuan lowered his head. Su Yitong pressed her lips together, realizing that Yuan had misunderstood something. Before Minghua, he was reduced to a state of utter humility, stripped of the grandeur he once exuded upon their first encounter. She couldn't help but lament the harsh reality of a world where the weak are devoured by the strong, and Minghua's displeasure was palpable, the surrounding air growing noticeably colder. Su Yitong understood that Yuan's actions were meant to aid her, albeit stemming from a misunderstanding. "Step aside." His gaze pierced Yuan with the sharpness of a blade. Yet Su Yitong knew those words were directed at her. Yuan straightened his posture, embodying a sentiment that if anyone were to take her, they would have to step over his dead body. Chapter 17. What is the distinction between genders? Su Yitong genuinely could not comprehend how Yuan and she had developed such a profound bond. It seemed less about her and more about using her as a pretext to confront Minghua. She did not wish to owe anyone a favor, nor did she desire to be ensnared in a chaotic situation. Meeting Minghua's gaze, she circumvented Yuan to position herself between the two. She cast a backward glance at Yuan, gently shaking her head without uttering a word. Yet a single look conveyed her intent. She did not want him to intervene. Yuan opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking. Minghua lifted his chin, resembling a peacock that revels in its own splendor while proudly displaying its vibrant feathers. Su Yitong could no longer bear to witness this, and averted her gaze. "Let us depart." She was the first to step out of the cave. At that moment, Minghua's demeanor shifted instantly. His expression turned indifferent. "Understand your identity." "Yes." Yuan bowed his head, his downcast eyes concealing his emotions, as if the defiant individual from earlier was no longer present. Once the two had exited, Tai Lao poked his head out. "Are you courting death?" His tone carried a hint of exasperation. Tai Lao glanced at the surrounding magical beasts and approached Yuan to leave together. "Why the haste?" Minghua trailed behind her. The two had reached the edge of a pond at the foot of the mountain. This water, imbued with the essence of the sun and moon, was warm in winter and cool in summer, providing a soothing soak that alleviated fatigue and enhanced one's standing. Minghua observed her fixation on the pond and slowly began speaking. Su Yitong was not particularly interested in its effects. She was merely seeking a bath to wash away the stickiness clinging to her. "Could you please step aside? I wish to soak." Su Yitong glanced at the persistent shadow trailing her. "You want to dip in the pond?" "Perfect. I also." Minghua's mouth moved, and his hands continued as he began to untie the bee skin at his waist. Witnessing this scene, Su Yitong felt a rush of panic, her throat tightening with anxiety. She anticipated Minghua's actions, swiftly pressing down on the falling bee skin. "Almost, just a little more." "What is the distinction between genders?" Minghua's eyes reflected confusion and curiosity. That "it means that without mutual consent, males and females should not gaze upon each other's bodies, nor engage in overly intimate actions." Su Yitong struggled to explain using modern terminology, instead summarizing it in a manner that would resonate with his understanding as a beast man. Minghua appeared to grasp it, nodding before stating, "I permit it." Su Yitong's lips twitched. He always had a knack for astonishing remarks. As Minghua attempted to loosen his clothing again, Su Yitong grasped his hand, halting any further actions. "I do not permit it. We cannot bathe in the pond together." Su Yitong contemplated taking turns. Minghua frowned. Su Yitong had little patience left for reasoning with him, as he seemed impervious to logic. Seeing her turn to leave, Minghua grasped her hand. "You go in. I will not." Whether it was merely an illusion, Su Yitong perceived a hint of grievance on his face. "Can we take turns?" "No, I have long grown weary of this pond." As he spoke, he turned his face away, seemingly sulking. All right, then you step back." Su Yitong placed her hand on her shoulder, gently pressing down. Know this area is quite perilous at night. Even if it's dangerous, isn't it still the territory of magical beasts? The most dangerous here is likely you yourself. Su Yitong thought to herself. Turn around. Do not look back until I speak. Her tone seemed to issue a command, and without further thought, Minghua cast her a glance before complying. If the magical beasts saw their king obediently commanded by a female in such a manner, their eyes would surely bulge in disbelief. Su Yitong believed his obedience stemmed solely from her remaining usefulness. She glanced back at the upright figure of the man, gradually shedding her restraints and slipping into the pond. The weather had turned slightly cool, and the water had become pleasantly warm. Su Yitong closed her eyes, savoring the moment. Mother Beast! Mother Beast! I also wish to bathe in the pond. Do not cause a ruckus. Su Yitong listened as the little creature in her space began to make noise. I want to bathe with Mother Beast. You little rascal. Is the holy spring in this space not enough for you? Little Seven clicked his tongue. Host, I will take him away. Though Little Seven lacked a physical form, this space was his creation, and he could manipulate everything within it, including the raucous cub. Nian Nian was lifted into the air, and Little Seven set up a barrier to encase him within the holy spring. Nian Nian, dissatisfied, began to bounce around in the spring, splashing water everywhere. Su Yitong watched this scene, a light laugh escaping her lips, unaware of her own amusement. Upon hearing the commotion, Minghua instinctively turned his head, only to be momentarily dazzled by the sight before him. The slender female leaned against the edge of the pond, her hair cascading over her shoulders, a delicate blush coloring her exquisite face, seemingly warmed by the steam rising from the water. Her lashes glistened, and merely looking at her evoked a sense of tenderness. He was entranced by this scene. Although it was not the first time seeing her true visage, he was still captivated. Su Yitong quickly noticed his gaze, her expression shifting from softness to anger. Her previous demeanor of a fragile beauty by the pond vanished. Minghua, I am here. He licked his dry lips. What do you mean, I am here? What are you looking at? She splashed pond water at Minghua. And even though only her shoulders and neck were exposed, she still covered her half-naked form with one hand, in the presence of a lone male in such a dark and damp place. She genuinely feared Minghua's primal instincts might surface. Still looking? Be careful, or I will carve out your... Su Yitong prepared to utter a threat, but abruptly halted. She recalled Minghua's past. If she provoked him now, he might act unpredictably. Their gazes locked. Minghua chuckled before turning away. Su Yitong was uncertain if he had heard her words clearly. This commotion extinguished any desire she had to bathe. She clutched her clothing at the pond's edge. Quickly wrapping herself up, a faint, familiar fragrance lingered around her. Su Yitong did not dwell on it, attributing it to the properties of the pond water. Let us go. She walked alongside Minghua. He towered over her, requiring her to tilt her head to meet his gaze. A gust of wind swept by, causing Su Yitong, freshly emerged from the pond, to shiver. Minghua pulled her into his embrace, and before she could utter a word, he spoke. Your movements are too slow. I will carry you up. In the next moment, they were soaring into the air. The advantages of higher standing were indeed apparent. The chill of the altitude intensified, and Su Yitong curled her body closer to him for warmth. The little figure focused on keeping warm was oblivious to the smile playing on Minghua's lips. Chapter 18. Yuan transformed into a frenzied beast. What is the current state of Yuan? Rui Feng, waiting outside the door, approached Shirlin with an air of urgency as the latter emerged from the chamber. She is awakened, but... Shirlin's voice faltered, his face marred with various wounds. Rui Feng felt a sense of unease and rushed into the veterinarian's room. Do not approach me. Get away, you filthy creatures, Yuan screamed, clawing at her own neck. Yuan. Rui Feng attempted to advance. He did not approach her yet, interjected the shaman beside him. He... Yin wore a vacant expression, her gaze fixated downward as she laughed foolishly in the corner, drool dripping from her lips. What on earth is happening? Yin has been tormented by those magical beasts. The trauma has been too great. That it is our fault. If only we had arrived sooner. Shirlin returned to the room, his fists clenched tightly. Magical beasts. Magical beasts. Yin echoed Shirlin's words, seemingly triggered by something, and she began to scream, cradling her head. The three beastmen in the room exchanged glances as she were deemed a frenzied beast. She would be captured and confined with others of her kind. Given Yuan's current condition, they could not inform a fourth person. Rui, Feng spoke, and both their gazes turned towards the shaman. Her condition is highly unstable. She poses a danger to herself and others. The shaman's eyes swept over the scratches on Shirleen's face. This is the result of Yuan's madness that we cannot disclose this. The stone forest shelters Yuan. Today, we shall depart with Yuan, ensuring no disturbance to your clan that I kindly request the veterinarian. Ruifeng stepped forward, placing a remarkably fine beast stone into his hand. The shaman frowned deeply, pushing the beast stone back towards him. I will inform the clan leader about Yuan's situation later. In the meantime, you must swiftly take her away. Ultimately, you possess a tender heart. Thank you, veterinarian. We shall leave at once. Yuan oscillated between calm stupor and frenzied screams. Seizing the moment when she remained still, Ruifeng and the stone forest grasped her and hastily exited the dwelling. Observing the retreating three beasts, the shaman let out a soft sigh in the sandy ground. The high priest was inscribing totems incomprehensible to the beastmen that a gust of wind swept by, disarranging the totem, and the high priest gazed towards the densely gathered dark clouds, his expression grave. Fate changes. Fortunes shift. Inside the cave, Su Yitong found herself inexplicably designated as Minghua's roommate. Her gaze fell upon the large, smooth stone placed in the center, resembling a round bed, layered with several skins of beasts. The environment here was not as refined as the beast city, merely a temporary arrangement. Minghua's eyes flickered evasively. I asked this for me. Su Yitong pointed to herself, somewhat astonished. She had presumed that after releasing the white tiger, Minghua would seize her and torment her relentlessly. Yet, this fellow bore no grudges? Otherwise, only females require soft bedding. We males, so robust, have no such need. Su Yitong automatically dismissed Minghua's self-praise. She approached and pressed down on the so-called soft bedding. It was rather firm, yet certainly preferable to sleeping on the ground. Allow me to tend to your wounds. She glanced at the injuries adorning Minghua's body, which appeared to be untreated, left to heal on their own. Her offer to heal him stemmed from not wanting to leave with any debts. How is your injury? Minghua's gaze fixated on her left shoulder. Quite well. You should worry about yourself first. Have you taken the pills I provided? Noted my entire body excretes toxic mucus, and while preparing to sting beige, my serpent tail secreted. Su Yitong could not absorb the latter part of his words, feeling an unsettling chill envelop her. I guess it's too late for me to take it now. She searched her entire body, unaware of where the pill had fallen. You haven't taken it? Minghua frowned, gripping her chin to assess her complexion. With such a rosy complexion, where are the signs of poisoning? Open your mouth. Su Yitong complied, and as she did, the sides of her tongue began to turn purple. Host, when purifying your wounds, no traces of this serpent venom were detected. Perhaps its toxicity was fortuitously suppressed. However, I am powerless against this serpent venom. Shao Qi's voice grew fainter. He could only manage to treat the injured areas, but this toxin could spread throughout her body. Your poison is indeed slow to manifest. Minghua scrutinized her. I am a shaman. It is only natural to possess the ability to suppress toxins. Oh, you have any more pills? Could you give me another? Su Yitong spread her hands, a pleasing smile gracing her face. What about the one I previously gave you? Minghua looked down at her. Su Yitong sensed an inexplicable pressure forming around her. I lost it. She touched her nose, avoiding his gaze. Lost it? A pill capable of counteracting my serpent venom would take me considerable time to refine using serpent essence. I understand now. Su Yitong closed her eyes, lying straight on the stone bed. What are you doing? Minghua observed her actions in confusion. Waiting to die, Su Yitong replied without blinking, Don't host. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Perhaps this lad possesses other methods to detoxify. Shao Qi urged anxiously. Su Yitong remained unresponsive. There's another way to detoxify. What? Su Yitong opened her eyes, if not for knowing that only she could hear Shao Qi's voice. She would think the two were conspiring to ensnare her. I will divide my serpent essence with you. The serpent venom will not harm the original host, and with my serpent essence, you will be safe. Host, serpent essence is a life-essential substance for high-ranking beastmen. If the essence is destroyed, it could obliterate the entire hierarchy of the essence's owner. Realizing the significance of serpent essence, Su Yitong felt no joy. What are the conditions for exchanging serpent essence? He surely would not readily part with such a precious item. You must mate with me, becoming my partner and bearing my serpent mark. This way, we shall be bound together. Are you insane? Su Yitong exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, in a century, there has never been a case of a magical beast forming a partnership. But without this bond, how can I trust you with my serpent essence? Or do you wish to perish? Minghua arched an eyebrow, recalling her earlier death-defying demeanor. Su Yitong deliberated. Forming a partnership meant acquiring an inescapable entanglement. Her gaze fell upon the robust man before her. And under his scrutiny, Minghua frowned slightly. You find me repulsive. A partnership requires the consent of the female. Otherwise, the beast mark cannot appear on her. Chapter 19. Escape, because I am a magical beast? Minghua grasped her jaw, pulling her forward. What is your ailment? Su Yitong winced from the pain of his grip. Minghua fell silent, staring intently into her eyes, seemingly seeking some peculiar color therein. You can only survive by partnering with me. His tone dripped with menace. Su Yitong despised being threatened. She did not believe that his serpent essence was the sole means to counter the venom. I have no intentions of forming a partnership. At least not with you. Then who do you intend to partner with? Aoin? Anger flickered in Minghua's eyes. Su Yitong was oblivious to his thoughts, finding the situation absurd. Under the eave, she had no desire to provoke Minghua. Su Yitong wriggled free from his grasp, shifting her position to lie on her side, trying to distance herself from him. I have already been quite tolerant of you, Minghua's voice echoed from behind. In the next moment, his mouth pried open hers, forcing a bitter pill inside. Don't spit it out. It is an antidote. Minghua leaned close to her ear, his breath warm against her neck. Su Yitong hesitated for a moment before swallowing it. Given the current circumstances, Minghua's words were likely true. I will give you a night to contemplate whether or not to partner with me. Though I am a magical beast, I can provide you with everything you desire, as long as you voice your needs. With that, Minghua exited the cave. Su Yitong welcomed the solitude, seeking peace. If the pill she just consumed was indeed the antidote for the serpent venom, she need not be subjected to Minghua's whims. Regardless of whether the white tiger would return, she would devise a means to leave by tomorrow. Ultimately, it was a restless night of tossing and turning. After resting for a night in the beast pool, they would continue their journey the next day. Vying gazed towards the bustling city not far away, where beastmen stood guard in shifts at the entrance. The journey was long, and Yuan had already fallen asleep in the embrace of the stone forest. Vying presented the beast token, and the three of them entered the beast pool together, seeking a nearby beast dwelling for the night. Lion Clan, that we have always been at odds with magical beasts. They have abducted countless females. In light of this, Lilas, tomorrow you shall lead the beastmen alongside the Tiger Clan. We must eradicate the lair of those magical beasts. Lilas maintained a calm demeanor, nodding slightly, his pale golden pupils reflecting Beige's figure. After the beastmen dispersed, the Lion Clan beasts gathered around Lilas, claiming Beige was nothing remarkable, relying on our clan. Lilas, he may not even be your match now. Indeed, the surrounding beastmen began to chime in. The Lion and Tiger clans have a long-standing friendship. Gluris's father, much like Beige, is the leader of their clan. Beige is exceptionally capable. Everyone says he possesses extraordinary talent. Gluris had always been compared to Beige since childhood. His steps faltered enough that he will stand before Beige through strength, not through the idle chatter of the beastmen. Beige. Izmi had been waiting outside for a considerable time. Izmi. Beige greeted her politely with a nod. This is the sweet cake my father brought from the beast pool. She held out a small bag, presenting it to Beige. Since it was brought by your father, it must be precious. I cannot accept it. Beige took half a step back. The beastmen behind him focused intently on the two. Izmi was young and beautiful. Though not of high rank, she surpassed many females. More importantly, she would be eligible to choose a mate next year. Countless male beasts coveted this opportunity, rushing to win her favor. Why can't you accept it? This is for you. Izmi frowned, displeased. Beige chose not to respond further. Feeling he had made his stance abundantly clear, I shall take my leave, he turned a step away. Wait, Beige. Izmi tucked the sweet cake in her bosom. Next month is my mate selection ceremony. Will you come? Upon reaching adulthood, females can choose their first mate. If they have no preferred beast, their father or mother will arrange one for them. Newly adult females are often targeted by wandering beasts and magical beasts. For their safety, on the day they come of age, they will typically bond with a mid to high-ranking male beast that I will not, as the words fell. Tears streamed down Amy's cheeks. Her bold pursuit of Beige was known to all the orcs, who were well aware of her affections for him. Beige, have you bullied Amy? One of her admirers stepped forward to defend her. Amy was inconsolable, and chaos began to ensue, just as those who had been silently observing the situation stepped in to explain the events. Amy's group of suitors still mistakenly placed the blame on Beige. How could you treat such a fine female like Amy this way? They exclaimed, her unrequited feelings have nothing to do with me. Beige retorted, casting a glance at Amy, who was encircled by the orcs, unwilling to engage in their quarrel. Amy, infuriated by his words, felt as though he was publicly humiliating her before all those orcs. Beige, you will surely regret this, she cried out with all her might before he departed. The next day, Su Yitong rose early to tend to the injured beast. Host, it has been detected that your contract with Minghua has been dissolved. Su Yitong hesitated not. She had become familiar with the terrain and had long since etched her escape route into her mind. Host, are you truly not considering forming a bond with Minghua? Xiao Qi's voice was faint. What? Do you receive a commission for suggesting I bond with him? Su Yitong retorted, drawing her dagger as the beast behind her seemed to sense her intent to flee. Don't even think about escaping. You won't get away. They remained seated, their gazes fixed upon Su Yitong, exuding both fear and a hint of warning. Who can say for certain? Su Yitong turned and swiftly dashed out of the cave. The blade tucked at her waist, while a vine was gripped firmly in her hand. She leaped quickly between the rocks, and upon reaching the ground, she followed her pre-planned escape route toward a secluded grove that was conveniently obscured from view by dense foliage. Host, someone is following you from above, thought. Su Yitong looked up to see a black eagle circling in the air. It was Ao-in, just as she prepared to draw her dagger for a possible confrontation. She noticed Ao-in seemed to have no intention of capturing her. Rather, he flew ahead, as if leading her. His direction coincided perfectly with her planned route. Su Yitong averted her gaze, skillfully navigating through the thicket while hastening forward. Although Ao-in appeared to act with good intentions, he was still Minghua's subordinate. Seizing the moment of his distraction, Su Yitong instructed Xiao Qi to conceal her presence, hiding behind a tree. She watched as a shadow on the ground circled around her a few times before vanishing. Chapter 20. Caught red-handed before Su Yitong could take a step, she suddenly felt a chill as something coiled around her neck. Quickly, she grasped the object that ensnared her, revealing it to be a small snake. Su Yitong pinched its neck, rendering it immobile. Where do you think you're going? A familiar voice called from above. Minghua had somehow positioned himself on a sturdy tree branch, looking at her as if he had spotted a beloved pet that had strayed too far and was now caught by its owner. I have fulfilled my vow to save the beast. You should honor your promise as well. Su Yitong locked eyes with him, her intimidation equal to his. I've given you an entire night. Now it's time to answer me. Will you bond with me? Minghua's slender eyes were fixed on her. No. Su Yitong cast a wary glance around. Then you may leave. That Minghua's hair hung over the branch, framing his face in a way that was undeniably picturesque. But Su Yitong had no mind to appreciate it. Uncertain of Minghua's ulterior motives, she knew she had to depart swiftly. Xiao Qi had mentioned that once she reached the Beast City, she would be safe. Her immediate goal was to reach the Beast City. She could pursue that white tiger later. Disregarding Minghua, Su Yitong confirmed he was not following her before she vacated the area. Next time we meet. You won't have a say. He had myriad ways to compel her to bond with him, yet he still yearned for someone to choose him resolutely. Just ahead, Beige gazed toward the small path obscured by trees. Following this route would lead them to the foot of the mountain where the beast resided. Orcs were drawing near. The birds circling overhead immediately alerted all the beasts inside the cave. Another reckless one is approaching. We've been meaning to digest our recent gains. Tai Liao propped his feet up against the rock. The beasts emerged from the cave, some moving toward the foot of the mountain. While the birds circled above, surveilling the movements of the incoming orc, Minghua transformed into his original form, perched on a branch, observing the approaching group of orcs, with Beige, an old acquaintance, leading the way, a defeated foe returning so soon. How bold. What a rich scent of beasts, Lilas couldn't help but exclaim. Beasts were typically nomadic and scattered, so he usually encountered no more than a few straggling together. However, the aura here was vastly different. The towering mountains before them made it hard to breathe. None noticed the pair of eyes watching their every move from the tree trunk. Beige, you're the most familiar with the terrain among us. You take the lead. Beige glanced at the path ahead. He had paid attention to the terrain when he left. We will split into 3 groups, he instructed, guiding them into the mountains. A black snake on the tree flicked its tongue. Observing mockingly, something is approaching. Lilas sensed an ominous presence. Over there. No, it's from all directions. Beige remained vigilant, scanning the distance. Form a circle. The orcs backed up against one another, creating a protective ring to counter the impending attacks from all sides. Beige and Lilas stood at the perimeter, concentrating on detecting the beast positions. Sharp feathers rained down upon them. Beige and Lilas transformed into their beast forms to fend off the aerial assaults. Beige used his tiger claws to deflect the feathers back, while the airborne beasts deftly evaded. Mere defense would not suffice. Their stamina would inevitably wane. Beige gaze fixated on the circling avians as he leaped onto a tree, skillfully dodging attacks. Watch out, Lilas warned, noticing a black snake rapidly enlarging, its tail reaching for Beige. Unbeknownst to him, Minghua had circled around his back. Beige reacted swiftly, evading the lethal strike. Attack. Engaged with Minghua in midair, Beige could not afford to concern himself with the situation below. While Lilas directed the orcs as they split into 4 groups to assault the airborne creatures, Lilas leaped behind Minghua, and together they attempted to sandwich him. Minghua's snake tail reacted instantly, sweeping behind him. Only the combined strength of the two could match his prowess. Beige had come prepared. He had procured illusion powder from the shaman, which, once inhaled by the beasts, would leave them disoriented and trapped in their own inner demons. Should their willpower be insufficient, they would fall into a slumber for eternity. This tactic bore a certain risk and would not be employed unless absolutely necessary. However, faced with Minghua, he had no choice but to resort to underhanded methods. Where is that female? Beige tiger claws narrowly missed Minghua's face. Which female? So many females have met their end at our hands. How could I possibly know which one you refer to? The one who took my injury that day. Where is she? Oh. Minghua's eyes glinted with curiosity. How many have shown interest in that little female? I cannot recall. Perhaps you should go find out for yourself. You might even discover a complete corpse. Beige was left speechless, his eyes burning with fury. In that case, a life for a life. Consider it revenge for you. Little female, perhaps fueled by rage, Beige's movements quickened, his strikes more forceful. Achoo! Achoo! Su Yitong sneezed twice, rubbing her nose. It has gotten chilly. She tightened her veil and continued onward. At the entrance of the beast city, she was halted. Why are you alone? Where is your male? Big brother. It seems she is not bonded with anyone. How can that be? She clearly appears to be an adult female. Host, to enter the beast city, a beast token must be presented. Generally, the process is rather cumbersome for females, hence they may enter as long as they are accompanied by a male possessing a beast token. Su Yitong frowned, pondering where she might find one. Her gaze fell upon a nearby orc sitting in an ornate palanquin, and judging by his trajectory, he was likely headed into the city. Hey, where are you going? The guard at the city gate looked perplexed as she dashed past him. The servant from the palanquin blocked her path. Who goes there? The figure within the palanquin had his eyes half closed. White hair cascading over his shoulders, and his striking red attire was hard to miss. A fox beast. Though Su Yitong could not see his true form, she had her suspicions. Esteemed sir, I have become separated from my kin and wish to enter the beast city for a few days of safety. Yet I lack a beast token. Might I accompany you? With that, Su Yitong rummaged at her waist. This is a reward. She produced a bright, translucent beast stone. This was something she had pilfered from Minghua earlier. She had heard that this stone served as currency among the beasts. Aside from the individual within the palanquin, the other orcs widened their eyes in astonishment. They had never encountered such a high-quality beast stone before. Chapter 21. A Web of Traps. Oh, the gaze of Qi Li swept over the beast stone in her hand, noting that its quality seemed to be of a different class compared to her attire. The female before her was wrapped in dark gray fabric, her face obscured by a mask. Only the most unsightly of beastmen would present themselves in such a manner. Qi Li was not one to lend assistance easily, especially considering that this female might have ulterior motives. That he waved his hand, signaling the beastmen carrying the palanquin to continue onward. Suddenly, boom! The previously clear sky darkened with ominous clouds, and without warning, a bolt of lightning struck down, landing precisely before the palanquin, shattering the ground beneath. Why, Lord Qi Li? Are you unharmed? Qi Li was momentarily taken aback, looking up at the heavens. Was this a sign from the gods? He furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the female before him. Earlier, he had foreseen that the beast city would soon face a calamity that had been a millennium in the making. The only force capable of averting such disaster was the Fire Phoenix, a being that had vanished for 1,000 years. Her absence had lasted so long that many believed her to be merely a figment of the beastman's imagination, a character from legend. Let her accompany us, Qi Li said, smoothing his attire and sitting up straight. Thank you, my lord, Su Yitong replied, following the palanquin. The beastmen at the entrance did not obstruct her passage, but instead bowed their heads respectfully, awaiting the palanquin's entry. Indeed, her status was extraordinary. Su Yitong glanced at the beastman atop the palanquin. He was not as robust as the other males, appearing more like a delicate beauty, were he to remain silent. It would be difficult for her to discern his gender based solely on his visage. Su Yitong quickly averted her gaze, but soon found herself captivated by other sights. The attire of the beastmen within the city was not only practical, but also increasingly intricate and exquisite. They seemed to favor vividly colored fabrics, a luxury that would be unthinkable for beastmen outside the city. Bright colors could easily betray one's position to enemies, yet within the safety of the beast city, the inhabitants began to prioritize the quality of their lives. This was the very reason the beastmen yearned to secure a place within the city. The prosperity of the beast city hinged upon the presence of high-ranking beastmen who maintained order. Only those of elevated status could attain their rightful place within its walls. Little female, what is your name? One of the beastmen trailing the palanquin suddenly addressed Su Yitong, who was lost in thought. Just call me Xiao Jiao, she replied. This nickname, bestowed by a friend, was a play on the word for wine, as she had a penchant for drinking, often indulging without consequence. There was no need to reveal her true name, especially since her stay in the beast city would not be prolonged. Host, are you worried about Minghua finding you? Xiao Qi's voice echoed silently in her mind. Su Yitong touched her nose, acknowledging that this was indeed one of her concerns. Xiao Jiao, Lord Qi Li requests that you travel with us for now. It may be cumbersome for a female to navigate alone, especially since this is your first visit. Su Yitong had intended to decline, but the beastman added, given the value of the beast stone you provided earlier, our lord feels remiss if we do not ensure your comfort. Please accept our goodwill. Then please convey my gratitude to your lord. She acquiesced, relieved to avoid further complications. Had she known that the small stone held such worth, she would have procured more from Ming Hu. The palanquin moved deeper into the city. The surrounding beastmen diminished in number until they halted before a grand palace. Su Yitong gazed in astonishment at the structure, which defied mere description of grandeur. It was extravagantly ornate, with intricate patterns etched into each stone, coalescing into a breathtaking tableau. Do not be mesmerized, cautioned the beastman ahead, urging her to keep pace. Lord Qi Li, Lord Qi Li. Every beastman they passed bowed respectfully, piquing Su Yitong's curiosity regarding his identity. It was quite unexpected to encounter someone of such power and influence. Amidst the throng, Qi Li descended from the palanquin, dispersing the crowd with a wave of his hand. Su Yitong was about to follow the beastman who had first addressed her when Qi Li's gaze lingered upon her. You stay, he commanded. Su Yitong silently pointed to herself. Incredulous to me. Upon receiving Qi Li's nod, she trailed behind him, maintaining a respectful distance of 1 meter. "What rank of beastman are you? I sense no power from you." Qi Li paused, scrutinizing her. "I have no rank," Su Yitong shrugged. Qi Li appeared skeptical. Openly assessing her, Su Yitong complied, raising her hands to meet his piercing gaze. She was not deceiving him. With a dismissive grunt, Qi Li stepped forward. As he strode away, Su Yitong hurried to keep pace, but the ground beneath her suddenly gave way. Quick-witted, she grasped the edge, suspending herself in mid-air. A quick thinker, Qi Li chuckled lightly. Using the momentum, Su Yitong vaulted out of the pit. Just as she regained her footing, she inadvertently triggered another mechanism, and Qi Li had already moved out of her vicinity. Objects began to launch from either side of the wall. Resembling boomerangs, if they missed their target, they would swiftly return in an instant. Su Yitong recognized them as wooden shards, meticulously crafted with rounded edges. Given the speed and trajectory of their launch, it was not hard to envision the fate that awaited her had she failed to evade them. Qi Li stood a few meters away, observing with a smirk. Su Yitong leaped, dodging the projectiles while attempting to knock them from the air. Qi Li was just a few paces away, indicating that safety lay ahead. As she moved toward him, Qi Li retreated a couple of steps, and Su Yitong sensed something amiss. He seemed to be waiting for her to step into a third trap. Observing his retreating footsteps, she noted no irregularities. What could it be? His hands were hidden behind him as he stepped back. Su Yitong suddenly grasped his intent, and, when she was within striking distance, swiftly shifted her body, positioning herself behind him. Sure enough, Qi Li's hand gripped a pouch wrapped in green leaves, containing a fine powder. He regarded her with a sly smile, their eyes locking. "Is this sufficient? You merely wish to ascertain whether I spoke the truth. And as you can see, I do not it seems this place cannot accommodate me. So I shall take my leave. I have been overly suspicious. My sincerest apologies, Xiao Jiu," Qi Li said, concealing the powder within his sleeve. "My status is unique, often attracting the attention of those with nefarious intentions. Hence my wariness. Express my regret. I shall assign beastmen to attend to your needs. Feel free to voice any requests." What if she had not evaded Qi Li's trap and perished without cause? Su Yitong found his nonchalance infuriating and let out a scoff. "The beast stone I received earlier will be returned, along with an additional chest of high-grade beast stones as compensation." How does that sound? Chapter 22. Double compensation that is unnecessary. Su Yitong began to object, but Qi Li waved his hand, and several beastmen hoisted a large, heavy chest before her. Inside were not only crystal stones, but also a wealth of rare treasures, and a pearl rolled to her feet, emitting a soft glow. Noticing her interest, Qi Li spoke slowly. "That is a luminous pearl. A treasure retrieved from the ocean depths by the beastmen. Such a trove would elevate your status in the beast realm. Were you attempting to refuse me earlier?" Qi Li's fox-like eyes narrowed, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "If that were the case, then this chest prepared for Xiao Jiu shall be taken away." "Wait, don't." Su Yitong raised her hand to stop him. "Lord Qi Li, since you have said so, how could I possibly disregard your intentions? For the next few days, I will rely on your care." The chest was successfully intercepted by her, observing the unfolding scene from an omniscient perspective. Xiao Qi silently sighed, realizing that her host was not only a lover of wine, but also of wealth. "Then I shall have someone take the chest to your assigned quarters." "All right." Su Yitong nodded, her tone imbued with delight, as if it were not she who had just narrowly escaped a trap. Beast Mountain overreaching, Li Lu Si was flung aside by Ming Hua's tail, seizing the opportunity. Bai Ge lunged with his sharp claws aimed at Li Lu Si's vital points, but Ming Hua swiftly noticed and dodged to the side. A sharp sting of pain coursed through his face, revealing that Bai Ge had managed to scratch him. Generally, beastmen did not place much importance on appearances, but those seeking a mate were different. Ming Hua fell into the latter category. Bai Ge cursed himself for failing to capitalize on the moment, while simultaneously feeling the weight of Ming Hua's rage bearing down on him. Li Lu Si, who had been thrown aside, struggled to rise, but his hands were restrained by an adversary below his rank. Severely injured, he was in no position to resist. "Once the king captures that white tiger, we shall feast on you and your brother, little lion," Tai Lao grinned, licking his lips. Lucy attempted to refute, but his attention was drawn to an intense battle between a snake and a tiger nearby. Bai Gu was drenched in blood, and the white tiger's eyes were tightly shut, clearly bleeding from its eye sockets. What was taken from me earlier is now time to repay in kind. Bai Ji's eyes were gouged out, and there was no time for sorrow, no time to feel pain. He could only rely on Ming Hua's voice to gauge his movements and position. Li Lucy, he cried out desperately. Tai Lao, unaware of the lion's struggle beneath his foot, was too preoccupied to notice. Run! Two individuals simultaneously called out, causing the orc, who was engaged in battle with the beasts, to halt its movements and rush towards a certain direction. The white powder dispersed in an instant, and the unsuspecting beasts inhaled it into their bodies. Holding their breath, Ming Hua expelled the inhaled powder using his internal energy. Yet the other beasts lacked such an ability. Fortunately, in that fleeting moment of realization, Ming Hua swept them aside with his serpentine tail. The beast had only inhaled a few puffs of the medicinal powder. Looking back, the orcs of the tiger and lion clans had vanished without a trace, having fled quickly. Transforming into human form, Ming Hua gazed at the two eyeballs in his hand and tossed them to the beasts behind him for consumption. The medicinal powder was in ample supply. Some beasts began to exhibit symptoms of dizziness and vomiting, while others babbled incoherently. However, this level of intoxication was not enough to claim their lives. In Ming Hua's words, they would recover in a few days. Bai Gu was being carried forward by an orc, blood flowing incessantly from his hollow eye sockets. He paused to count and see if any orcs had been left behind. He tried to maintain his composure as the conscious orcs began to tally their numbers. That we are short 6 orcs. He murmured to himself that it was his eagerness, his underestimation of Ming Hua's current capabilities. Something seemed to trickle from his eye sockets, warm and painful. The orcs bowed their heads in silence, mourning for their lost kin. I am Naya, and I'll be taking care of you for the next few days. I heard the orc say you're called Xiaojiao, is that right? A female orc patted her shoulder. When Sui Tong turned to look, Chili had already vanished without a trace. Naya's attire, while not extravagant, exuded a certain sensuality. It seemed that the orcs favored showing off every inch of their skin. Sui Tong glanced at her skirt, which split to the very thigh, and then surveyed her surroundings. Noticing that the females here were all similarly dressed, she blinked, not yet having had the chance to fully appreciate the elegance of the female form before being nudged forward by Naya. Let's go wash up first. Naya cheerfully arranged everything for her. Sui Tong willingly accepted, feeling quite uncomfortable in the heavy robe she wore after a long day's journey. This mountain spring water was specially diverted here by the elders. Upon entering the inner room, Naya reached out to remove Sui Tong's clothing. That I can manage from here. You need not trouble yourself. Sui Tong quickly wrapped her arms around herself to prevent being undressed completely. Naya, though puzzled, did not linger. I'll be right outside. Just call if you need anything. There won't be any other orcs barging in, so you need not worry. Sui Tong nodded, watching her close the door before beginning to loosen her garments. The surroundings were constructed of wood, with the mountain spring situated in the center, spacious and inviting. She let her hair down, testing the water temperature with her toes before gradually sliding in along the edge. After a day of trekking, I can't help but emit a satisfied moan. Xiaojiao, I forgot to bring you your beast robe. Wait a moment. Naya called from the doorway. Sui Tong responded with a vague murmur. As she noticed a small lamp nearby, filled with fragrant powder made from ground flowers used by the orcs, she sprinkled a bit into the pool, and the air was instantly filled with a delicate floral fragrance. A sound emerged from the door, and Sui Tong, facing away, assumed it was Naya bringing in the robe and thought little of it. However, after a while, she felt a chill creeping in from behind. Naya, Chili. Sui Tong turned her head to glance back, only to see a man standing at the doorway. She quickly reacted, crouching down and revealing only her head, in Chi Li's eyes, amidst the mist of the water. The female raised her head, her arched brows and captivating bright eyes, a delicate nose, and rosy cheeks painted a stunning picture. His pupils flashed with astonishment. Such a beautiful female. Get out, you lecher. Sui Tong raised her hand to splash water at him. But to no avail, the weak gesture only dampened the hem of his clothing, He was unaware of the meaning behind lecture, a faint blush creeping onto his fair face. "Lord Qili?" Naya exclaimed in surprise. "You are Xiao Jiao?" Qili's expression turned to one of astonishment. "Ah, right, Xiao Jiao." Naya suddenly remembered the robe in her hands. "Xiao Jiao, your beast robe is here." She bent down to place the robe next to Qili. "Qili, close the door for me." Su Yitong could no longer contain her frustration. As Naya approached the door, he reacted swiftly, shutting it closed. Naya looked up. "She asked me to close it." Qili averted his gaze and quickly departed, no one noticing the blush on his face or the fox ears that threatened to peek out from his head. Chapter 23. The relationship between Qi Li and the city lord crazy. Su Yitong couldn't help but mutter, "Xiao Jiao, I've placed your beast robe here." Naya opened a small crack to place the clothing at the door before quickly shutting it. Once the outside noise had completely faded, Su Yitong emerged from a pool. She picked up the attire prepared by Naya and found that it seemed to fit her form well. The clothing was a strikingly vibrant red, accompanied by a sheer shawl that was considerably more modest than what Naya wore. A matching veil was also placed nearby. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, Naya ceased her conversation with the orc before her. "Xiao Jiao? Already?" Although she was veiled, her beauty could not be concealed, and the outfit only served to enhance her allure, drawing all eyes towards her. "Naya, is this a new female?" stammered the male orc who had spoken to Naya earlier, his eyes nearly glued to Su Yitong's figure. "She is a guest of Lord Qili. Do not entertain any thoughts about her," Naya quickly interjected, blocking the orc's gaze. The male orc continued to gaze dreamily at Su Yitong's departing figure. Lost in a daze, "Qili, I heard you have a distinguished guest." "Indeed, she is quite the distinguished guest." Qili toyed with the goblet in his hand, his gaze distant, lost in thought. "What is her background? That she could be considered a distinguished guest in your presence?" The young man rested his chin on his hand, teasing Qili with a smile that revealed his tiger-like teeth and shallow dimples on either cheek. Qili's gaze shifted outside, and in the next instant, the curtain was drawn aside. "City Lord, Lord Qili." Naya bowed her head as she walked in front. "City Lord?" Su Yitong paused her steps, even though Qili had already seen the face behind the veil. He couldn't help but marvel at her beauty once more. The youthful city lord was even more captivated. "Who is this female? I wish to take her as my mate." The young man, previously seated, sprang to his feet. Had it not been for Qili restraining him, he would have rushed over to Su Yitong. "Xiao Jiao, do not take offense. Our city lord has always had this temperament." "Just consider it a jest," Qili said, his mind wandering back to the earlier encounter, his ears turning red, yet maintaining his composure. Qi Yin was dissatisfied but found his mouth sealed by Qili. Unable to utter a single word, he could only lower his head, sitting up straight, unwilling to lose face in front of the young female. Su Yitong observed that although the young man bore the title of city lord, it seemed Qili wielded the true power. After Naya left and entered the room, Qili cast a meaningful glance at her. Su Yitong felt a shiver run down her spine. During this time, Qili explained the development of the Beast City, and she began to understand the relationship between Qi Li and the young man before her. The Beast City was founded by the White Fox clan, passed down through generations, with Qi Yin becoming the new city lord, while Qi Li, as the high priest, assisted his younger brother. When Qi Yin ascended to the position of city lord, he was still quite young, which meant that the Beast City had been under Qi Li's governance all along. Under his leadership, the city had flourished. The position of high priest was inherently respected, not to mention one who held actual power as a high-ranking beastman. Thus, Qi Li's status within the city was exceedingly elevated. Su Yitong felt puzzled as to why the more capable Qi Li had not assumed the title of city lord. Qi Li seemed to perceive her confusion and spoke slowly. When a new city lord is appointed, the high priest observes the world to determine the candidate recommended by the beast god. Su Yitong nodded repeatedly in response, realizing that Qi Yan's ascension to this position was not by his own volition, but rather by the so-called guidance of the beast god. What manner of existence was this beast god, that every beastman held such unwavering faith? Suddenly struck by a thought, Su Yitong leaned closer to Qi Li and lowered her voice. "Lord Qi Li, can the high priest foresee the future of others?" Qi Li lightly nodded her head, drawing so close that the fragrance enveloping her was almost intoxicating. "Could you show me?" Su Yitong continued in a hushed tone. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, startling Su Yitong and causing her to falter in her stance. The sound was so deafening it felt as if it had struck right before her. Every beast has its fate. Simply heed the guidance of the beast. God to foresee the future is to invite misfortune. Chili spoke earnestly, letting out a sigh. Qian, sitting nearby, was visibly miffed after casting a glance at the two. He turned his head away. Chili untied his mouth. "Hey!" Su Yitong noticed the tail that emerged behind Qian, swaying back and forth, its pace quickening. Unable to resist, she reached out to grasp it. Isn't it only magical beasts that leave traces of their original form when they transform? The swaying tail suddenly halted, and Su Yitong was astonished to discover a pair of fluffy, rosy ears peeking out from Qian's head. Upon realizing this, both their gazes turned towards her. Qian's cheeks flushed. Watching her hand linger on his tail, Su Yitong, belatedly aware, quickly withdrew her hand. "I'm so sorry. I'm just used to petting cats. I couldn't help but touch something so fluffy. I asked my sister considering forming a bond with me." Qian tilted his head, his tail now swaying slowly, occasionally brushing against Su Yitong's forearm. "That tickles," she recoiled. "Qian, stop being mischievous." Chili suddenly interjected, but her younger brother seemed discontent. Qian appeared to sense Su Yitong's delight. "Sister, my ears are quite soft too. Would you like to touch them?" He lowered his head, bringing it closer to her hand. Su Yitong felt flustered. No, it's fine. The atmosphere had grown rather peculiar. "City Lord." "Lady Chili, I shall take my leave to my room." She hastily climbed away, bidding farewell to the two as she fled the scene. Qian smirked, fixating on her retreating figure. "You were too hasty. You frightened her. She hasn't formed a bond yet, as you have noticed, brother," Chili remarked, her gaze deepening. Yin. The two awakened beastmen felt beside them, only to discover the female had long since vacated the room. Sherlin and Rue Feng hurried downstairs in search of her. "Oh dear, please don't break anything," the innkeeper's wife lamented, nearly in tears. This little female had wreaked havoc on her decorative murals, leaving a mess in her wake. Yuan. The called name caused Yuan to pause, staring vacantly at the source of the voice. "It's all your fault." She seemed to scream frantically, as if driven mad. Sherlin stepped forward to restrain her. "I apologize. We will compensate fully." Rue Feng pulled out all the bee stones he had on him. The innkeeper's wife was amenable, waving them off as she allowed them to leave. Yin was held tightly in Sherlin's embrace, her mouth covered. Rue Feng trailed behind. They had intended to find a secluded spot to calm Yin's emotions, but just as they stepped outside, she suddenly bit him forcefully. Sherlin instinctively loosened his grip. Chapter 24. Our bonding feast will be even more magnificent. Yuan dashed recklessly towards the crowd, prompting the two to rush after her. Xiaojio, are you awake?" Su Yitong heard rustling sounds by the door. Upon opening it, she found Naya. "Xiaojio, do you want to go to the street?" Naya's eyes sparkled. "Today, high-ranking beastmen are forming bonds, and there will be a bonding feast. It is going to be so much fun." Su Yitong felt intrigued. She had yet to explore Beast City, and now, with the bonding feast happening, she was eager to join in the festivities, and Aya pulled her along a path she was unfamiliar with. And before long, they arrived at the street of Beast City. The beastmen were unafraid of the flames, and the torches on either side illuminated the long street. Aya guided her to the liveliest area, the very heart of the bonding feast. Only high-ranking and well-connected beastmen could host such a grand event. Aya grabbed a handful of red fruits from the crowd. Su Yitong struggled to see past the beastmen blocking her view, tiptoeing to catch a glimpse of what was happening. Many beastmen took notice of her captivating presence. As a subordinate of Chili, Naya was well known in Beast City. Upon seeing the little female she brought along, they began to inquire, "Aya, where did this little female come from? She looks unfamiliar. This little female smells so delightful. She seems so soft as she formed a bond. I want to mark her. What a beautiful female." Su Yitong remained oblivious to the attention now focused on her. Suddenly, she was hoisted up onto someone else's shoulder, granting her the best view. Looking down, she saw a face she didn't quite recognize and frowned. "Wanted to be set down, can't you see? I was just trying so hard to see, and now I don't want it anymore." As he spoke, he gave her a gentle pat on the rear. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Su Yitong nearly lost her balance. Had it not been for the person supporting her, she would have fallen. She scrutinized his face. Had he disguised himself? But upon noticing his mismatched eyes, she was nearly certain it was Minghua. "How did you get in?" Su Yitong frowned. Mei had intended to approach the beast man, but noticed the two seemed to know each other. So she stayed back to observe. "I caught you," Minghua said in a low voice. "That you've exceeded the time limit, so the oath is no longer valid." Su Yitong held onto his shoulder, her feet swaying slightly. "How did you manage to enter?" "Magical beasts require a passage permit to enter Bee City, and it's heavily guarded outside. It's easy to go out, but hard to come in. If anyone were to discover a magical beast that infiltrated, it would surely incite chaos." Cheers erupted from the front, drawing Su Yitong's attention. The protagonists of the bonding feast had begun a blessing dance, with the beastmen lifting their partners high, as if treasure found. "Oh, you like it?" Minghua asked, watching her gaze intently fixed ahead. "It's quite lively." Although she typically disliked crowded places, the festive atmosphere was oddly comforting. "Our bonding feast will undoubtedly be even grander." "Who are you forming a bond with?" "Don't speak nonsense." Su Yitong kicked his chest lightly with her foot. Minghua only chuckled lightly, unperturbed. "This beast robe suits you well. I spotted you among the beastmen at a glance." "How did you find me?" Su Yitong belatedly pondered. "As long as I wish, I can find a way." Minghua left her in suspense, his words vague. He was a high-ranking beastman. While Su Yitong felt puzzled, it didn't come as a surprise. "Let us talk elsewhere." With that, Minghua pulled her down and into his embrace. "Let me go on my own." She pressed her hands against his chest, struggling with all her might, but he easily restrained her with one hand. "Don't let her follow," Minghua whispered. Su Yitong worried he might cause a commotion, so she complied with his request, waving at Naya to signal her not to follow, promising she would return shortly. Minghua didn't take her far, merely leading her to a secluded corner of an alley. He then retrieved an irregular jade stone from his waist and placed it in her palm. "Keep this safe. If you encounter danger, shatter it to summon me." His words felt like a farewell, prompting Su Yitong to ask, "Where are you going?" "It will soon be winter. I will seek a place to hibernate. I may be gone for some time, but during this period, I will still appear if you break the jade." Minghua gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Hibernation? It is indeed starting to feel chilly. I've heard snakes hibernate for as long as 4 months. Su Yitong quickly secured the jade stone at her waist. To her, Minghua felt like a protective talisman. He wished to bond with her, but didn't coerce her. Moreover, he had entrusted her with the jade that could summon him. Although Su Yitong had no intentions of forming a bond with him, she couldn't help but feel a growing fondness for him in her heart. The dark serpent before her remained unaware that she had already categorized him as someone worth befriending. A clattering sound echoed from the depths of the alley, drawing their gazes in the darkness of the corner. Su Yitong could not discern what was moving, yet Minghua immediately recognized it as a female. "Su Yitong?" The female in the corner slowly advanced, her voice hoarse. Su Yitong stood in the light, shielded by an unremarkable beastman. Yin laughed. "It seems you aren't doing too well either. But what is going on? How did you become so beautiful?" Yin glanced down at her bee skin while Su Yitong appeared resplendent in her finery. She felt a surge of resentment. "Go die. Why don't you just die?" Only then did Su Yitong recognize Yin. Wasn't he she rescued? She thought. Mad beast. Observing the unstable emotions of the female before them, Minghua slowly uttered 2 words that Yin appeared provoked by this term. Charging forward empty-handed, Su Yitong, uncertain of her intentions, urged, "Let us go. Don't mind her." She grasped Minghua's arm firmly, fearing that if a life were lost here, he might struggle to escape Beast City. As Su Yitong pulled him away, Minghua glanced back, flicking his tongue, his dark eyes fixated on Yuan. "It's a threat, a magical beast." Yun's legs weakened, her eyes widening in terror. By the time Shirlin and Rue foam found her, she was curled up in the corner, murmuring to herself incomprehensibly. They had no time to ponder, swiftly taking Yuan away. "Go." Minghua stood behind her as the wedding feast continued, and Naya awaited her at the spot. Su Yitong touched the jade at her waist, saying, "Do not worry about me. I shall seek you out after a while." The latter half of her statement was perhaps unnecessary, as Su Yitong cast him one last glance. Bidding him to take care, she made her way through the crowd, and Minghua's silhouette vanished at the moment she reunited with Naya. Chapter 25. 2 strands of red fabric. When she turned back, Minghua's figure was no longer in sight. "Xiaojiu, who was that mighty beast just now?" Naya inquired curiously. "An old friend. I doubt it was merely a friend." Naya chuckled. That beast's gaze upon Xiaojiu was far from ordinary. "Hey, that female beast is about to throw the red fruit." Naya's attention was swiftly diverted ahead. "Su Yitong," Yin murmured, her eyes suddenly regaining clarity. Stone forest, kill Su Yitong. It was her who caused my plight." After uttering this, Yuan began to laugh maniacally. Rue Feng sighed. At present, the only hope to restore Yin's sanity lay in swiftly locating the leader of the beast hall. Bai Gu and Li Lucy rushed back to their clan overnight. "The female you seek has likely been reduced to mere bones. Few beasts survive unscathed under the hands of magical beasts." I Lucy, seeing Bai Ji's demeanor, couldn't help but speak, concerned that Bai Gu might still seek out the trace of that female. Bai Gu remained silent, his tightly clenched fists eventually loosening. He had become a mere remnant of a beast, fearing he would disappoint the expectations of his kin. "Minghua, what a Minghua!" Bai Ji's father beast gazed at him, filled with unexpressed rage. "Our tiger clan cannot coexist with magical beasts." Minghua's growth had far surpassed his expectations. Allowing him to continue unchecked would be perilous. The shaman had staunched Bai Ji's bleeding. The loss of his eyes would be irretrievable. No, Bai Gu still has a chance to see. The shaman recalled something, pulling out a box from a corner, rummaging through beast illustrations until he produced a diagram inscribed with characters. If this herb is found and the leader of the beast hall is located, the diagram detailed a herb that appears in winter, growing in snowy terrains, high peaks, and sparsely populated areas, with 7 petals resembling flowers. Its roots are fragile and must be pulled out entirely to preserve its efficacy. "I have never seen the herb you speak of," Li Lucy frowned, having traversed many places and encountered numerous herbs. Yet the shaman's description was unfamiliar. It is said that only the one who documented this herb has ever seen it. The shaman's voice grew weaker, lacking conviction that this herb still existed. Bai Gu said nothing and rose to leave. Unable to see, he relied on his hearing to navigate slowly. Someone attempted to assist him, but Li Lucy stopped them. High-ranking beasts often possess stronger pride. At that moment, he likely desired nothing more than to avoid the sympathy of others. The shaman sighed, lamenting the situation. "An Sun, why did you suddenly run so fast?" "You didn't wait for me," although the girl complained. Her tone was filled with a playful affection. It seemed she had spotted an acquaintance, or perhaps it was just a trick of the light. That flash of red had vanished without a trace, as if it were merely an illusion. "Let us hurry back. Otherwise, my mother beast will worry." She disregarded the man's intentions, linking her arm with his. Su Yitong was pulled along the path they had come. Uncertain why Naya was in such a hurry, yet subconsciously feeling that her urgency must have its reasons. The person ahead suddenly halted, causing Su Yitong to nearly collide with them. "What is the matter?" she queried just as the figure bowed their head. "Lord Qili." "Yes, the night is late. We should return early." Qili's words seemed concerned but were, in truth, urging them to leave. Naya quickened her pace, walking for a while before realizing that the person behind her had not followed. Xiaojiu was intercepted by Lord Qili, and while she dared not glance too long, she felt reassured that with Qili present, Xiaojiu would not be in danger. Thus, Naya departed. "Lord Qili, the night is late. I must return as well." "Wait, Xiaojiu." Qili produced a smooth piece of fabric, its color complementing her attire. "This was previously offered by the Water Clan. It has been of no use to me." The dimensions of the fabric were just right to serve as a head covering, concealing her visage while adding an ornamental touch. "Your appearance is too striking. It is wiser to conceal your face." He feared that beasts might fixate on her, particularly those desperate and ruthless magical beasts. Su Yitong accepted it nonetheless. She did not deny his words. acknowledging that at times excessive flamboyance could invite trouble. Thank you, I shall return now. Should you wish to venture out again, do let me know. I am more familiar with this beast city than Naya. Su Yitong nodded vaguely and, under Qi Li's watchful gaze, hurried back. Upon reaching her door, Su Yitong let out a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to close the door, a hand reached out to grasp the frame. Sister, why are you only just returning? Qian peered through the gap. City Lord, Su Yitong politely addressed him, creating distance between them. You may call me Qian in private. Sister, I have something for you. As he spoke, he beamed, presenting a familiar piece of fabric to her. Su Yitong felt an inexplicable sense of guilt and quickly hid the fabric that Qi Li had given her behind her back. This instinctive action made her feel as though she had committed a transgression. She opened her mouth, the words of refusal poised on her lips. Sister, this fabric can only be produced by the Water Clan, and I sought it out especially for you. I believe it will suit you splendidly. I cannot accept it. Given the fabric's rarity, she was already contemplating how to return the one she held to Qi Li. Are you refusing something I have given you while accepting something from my brother? Do not hide it, sister. I saw it already. When he sought her out earlier, he had witnessed her receiving the fabric from Qi Li. Lord Qi Li told me this fabric was of no use to him. Hence he gifted it to me. Had I known it was so precious, I would have declined. So, you only want my brother's favor and not mine? Qian's gaze fell. Su Yitong felt that if his fox ears were to appear at that moment, they would surely droop slightly. The boy had a feather ornament hanging from one ear. She sensed the situation becoming increasingly tangled, with the instigator being this seemingly innocent youth. What are you talking about? Qi Li approached slowly. Nothing much. Xiao Jiu said she wants to sleep. Qi Yin attempted to press the fabric in her arms. But Su Yitong was quicker, returning the fabric Qi Li had given her. Lord Qi Li, this fabric is too precious. I cannot accept it. I shall return it to the city lord. I shall take my leave. I hope Lord Qi Li and the city lord rest early as well. With that, she swiftly closed the door. The two outside stood in stunned silence for a moment before leaving together, no longer disturbing her tranquility. Chapter 26. The exhausting memories next time. Do not put her in such a difficult position that I did not. Who told you to send it sneakily? Why don't we all form a bond with Xiao Jiu? Qi Yin blinked. Qi Li gently patted his head, as if attempting to dispel the thoughts swirling in his mind. She does not belong here. We cannot confine her. The two figures faded into the corridor, one after the other. Xiao Qi, is there any way for me to locate that white tiger? Searching blindly feels akin to searching for a needle in the ocean. Host, while Xiao Qi cannot assist you, you might inquire with the high priest of the beast city. After saying this, Xiao Qi logged off. Su Yitong furrowed her brow. Was not the high priest of the beast city Qi Li? She felt her debts of gratitude multiplying. She decided to cast aside these worries and get some rest. Minghua's hibernation period was approaching, and he had preemptively relocated his magical beast to another concealed mountain. This mountain had never shown any signs of other beasts prior to their arrival. Magical beasts only returned to this place when they needed to rest. The king is about to slumber once more. Where do you plan to go this winter? Tai Lao lay atop the mountain, chewing on a blade of grass. Magical beasts need to train and consume high-ranking beasts to elevate their status during the winter. When the beast's offensive capabilities are at their weakest, it becomes their hunting season. That I am familiar with the rabbit clan. Aoyin, would you like to join me? Tai Lao turned to engage Aoyin in conversation, only to find that the latter had long since vanished from his side. How rude. Tai Lao slowly closed his eyes, childhood memories replaying in his mind. The cat clan. His father beast had lost a leg to a tiger beast during a hunt, becoming a remnant beast and facing scorn from his kin. Even his mother beast began to shun him. Being a cat clan member, Tai Lao too was despised by his clan. You useless remnant beast, hurry and take Tai Lao away. Indeed, how fortunate for you that you formed a bond with a female before becoming a remnant beast. The clan is already large. Losing two will only allow everyone to share more food. Do not speak ill of my father beast. The diminutive Tai Lao concealed himself behind his father beast, fixating on the kin ahead. His timid nature rendered his body quivering uncontrollably as he spoke. In the next moment, his father's warm hand rested upon his head. I can still hunt. I won't be a burden to the clan. But you're now missing a leg. How can you hunt? Walking is a challenge. You might as well seek refuge with the rabbit clan and graze instead. Haha. Tai Lao would eternally remember the derisive expressions on the faces of those who mocked his father beast. He felt an intense loathing for his own frailty in a desperate attempt to prove himself. His father beast had exerted every ounce of strength during a hunt, only to be targeted by a ferocious predator. This time, his father beast could not escape. What was Tai Lao to do? Where was his mother beast? She had never come once. When the clan members inquired about his mother beast's lineage, he clamped his mouth shut. Bowing his head in silence, in the darkness, he lay beside the discarded corpse of his father beast. Cast aside by the clan, he placed his father's hand back atop his head. It felt so cold. The memory of his father's hand should not be like this. He resented the indifference of his kin. Thus, Tai Lao remained with his father beast, eyes closed, awaiting the inevitable embrace of death. How can there still be life? A black serpent beast slithered towards him, seemingly just finished with a meal, with remnants of its last prey lodged within its body, undigested. Tai Lao was so frightened that he could not utter a word. Retreating into his father's embrace. What purpose does it serve to cradle a dead beast? Questioned the serpent beast, perplexed. He is my father beast. Oh, so that is the case, the serpent beast remarked, a teasing lilt in its tone. Let me guess, your father beast was discarded here by the clan, wasn't he? How pitiful. That is how beasts are, cold and heartless toward those deemed useless. The black serpent flicked its tongue. Oh, you wish to become a magical beast? To grow stronger and be revered by others? Hasn't it been said that Yuan has been rescued? Why is there still no sign of him? Let's wait a bit longer. He is likely delayed by some matter. What of the situation concerning Bai Shui? It ultimately depends on her own choice. The clan leader sighed heavily. He was now advanced in years, and Bai Shui lacked a guardian among the beasts. If he were to pass one day, Bai Shui, look, these are the fruits I gathered today. Qian Sun presented the sweet fruits he had foraged in the forest, wrapped in lotus leaves. That I wonder how Yitong is faring. Ever since Yitong was taken away, Bai Shui's worries have not abated. The beasts of the rabbit clan still believe that a stray beast had abducted the female. Did Yuan not hear any news? Soon Yitong will be brought back as well. Qian Sun reassured her. Bai Shui, in a few days, it will be your coming-of-age ceremony. Whom will you choose as your first partner? As he spoke, Qian Sun could not help but blush. That I do not know, but I shall certainly choose a powerful and robust beast. Though she had yet to settle on a candidate, there was still time to decide later. Qian Sun observed her eager expression, his face shifting from shyness to a strained smile. Indeed, only such a beast would be worthy of you. As he uttered this, his eyes dimmed with melancholy. Snow began to fall. Flakes danced from the heavens, landing gently in her palms. Bai Shui rose, glancing back at Qian Sun. You should return indoors. The air is growing chilly. Without a backward glance, she departed, leaving Qian Sun seated, a thin layer of snow settling upon him. Still reluctant to leave. Yuan is becoming increasingly unstable. I had intended to depart the bee city tomorrow, but I inquired with the insect beast. The master of the 10,000 Beast Hall is said to be arriving soon. Ruifeng stated. How did you become involved with the insect beasts? Shilin furrowed his brow. Then inquired further, is the information they provided reliable? The insect beasts are notoriously greedy and treacherous. Would they easily divulge information to you? I exchanged malachite with them. It cannot be false. Though Shilin was astonished, he refrained from further comment. Malachite held significant value to the Peacock clan, reputedly bestowed upon them by the beast god himself, symbolizing safety and good fortune. The whereabouts of the master of the 10,000 Beast Hall were shrouded in mystery. Those who had encountered him spoke of his volatile temperament. If he refused to treat a beast, no amount of rare treasures would sway him. Yet, his miraculous healing abilities left the beasts with no outlet for their grievances. I have also obtained information about the master of the 10,000 Beast Hall. Ruifeng unfurled a lotus leaf, revealing images of the insect clan's gnawing. Although somewhat blurred, with careful comparison, they could surely be identified in the coming days. We shall roam the beast city. One must stay behind to watch over Yuan. Ruifeng glanced at the sleeping female not far away. Chapter 27. The master of the 10,000 Beast Hall the next day, Ruifeng set out in search of individuals within the beast city. Armed with the images provided by the insect clan, praying that the master of the 10,000 Beast Hall had not yet departed. Xiaojiu, the Beast City during the day, is far more captivating than at night, Naya whispered to Su Yitong. Su Yitong raised an eyebrow as two figures prepared to exit through a narrow path. Where are you headed? The voice came suddenly from behind, startling Naya. Su Yitong remained composed. City Lord. Naya lowered her head. Where are you off to? Xiaojiu. Qian's gaze was piercing, fixated on the person before Naya, just wandering around the Beast City. Would you like to join us, City Lord? Su Yitong conversed naturally, having pushed yesterday's events from her mind. Naya cast a glance at the City Lord, initially believing he would not accompany them. Very well. With that, Qian stepped forward to walk alongside Su Yitong. Naya hesitated, contemplating her position, when Qian abruptly instructed, "You walk in front." Naya nodded, and the three formed a triangular formation, with Su Yitong in the lead. Today, she wore no veil, and Qian occasionally stole glances at her face. She caught him the act several times, furrowing her brow and locking eyes with him. Is it beautiful? Yes, very beautiful, Qian replied, blinking. You should tuck away your ears. Su Yitong gestured towards the fox ears protruding from his head. Qian, belatedly aware, felt a faint blush creep upon his ears. City Lord, Xiaojiu, the beast platform has been erected today. Would you like to see it? Naya turned around, and Qian's expression immediately shifted to one of seriousness. Su Yitong was taken aback by the rapid change in his demeanor. Does Xiaojiu wish to see it? Qian looked down at her. Su Yitong's lips twitched. Let us go. The beast platform was constructed by the beasts for combat among themselves, primarily to showcase their prowess before the females. The victor would earn the favor of the females, often receiving the coveted phoenix tail flower. The front row was largely occupied by females, as the battles raged fiercely on stage, with both sides sustaining injuries. However, it was evident that the tiger beast held the upper hand. With Qian by her side, the beast naturally parted the way, allowing Su Yitong to effortlessly reach the front. The bear beast had already been knocked down, and the tiger beast, clutching the phoenix tail flower, set its sights on the most prominent female in the crowd. The moment their gazes met, Su Yitong felt a sense of foreboding and instinctively shrank back. Little female, I have never seen you before, the tiger beast declared as it descended the stage, intending to present the flower to her. However, upon noticing the beast standing behind her, its pupils constricted. Among male beasts, there existed an unspoken understanding. When vying for the affection of a female accompanied by a mate, one must first contend with her partner. Qian stepped forward, snatched the phoenix tail flower, and pinned it to Su Yitong's ear. The flower suits you, Xiaojiu. Qian chuckled, and Su Yitong could see the resemblance to Qi Li in his smile. Truly, they were cut from the same cloth. Their smiles were strikingly similar. Qian, oblivious to her gaze, turned to confront the tiger beast upon the platform. Come at me. The tiger beast swallowed nervously, but upon seeing Su Yitong in the crowd, it seemed to muster newfound courage. Qian found the look in its eyes quite displeasing. Before the tiger beast could react, Qian delivered a swift kick. Fortunately, his blow was not heavy, merely causing the tiger beast to lose its balance, essentially serving as a wake-up call. Who is that female? So beautiful. I also wish to bond with her. Is she the City Lord's mate? But the City Lord has never held a bonding ceremony. The surrounding whispers enveloped Su Yitong. Had it not been for Naya standing in front, the beast would have surely swarmed around her. On stage, the tiger beast had already been knocked down, and the beast scarcely recognized the City Lord's movements. In an instant, the tiger beast lay on the verge of collapse. Amidst the throng of beasts, Su Yitong was led away by Qian, with Naya hastily following behind, fearing being engulfed by the crowd. News among beasts spread swiftly in mere moments. It was rumored throughout the Beast City that the City Lord had taken a mate. Yet strangely, as the tale circulated, it transformed into a narrative depicting the City Lord's mate as grotesque and arrogant. Unbeknownst to Su Yitong, she had unwittingly been cast into the role of a venomous female in mere half a day's time. Is the master of the 10,000 Beast Hall truly in the Beast City? Lyris furrowed his brow. Trust me, Lord Lyris. The insect beast, gripped by fear, hunched over, its face marred with bruises. Lyris chose not to cast another glance in its direction. Beside him, Beige had covered his eyes with a strip of white cloth. Though sightless after several days of training, he was now able to move as adeptly as any normal beastman, albeit with limitations in combat. "Let us depart," Beige spoke. Their purpose for coming was to seek the leader of the 10,000 Beast Hall. The herbal remedy mentioned by the shaman, though rare, might be found through the hall's leader. "And Sun, I too desire that phoenix tail flower." Lita attempted to grasp the man's hand, only to have it evaded. She stomped her foot in dissatisfaction, her finger pointing accusingly at the female adorned with the phoenix tail flower behind her. Sun initially ignored her, but instinctively glanced at the female who passed before him. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though only her enchanting figure existed. Sun's breath hitched, his voice trembling as he tentatively called out, "Feng Jiu." Su Yitong turned her head, their eyes meeting by mere happenstance. Upon seeing her face, Sun's conviction solidified, prompting him to grasp Su Yitong's wrist. "What is the matter?" They locked eyes, a silent exchange of emotions. Had it not been for Qi Yan's intervention that separated them, Sun would have had countless questions for her. Where she had been all these years, how she could bear to abandon him and the 10,000 Beast Hall, and whether she had fared well during this time. Sun? Qi Yan raised an eyebrow, aware of their past acquaintance, and Sun's gaze drifted past Qi Yan to the girl behind him, Xiaojiao. Despite their history, Qi Yan did not conceal his displeasure. Sun scrutinized Su Yitong, noting an unexpected lack of recognition in her expression. Was it estrangement? This face was identical to the one he remembered. Could there truly be two beastmen who looked so alike? How could that be? Sun, you know the city lord. Who is this female? Lita inquired softly beside him. That I must have mistaken her for someone else. Sun cast one last glance at the person behind Qi Yan. Too many mysteries awaited resolution, but not at this moment. Su Yitong felt inexplicably bewildered by his gaze. Host, hidden identity triggered. Leader of the 10,000 Beast Hall. Xiaoqi whispered in her ear. Chapter 28. Memories emerge. A memory that did not belong to her surged into her mind. Su Yitong observed everything from a divine perspective as a familiar face, identical to her own, appeared, an injured little beast. A woman leaned down, brushing her fingers over the fox beast's bloodied fur. "Will you come with me?" She gently tapped the little fox's head. The fox emitted a faint whimper. "Leader, here are the herbs gathered today. Sun is quite capable." The woman smiled as she patted the young man's head. "Then let us perish together to the red figure entangled with the black dragon." Feng Jiu. The boy's cry faded alongside the black and red silhouettes. Snapped back to reality. Su Yitong processed this fragment of memory, both familiar and foreign, as if she had lived through it. Though she understood this was a memory and not her own, she gazed at the departing figure, which overlapped with the person from her recollection. "Host, this is a memory belonging to you in this world." "This world, me? No, I do not belong to this realm." "Do I?" Su Yitong furrowed her brow, her thoughts a tumultuous whirlwind, yet clarity returned in an instant. She did not belong to this illusory world. Everything she did was for the sake of returning to her original world. Xiaoqi ceased to respond, seeming to deliberately avoid something. "Come, Xiaojiao." Qian tugged her along. Naya, standing behind, was jostled by someone, causing her to stumble forward into Su Yitong's embrace. The force sent Su Yitong tumbling into Qi Yan's arms. Naya, turning back to curse, suddenly fell silent upon seeing the beast man with his eyes veiled in white cloth. "My apologies," Beige's voice was a mere whisper. "Beige," Su Yitong exclaimed, astonished to see the beast man before her. Beige trembled slightly. Though he could not see, he recognized that voice. It belonged to the little female from that day. He turned his body, deliberately concealing his own disarray. He was delighted she was alive, yet now he felt inadequate in appearance. "Is this your friend, Beige?" Lyris inquired, unable to refrain from stealing glances at the beautiful female. Qi Yan secretly frowned. Xiaojiao certainly attracted attention, yet he quickly lifted his chin, asserting that none of these beastmen could compare to him and his brother. "We are friends," before Beige could respond. Su Yitong interjected, eager to establish a connection with him, hoping to glean information regarding the location of the black crystal stone. She refrained from mentioning his eyes, knowing full well who was responsible for that affliction. She had no intention of meddling in the feud between Beige and Minghua, hence her lack of inquiries. Let us depart then. Knowing you are safe is sufficient, Beige said to Lyris. First, we shall find a beast dwelling to rest before seeking the leader of the 10,000 Beasts Hall. Lyra surveyed the surroundings. Su Yitong caught onto the key phrase. She pondered how to keep pace with Beige. You are here to seek the leader of the 10,000 Beasts Hall? She asked, gazing at the face obscured by the white cloth. She had heard rumors about the hall's leader being akin to a divine healer, capable of reviving even those beastmen on the brink of death. While the truth of such claims was debatable, according to the memory transmitted by Shao Qi, the leader of the 10,000 Beasts Hall was connected to Sun. Why don't I find you a beast dwelling first? And then we can discuss our search for the hall's leader together. After all, an extra pair of hands can only be beneficial. Su Yitong seemed to forget that a pair of eyes was observing her from behind. Xiao Jiao intends to accompany them. Qi Yin remained composed, fully aware that if Xiao Jiao were to voice her intentions, he might lose control and forcibly bring her back. Su Yitong was indeed tempted. Otherwise, why not stay in my place? There are plenty of empty rooms. Qi Yin suggested. Is that permissible? A glint of excitement flickered in Su Yitong's eyes. If that were to happen, it would be splendid. She would not have to run around, and she could take the opportunity to strengthen her friendship with Beige. Lyris hesitated, while Beige remained silent. Qi Yin was the lord of the beast city, and his residence was undoubtedly superior to other beast dwellings, making it more convenient for Beige's recovery. Lyris was initially taken aback. Realizing that this youthful boy was the city lord, he could distinctly sense the city lord's strong possessiveness towards this beautiful female. It is also safer there, especially with the shaman around. Su Yitong chattered on about how splendid Qi Yan's domain was. Lyris wavered, glancing at Beige, who seemed unopposed to the idea. Then it is settled. Su Yitong was elated, blissfully unaware of Qi Yan's subsequent plans. Lyris and Beige settled into the dwelling farthest from her. And soon, when will you become my mate? Lita lamented, still without a partner, and in Sun's presence. He had already become her first choice in her heart, that I shall not bond with you. This was a declaration he had made countless times, yet the girl before him seemed perpetually oblivious. He had intended to depart today, but it seemed he would have to linger for several more days, that if you do not wish to bond with me, then why did you save me from the hands of the wandering beasts? Lita protested defiantly. I saved you solely because you bear a resemblance to an acquaintance of mine. Indeed, Lita's features bore a certain similarity to Feng Jiao, which had prompted him to rescue her from the wandering beasts. He had thought once they arrived in the beast city, they would part ways. Yet Lita seemed to cling to him, actively seeking herbs and concocting medicine. He had never revealed his identity. Lita accepted him as an ordinary shaman. Upon encountering that familiar face from his memory again, he found himself breathless, his heart racing uncontrollably. Yet it appeared she did not remember him. Thus, he could not ascertain whether she truly was Feng Jiao. He needed confirmation. Return home. Your mother beast must be worrying. Sun halted, the girl behind him biting her lip, struggling to contain her tears. Sun could not fathom how she had developed such emotions after only a few days of acquaintance. Let us go. He prepared to watch her depart. What do you mean? Are you not coming with me? We are not of the same path. Sun cast a glance at her, his eyes reflecting the familiar indifference she recognized. She had believed that by clinging to him and treating him well, he would come to love her, that a female raised in pampered conditions had never endured such indignities. After one last look at Sun, she turned and dashed toward home. Chapter 29. The chief's disappearance. Shi Li observed the two male beasts brought back. Xiao Jiao's friends? Qi Yin exchanged glances with him. Rabbit Clan. Bai Shui, you look stunning today. Qian Sun gazed at the female before him, his eyes brimming with infatuation. Was I not beautiful yesterday? Bai Shui replied with a smile, having donned vibrant, soft new beast pelts for the coming-of-age ceremony. No, that's not what I meant, Qian Sun stammered, fearing Bai Shui would misunderstand. I was merely joking. Bai Shui's father beckoned her. I will head over first. She gestured to Qian Xuan, signaling the beast ceremony. Today, Bai Shui was to select her foremost partner, and the ground was already filled with males eager to bond with her. Among them, Qian Xuan, whose stature was comparatively frail, found himself submerged. He had overheard the clan leader mention that a candidate had already been chosen. a male from the Tiger clan. Thus, today's ceremony was merely a formality. With downcast eyes, Qinshuan observed by Shui standing shyly beside the tiger beast, while the clan leader watched the two with satisfaction, nodding slightly. Suddenly, chaos erupted. "There are rogue beasts attacking," shouted the guarding rabbit beast. Most of those attending the ceremony were valiant males from various clans. The tiger beast shielded by Shui, and Qinshuan's gaze turned to her in concern. "Stay calm," the clan leader bellowed. Something was amiss. Under normal circumstances, rogue beasts would only dare to launch surprise attacks. The beastmen assumed battle stances while the females hurried into the wooden houses for safety. What is happening? Why are there so many rogue beasts? The beastmen attending the ceremony sensed something was off. The rogue beasts, like crazed entities, raced towards the wooden houses where the females were sheltered. "Protect the females." Qinshuan positioned himself resolutely in front of the house. The show was about to begin. In a shadowy corner, Tai Lao licked his paw. The females were secured, but when counting the beastmen, he realized the clan leader was missing in a single night. The rabbit clan was turned upside down. "City Lord, there's a male beast claiming to know you at the entrance." Qian toyed with a red silk scarf. Upon receiving permission, and Sun was ushered inside. Qi Li, sitting beside him, seemed unsurprised by his arrival. "Stay here if you have come." Qi Li did not inquire about his purpose. Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. Qian dismissed the other beastmen, leaving only the three of them in the room. Although he was displeased with his brother's decision, he refrained from voicing any objections. "Thank you, Lord Qi Li and City Lord." Ensun's expression was indifferent, as if he anticipated the conversation. Once Ensun departed, Qian finally spoke. "That it appears you are acquainted with Xiao Jiao." He informed Qi Li of Ensun's encounter with Xiao Jiao on the street. Qi Li's hand trembled, but he ultimately remained silent. As fellow Fox Clan beastmen, he had calculated that the future of the Fox Clan might hinge on Ensun's involvement. He was one of the few who could assist Xiao Jiao in stabilizing the foundation of the Bee City. Thus, his arrival was not unexpected. He had foreseen this twist of fate. In a confined space, Nian Yin seemed to be bickering with the system. Su Yitong peered in to discover that Nian Yin had turned the space into chaos, forcing the system to clean up after him repeatedly to make matters worse. Nian Yin's progression was alarmingly rapid, and his mischief escalated accordingly. Mother Beast! Mother Beast! Upon hearing a familiar voice, Nian Yin leaped with excitement. "You've been naughty again. I didn't mean to. But Mother Beast, you haven't come to see me in ages," he complained. After a period apart, Nian Yin appeared to have gained considerable weight, his round form now adorned with dark red feathers at the tail. "When will I be able to go out? I want to be by your side." Su Yitong pondered for a moment. Xiao Qi had mentioned that divine beasts like Nian Yin needed to undergo trials. "In a little while, you'll grow a bit more." Nian Yin was uncertain about how long a little while would be, yet he felt he would soon be free. The little fellow flapped his wings in excitement. That night, Su Yitong spotted a familiar yet foreign face in the courtyard, and if she remembered correctly, his name was Ensun. Though she was curious about his presence, she instinctively kept her distance, casting only a fleeting glance. Just as she turned to leave, Ensun looked back, watching her depart to confirm her identity. The simplest method would be to check if she bore the same red mark around her waist as Fengjiu. He waited, biding his time for an opportunity. The winding path, combined with the vastness of the estate, caused Su Yitong to search for quite some time before locating Baiji's door. She gently knocked. "Come in." Just moments ago, a shaman had changed his bandages, but the cloth had become soiled, and the shaman had left to fetch a new strip. Now, his eyes were uncovered. "You're here." So soon he had expected the shaman to return with a blindfold. Su Yitong knew he had mistaken her for someone else. "It's me." But Baigu flinched, quickly standing and turning his back. "How did you get in?" His abrupt movement caused him to collide painfully with the stone table. Just then, the shaman arrived. "I'll do it." Su Yitong took the bandage from him. The shaman left, leaving only the two of them in the room. Baigu resisted. "You can place the cloth on the table. I can bind it myself." His breathing quickened. Su Yitong noticed his embarrassment. Why Ming Hua spared my life earlier? She had just advanced her divine currency, trading with Xiao Qi for resurrection powder. Aptly named, this powder could allow him to regrow his eyes, albeit with diminished vision. Why? Bai Gu was curious, intrigued by how she managed to escape Minghua. Because I possess another identity, without waiting for Bai Gu to react. She stepped forward, facing him directly. The once bright and steady gaze was now absent, leaving hollow, dark eye sockets exposed before her. Bai Gu attempted to turn away, but it was too late. Don't shy away. I have a method to help you regrow your eyes. Su Yitong did not expect Bai Gu to trust her immediately. Rather than seeking the elusive leader of the Beast Hall, she preferred to take matters into her own hands and claim some credit. She sought to leverage this opportunity to obtain the Black Crystal. Bai Gu remained skeptical. You will see for yourself that I risked my life to protect you. Now, how could I harm you? Su Yitong whispered, unknowingly touching Bai Ji's heart. However, this comes with conditions that I seek something, and you know its location. What could he offer you? If it meant regaining his eyes, what could he possibly refuse? Bai Gu, now left with no choice, chose to trust her. Not to mention the difficulty of locating the leader of the Beast Hall. They had never even met. If that day came, neither he nor Lyris would recognize him. The shaman had already provided a preliminary cleaning, allowing Su Yitong to directly sprinkle the powder. It may hurt a bit, she whispered in Bai Ji's ear, but having previously endured the excruciating pain of having his eyes gouged out. The sensation now felt like mere ants crawling on his skin. Silence enveloped the two once more. Not long after, Bai Gu broke the stillness. Am I ugly now? Su Yitong took a moment to assess him and diplomatically replied. You were more handsome before. Bai Gu fell silent again. I will return in 2 days to apply the final dose. You may experience intense pain accompanied by itching. Bear with it. Su Yitong helped him secure the bandage before leaving, reminding him, don't forget what you promised me. What do you want to do? The aging rabbit clan leader found himself surrounded by rogue beasts. How do we capture this old fool? There are many mid-tier beastmen guarding today. We cannot act carelessly. He is the leader of the rabbit clan. A rabbit beast stepped forward, his mismatched red and purple pupils causing others to recoil in fear. The heterochromatic eyes signified ill fortune. The rabbit clan leader gaped in astonishment upon seeing him. Qianmi and Qiansun were fraternal twins, but due to Qianmi's unusual eyes at birth, the clan shunned him until he proved capable of survival. The clan leader, under pressure from the other beastmen, cast him out. Even his brother, Qiansun, dared not intervene. Thus, Qianmi was expelled from the clan and sought refuge among the rogue beasts. He harbored resentment towards his kin. Detesting Qiansun's cowardice and blaming his mother and father for bringing him into this world. Better to have been slain at birth than to endure such scorn. For over a decade, he struggled to survive. In the moment he joined the rogue beasts, the pent-up emotions he'd harbored finally erupted. Here, he was regarded as an ordinary beastman, not the ill-fated abomination his clan labeled him. How could you ally with rogue beasts? Have you lost your mind? The clan leader sighed, that he had believed that Qianmi, having developed survival skills, would at worst lead a solitary life in the wilderness. Hearing the clan leader's words, Qianmi sneered. If I had not joined the rogue beasts, how would I have survived? A beastman deemed ill-fated from birth cannot compete with the ferocious beasts of the wild for mere sustenance. Tell me, how should I live? Qianmi stepped forward, looking down at him. The rabbit clan leader sighed, filled with regret. He had no choice but to expel Qianmi from the clan. Stop wasting time with him. Why not use him to lure the females of the rabbit clan? Can we take the bait? It appears that the leader of the rabbit clan has a daughter. Today's coming-of-age ceremony is being held in her honor. Qianmi naturally knows whom they are referring to. His elder brother is wholly devoted to that female. Upon hearing this, the leader's heart tightened. Do not lay a finger on my daughter. It seemed as if he wished to dash himself against the hard stone behind him. He would rather perish than allow Bai Shui to take any risks for him. Having lived so many years, enough is enough. The leader closed his eyes as if resigning himself to death. The stray beasts surrounding him quickly noticed, grabbing him and pulling him back. Do not entertain any thoughts. They bound his hands and feet, stuffing his mouth with animal hide to prevent him from biting his tongue and taking his own life. He struggled in agony on the ground, and when Qianmi passed by, their eyes met. He hoped Qianmi could awaken from his stupor. Yet, how could years of hidden resentment dissipate in an instant? It was over. Utterly over. The rabbit clan was in chaos, and the coming-of-age ceremony could not possibly proceed. Yuan felt guilty, for he found himself somewhat relieved. Relieved that he still had the chance to become Bai Shue's first mate. The elder beast had now been taken by the strays, and Bai Shue's eyes brimmed with tears of anxiety. Fortunately, Yuan had left a contingency plan. He exerted all his strength to hang a guiding incense on one of the stray beasts. This was a treasure exchange from the Peacock clan, typically used by orcs in the mist to find their way back. As long as one wore the incense, its scent would eventually emanate along the path they had traversed. They merely needed to follow the fragrance. Yuan disclosed this plan solely to Bai Shue. You intend to go alone? Absolutely not. The strays are perilous. Bai Shue frowned upon hearing his plan. Though my rank is not high, I do possess a particular skill. Trust me, Bai Shue. Yuan's gaze was fervent, but it is far too unsafe for you to go alone. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan suggested, then wait for me on the periphery. If I do not return, inform the clan to rescue me. If I do return. He paused, not concealing the affection in his eyes. Can you grant me an opportunity, Bai Shue? An opportunity to become your first mate? Bai Shue was rendered speechless, taken aback by Yuan's request at this critical juncture. She did not particularly care who her first mate was. If a stronger individual were available, she would undoubtedly choose them. However, if this position could bring her father back, she would willingly accept it. Very well. Bai Shue's calm acceptance filled Yuan with exuberance. She had always regarded Yuan as a friend, while she could perceive his affection. She simply did not reciprocate it. All orcs were formidable, Bai Shue included. The scent would diminish significantly after a night, so they had to act swiftly. Bai Shue closely followed him. Yuan concealed her in a hidden corner, instructing, if darkness falls and I have not emerged, you must flee back to the clan. With that, he followed the scent to locate the strays. He did not intend to confront them head-on, for he knew that. With his current abilities, he could not achieve that. He transformed into his beast form and rolled in the muddy earth. His white fur would be easily spotted. He needed to conceal himself first. As the first stray appeared, Yuan held his breath. Hiding in the shadows, he remained undetected. A second. A third. Seizing the opportunity, he shifted his position. Not far away, a cave housed an orc, with no strays guarding the entrance. They assumed the leader of the rabbit clan would not escape. Yuan now found himself grateful for their negligence. He darted to the leader's side and began to gnaw at the coarse ropes binding him without uttering a word. Chapter 31. A choice between two Yuan. The leader's consciousness was hazy as he struggled to open his eyes and discern the rabbit beast before him. Leader, do not speak. Yuan lowered his voice, intent on severing the ropes to restore the leader's beast form, thus facilitating their escape. Just as the ropes loosened, the cave entrance was obscured by a shadow. Yuan realized someone was approaching, and it was already too late to hide. Long time no see, Yuan. Chimmy smiled as he gazed at the rabbit beast hiding behind the leader. Following closely, other strays entered the cave. As I told you, orcs would come. Yuan forced himself to regain his composure, but his legs trembled uncontrollably. How foolish to have walked into their trap. Tai Lao, watching as the cave entrance was gradually blocked by the bodies of the strays, wagged his tail and turned to leave. As dusk fell, Bai Shue paced anxiously in place. Suddenly, a feline beast emerged, startling her. Do not wait. They will not emerge. Teleo's nonchalant words sent a shiver through Bai Shue. How do you know? Who are you? She regarded the unfamiliar feline beast before her. Tai Lao suddenly turned, transforming into his beast form before her. Even in his transformed state, the beastly traits were still evident. A magical beast, she exclaimed, quickly covering her mouth. Bai Shue retreated repeatedly. Tai Lao, initially disinterested in her, now found amusement in toying with her. He stepped forward, his tail swaying behind him. I have a way to save the rabbit beasts inside. Bai Shue leaned against a tree, pondering how she could escape safely. Those two rabbit beasts should not last long. I just passed by and caught a glimpse. It was quite a bloody scene. Tai Lao deliberately sought to frighten her. Bai Shue, as he anticipated, began to feel anxious. He was eager to see whom she would choose between her father and the orc risking his life to save him. Sensing Bai Shue's hesitation, Tai Lao turned away. If you return to find your clan now, all you will be able to do is collect their corpses. Wait, Bai Shue called out to stop him. What are the conditions? What are the terms for saving my father and Qinshuan? She understood that magical beasts could not be benevolent for no reason. Give me an answer. I do not have the time to waste with you. Tai Lao glanced back at her. Bai Shui pondered for a moment. But for the sake of her father and Qinshuan, she saw no alternative. Save them, please. I implore you to spare their lives. Once they are rescued, I will surely offer you a generous reward. Tai Lao smirked, swiftly stepping in front of her and grasping her arm. Let us go. Then he began to lead her toward the strays. As long as I am here, they cannot harm you. This was Tai Lao's promise to her. It was Bai Shui's first encounter with a magical beast, and she thought perhaps not all magical beasts were as malevolent as her clan had described. Yet, it was not long before she confirmed her mistake. Upon the appearance of the magical beast, the strays grew wary. One of the strays recognized Tai Lao, exclaiming, "This is the Beast Kings." The moment those words escaped, all the strays turned their gazes toward Tai Lao. Which one will you save? Tai Lao ignored their stares. What do you mean? Bai Shui was taken aback. Do you not understand? Choose one to save. Tai Lao's tone grew impatient. You did not mention this beforehand. Bai Shui attempted to retort. If you do not wish to save anyone, then remain here with them. Feeling the scrutiny of the surrounding strays, Bai Shui felt like a prized possession. No female would willingly partner with a magical beast, and what they sought was merely one capable of bearing offspring. Contemplating this, Bai Shui gritted her teeth and pleaded, "Please, can you save them both? I can become your mate. I beg you." This was her only bargaining chip to negotiate with him. Bai Shui, do not plead with him. Qinshuan's voice trembled, while the leader had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Who would want to be your mate? Tai Lao frowned, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Bai Shui was undeterred by that fleeting glance. She simply wished to rescue her father and Qinshuan. I will say this once more. Choose one. My patience is limited. Bai Shui's gaze flickered between her unconscious father and the cowering Qinshuan. Although Qinshuan wished for the leader to survive, he wore an expression of conflict, opening his mouth as if to urge Bai Shui to choose her father. Yet the words would not escape his lips. He wanted to survive as well. Qinshuan, Bai Shui's gaze settled on him, and a spark of hope ignited in Qinshuan's eyes. Before he could feel elated, Bai Shui uttered the next sentence. I am sorry. She shut her eyes, unable to bear meeting his gaze. Bai Shui. Although Qinshuan had anticipated this outcome, his heart still ached. It seems you came here to rescue that old man. How heartless of you, Bai Shui. Tai Lao remarked casually from behind. Those words undoubtedly pierced both Qinshuan and Bai Shui. In the current situation, Bai Shui appeared to be the heartless one. Tai Lao stepped forward, lifting the leader's unconscious form, ready to depart. Who permitted you to take him? A stray growled, casting a glance at the orcs beside him. This is our territory. Having spoken, the multitude of stray beasts encircled Tai Lao as if reclaiming their territory. Although he had not yet ascended to a higher rank among the beastmen, he recently exhibited a faint inclination towards advancing to the 7th tier. Confronting these mid to lower tier strays, whose ranks were readily apparent, he felt confident in his abilities. Tai Lao set his sights on the highest ranked stray within the group, who appeared to be of the same tier as himself. Yet, it must be understood that the gap between a newly initiated 6th tier and one on the brink of 7th tier ascension is not to be underestimated. Most beastmen only ever reach the 6th tier in their lifetimes. Swift as the wind, Tai Lao moved, his actions so rapid that the lower tier strays could scarcely perceive them. In the next instant, blood was splattered across the throng of beasts. The 6th tier stray was decapitated. Its head clutched in Tai Lao's hand, a claw mark evident upon its neck. This is now my domain, he declared, tossing the severed head towards them, licking the remnants of blood from his hand. The taste of fresh blood, alas. My appetite is lacking today. The strays began to scatter, retreating from the cave entrance. Chimmy cast a glance at her brother lying on the ground before hastily following the beastman's escape. Although the three of them had survived, an irreparable chasm had formed between Bai Shui and Qinshuan. Tai Lao was preparing to depart. He had had his fill of amusement for the day. However, a figure flickered in his mind. He turned to glance at Bai Shui, a smirk playing upon his lips, and said, I have changed my mind. Qinshuan attempted to pursue, but the disparity in their strengths rendered him powerless. And in an instant, the magical beast whisked by Shui. He gazed at the unconscious chieftain on the ground, a new idea blossoming in his heart. Chapter 32. System dispatches a task. Rescue the little tiger beast in B City. Su Yitong rose early, intending to take a detour from the original path, but found it blocked. She planned to slip away unnoticed, surveying the towering walls that loomed over her. She took a running leap, grasped the edge, and effortlessly vaulted over. Host, you are near. Having exchanged for regeneration powder, she now owed Xiao Qi another debt and could only accept another task to repay it. Su Yitong ventured into an alley and, as expected, spotted a small beast cowering in a corner, filthy and seemingly abandoned for ages. The little tiger beast flinched as she approached, instinctively attempting to hide, yet the wall behind it offered no refuge. It appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old. As Su Yitong crouched down, she noticed it shivering. In a wonder, it had transformed into a beast form. Its fur provided some warmth. Tentatively, she reached out to stroke its head. "I will not harm you," she murmured softly. Upon sensing her benign intentions, the little tiger beast closed its eyes, relishing this unprecedented comfort. Su Yitong could distinctly feel the protruding bones beneath its fur, indicating its malnourished state. "Would you like to come with me? I will help fill your belly." It seemed devoid of hunting skills. Otherwise, it would not be so emaciated. The little tiger beast looked at her in confusion, bewildered by her retracted hand. In Su Yitong's eyes, this expression was an implicit agreement. Before it could react, she scooped it into a warm embrace. Draped in a robe, she encircled it snugly. "Isn't this warmer?" The little tiger beast continued to shiver. Su Yitong knew she could not take it back with her, but after ensuring its immediate needs for warmth and sustenance were met, she gifted it some beast stones. New task. Establish a shelter in Beast City to accommodate abandoned little beasts and designate this rescued little tiger beast as its future caretaker. Host. This is an optional task with generous rewards. Xiao Qi explained promptly. Gazing at the doubled sum of divine coins below, she found herself tempted. However, to build a new dwelling in Beast City, she would require the Lord's permission. In simpler terms, she needed to speak with Qi Yan. It should not pose a significant challenge. With this thought in mind, she offered a few parting words to the little tiger beast before departing. Wu Ming opened his eyes, having only caught the tail end of the beautiful female's words. "Wait for me to return." Why? Whatever Xiao Jiu wished to pursue, he would undoubtedly support. Yet, Qian could not comprehend why she would selflessly aid those beastmen that accumulate merit for oneself. Her gaze faltered slightly. She could hardly confess that it was a task assigned by the system. When discussing the rental price, Su Yitong pondered, combining it with the sum previously given by Qi Li. Her savings were likely substantial. Just as she was lost in thought, Qi Li approached from outside. The extent of his eavesdropping unknown, that if you wish to assist the beastmen, it seems a rather sizable house is necessary. Xiaojiu. Indeed, she had contemplated that if the number of beastmen grew, the available space would diminish, thus necessitating early preparations. Qi Li had someone select the largest vacant house in B City for her, eliminating the need for her to wait for construction. Only the interior needed furnishing. When Su Yitong inquired about the price, Qi Li simply stated that he would not accept her beast stones, but that he would require a small favor from her in the future, having received ample care from Qi Li these past days. Su Yitong felt it was only right to lend a hand, so she readily agreed without further inquiry. Beast Mountain Aoin rested atop the mountain, eyes closed, when a sudden sound nearby caused him to frown. This female belongs to the rabbit clan. She was far more agreeable than Su Yitong. Saying this, Tai Lao shoved Bai Shui towards him. "Take her away." Yin's brow furrowed deeply. "That I'm merely observing how eagerly you have been thinking of that unsightly female these past few days." Tai Lao sighed softly, standing nearby. Bai Shui caught the familiar words. They were acquainted with Yi Tang. Bai Shui opened her mouth to inquire, but recalled their nature as magical beasts, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Yin shot her a glance. Upon hearing Su Yitong's name, she had clearly been taken aback. You know her?" "Yes. Is she still alive?" Bai Shui averted her gaze, captured within the grasp of a magical beast. She feared for Su Yitong's fate. The magical beast remained silent, instead scrutinizing her. Who knows? Perhaps only her bones remain. Tai Lao jested. Bai Shui felt a surge of panic, sadness washing over her. Had Su Yitong never come to their clan, perhaps they could have evaded this calamity. Please return her. Aoin speculated that she was a friend of Su Yitong. Oh dear. Someone has developed feelings, Tai Lao teased, but fell silent upon receiving a warning glance from Aoin. Consider yourself fortunate. Tai Lao gazed at Bai Shui, yet he could not easily release her. Let her stew for a few days first. Rabbit clan Qian Sun? Chieftain, a rabbit beast discovered Qian Sun, who had returned with the chieftain. When did you leave? Did you venture alone to confront the strays? Have you seen Bai Shui? The beastmen surrounded him, voices overlapping. Yet from their words, it was evident that his presence had been nearly unnoticed. First, let the shaman examine him. Qian Sun brought the chieftain into the shaman's wooden hut while he stood outside, addressing the questions of the beastmen. How did you rescue the chieftain? They could scarcely believe that the usually timid Qian Sun had ventured alone to save the chieftain. And even more astonishingly, succeeded. It was merely a scuffle, he replied, bearing the marks of a fight. Only he knew he had tripped while escorting the chieftain back. The chieftain's return seemed to restore a sense of leadership among the previously panicked beastmen. When did Bai Shui disappear? Qian Sun frowned, appearing anxious that it was shortly after the chieftain was taken. Perhaps she was captured by the strays. Qian Sun feigned sorrow, deceiving the surrounding beastmen. The magical beast had taken Bai Shui. She would undoubtedly not return. This thought pierced Qian Sun's heart, for his years of affection were not mere illusions. Yet everything shattered the moment she chose between her life and the chieftain's. Qian Sun closed his eyes. The surrounding beastmen assumed he was merely overwhelmed with concern. After all, it was no secret that Qian Sun harbored feelings for Bai Shui, with the chieftain still unconscious. They exchanged glances and turned their attention back to the often overlooked Qian Sun. Bai Shui is missing. We must send beastmen to search for her. The female is of utmost importance to our clan. Qian Sun stated theatrically. The others inexplicably began to heed his words. Chapter 33. Tai Lao. Did I say you could leave? Su Yitong's execution of tasks was remarkably efficient, aided significantly by the brothers Qi Li and Qi Yan. Within 2 days, she had transformed the house into a livable space, proudly displaying the 3 large characters she had chosen. In Beast Hall, in mere hours, the news spread throughout B City the new establishment had opened following the Yuan Beast Hall. Wu Ming, this will be your home from now on. Understand? Su Yitong said, looking down into the clear, innocent eyes of the little one, that Wu Ming was still quite young and not yet ready to bear heavy responsibilities. Su Yitong feared that once she departed, she would need to trouble Qi Li for assistance. Although this was a task assigned by the system, she harbored a personal motive. She hoped that the young beasts arriving in a beast hall would one day serve her. Who knows, perhaps among these little ones, a few would ascend to higher tiers, in no time, and Beast Hall became a sanctuary for abandoned young beasts. And those beastmen who caught wind of the establishment began bringing stray cubs from outside the city. The number of stray beasts has indeed diminished. How could this not be considered a mutually beneficial occurrence? The young beasts residing in the Inshou Jian are perplexed as to why they must exert themselves tirelessly in training to elevate their ranks. Yet they understand that it is only within these walls that they can satiate their hunger. The beautiful female before them has become their second maternal figure in their hearts. On this day, Su Yitong settled the young beasts in the Inshou Jian and invited high-ranking beastmen to train them. As she prepared to leave, she felt a gaze fixed intently upon her. "En Sun?" Su Yitong called out. En Sun's eyes glimmered with a hint of red as he gazed at the figure in the distance, noting the uncanny resemblance in appearance and demeanor. Even the newly established Inshou Jian bore semblance to the Wan Shoutang. As she approached, En Sun cast his eyes downward, attempting to conceal his emotions, a forced smile tugging at his lips. "If you're unhappy, there's no need to smile," Su Yitong remarked, casting a glance at him. En Sun remained silent, merely trailing behind her as she departed. Just as they reached the entrance, Naya rushed over. "Xiaojiu!" By the time Su Yitong realized what was happening, Naya had already hooked her arm around her shoulder, subtly pulling her away from En Sun. The city lord had warned that En Sun was not a trustworthy beast, urging her to protect Xiaojiu. With that thought, Naya felt a newfound sense of responsibility. Tightening her grip on Xiao Jio's hand, Su Yitong, bewildered, inquired, "What is going on?" "Hee, a fresh batch of materials has arrived today. Lord Qili instructed me to let you choose some to be made into beast cloaks." With that, she led Xiao Jio away, leaving Sun with a sense of unease as he caught a glimpse of Naya's unfriendly glare. Meanwhile, a magical beast discovered the white snow in the cave. And soon, a throng of magical beasts gathered around the entrance. The feline beast was nowhere to be found. White Snow took a step back as some magical beasts approached, eager to seize her. "What are you all doing here?" A voice from the crowd called out, causing the magical beast to part and create a small path. Though she did not trust Tai Lao, he was currently the least likely to harm her among the magical beasts. Instinctively, White Snow moved closer to him. The beastman who had intended to capture her withdrew his hand as Tai Lao stood in front of her, a glance conveying an unspoken message, prompting the magical beasts to disperse. In an instant, only the two of them remained in the cave. A sudden sound broke the silence. Hungry, Tai Lao's gaze shifted to her stomach. White Snow felt a twinge of embarrassment and stubbornly replied, "I am fine. It's not like I can find anything to eat here." After being thrown into the cave, she could only remain seated, as the height of the cave made it impossible for an ordinary female to descend on her own. Upon hearing her words, Tai Lao grasped her beast skin and led her out of the cave. Suddenly emerging into the open air, facing a towering cliff, the cold wind brushed against White Snow's face, causing her to shiver involuntarily. The next moment, they both plummeted from the heights. Her mind went blank in an instant. Tai Lao found her reaction amusing, labeling her as timid. Realizing she was being mocked, White Snow shot him a glare. Indeed, solid ground beneath her feet brought comfort. Observing the wooden forest before her, she assumed Tai Lao intended to release her. "What I said that day still stands. I want to go back on my word." With that, she attempted to leave, but Tai Lao grasped her firmly. "Did I say you could leave?" Their eyes locked in a silent standoff. "What is?" She glanced around at the surrounding darkness, a sense of dread creeping in. Surely, he wouldn't intend to devour her here, would he? After all, she had driven off those magical beasts, likely because she was insufficient to satisfy his hunger. Thus he had no desire to share his meal. "Aren't you hungry?" Tai Lao teased, his expression rife with mischief. "Now that I've set you down, you can go fill your stomach." In their tribe, the females relied on the males for food. Even the red fruits they consumed were gathered by the males from high places. White Snow felt at a loss, glancing at Tai Lao, who seemed sincere. She didn't know how to hunt, but she thought to seize this opportunity to escape. Tai Lao, seeing through her thoughts, cautioned, "It's best not to run off. The forest is home to not only magical beasts but also—" He paused deliberately, leaving the implication hanging. White Snow, glancing at the impenetrable darkness of the forest, felt a pang of anxiety. Remembering Tai Lao's expression, she steeled herself and ventured inside. She thought to gather some red fruits before making her escape, but after wandering for quite some time without sight of any fruit-bearing trees, she resorted to foraging for common edible grasses to quell her hunger. Tai Lao stood nearby by the stream, effortlessly catching one fresh fish after another. He tossed the largest one into his mouth with ease. White Snow swallowed hard, quickly averting her gaze. Once Tai Lao moved away, she picked up a wriggling fish from the ground, feeling it was a waste to let it go. Quickly standing up, she scanned the area to confirm Tai Lao was not looking. "Hurry up, or I won't be responsible if you get caught by other magical beasts." Tai Lao's voice rang out. "Wait for me." White Snow glanced back at the ominous darkness of the forest and hurried towards him. In Bai Ji's room, Su Yitong tied a white cloth over his eyes. "This is the last application of medicine. You can remove the cloth after this month. He would need a recovery period to regain his sight." So there was no rush to remove the cloth. "Healing takes time," Su Yitong said as she tidied up the remaining medicinal powder on the table. "Xiao Jio, thank you." Bai Gu placed his hand on her wrist. "Mutual benefit. Remember the promise you made to me." Su Yitong did not conceal her intentions. "I certainly will." After Su Yitong departed, Bai Gu sat in silence for a long while by the bathing pool. Su Yitong shed her outer garments, testing the water temperature with her foot before slowly stepping in. One must admit that the brothers Qi Li and Qi Yin truly understood the art of indulgence. She turned her back to the door, leaning over the edge of the pool, exhaling softly before gradually closing her eyes. Before she knew it, she drifted into slumber. Chapter 34. The red pattern on her back beneath the tree. And Sun stepped out from behind, gently pushing the door open. He sought to confirm certain matters. A mere glance would suffice. Just then, Su Yitong was facing away from the door, and this scene was witnessed by Shao Qi. "Host, wake up! There's a pervert!" In that singular moment. And Sun found himself rooted to the spot. The mist swirled around her, the water concealing her waist, her hair elegantly draped to one side, revealing her smooth, slender back. And Sun's heart skipped a beat as he caught sight of the red pattern on her back. As he was lost in thought, the person in the pool awoke, but he quickly concealed himself behind the screen. Yet the noise of his retreat still alerted Su Yitong. Furrowing her brows, she cautiously glanced toward the corner. "Who is there?" She snatched a beast cloak from the edge of the pool, swiftly rising to drape it over herself. And Sun pondered how to face her, but caught sight of her donning the beast cloak, revealing the vividly lifelike phoenix pattern on her waist. Once Su Yitong finished dressing, she turned around, only to meet in Sun's unabashed gaze Feng Jiu. This time, his tone held no hesitation. She was undeniably Feng Jiu, without a doubt. Though it was merely two simple words, Su Yitong sensed his reproach, his doubts, more akin to an endless longing. Yet, Su Yitong was too preoccupied to ponder anything else. In this moment, she should be the one voicing her questions. "Why are you here? Do beastmen have a penchant for peeping?" "You are Feng Jiu." The flicker of light crossed in Sun's eyes, but it was fleeting. Seeing Su Yitong's lack of reaction to his revelation, he quickly fell into a sense of desolation. Oh, you truly not remember me? What about the Yuan Shou Tang?" Noticing her silence, and Sun suddenly appeared before her. "Tang Master, come back. The Yuan Shou Tang cannot exist without you." Earlier, Shao Qi had indeed transmitted memories to her, mentioning her identity as the Tang Master. Yet she did not feel that this memory belonged to her. "Host, this is the memory automatically matched for you upon entering this world. It will make your existence in this realm more coherent. It's just that the transmission was delayed," Shao Qi interjected to explain. "Host, if you accept this identity, it might enable you to better fulfill your mission of saving the beast realm," Shao Qi whispered. He need not say it. Su Yitong understood that saving the beast realm could not solely rely on her efforts. And Su Yitong stepped forward, bending down to gently stroke his head, mimicking the gesture she had often performed in the memories regarding an Xu, and Sun looked up in astonishment. "Tang Master?" Just as during their first encounter. Feng Jiu lightly caressed his head and then led him away. That he had waited for so long. "They all said you were dead. I refuse to believe it. Tang Master, I miss you so much." And Sun's head nestled against her shoulder, his voice trembling as tears streamed down, as if pouring out the grievances of the years. Su Yitong gently patted his back, soothing him like a child. "It was my fault. She should have recognized this identity the moment she first met an Yuan as," and Sun sobbed. He seemed to realize the proximity between them, his face flushing. "That the Tang Master too busy with matters to acknowledge me?" His eyes glistened with tears, resembling a small dog afraid of abandonment. Is Su Yitong admitted. "Had I not discovered the pattern on your back today and inquired, you would have never acknowledged me. Would you? Even though I am right beside you." Anchuan's frustration only deepens as he speaks. "Wait," Su Yitong pulls him away. "Why did you come in while I was bathing?" She gazes at Anchuan with a playful curiosity, eager to hear his response. I just wanted to see." "What did you want to see?" "Me bathing." Anchuan, raised with the belief of distinct roles between genders by Feng Jiu, feels somewhat embarrassed, unlike the more liberated beastmen. Su Yitong is fully aware of this and deliberately teases him. "Master, please don't jest with me. I merely wish to ascertain your identity. Is that confirmation sufficient? You won't peek again, will you?" Su Yitong raises an eyebrow. Anchuan lightly shakes his head, unable to meet her gaze. Suddenly, a thought crosses his mind, causing his face to flush. Among them, "You may call me Shao Jiu," Su Yitong instructs him. She acknowledges this identity solely to ensure Anchuan becomes her right-hand man. Yet it does not imply she intends to reclaim the 10,000 Beast Hall. Naturally, Su Yitong refrains from disclosing her thoughts to him. "How is the Rabbit Clan's leader?" Yuan asked the shaman grinding herbs nearby. There are signs of awakening. Yuan remained silent, his gaze shifting to the leader lying on the beat. In recent days, he has gained some influence within the clan. However, it is still insufficient. He must advance to be truly recognized. What troubles him is that he remains at a low rank. Not only is he unable to advance, but his status even falls below that of some females. If only there were a way to swiftly elevate his rank before the leader awakens. Contemplating this, Yuan steps out of the wooden hut and approaches the tree by the pond. His reflection shimmers in the water. Suddenly, a red fruit drops from the tree, splashing into the pond and disturbing the surface that mirrors his face. The ripples spread out before quickly settling again. Do you think Bai Shui will return? Who knows? If she were taken by a stray beast, that would be one thing, but if she fell into the hands of a magical beast, it might be. Surely not. By the way, I've heard magical beasts advance their ranks swiftly. Is that true? Consuming their own kind allows for rapid advancement, but they defy the beast god and will inevitably face punishment. Two female rabbit beasts walk past him, their conversation reaching his ears verbatim. Magical beasts, advancing. Yes, the magical beast that took Bai Shui that day was indeed a high-ranking beastman. Yuan's heart begins to waver. All he needs to do is consume. Just one will suffice to elevate his rank. That very night, he sets his sights on the mid-ranking beastman of his clan. Losing one male beast, would it matter? As night deepens, a door creaks open, and a leaf soaked in medicinal liquid is slipped inside. The scent quickly fills the room. The male beast on the wooden bed seems to be having a pleasant dream. A smile gracing his lips. In the next moment, the metallic scent of blood overwhelms the air. Under the cover of night, Yuan stealthily transports the beast's corpse to a distant location, ensuring no one is around before he begins to consume his kin. A black eagle soaring above witnesses the entire scene, lazily flying away. Suddenly, a torrential rain begins, accompanied by thunder and lightning, awakening many beasts. In the rain-soaked night, a dark figure rises slowly, wiping his mouth before heading deeper into the forest. The rain washes away the scent of blood, leaving only the fragrance of the earth in the air. Chapter 35. The Female Selection. Days later, just as Yuan had envisioned, the leader remains in a coma. Bai Shui is nowhere to be found, and the beastmen have yet to notice the absence of one of their own. His heart, once anxious, now finds peace. Consuming a beastman has indeed elevated his rank. But he realizes that ever since that night, he has been experiencing an itch at the base of his back in human form. In these recent days, white fur has begun to sprout. Thankfully, the location is concealed, and it goes unnoticed by the other beastmen on the mountain of magical beasts. Although Bai Shui has not been tormented as the rumors suggest, her days spent in Ta Lao's company have not been pleasant either. Let us go. Where to? Ta Lao grips the back of her neck. I'm hungry. Their gazes meet, unspoken words passing between them. Bai Shui seems to convey that his hunger is of no concern to her. Didn't I demonstrate it for you that night? Catch fish. With that, Bai Shui is led to the stream where it all transpired. Before the gently flowing stream, Ta Lao watches her from behind, urging her to hurry. If she doesn't catch fish by nightfall, he will eat her instead. Bai Shui does not doubt the truth of his words and immediately attempts to mimic his actions from that night. But her movements are slow, and she fails to catch even a single fish. Ta Lao, however, remains unhurried, chewing on a blade of grass as he reclines, seemingly anticipating the current situation. Bai Shui shifts to another spot, hoping to find a place with more fish, but notices a torn piece of bee skin on the sharp rocks by the stream. For reasons she cannot comprehend, she instinctively picks it up. The skin is wet but still carries a faint metallic scent of blood. Bai Shui gazes downstream, where the closest proximity seems to be her rabbit clan. Why are you standing still? Ta Lao prompts. Bai Shui carelessly discards the beast's skin, hoping it was merely her imagination. In the beast city, Su Yitong awakens to the sounds outside early in the morning. Peeking out, she sees Naya passing by. What is happening? Why is it so lively outside? Xiaojio, you're awake. Come with me. The two lean against the entrance, and Su Yitong notices that the females passing by are all dressed in vibrant attire. Is today a special occasion? She curiously peers out. Xiaojio, how could you not know anything? Naya looks at her with surprise before explaining. Tomorrow is the day for the interclan female beauty pageant. The females are all vying for attention. In previous years, the title of the most beautiful female has always gone to those from the Fox clan or the Peacock clan. Come to think of it, it seems like the same female from the Fox clan has won consecutively over the years. As she speaks, Naya glances at Su Yitong. Xiaojio, if you participated, they wouldn't stand a chance. Why doesn't your clan send you? She asks, puzzled. Though Su Yitong has no interest in competing, she is quite curious about what the most beautiful female in the beast world looks like. Not wishing to draw attention to herself, she prepares a simple beast robe, the high-collared, pleated garment perfectly concealing her head and half her face. The next day, upon seeing Su Yitong, Naya frowns. She had hoped to bask in the limelight beside Xiaojio. Just standing still, Xiaojio's face draws attention, yet today she is completely covered up. Let us go to Su Yitong walks past her. Qi Li and Qi Yan accompany her, and upon seeing her attire, they pause momentarily but say nothing more. The two brothers seem to share a fondness for red, and wear it well that Su Yitong originally walked alongside Naya. But for reasons unknown, she finds herself flanked by Qi Yan. She shifts to the right, only for Qi Li to approach as well. She feels as if the three of them have formed a red sandwich. Can we walk outside? The two brothers draw nearer, making Su Yitong feel increasingly compressed. The brothers exchange glances, neither willing to yield first. Ultimately, Su Yitong decides to step aside, creating some distance between them. Below the stage stand the females preparing for the beauty contest. The robes of the Peacock clan females are adorned with bright, eye-catching feathers as they proudly hold their heads high beside their clan members. Su Yitong follows Qi Li and Qi Yan into the inner arena. Qi Li, Qi Yan, a delicate voice calls out, drawing everyone's attention. She is stunning. Is that Fiona, the female from the Fox clan? She is so fair. She's the most beautiful female I have ever seen. In the beast world, females are often sun-kissed, resulting in a generally darker complexion, making Fiona's fair skin stand out in stark contrast. She glances at the female, standing behind the two brothers. Qi Yan smirks and casually grabs Su Yitong's wrist. Xiaojio mine. For now, we're still friends. Observing Qi Yan's gesture, Qi Li's expression darkens slightly. Su Yitong prepares to break free, but Qi Yan releases her wrist at the right moment. Liona teases. On stage, females begin to showcase their beauty. Su Yitong notes that indeed, the Fox clan excels in this regard. Lena's every gesture exudes allure. She watches as Liona, clad in a high-slit beast robe, gracefully glides across the stage, causing the males below to gasp in astonishment. Liona is the offspring of our mother beast and her other mates, slightly older than us. Qi Li whispers in her ear, startling her. So, they are siblings? Su Yitong processes the information. Yes. You both bear a striking resemblance. It seemed as though an alluring charm inadvertently emanated from her being. Su Yitong cast a fleeting glance in his direction. As the competition reached its zenith, Su Yitong realized that the beauty pageant in the beast realm was not solely a contest of physical allure. Rather, it appeared that the capabilities of the female contestants, particularly their purification abilities and social standing, were of paramount importance. The majority of females possessed only purification abilities, with very few holding any rank, even among the lower tiers. However, this contest had gathered that rare faction of females who possessed social standing. Before the females lay deeply rotten food and injured beastmen. Liona was the first to approach the wounded beastman. Purifying his injuries proved to be a far more arduous task than cleansing the food. If the purification was not thorough, it could lead to life-threatening complications. The risks were too great, and they hesitated. The female from the Peacock clan, however, did not waver, advancing toward another injured male beast. The other females remained stationary, purifying the decayed food. The higher the purification ability, the cleaner the wounds and food could be rendered. The two injured male beastmen seated on the stage appeared somewhat anxious. Su Yitong observed as Liona raised her hand, covering the wound of the male beastman, and after a brief moment, she withdrew it. The once gruesome injury began to heal rapidly, until only dried remnants of blood remained on the skin. The Peacock clan female beside her seemed tense, wiping the sweat from her palms, and when her gaze met Lyona's, she huffed disdainfully. The two appeared to be at odds. Chapter 36. Failure of purification. The eyes of the crowd shifted to the female of the Peacock clan on stage. Su Yitong watched as she attempted to purify the wound once more, but remained unhealed. It seemed her purification abilities had reached their limits. Yet the female persisted, attempting a second time. You do realize the risks of a second attempt, don't you? It would be wise to cease, Lyona remarked with a gentle smile. The Peacock clan female, however, was reluctant to concede defeat. I do not require your false kindness, she retorted, focusing all her energy on the male beast's wound. Yet it was evident that her efforts were insufficient. She attempted a third time. Signs of healing began to manifest, but before she could rejoice, the injured male beast let out a low growl, and the wound began to blacken, spreading ominously. It failed. The purification has failed, someone shouted, and chaos erupted. Fiona on stage had not anticipated this outcome. The Peacock clan female collapsed to the ground. Before long, the male beast would be engulfed in darkness. Faced only with death, the areas of blackened flesh were visibly expanding. He will die. Indeed, the participating male beasts were generally considered troublesome even by shamans. They understood the consequences of failure and had willingly volunteered. And now, shall we simply watch him perish? No beast stepped forward. The onlookers merely observed the wounded male beast's agonizing struggle from a distance. There's nothing that can be done. Chi-Han shook his head. Who says so? Su Yitong furrowed her brow. She vaulted onto the stage, her actions embodying the compassion of a healer today. Chi-Han was unable to reach her in time as Su Yitong knelt beside the struggling male beast, gently probing his neck before inserting a fine needle into his pressure points. Within moments, the spread of the dark essence was halted. What technique is this? Is she a shaman? Murmurs rippled through the crowd. It seems the darkness has ceased to spread. In the midst of the murmurs, Su Yitong meticulously observed the distribution and trajectory of the dark essence. Help me. Save me. The male beast trembled uncontrollably. You will not perish. Su Yitong attempted to expel the blackened blood, but to no avail. The areas tainted by the dark essence were gradually succumbing to necrosis. The only option left was to sever the spread. Su Yitong presented him with two choices, and without hesitation, the beast man chose to live. That if you can ensure my survival, that is sufficient. The Peacock clan female stood dumbfounded, having overheard their entire exchange. She claimed she can save him. I still have qualifications to compete, she cried out. And one responded. Su Yitong shot her a glance, finally understanding the discord between Lyona and this female. This time he survived because of my intervention. What a next time? The Peacock clan female fell silent, eventually retreating in defeat. Lyona regarded Su Yitong with a look of curiosity and admiration. The male beast was carried away, and Su Yitong instructed the beastmen to transport him to the nearest shaman. The onlookers erupted into cheers, heralding her as a divine healer. Su Yitong. They chanted, I have a child. Please, save her. A beastman began to plead, but was soon jostled aside by others. Divine healer, I am from the Peacock clan. Would you consider joining our tribe? We can offer you. The crowd clamored, tugging at her, leaving Su Yitong in a quandary. Amidst the tumult, someone inadvertently tore away the beast robe that had concealed her face. What a beautiful female. Why must she disguise herself? I adore her. She is truly deserving of the title of the most beautiful female. Su Yitong hastily adjusted her mask, scanning the crowd for Chi-Han and Chi-Hian. Making her way towards them, Xiaojiu. Chi-Hian grasped her arm, preventing her from being swept away by the throng. These people have gone mad, he remarked, frowning that we should return. Chi-Han shielded her from the crowd. Upon exiting the crowd, a few beastmen still trailed behind, some having come quite close and caught a glimpse of her visage beneath the mask. Their eyes gleamed with an unsettling intensity, as if they regarded her as prey. At a glance from Chi-Han, Chi intercepted them. What do you want? I wish to pursue this female. I desire to bond with her, one beastman declared boldly. So do I. Me too. This female is evidently unaccompanied. You cannot obstruct our pursuit, they insisted. In the beast realm, it was ingrained in their minds that an adult female must have a primary partner. Chi-Hian appeared ready to engage in combat, but Su Yitong restrained him. "I have a partner." She produced a jade stone, a gift from Minghua, which she had kept as a talisman to avoid drawing attention. She had concealed it. Displaying the jade stone before the beastmen, they regarded it with astonishment. This is a summoning stone used by high-ranking beastmen to protect their partners. The red in the center is the blood of a high-ranking male beast. High-ranking beastmen can utilize the summoning stone to sense their female's location in times of peril. This stone is effective only if infused with the blood of beasts ranked 8 or higher. Those of lower rank cannot activate its powers. Chihan and Chihian exchanged glances that, "If you seek other partners." The obstinate beastmen persisted that, "I favor the strong." Su Yitong succinctly dismissed their intentions that it was clear that such an exceptional female could only be paired with the most formidable male beasts. Once the persistent beastmen departed, Su Yitong stowed the jade stone away. "Xiao Jiu has a partner? Why have you never mentioned it?" Chihan inquired. She was well aware of the brothers' feelings. Now they were enlightened. With a mere mention of Minghua, she could resolve these troubles, and for now, she would utilize him as a shield. If Minghua were to witness this scene, he would surely find it amusing. "Let him challenge me. I assure you I will not be outdone," Chihan declared, rolling up his sleeves. Chihan, however, was less fervent, as he knew that Xiao Jiu had never truly belonged to any male beast. Even if she did possess a partner, she had yet to entrust her heart and soul to the beast man she spoke of. Throughout their journey, Chihan chattered incessantly, causing Su Yitong a headache. She contemplated returning to the tiger tribe with Baigu in a few days to search for traces of the black crystal. Upon entering, Su Yitong promptly sought out and Sun that I plan to leave Beast City in a few days. "Master, I wish to accompany you." And Sun clasped his hands tightly. "Then let us go together. The more, the merrier. If Baigu does not uphold his end of the bargain, I shall have to resort to Plan B, forceful acquisition." Chapter 37. The chief and Qian Sun disappeared together within Baiji's quarters. Lyris had taken over Su Yitong's responsibilities. He had been caring for Baigu these past few days. "Your father sent word, urging you to return swiftly." "What has transpired in the tribe?" Baigu frowned. "Details were not provided," Lyris replied, shaking his head. Su Yitong still remembered her promise to Chihan. "Not at this moment," Chihan murmured. "I shall be departing Beast City soon. Should you require my assistance, how may you find me?" "You are leaving?" While Chihan was not surprised, his demeanor was noticeably somber. "I have ways to locate you." "There is no need for concern," he said, lowering his gaze. Su Yitong refrained from pressing further. That night, a fragrant aroma wafted through the cracks, and into her room, Su Yitong lay resting on her bed, unaware of the presence that had entered her chamber. He crouched by the bedside, gazing for a moment at the delicate figure lying atop the covers. Subsequently, he lowered his head, nuzzling against her palm, revealing his fox-like ears. Chi was entranced, seemingly wishing to etch her visage into his memory forever, to preserve her scent for eternity. He could not bear to part from the Beast City. When he would next see her remained in uncertainty. As he prepared to depart, he stealthily pocketed the veil from Su Yitong's table, clenching it tightly in his hand. The one on the bed dreamt not at all, feeling as if this night had brought an unusually sweet slumber. In the rabbit clan. Qian Sun's eyes were red-rimmed, resembling a wild beast bereft of reason as he raced through the night. His thoughts had ceased. All he desired was to consume a little more of the beastmen. Just one more would suffice. With that, he would ascend another level. The rabbit clan had already discerned the dwindling number of males within their ranks. And in recent days, they had been exceedingly vigilant, leaving him bereft of opportunity to act. Eventually, Qian Sun paused outside the wooden hut where the clan leader lay. He swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light, akin to a famished wolf. After observing for a considerable time and confirming that only the clan leader was in bed, he commenced his grim undertaking. He was no longer a low-tier beastman, but had risen to the 6th tier. One more ascension would elevate him to a high-tier beastman, a title he had once deemed unattainable. Qian Sun dragged the unconscious clan leader into the forest. Upon returning, the shaman found the bed empty, mistakenly believing the clan leader had awakened and was searching outside, only to discover drag marks on the ground. Clearly, someone had been there. The shaman rapidly organized the clan members, and with the recent spate of male disappearances, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. When the beastmen gathered, they noted Qian Sun's absence as well. Yet, due to Qian Sun's recent actions, they could not connect him with the missing males. That very night, Tai Lao prepared to release Bai Shui. In the dark woods, he guided her along the path. I shall take you this far. Bai Shui felt a sense of fulfillment. She was soon to see her father beast, to reunite with her kin. Suddenly, a sound of something heavy falling echoed around them. Bai Shui and Tai Lao simultaneously cast their gaze deeper into the forest. What is it? Bai Shui instinctively wanted to advance, but was halted by Tai Lao's grip. Do you truly wish to see? Tai Lao seemed to possess knowledge of what lay within, heightening Bai Shui's curiosity. She looked up at him and nodded. Tai Lao covered her mouth, silencing her, and led her closer. They stood in a concealed corner, and Bai Shui was stunned by the sight before her. It was a magical beast feasting. Terrified, she attempted to retreat but inadvertently stepped on a branch, producing a crackling sound. The beast-man mid-feast halted his actions and turned to face them. Qian Sun. Bai Shui stood frozen in place. Blood stained Qian Sun's face, and in his grasp was a severed limb of a beastman in the darkness. His eyes glowed a menacing red. Bai Shui felt an involuntary shiver run down her spine. Qian Sun released the limb and seized the head of the beast-man. She seemed to have become his quarry. Qian Sun, how have you become like this? How have you turned into a magical beast? Bai Shui gazed at him in disbelief. While Qian Sun remained silent, his gaze fixed on her, he had lost his autonomy. Resembling a machine under control, he is not a magical beast. We magical beasts do not descend into such ruin. Most, he's a mad beast who has succumbed to obsession in his quest for elevation. Tai Lao's flippant remark appeared to incite Qian Sun's anger. He hurled the severed head towards her. Tai Lao deftly dodged, but the head rolled to Bai Shui's feet. She recoiled in fear, and after rolling once on the ground, the head revealed a face she knew all too well, her father beast. Bai Shui stood paralyzed, momentarily voiceless, her legs feeling as heavy as lead. Her body slumped to the ground, and she cradled the head, unafraid of the blood that stained her. Bai Shui wept uncontrollably. Tai Lao, who frequented the rabbit clan, had already come to a grim realization as Bai Shui lifted the head. It was truly a madness beyond comprehension. He smirked at Qian Sun, never expecting that the most fragile among them would strike with such ferocity. The situation had escalated beyond his anticipation. Qian Sun had resorted to cannibalism for some time. Yet he had not imagined he would go so far as to harm the elderly clan leader. Bai Shui knelt on the ground, her eyes reddened, her voice a series of choked sobs. Qian Sun licked the blood from his lips, expressionless as he approached Tai Lao, intent on severing his head. He believed his movements were swift, yet compared to Tai Lao, he fell vastly short, despite consuming numerous beastmen. Why was he still so inept? Tai Lao evaded his attack, swiftly kicking him at the side, which jolted Qian Sun awake. He grimaced as he rose from the sandy ground, believing he was ensnared in a dream. Bai Shui was weeping over the clan leader's head, while the beastman who had abducted her stood nearby. Bai Shui's gaze, filled with hatred, pierced him. Bai Shui, you are alive. How wonderful. This was Qian Sun's first coherent thought upon regaining his senses. Bai Shui was uncertain if he was feigning ignorance. Yet he had killed her father beast, and she had witnessed the truth. Qian Sun, I will expose you to the clan. You have slaughtered my father beast. Who knows how many other beastmen you have harmed? Qian Sun's heart sank. He could not allow Bai Shui to return. Yet, gazing into her face, he found it impossible to harden his heart. Bai Shui, I have grown stronger now. I can protect you. The clan leader was already elderly. Coupled with the injuries inflicted by the stray beast, he had remained in a coma. I merely allowed him to serve his final purpose. Bai Shui, let us bond. I am the strongest beastman of the rabbit clan. Only I can safeguard you now. Chapter 38. Your affection is disgusting. Bai Shui glared at him with reddened eyes. Qian Sun, I have only just realized how shameless you are. Your affection disgusts me. You have killed my father beast. I will not let you off easily. I will reveal the truth to the clan, and you will ultimately be driven away. I will ensure everyone knows you are a demon, a thoroughgoing demon. You are even inferior to Qianmi. Bai Shui articulated each word with fierce intensity. Her gaze fixed on him with such venomous hatred that she seemed to wish for his dismemberment. Qiansun detested being compared to others, especially to his brother, and now that Qianmi had become a stray beast, an object of scorn among beastmen, it was all the more unbearable. Tai Lao stood by, listening to their exchange with an air of detachment. Qiansun, incensed, found Bai Shui equally unyielding. Yet she was clever. Upon sensing Qiansun's intent to strike, she immediately turned to flee towards Tai Lao. "Kill him, please." At that moment, Tai Lao was her lifeline. "Why should I?" Bai Shui struggled to articulate her thoughts, unable to offer anything in exchange. "What you desire, whatever I can provide, I shall surely give." Tai Lao regarded her thoughtfully, conceiving an amusing idea. Thus far, no female magical beasts had emerged. The primary condition for becoming a magical beast is willingness. The tender and fragile females could never be so inclined. Hence, both strays and magical beasts had always been male. He was curious to see how the beastmen would react upon discovering that a female had transformed into a magical beast. Contemplating this, Tai Lao smirked as he shielded her. "I will assist you, but you must keep your promise," he said softly. "Certainly." Bai Shui's gaze was resolute. Tai Lao was unconcerned. His words merely served as a reminder. If Bai Shui failed to honor her commitment, he possessed ample means to compel her. Qiansun observed the two conversing, disregarding him entirely. Had it always been this way? Did Bai Shui truly not see him? Or was it merely a matter of choice? The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became. Launching an attack against the two, his first strike caught Tai Lao off guard, landing a blow on his arm. Fortunately, he recovered quickly enough to avoid further injury. Bai Shui sought a place to hide, but fell under Qiansun's gaze as he reached for her. She turned to flee, but her legs faltered, causing her to stumble. Just as Qiansun was about to seize her, Tai Lao intervened. Qiansun's claws left bloody marks on Tai Lao's arm. Watching the unfolding scene, Bai Shui felt a surge of anxiety, yet was powerless to act. "I have no time to play with you." Tai Lao launched an offensive, aiming to end the confrontation. Despite Qiansun's considerable elevation in rank, his physical coordination had yet to catch up, rendering his movements sluggish and far behind Tai Lao's. In an instant, a searing pain coursed through him. His chest was pierced. Qiansun stared incredulously at the hand that had penetrated his body. How could this be? He had worked so hard to ascend. How could this happen? His eyes brimmed with resentment as he collapsed into a pool of blood. Tai Lao discarded the heart he had extracted, wiping his hands in disgust. How foul! He grimaced, feeling somewhat irritable. "Are you satisfied with what you desired?" Tai Lao looked down at the female who sat slumped on the ground. Everything had transpired too swiftly. She had yet to process it all. She mourned, lamenting the loss of the Qiansun from before. All memories have turned to ash in this moment. It is time to fulfill the promise. Tai Lao gazed down at her. During the burial of her father beast by the snow, he expressed his thoughts, declaring his desire for her to become the first female magical beast of the beast realm. Bai Shui's eyes dimmed as she nodded in agreement. "Can you grant me a little more time? Just a day to communicate with my kin will suffice." Upon her return to the rabbit clan, Bai Shui found herself alone, the fragments of her past with her father beast replaying vividly in her mind. Clutching the blood-stained beast robe, her eyes reddened as she slowly approached the familiar ground that held the memories of their father-daughter bond. "Bai Shui has returned," a beastman shouted upon spotting her, and soon the clan members emerged from their homes, surrounding her. The voices of her kin felt like a great hand pulling her from her reverie. Bai Shui placed her father beast's robe back into the small wooden hut, where it belonged. "The clan leader, Qiansun, killed my father beast and devoured him." Bai Shui recounted the events calmly, mentioning only to her kin that Qiansun had still held her father's remains when she found him, but omitting the fact that Qiansun had already perished in the wasteland. The clan members were incredulous yet filled with rage. How could Qiansun be such a person? We truly misjudged him. Where is he now? Bai Shui left before her kin could fully grasp the situation. Tai Lao stood not far away beneath a tree. Watching her, she glanced back one last time before running in his direction. In the beast city, Bai Go prepared to leave upon receiving a letter from his father beast. Su Yitong brought in Sun along with them. "Why can he go with you?" Qi Yin protested. If not for Qi Li holding him back, he would have rushed to seize Sun. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Qi Yan's smug expression. Feeling disgruntled, Su Yitong lightly tapped Qian's head, pulling out 2 pendants embroidered with little foxes that I saw these on the street the other day, and thought they would suit you 2 brothers. So, I bought them on a whim. They have been kept until now, and have turned into farewell gifts. After bidding farewell, the 4 of them departed the Beast City, heading towards the White Tiger clan. Baigu, still blindfolded, could not see but faintly sensed the light of the outside world. Host, the journey is long. This is a good opportunity to let Xiao Yiji out for some training. Xiao Qi suggested, I am Yin Yin, not Xiao Yiji. Yin Yin protested from within the space, feeling indignant yet somewhat pleased. Can I come out now? I want to be with my mother beast. Su Yitong glanced at the 3 beside her, pondering how to make Yin Yin's appearance seem more reasonable. Rue Feng, is the information from the insect clan false? Rue Feng had been coming and going for days, but had found no news of the master of the Beast Hall in the city. How could it be fake? Rue Feng felt his authority questioned, his voice rising involuntarily. The figure on the bed, Yuan, flinched, retreating to the corner. The 2 male beasts exchanged glances and sighed that I visited the insect clan today. They said the master of the Beast Hall has already left. Rue Feng slumped down, deflated. What about Yuan? Lin frowned, that I should have had you watch over Yuan while I went to find someone. He complained. Stop with the hindsight, Rue Feng retorted, standing up and patting the beast's skin beneath him. The master of the Beast Hall isn't far from the city. There's still a chance to catch up. Yan's symptoms of madness were increasingly apparent, her moments of clarity growing shorter. Chapter 39. By Ji's fever outside the city, the 4 travelers found a relatively safe cave to rest as night fell. The temperature plummeted and snowflakes began to fall. Su Yitong rubbed her arms and curled inward. Little Gio, are you cold? And Sun asked, noticing her shivering. Yes, it's gotten colder. It might be even chillier later. She regretted not bringing an extra bee skin for warmth from the Bee City. Upon hearing this, Sun transformed into his beast form, a fluffy fox that moved around her feet, his tail playfully brushing against her calves, as if inviting her to pet him. Su Yitong obliged. Burying her hands in his warm fur, it felt so comforting. Lu Si curled his lip, muttering about the creature's eagerness to please females. What's wrong? Baigu, sitting nearby, inquired upon hearing Lu Si's remark. After Lu Si described the scene to him, Baigu fell silent. Later that night, as Su Yitong had anticipated, the temperature dropped dramatically. In her slumber, she vaguely sensed something pressing down on her from both sides. When she reached out, it felt furried. Sun's head leaned over that on one side was Sun, and on the other, Su Yitong turned to the other side, noticing a similarly furry figure. Baigu? She glanced towards the corner, seeing Lu Si curled up with his eyes closed, originally beside Baigu. When did he fall asleep? Su Yitong decided not to wake him, confused for a moment before lying down between the 2 beast men. She felt warm and no longer cold. Seeing that Baigu was already asleep, Su Yitong reached out to stroke his fur. Suddenly, a wave of heat radiated from him. So hot, it felt unnaturally warm. Su Yitong quickly sat up, and Sun followed suit. Baigu. She patted his scorching body, but he showed no signs of waking. Sun observed quietly, aware that during winter, beasts with weakened constitutions often experience such conditions, typically enduring it through gritted teeth. Many, however, did not survive the winter. Their movements stirred Lu Si, who awoke with a start. What's going on? He saw the dazed Baigu and instantly recognized the dreaded fever that beasts sought to avoid. What do we do? Lu Si frowned to go find a water source and bring back some water. Su Yitong instructed that I'll go to Lu Si stood up eagerly, rushing outside without hesitation, while Sun stayed by the side of the 2. Observing Feng Ju's worried expression for that beast man, he felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. Su Yitong took out a veil, soaked it in water, and began to wipe Baigu's paws and nose. This was how she had cooled down small cats in her modern life. Surely it would work on Baigu as well. With Sun's help, she turned Baigu over to allow him to dissipate heat from all sides. Despite it being winter, he remained terrifyingly hot. Su Yitong kept vigil throughout the night, periodically checking his temperature as dawn approached. Die, perish, Yuan muttered, being dragged by Lin, her other hand waving in the air. Murmuring incoherently, Upon reaching a fork in the path, the two were at a loss. Rue Feng frowned, knowing there was no time to backtrack once a path was chosen. Let us split up. You take Yuan. I'll go the other way. We'll meet up at the Rabbit Clan if we truly can't find a master of the Beast Hall. Rue Feng dared not contemplate further, hastening down the alternate path. And Sun stood guard on the slope outside the cave. By sheer coincidence, Rue Feng encountered the master of the Beast Hall, the figure from the portrait and the rumors, and Sun, unaware of Rue Feng's intentions, remained vigilant. As Rue Feng approached the cave, he finally spoke up. Don't come any closer. Master of the Beast Hall? Rue Feng asked cautiously, and Sun raised an eyebrow, but said nothing further. You are the master of the Beast Hall. Rue Feng scrutinized his face, confirming it matched the portrait perfectly. It had to be him. Master, please save my female. Rue Feng implored, lowering his voice in a plea for compassion. And Sun cast a glance at him, but was too preoccupied to engage. He still needed to travel with Feng Jiao. Please, my female has been traumatized and has become a mad beast. Only you can save her. Rue Feng pressed, desperation creeping into his voice. Are you really going to stand by and watch her die? When Sun remained unresponsive, Rue Feng grew frantic. Oh what? And Sun replied dismissively. Yet Rue Feng found himself at a loss for words. His tone softened again. Please, I beg you, I can offer you as many beast stones as you desire. Seeing his desperation, and Sun frowned that I am not a shaman. I have no obligation to save beasts. You've come to the wrong person. Leave now. Typically, he only rescued beasts if they managed to catch his interest or if the timing was right. But the unappealing peacock before him had neither quality. Rue Feng had finally located the individual he sought and could not retreat due to a single remark that he was determined to take him back by force if necessary. Beasts all praise you as a divine healer. Is it true that you would watch another die? Rue Feng attempted to provoke him, but Sun had seen countless individuals and ignored him entirely. And Sun, the voice of a female called from the cave. Su Yitong had just opened her eyes upon hearing the call, noticing Sun was absent. She propped herself up to look outside the cave. I am here, and Sun replied while warning Rue Feng to keep his distance. Rue Feng glanced at the cave, realizing that the female's voice must belong to his mate. He conceived a cunning plan. If he could seize his companion, would he not then have the opportunity to exchange her for treatment for Yuan? With this thought in mind, he proceeded to execute his scheme. Rue Feng, lurking at a distance, observed a tightly wrapped female emerge slowly from the cave, accompanied by two males, aside from the master of the Beast Hall. Host, ahead lies a fork in the path. To the left is the orc training ground. Within the training ground, fruits that enhance rank can be found. Though fearsome beasts also roam, orcs, eager to elevate their status, often venture there, most returning midway, for the deeper they tread, the more formidable the beasts they encounter. Thus, the fruits at the forefront have long been picked clean. Su Yitong guided in Xian, using his desire to train as an excuse to send Bai Gu and the others down a separate route, promising to reunite later. Bai Gu, concerned, wished to accompany her, but was firmly rebuffed. You know it's not convenient for you right now. Lyris led Bai Gu away, leaving in Xian, who remained with Su Yitong, smiling, although he was unsure why the master of the Tang would have him train. Her decision to keep him beside her indicated that, in her eyes, he was unlike the two orcs. The more he pondered, the happier he became. The primary reason Su Yitong had kept him was that in Xian was the strongest among them, offering her an additional layer of security. Chapter 40. Nian Yan's appearance taking advantage of the inattention of those around her, Su Yitong released Nian Yan, who joyfully bounded across the muddy ground. Her intention was for Nian Yan to lead the way, maintaining some distance. However, after running a short distance and realizing she had not followed, Nian Yan turned back to her side. This action caught in Xian's attention, prompting him to protect Su Yitong, cautioning her, be careful. It could be a juvenile beast. Seeing the mother beast being pulled away, Nian Yan stomped angrily, emitting a faint flame that soon extinguished, and Xian, observing this, tightened his protective stance around Su Yitong. Although the beast appeared small, its survival in the training ground indicated it was no ordinary creature. He contemplated slaying the beast. Stop, Su Yitong halted him, that I find it somewhat familiar. It does not resemble a typical beast. Rather, it resembles the fledgling form of a phoenix. Su Yitong gazed at the small creature, fabricating this assertion. Having never encountered a phoenix, how could she possibly know what its fledgling looked like? Phoenix? And Xian paused. If such words had come from the lips of another beast, he would surely not believe them. He withdrew his hand. Very well, we shall take it along. Before Xian could voice another thought, Su Yitong scooped up Nian Yin and tucked it into her arms. Not far away, Rui Feng trailed behind the two, maintaining a distance that allowed him to keep them in sight without being detected. He aimed to abduct the master of the beast hall before darkness fell in the beast mountain. Bai Shui seemed to have wept dry of every tear in her lifetime, her eyes swollen like walnuts. Yet she could not squeeze out another drop. You look dreadful. Tai Lao tossed a freshly picked red fruit at her. Bai Shui hadn't eaten for several days, and at that moment, her stomach grumbled. Thank you. She picked up the vibrant red fruit at her feet and took a hearty bite. Observing her state, Tai Lao lost any inclination to tease her. Oh, inquired yesterday why I brought you back again. Tai Lao said, casually sitting down. They were all quite astonished by your return. Indeed, Bai Shui nodded calmly, chewing, yet her gaze remained hollow and devoid of life. Are you friends with Su Yitong? Tai Lao recalled her reaction when he previously mentioned Su Yitong. Upon hearing the name again, Bai Shui's expression shifted slightly. Yes, however, her demeanor quickly fell back into despondency. She is still alive. When the king released her, she was indeed alive. What has become of her now is uncertain. Bai Shui paused, a flicker of long-lost light appearing in her eyes. Really? Where is she now? Meanwhile, far away in the training ground, Su Yitong sneezed. Host, let Nian Yin enter on its OWD, not underestimate its capabilities. Despite its small size, it has feasted well in my space. In a moment of carelessness, it devoured a significant portion of the fruits meant for rank elevation. Su Yitong gently patted Nian Yin's head. I will follow closely behind you. Do not fear. The mother beast is here. Nian Yin is not afraid. This declaration, when heard by Xian, became a series of chirps in a language only Su Yitong and Shao Qi could comprehend. And Xian remained puzzled as to why the little creature was chattering away. But in the next moment, he saw it nimbly leap from Shao Jiu's embrace and dash deeper into the training ground. Even if it were a divine beast, such reckless abandon, truly a disregard for its own safety to Su Yitong, however, was not overly concerned, trailing behind Nian and Xian remained vigilant, prepared to engage at the slightest disturbance. A roar echoed from the depths of the training ground, and soon Nian vanished from sight. The training ground quickly returned to its eerie calm. And Xian suspected the divine beast had likely met its end. Shao Jiuwi, Mother Beast, Nian exclaimed while running, fearful that it would lag behind and lose Su Yitong. Slow down. She picked Nian up and placed it on her shoulder. You seem heavier, she whispered. Nian chuckled, and Xian, standing nearby, was astonished that the fledgling beast could escape the jaws of a ferocious creature, and his gaze bore traces of discontent. Despite having only recently met Feng Jiu, their bond appeared strikingly intimate, as if they had known each other for ages, and Xian shook his head, pondering what he was worried about. The connection between Feng Jiu and him was irreplaceable by any third party, especially not by this fledgling beast. Can we proceed further? Su Yitong inquired, observing Nian Yin's boundless energy. Nian Yin nodded eagerly to IT had already led the fearsome beast away, ensuring its mother beast would not be startled. With confirmation, Su Yitong took the lead, and Xian closely following. Initially cautious, attuned to every rustle of the wind, he gradually noticed that the fearsome beasts in the training ground seemed to be vanishing. Scattered about were elevation fruits. Under normal circumstances where there were elevation fruits, fearsome beasts would also be present. As expected, the foliage behind them began to stir, and a large, black-furred beast, its fangs bared, trembled as it stepped forward, and Xian shifted into a combat stance, ready to pounce. The beast, upon seeing something, bolted away in fright, and soon disappeared from view, and Xian was left bewildered. Yet Su Yitong clearly perceived that the creature had fled after locking eyes with Nian Yin. She affectionately ruffled Nian Yin's head, surprised by the little one's impressive ability. What just happened? And Xian asked, glancing in the direction of the fleeing beast. Perhaps it was frightened by you, Su Yitong replied earnestly. Perhaps, and Xian conceded, though it was hard to believe, it seemed the most plausible explanation, and Xian could hardly fathom that the fledgling beast had played a pivotal role. Yin, excitedly bouncing on her shoulder. Declare go. Upon receiving permission, it leapt from Su Yitong's shoulder and dashed toward the high-quality elevation fruits. Are you not going to take a few? She asked in Xian. Even if your rank is sufficiently high? Who would refuse the chance to grow stronger? The elevation fruits were considered a swift avenue for orcs to enhance their ranks. Wait for me. He did not venture far, instead gathering elevation fruits around Su Yitong. Meanwhile, Yin indulged heartily, unable to contain a burp after gobbling down the last one. Now is the moment. Rui Feng, concealed in the shadows, observed the solitary female. Failure is not an option. I cannot afford to fail. I must succeed in one attempt. Seizing the opportunity, Rui Feng dashed from behind the trees, bearing a sharp stone blade. I did it. I'm about to capture her. A smile broke across Rui Feng's face. But it was short-lived. Su Yitong, with an impassive expression, sidestepped his advance. Rui Feng, overexerting himself, stumbled to the ground. Upon noticing the stone blade in his hand, Su Yitong stepped on his wrist, sending his weapon flying. Did you truly believe no one would notice you? She gazed down at the beast beneath her. Initially, she had assumed it was merely an orc attempting to follow them for a chance to scavenge. Chapter 41. I hold a grudge against her. This face seems somewhat familiar. Su Yitong's gaze fixated on the male beast countenance, but in the next moment, her view was obscured. What are you doing? So ugly. As she spoke, and Xian seized Rui Feng. The Peacock clan prided itself on beauty. Yet in this situation, no matter how much discontent Rui Feng harbored, he could only swallow it, compared to you. It's indeed ugly. Su Yitong thoughtfully compared their faces, nodding earnestly. You all? Rui Feng's complexion turned ashen, unable to move due to Xian's grip. He opened his mouth, hoping to plead for leniency, hoping for a chance regarding Yuan's situation. You should keep your distance. I didn't expect you to follow you, and Xian looked at him with disdain. Rui Feng realized that all hope was lost. What would become of Yuan? Just as he prepared to resign himself to despair. The female before him spoke. Have you encountered him today? Yes, outside the cave. Sun remarked that Su Yitong had some recollection of matter. Please, I implore you, save my female. Rui Feng began to appeal to the sympathy of the beautiful female before him. Why do you think I would assist someone intent on killing me? Su Yitong found the situation amusing. I never intended to kill you. I merely wished to frighten him. Rui Feng's gaze shifted towards Sun. He is unwilling to help me. You are his partner. If I take you hostage, I can coerce him into saving my female. Rui Feng blurted out his original plan. Sun's expression turned somewhat unnatural upon hearing that he was the partner. Fool! Setting aside the fact that he had no grasp of the relationship between Sun and her, his arrogance in believing his plan would surely succeed was both foolish and laughable. You are also a female. You wouldn't stand by idly, would you? What if he became a mad beast? Rui Feng's eyes were bloodshot. Was he attempting to morally blackmail her? A mad beast? She gazed at the familiar face before her, memories flooding back with increasing clarity. Your female is from the Rabbit clan? Su Yitong regarded him with a teasing look. How do you know? Confusion filled Rui Feng's eyes. Yin. The moment Su Yitong uttered the name, Rui Feng froze. How do you? The female before him wore a smile that, paradoxically, sent chills down his spine. I have a grudge against her, Su Yitong stated, looking directly at him. Rui Feng was not surprised. Yin had been spoiled and had offended many females in her daily life. However, he had no recollection of this particular female. If he had encountered such a beautiful female, he would surely remember. It must have been Yuan who had caused trouble in his absence. If it were any other female, I might feel pity, but not for Yuan. Su Yitong made her stance clear. She simply could not tolerate Yuan and the Rabbit clan. Her forbearance towards Yuan was solely out of respect for the clan leader. Yuan had tried to harm her time and again. If one were to reckon it, flaying Yuan alive would not be excessive. You stand by and do nothing in the face of death. You are inhuman. Rui Feng could only vent his frustration through words, a sense of powerlessness enveloping him. He could do nothing. That we are not human. And Sun is a little fox. Su Yitong raised her chin defiantly. Xiao Jiao, we must now. And Sun had been restraining Ruifeng for quite some time. Let him return once he came, thought it's tiresome to look at him. Ruifeng seemed taken aback by how easily he could leave. The moment Sun released him, he collapsed to the ground, but Su Yitong picked up the stone blade Ruifeng had brought and advanced slowly towards him. What do you intend to do? Ruifeng's leg went numb as he attempted to rise, but fell again. The sharp stone blade hovered close to his face, rendering him motionless. He cared most about this visage. Unlike Yuan's other partners of the mid to high tier, his partnership with Yuan was likely primarily due to his appearance. Su Yitong could easily discern his anxiety and concerned. I wonder if it will still be appealing if it gets scratched. Her voice was light, casually toying with the stone blade. In the next moment, Ruifeng felt a tightness around his waist as Su Yitong severed the peacock feathers that adorned him. Males of the peacock clan would select their most beautiful feathers to wrap around their waists, allowing them to display their plumage even in human form. Su Yitong was well aware of this. She did it purposefully. Each beast has its fate. Should she personally resolve Ruifeng, altering his destiny could render all her prior efforts futile due to the ensuing butterfly effect. Su Yitong believed she did not belong here. Her sole purpose was to gather black crystals and prevent the destruction of the beast world. This was a mere lesson, but it did not guarantee her luck in the future. Stay away from us. Su Yitong bent down to meet his gaze, her eyes sharp, issuing a warning that evoked lingering fear. Have you not found anyone? No, none. Ruifeng regained his senses. The three gathered at the entrance of the rabbit clan. Shilin held the drowsy Yuan in his arms. What happened? It's so quiet. Shilin vaguely sensed something amiss. The outer perimeter of the rabbit clan was devoid of sentry soldiers. How strange. Ruifeng also noticed. Only Yuan remained in a daze in Shilin's embrace. What is that? A beastman dashed out from a wooden house that he was draped in a heavy robe, yet it did not hinder his movement. The beastman swiftly entered another wooden house, the stench of blood. So strong. Yet not a single rabbit beast was in sight. Shilin thought that the two males could manage against one, and prepared to investigate the wooden house the beastman had entered. What about Yuan? Ruifeng frowned, disapproving of his impulsive actions. Shilin could only halt his steps. We can't just leave. Nightfall is approaching. With Yuan in tow, where else could we go? Once night falls, it won't just be stray beasts lurking. However, Ruifeng hesitated, rendered speechless. Shilin was right. Bringing Yuan along meant they could not seek help from other clans, who would harbor a mad beast that could go berserk at any moment and harm beastmen. You take Yuan and follow me. Shilin, a 7th-tier beastman, spoke with authority, more audacious than Ruifeng. Ruifeng seized his persuasion. There was no other option. He took Yuan from Shilin's arms. Inside the wooden house, a beastman with blood-red eyes and a darkened complexion stood in the center. An ominous aura emanated from him. As the wooden house was opened, the beastman slowly turned around. Sun? Ruifeng spoke first. Shilin noticed the bloodstains on his hands that no, it's more than just his hands. To be precise. The heavy dark beast robe he wore appeared as though it had been soaked in blood. The hem dripped with red liquid, splattering on the ground, creating crimson blossoms. Chapter 42. You killed Ruifeng. Save me, what have you done? A hint of suspicion flickered in Ruifeng's heart, though he dared not confirm it. Sun remained silent, his gaze hollow, like a puppet under control. That I have a way to heal her. A hoarse voice emerged from Sun's lips. I don't believe him. How could he possibly have a solution? Ruifeng interjected, fully aware of Sun's nature. How could such a low-tier beastman possess a remedy? At that moment, Sun collapsed before them. A surge of dark energy burst from his body, rapidly lunging towards them. Run. Too late. Shilin uttered those words far too late. Ruifeng was engulfed by the dark energy, his body convulsing. Help! Help me! He reached out, but moments later his eyes turned white, and he fell silent. Shilin could not act recklessly with Yuan in tow. He watched as Ruifeng struggled before falling still. Ruifeng, Yuan's vacant expression gradually regained clarity. Dark energy coiled around Ruifeng, and he rose from the ground, his eyes now hollow like Sun before him. You are not Ruifeng. Who are you? Yuan grasped Shilin's arm tightly, as if finding the only shield in this space. Shilin, what is happening? She was still trying to make sense of the situation. Now is not the time for explanations. Sherlin glanced towards the nearby exit. That mass was moving far too quickly. If he brought Yuan along, they might not escape before being caught, but he couldn't risk Yuan's safety. The only option left was... Sherlin's gaze settled on Vying. That I told you. I can save this mad beast. Why won't you believe me? Vying had become a hollow shell under control, extending a finger towards Yuan. What mad beast? What are you talking about? Have you lost your mind? Yuan exclaimed in terror. Don't be so agitated, Vying chuckled ominously. Who are you? What do you intend to do by occupying Vying's body? Yuan remained hidden behind Sherlin. Suddenly, Vying's expression twisted into a snarl, as if battling something within. Yuan, it's me. I am Vying. He took a step forward, but Yuan recoiled in fear. Sherlin, kill him. He is not Vying. Hurry, do it. Sherlin. Vying advanced, and Yuan felt an inexplicable panic. Is it true? Sherlin turned back, his expression grave. Since Yuan had turned into a mad beast, he had witnessed all that Vying had done for her. Hurry, do it. Yuan urged anxiously. Sherlin hesitated, torn between two choices, but ultimately his claws lunged towards Vying. Yuan. There was no trace of dark energy left on Vying. He looked at Sherlin in disbelief, then at Yuan standing behind Sherlin. Sherlin struck fiercely, intending to suppress the dark energy. Yet instead of extinguishing it, the awakening Vying fell to his demise at Sherlin's hands. Help me! Sherlin! Yuan screamed, retreating as the dark mass reached her. It halted, morphing into a terrifying visage that left Yuan paralyzed with fear. Collapsing to the ground, Sherlin retracted his bloodied hand, racing towards Yuan, but just a step away, he found himself unable to move. An invisible barrier seemed to have been erected before him, leaving him to watch as Yuan exhibited terror. Crawling frantically on the ground, the last wisp of black mist infiltrated Yuan's body, causing her to convulse and struggle, much like Vying had before her. After rolling her eyes back, she lay motionless. Eventually, she rose slowly, and in that moment, the barrier vanished. Before her, Yuan, cloaked in swirling black mist, emanated a chilling aura. Sherlin, you have slain Vying, yet you have saved me. Yuan locked eyes with him, a look of contentment gracing her face. The monster manipulated Yuan's form, mimicking her voice. Sherlin, fully aware that she was not the genuine Yuan, found himself unable to exert any harshness towards her. Yuan stepped closer. Sherlin, look at me. Truly see who I am. Sherlin felt as though he was ensnared by her voice, and after their gaze met, he felt himself spiraling into a vortex, soon losing consciousness. In the White Tiger clan, when Lyris and Baigu arrived, they discovered the chieftain and the high priest standing at the entrance, seemingly having waited for quite some time. Baigu, my son, Baigu slightly bowed his head. The high priest has foretold your calamity. I summoned you back solely to ensure your safety. You haven't encountered anyone of note lately, have you? Baigu hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. No, your eyes. Bai Ji's father seemed to have little hope of him finding the master of the Beast Hall. Perhaps this is merely a fate you must endure. Father, I have brought 2 friends with me. They will only stay for a few days, Baigu stated. You can make the arrangements as you see fit. Bai Ji's father appeared indifferent. By the way, you need not attend the upcoming Beast King selection. I will have Bai Su take your place. Understood. Bai Ji's expression shifted, yet he chose not to voice his dissent. Lyris furrowed his brow, and after Bai Ji's father departed, he couldn't help but speak up. That should have been your position. I am but a remnant beast now, Baigu replied with a self-deprecating smile. Bai Su must be overjoyed. It is quite vexing, Lyris remarked with discontent. Bai Su was Bai Ji's younger brother, but having been close to their mother since childhood, they were siblings yet not particularly familiar. Bai Su possessed a knack for endearing himself to others, which is why their father chose him. Baigu was not surprised. We should wait here. Xiao Jiu and the others should be arriving soon. Meanwhile, Su Yitong was openly accompanied by Nian Yin, with Sun standing by her side. They emerged from the training grounds, heading toward the White Tiger clan. Su Yitong suddenly inquired, "How is the Beast Hall faring now?" Sun felt a heaviness in his heart, as the hardships of those years resurfaced. Ever since Feng Jiu had vanished, he had been holding the Beast Hall together. Others claimed Feng Jiu had perished in battle. But he refused to believe it. He felt certain that Feng Jiao was alive, undoubtedly still living. This conviction fueled him to elevate the Beast Hall's reputation across the land. It was Feng Jiao's labor of love, as well as his own. Thankfully, he had endured through the numerous tribulations. Very well. If you return, it would indeed be better, and Sun said nonchalantly. Yet Su Yitong understood it was not as simple as that. On that day, Shaoqi had shown her a third perspective, allowing Su Yitong to see clearly everything Sun had endured after her departure. Not long after she left, the Beast Hall had become little more than a hollow shell, upheld only by an ex-Yuan that time, and Sun was still young and naive, ill-equipped to defend himself. Yet he had fought fiercely when others claimed she would never return. Su Yitong comprehended Sun's past entirely. It would be false to say she felt no sorrow. You have endured much, and Sun, she said softly, her voice devoid of any other emotion, simply imbued with compassion. Chapter 43. The enchanting dreamscape standing at the entrance of the White Tiger clan. Baigu heard voices nearby. They have arrived, Lyris remarked upon spotting the two figures addressing Baigu. Xiao Jiao, Baigu greeted softly. Have you been waiting long? Let us go, Su Yitong observed Lyris seated on the ground, likely having waited there for some time. Not at all. Your timing is impeccable, Baigu replied, shaking his head. Lyris sighed, yet offered no rebuttal. His legs had grown numb from sitting, while Baigu insisted on standing. There are many fierce beasts in the training grounds, aren't there? Baigu attempted to create some conversation. Indeed, Su Yitong glanced at Nian in her pocket, right? I have arranged accommodation for you. You may rest here tonight. Baigu stated. Although he was blind, he navigated the clan with ease. He led Sun to a wooden house and then invited Xiao Jiao to follow her. Your quarters are next to mine. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call for me, Baigu said, gently pushing open the door as he felt along the wall. After escorting her inside, he was about to leave with Lyris when Su Yitong grasped his wrist. Wait, Baigu, she said, pulling him into the room, their proximity diminishing. Confused, Baigu inquired, What is it? Do you remember what I said before? I will restore your sight, but you must give me something in return. Su Yitong's expression turned serious as she maintained her distance. She would not squander too much time with Baigu. Once she acquired the black crystal, she would depart. You recall what Xiao Jiao desires. Baigu pondered what he possessed. The black crystal, is it not found within your clan? Baigu was taken aback. That is precisely what I seek. Can you give it to me? If Baigu could willingly hand over the black crystal, it would be most fortuitous. What do you need it for? Baigu asked, perplexed. Though the black crystal was regarded as a worthless stone by others, his father guarded it fiercely. Baigu could not fathom why. Believing his father had his own reasons for such behavior. You do not need to know too much. You simply need to tell me. Can you give it to me? Observing Baiji's expression, Su Yitong surmised it was likely a challenge that I will think of a way. Baigu was not one to go back on his word. The black crystal was in his father's possession, and he had no idea where it was kept. One day sufficient. 2 days, Baigu replied, indicating he required time to locate the black crystal. Very well, I will await your return with the black crystal in 2 days. Su Yitong retained a measure of trust in him. You should be able to sense light now. Su Yitong waved her hand before him. Yes, Baigu nodded. He had endured the most excruciating days. And in 2 days, he would be able to remove the white cloth. 2 days. That is precisely when you promised to deliver the black crystal to me. All right, at that time, could you help me remove it? Baiji's voice dropped to a whisper. Seemingly shy, he yearned to see Xiao Jiao at first glance. What would she look like? According to Lyris's past descriptions, she was stunningly beautiful, a beauty that astonished. Indeed, otherwise, how could the male beast be so eager to court her? Her excellence and beauty stirred feelings of inferiority within him. Su Yitong noticed his sudden shift in mood and assumed he was worried about his eyesight. Do not fret. You will be able to see in 2 days. She patted Baiji's shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. At night, Su Yitong stroked the jade stone, pondering how Minghua was faring now. In the darkness, the jade emanated a glow, but it quickly dimmed. Having already fallen into slumber, Su Yitong remained oblivious. In her dreams, she suddenly found herself plummeting into a pitch-black space, surrounded by nothingness. To claim she was unafraid would be a falsehood. Master, Here are today's herbs. A figure dashed past her. And Sun. Su Yitong barely caught a glimpse of the face before the figure vanished into the void. Suddenly, a small path appeared ahead, and summoning her courage. Su Yitong ventured forth. Sister, why did you take so long? I was getting tired of waiting. Qian yawned, hugging her waist. Qian, stop fooling around. Su Yitong was about to swat him when someone else pulled her away. Xiaojiao, I have also been waiting for you to. It is unfair for you to only pay attention to Qi Yin. Qi Li expressed her dissatisfaction. Qi Li's gaze truly scorched Su Yitong. She attempted to withdraw her hand. But in the next moment, Qi Yin reappeared, sandwiching her between them. Sister, give me a kiss. Xiaojiao, do not look at him. Look at me. What is this, a sandwich cookie scenario? Su Yitong found herself in a predicament, struggling to escape to the side. When she turned back, the two figures had already vanished. What is happening? Su Yitong looked down to find herself atop Minghua. Are you so eager, Tang Tang? Minghua wrapped an arm around her waist. Pressing her down, their bodies intimately close. Su Yitong attempted to prop herself up to argue. But in the next moment, Minghua reversed their positions, leaving Su Yitong beneath him. Oh, you wish to see my beast form. Tang Tang? As Minghua drew near to her face, he guided her hand to his waist, a rush of embarrassment washing over her. She thought perhaps she ought to recite a few verses from Li Sa to steady herself. Su Yitong's cheeks flushed crimson, caught in this dreamlike reverie. Suddenly, a wave of awareness hit her, prompting the realization of her predicament. If this were merely a dream, perhaps it would not be inappropriate to explore a little. Her gaze traveled down to Minghua's abdomen, marveling at his exquisite physique. She reached out, tracing the contours of his mermaid line, the sensation undeniably vivid. Minghua shuddered, letting out a muffled sound, causing Su Yitong to halt her movements. Why did you stop? Minghua cast a dissatisfied glance her way, his eyes betraying an unmistakable desire. Su Yitong found herself tormented by the alluring nature of this dream. The following morning, she was roused by the sounds of Nian Yin's voice. Mother Beast, Mother Beast. Nian Yin is hungry. Su Yitong retrieved 2 ascending fruits from her space and tossed them before Nian Yin. Within the lair of the White Tiger clan, Bai Gu stood before his father beast. It's been a while, brother, Bai Su exclaimed, his tone filled with exuberance. Bai Gu nodded in acknowledgement. Bai Su found his brother's nonchalant demeanor rather irksome, but refrained from provoking him in their father's presence. You two haven't seen each other in quite some time, Bai Gu. You must take good care of Bai Su. Understood, Bai Gu replied stiffly, as if he had received a command. Leave us, Father Beast. I have something to discuss with you. Bai Gu stated. Though reluctant, Bai Su departed at their father's urging. Speak. Bai Ji's solemn expression suggested the matter was of grave importance. You recall the eye that was taken from Minghua. Chapter 44. The location of the black crystal. Why bring this up? Bai Ji's father furrowed his brow, seemingly reluctant to delve into the topic. The reason you took his left eye was that he had infused it with the black crystal. Bai Ji's expression remained unfazed. Indeed. What of it? I am unsure if the black crystal still exists. That I encountered the leader of the Bee City at the Beast Hall, and he claimed my eyes could be saved, but what he desires is that very black crystal. Bai Gu fabricated a lie, hoping to acquire the black crystal, while secretly yearning to gauge his worth in his father's eyes. How could that be? Did you truly meet the Beast Hall's leader? Yes, Bai Gu replied with unwavering conviction. Bai Ji's father hesitated, finally speaking. If Bai Su were to become the Tiger King, you might benefit from it. After years of rigorous training to elevate your rank. It is time you took a rest. Bai Gu smirked bitterly, well aware of the unspoken implications behind his father's words. With Bai Su taking his place, he felt diminished in importance. The black crystal holds great significance for me. Bai Gu, you must understand, if it were any other item, I would readily relinquish it, Bai Ji's father stated, his voice lacking in conviction. Why is the black crystal so vital? Bai Ji's tone remained even, devoid of any trace of resentment, merely driven by curiosity. Perhaps out of guilt, Bai Ji's father patiently elaborated. The black crystal harbors a mysterious, potent power, though no one has deciphered how to unleash this power. The one who possesses the black crystal in the beast realm will hold sway. No wonder his father had never mentioned this before. Few knew of the black crystal's existence. The black crystal is closely monitored. It is imperative that no one learns of its presence with me. Should you encounter the Beast Hall's leader again, tell him the black crystal has already been taken. Baigo mused, realizing he had not seen his father produce the black crystal since. Such a crucial item warranted occasional inspections. Of course, I wear it on my person, fearing it might be stolen by those with ill intentions. Baiji's father touched his chest, revealing a bulging mark on the beast's skin. Unbothered by the prospect of exposing the black crystal's location, Baigu relaxed slightly. Although he had not secured it, he had at least discerned its general whereabouts, far from being a fruitless endeavor. Beside the wooden cabin, Su Yitong, spying through the gaps, had already surmised that the black crystal would not be easily acquired by Baigu. She had just witnessed his father's actions, noting that he wore the black crystal on his person. With a swift movement, she stepped away from the cabin before Baigu could open the door. Xiaojiu and Sun approached her, cradling a handful of red fruits, his face alight with joy in the sunlight. His eyes sparkled, as if imbued with a radiant glow that a breeze stirred, causing his lashes to flutter. With bright eyes and a charming smile, he exuded an air of youthful exuberance. What brings you to gather red fruits? I heard them say that the red fruits from the White Tiger clan are exceptionally sweet. You should give them a try. He looked at Su Yitong with eager anticipation as she plucked a vibrant fruit, lowered her mask, and tasted it. Indeed, it is quite sweet, she affirmed, nodding seriously as she adjusted her mask. The two walked side by side, Su Yitong sharing her plans with Sun. The black crystal? That item has actually fallen into the hands of the White Tiger clan's leader? Sun expressed surprise. When do you plan to act, Xiaojiu? She glanced at Sun, noticing he inquired why she intended to steal the black crystal. Whatever you choose to do, I will accompany you. There is no need for explanations. This is not theft. After all, for the black crystal does not rightfully belong to the White Tiger clan leader. I wonder how he managed to obtain it. Sun mused. She appreciated that he did not pry unnecessarily. We shall act tomorrow night, on the eve of Baiji's unveiling. Once they secured the black crystal, they would make their departure. As for Baigu, it sufficed for him to bear the blame alone. Who is that? In the distance, Imizi spotted the two walking side by side. That it appears to be Baiji's friend. A female companion remarked. He has become a leftover beast. Yet he still has the leisure to make friends. Imizi had harbored resentment towards Baigu ever since he had publicly rejected her in front of the other beasts. Imizi averted her gaze. I heard Baisu has returned. Why have I not seen him? Baigu has become a leftover beast. What does the clan leader intend by summoning Baisu? Surely everyone can see through it. Baigu was no longer valued, and now Imizi's focus had shifted to Baisu. Lilas. Imizi's attention was drawn to the lion tribe male passing by, unable to suppress her gaze. Lilas was on par with Baigu, yet this fellow was rather dull-witted, fixated on surpassing Baigu, seemingly indifferent to the notion of finding a mate. Lilas halted, looking down at the unfamiliar female. Yes, there's something you need? No, noted. I merely wanted to greet you after such a long time. Imizi stood alongside several other females. They seldom encountered a high-ranking male like Lilas, and seeing Imizi appear so familiar with him, they couldn't help but envy her. Sensing their gazes, Imizi held her head high with pride. When have we met? Lilas genuinely could not recall. Just before, I often accompanied Baigu. Imizi became flustered. Although Lilas did not recognize her face, he vaguely remembered a female who had persistently pursued Baigu, only to be publicly rejected in front of others. The thought struck him as amusing. You are the female who, after being rejected by Baigu, sought a mate from the White Tiger clan and settled here? Lilas spoke bluntly, without reservation. Yes, Imizi admitted, her face flushing with embarrassment. After she had gathered her thoughts, Lilas had already vanished from sight. What a pair, Baigu and Lilas. They had brought her nothing but humiliation in front of the beasts. While some delighted in her misfortune, others offered consolation. Imizi, don't take it to heart. On the Beast Mountain, news reached by Shui that the rabbit tribe had vanished overnight. Tai Lao conveyed this information with surprise. How could this be? By Shui's eyes widened, that a place that housed hundreds of rabbit beasts could not possibly see all its members disappear in a single night. A magical beast investigated and only discovered 2 rabbit corpses within a wooden cabin. Their features darkened. There were no visible wounds, and the sight was quite eerie. As Tai Lao spoke, a sense of unease washed over him. Unless they were poisoned, I cannot fathom how living beasts could be reduced to such a state. And what are the other rabbit beasts? Even if they were deceased, there should be remains nearby. Chapter 45. Searching for beasts in the Beast City, the sudden and strange events left by Shui struggling to accept this reality. Can you take me to see it? Until she witnessed it with her own eyes, she found it hard to believe that her kin had vanished overnight. In the rabbit tribe, Ruifeng's lifeless body lay flat on the ground, his nose and mouth stained with dark blood. Although Bai Shui had mentally prepared herself, the sight still proved unbearable. She stepped forward. This beast is from the peacock tribe. Tai Lao glanced at the fallen beast. Yes, he was the mate of a female from our tribe. What of Yuan? Bai Shui furrowed her brow. Has Ruifeng brought Yuan back? Her gaze was drawn to another corpse not far away. The body lay face down, rendering the face invisible. Tai Lao stepped forward to turn the corpse over. They were all too familiar with this face. Qian Sun? Bai Shui stood in shock, frozen in place. Tai Lao was equally taken aback. How could this be? Bai Shui and Tai Lao exchanged glances. The situation was exceedingly strange that a corpse that should have appeared in the wilderness had turned up in the rabbit clan, while the other clan members had mysteriously vanished overnight. What on earth had transpired? If they could locate Yuan, would they uncover some clues? Ruifeng's return surely meant he had brought Yuan back as well. Yet, given the current scene, Yuan was likely in grave danger. If only there were a way to find her. I know, Bai Shui shuddered, that Yuan had many partners, though she knew few of them. She was aware of one in particular, a partner from the Peacock clan who resided in the City of Beasts. Outside the City of Beasts, Bai Shui and Tai Lao exchanged glances. The guards outside are quite formidable. How shall we enter? Bai Shui pondered. The City of Beasts was under the watch of high-level beastmen, and Tai Lao naturally did not dare to charge in directly. If only we had a pass. A pass? Is this it? Tai Lao produced a wooden token, which the king had given him and Bai Shui, claiming it would allow them to enter a certain place without hindrance. He gazed at the enormous city before them. How did you acquire this? Bai Shui inquired, astonished. Is this the genuine article? She scrutinized Tai Lao with skepticism. Using a fake pass could lead to unimaginable consequences if discovered. I don't know, Tai Lao replied honestly. Shaking his head, we'll find out if we try. With that, he took Bai Shui's hand, preparing to head outside. Bai Shui quickly stopped him. You can't seriously intend to enter like this? She regarded his exposed cat ears and tail. Wasn't that a blatant indication to everyone that he was a magical beast? Perhaps I should go on alone. After contemplating, Bai Shui realized this might be the best course of action for the time being. Tai Lao did not object and tossed the pass to her. Feigning indifference, I had hoped to take a look inside myself. What a pity. Bai Shui cast him a glance. This was the path he had chosen, and even if it were a reluctant decision, he could not blame others for it. Much like her current predicament, Tai Lao transformed and leaped onto a nearby tree. That I'll wait for you here, he said. From his perch, he could vaguely see the opulence within the City of Beasts. And oh wonder, the beastmen yearned for it so. Bai Shui successfully entered the City of Beasts with the pass Tai Lao had provided. Within, numerous beastmen were peddling their wares. Bai Shui approached a shop selling lamb beasts and described the appearance of Yuan's partner. Peacock clan? There are quite a few beastmen from the Peacock clan on this street. What is the name of the beastman you mentioned? Bai Shui racked her brain, recalling that Yuan had referred to him as Per. Bai Shui stood before a shop selling beast cloaks. She observed a beastman sitting leisurely in a stone chair, dressed in resplendent attire. The peacock beastman turned his head. Just like that, Bai Shui entered the room and explained the situation. Can you sense Yuan's location now? After forming a bond with a female, a male would develop a unique pattern on his body, akin to being stamped with a seal. This pattern would accompany the male throughout his life, until the female's death. Once bonded, they could sense the female's whereabouts. Per concentrated, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, I can sense her. Yuan is nearby. Bai Shui instinctively glanced toward the entrance as a shadow flitted past. Yuan. Bai Shui dashed outside first. Yuan. She reached out, but you've mistaken me for someone else. A strange female looked at her quizzically. Bai Shui released her grip, apologizing. She had clearly seen. When Per emerged, only Bai Shui remained, frozen in place. Outside the City of Beasts, Tai Lao felt an unsettling premonition. From the outside, the city seemed to exude a suffocating aura. He hoped he was merely overthinking it. The following evening, Su Yitong sat in her room, threading red fruits onto a twig. Nian Yin breathed fire. She instructed the little one on the ground. The flames were evenly sprayed, and soon the red fruits emitted a delightful aroma. "Well done," Su Yitong smiled. Ever since she discovered Nian Yin's utility, she had been unable to stop. "Nian Yin, roast this one too." By now, Nian Yin could control the size of the flames, skillfully regulating them. Wasn't this a form of training for him? "Host, you are exploiting child labor." Shao Qi couldn't help but voice concern for Nian Yin. "Mai. He seemed quite happy, doesn't he?" She looked at the little one, who was enjoying his meal. "Happy? Mother Beast is happy. Nian Yin is happy." He chimed in between bites. "Slow down," Su Yitong urged, pushing water toward him. This little creature was becoming increasingly endearing to her. "Xiaojiu." A voice called from outside. After packing up Nian Yin, Su Yitong set out with Xian. She had just asked him to release the mesmerizing incense. The White Tiger Clan's leader would not awaken until the next day. "Let's go, we must act under the cover of night." Outside the wooden house, Su Yitong entered first while Xian kept watch outside. The room was shrouded in darkness. Su Yitong felt her way along the wall. "Who?" The sudden voice startled her. She prepared to leave, but the voice sounded so familiar. "If you don't speak, I'll call for help." The other party's voice was calm. "By go." Su Yitong stepped closer, using the faint moonlight filtering through the window to discern a face wrapped in cloth. She recognized that voice. "Xiaojiu." He lowered his voice. "What are you doing here? I was going to ask you the same." Su Yitong frowned. He clearly couldn't see, but still dared to take such a risk. "The black crystal is on my father beast." "I know." Su Yitong stepped forward. Outside came a few knocks. It was her signal to Xian that someone was approaching. Su Yitong swiftly tore the black crystal from Bai Ji's father's neck. "Someone's coming. We must go," she warned Bai Ge. Bai Ge paused. "Xiaojiu, are you leaving?" Su Yitong had a thought and reached out to him. Chapter 46. "Then she's also my mother beast." The cloth covering Bai Ji's eyes was torn away. "Black crystal for a pair of eyes," and exchanged. "I could keep my word." Su Yitong shook the stone in her hand before quickly putting it away. Bai Ge was momentarily dazed. The long absence of sight made it difficult for him to adapt quickly. He could see now. His gaze followed Su Yitong's face, trying to memorize her features. Yet, Su Yitong was currently wearing a mask, so he could only vaguely make out her eyes. "Hurry, there isn't much time left." "Bai Ge?" Seeing he did not respond, Su Yitong frowned and turned back. "Xiaojiu, they're coming in." Xian's voice was urgent from outside. Now, they truly had no time left. The clan leader? A beastman approached. "Bai Ge, this performance is for your sake. If you didn't run earlier, you'd have to suffer the consequences now." Su Yitong drew a whip from her space and struck Bai Ge. He hadn't had time to dodge and took the blow. What was that sound? The beastman pushed the door open. Taking advantage of the chaos, Su Yitong dashed out. "Who goes there?" The beastman was knocked aside, while Xian, quick on his feet, led Su Yitong away swiftly. "Help!" The beastman realized the gravity of the situation and began to shout. Bai Ge, having been whipped, turned pale. He understood Xiaojiu's intentions. "What a pity. I still couldn't see her face." Bai Ge lowered his gaze. "What is going on?" Lyris rushed over. Finding the White Tiger Clan leader's dwelling surrounded by beastmen, Su Yitong and Xian had already escaped, leaving Bai Ge as the only one who could explain the events. The clan leader merely fell into a deep slumber. "He will awaken tomorrow," the shaman announced. The beastmen collectively sighed in relief. "I had intended to discuss the Tiger Beast King elections with my father beast. But as I arrived at the door, I spotted a shadow sneaking inside. Luckily, I got there in time to intercept an attack aimed at my father beast. The glaring wounds on Bai Ji's body only served to bolster his credibility." When asked whether he had seen the assailant's appearance, he fell silent for a moment. "It was too dark. I couldn't see clearly. Thank goodness Bai Ge arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire." Everyone believed the beastman Bai Ge referred to was there to take the clan leader's life. Indeed, after distancing themselves from the White Tiger Clan, Xian and Su Yitong found a cave to rest. Finally, the two were alone together, and Xian relished being by her side, as if trying to make up for the years of companionship he had missed. "Mother Beast! Mother Beast!" Nian Yin chirped excitedly, drawing in Xian's attention. He had almost forgotten about the little creature's presence. Hungry, Su Yitong observed Nian Nian scampering to her feet. The little one had been sleeping a lot lately and had developed quite the appetite. Su Yitong retrieved the ascension fruit from the spatial realm, having grown accustomed to periodically nourishing Nian Nian. After ensuring Nian Nian was well taken care of, Su Yitong produced a black crystal shard from her pocket. Host, the first fragment of the black crystal has been acquired. We only need to gather the remaining 3 shards. Upon hearing this, Su Yitong could not help but place her hand on her forehead. How much longer must she endure these arduous days? A cool breeze swept into the cave, causing Su Yitong to shiver as she curled up in the corner. Sun had gathered branches to form a makeshift pile, and Nian Nian breathed forth flames to ignite. In that instant, Su Yitong felt enveloped in warmth, and Sun transformed into his beast form and nestled beside her. She made no hesitation in resting her head against him. In Beast City, Li was the first to sense something amiss, that he hurried to a clearing and hastily scribbled incomprehensible symbols and totems in the sand with a wave of his hand. The words on the ground morphed into another form. This was the divine communication script, the sole means for the high priest to converse with the beast god. His inquiries received responses from the beast god, and the trouble seemed to arrive more swiftly than he had anticipated. Li refrained from disseminating the news, fearing it might incite panic among the beastmen and provoke unforeseen consequences. He entered a room to discuss matters with Yan, who wore an unusually serious expression. Should we summon Xiaojio? I have already sent Tag to do so. Tag was the white feather bird that Li kept caged, a spiritually aware divine beast. Divine beasts were notoriously difficult to tame. It had taken 3 years for Li to establish dominion over it. I can sense Yan's presence nearby. Let us search for her in the city. Pei Er cast her gaze upon the streets. All right, Bai Xuan nodded. The 2 figures traversed the city, while Yuan observed everything from above. Her eyes fell upon a gathering of beastmen in a particular house. And amidst the throng, she vaguely discerned a sign inscribed with 3 prominent characters, and Shou Jian had a smirk graced Yan's lips as she turned to close the window. On the ground behind her lay a fully grown male beast. Sherlin, who had lost consciousness. Moments later, a surge of dark energy erupted from Yan's body, darting toward Sherlin. Meanwhile, Su Yitong was preparing to accompany Sun to the Hall of Beasts when a white-feathered bird circled overhead. Su Yitong glanced up and noticed it bore a ring adorned with a fox pattern. The bird squawked, rousing Nian Nian from her slumber in Su Yitong's pocket. What is all this noise? Dante, you know someone is trying to sleep? From Sun's perspective, it appeared as though 2 beast companions were squawking at one another. Upon spotting Nian Nian, the white-feathered bird recoiled slightly, seemingly frightened, before gently alighting on Su Yitong's shoulder. Who permitted you to perch upon my mother beast? Nian Nian soared from the pocket and kicked the bird away with a swift motion. Mother beast, Tag gazed at the tightly wrapped female in confusion. Did Li send you? Upon noticing the pattern on the ring, Su Yitong began to speculate, and no wonder Li had mentioned a method to locate her. Indeed, Li said your assistance is currently required. Tag chirped excitedly. After a moment, he realized something was amiss. Wait, can you understand my words? Only those of the same kind could comprehend the language of divine beasts. How was this female capable of doing so? Tag curiously fluttered around her. Can she understand what you say? Tag flew to Su Yitong's side, matching Nian Yan's height. Of course, she is my mother beast. Naturally, she can comprehend my words. Nian Yan held her head high in pride. Tag suddenly grasped the situation and exclaimed, then she can understand me too. That makes her my mother beast as well. Naturally, Nian Yan was unwilling to share her mother beast with anyone, softly threatening Tag to maintain his distance from her and Su Yitong. Su Yitong paid no heed to the 2 little creatures and turned to Sun. Let us first return to Beast City. Sun, perplexed, observed Xiaojio and the beast companion's interaction, suspecting the latter had conveyed some information to her. Xiaojio, can you understand their speech? On the way. Sun could not suppress his curiosity. The sounds from the 2 beast companions reached his ears as mere ordinary squawking. Chapter 47. The black energy disperses I cannot comprehend. Merely guessing, Su Yitong chuckled. Outside B City, Tai Lao sat atop a tree, gazing at the overcast sky the dark energy surrounding Beast City growing increasingly dense. How ominous! A gust of wind swept through, upending various items in the street. Why did a sudden strong wind arise? By Schweb, brave in invisible pressure, and pressed forward. Let us find shelter indoors. As sand and dust swirled around, Qi Li and Qi Yin directed the beastmen back into their homes. While the two of them stood side by side on the street. Come forth. Qi Li scanned the deserted street. A figure emerged from a dark alley. Although Qi Yin was oblivious to his background, she sensed an aura emanating from the male that was foreign to her, powerful enough to evoke a sense of oppression. The beastmen seemed to have vacated the streets, and Bai Shui peered outside, her eyes widening at the familiar figure passing by. Is that Sherlin? She stared in disbelief as Sherlin walked past her door. Silence. Pei air restrained her. The current situation was clearly amiss. The beastmen had tightly shut their doors. Bring forth the items, you foul fox. The dark dragon, Brun E, controlling Sherlin's body, fixed his gaze upon Qi Li. Brunny had once wreaked havoc in the beast realm, preying upon beastmen for sustenance, but had been suppressed years ago by a female wielding black crystal. Last year, the black crystal had loosened, shattering into 5 fragments scattered across various locations. However, one shard remained sealed within his physical form, rendering him capable only of seizing control and manipulating other beastmen's bodies. If he could destroy all the scattered black crystals, nothing would remain to confine him. He could hardly wait for the day he would be released. Determined to wreak havoc upon the beast realm, the strength of his parasitic form was far inferior to that of his true self. Their bodies were simply too inadequate, were it not for necessity. He would never resort to such a wretched vessel. This is utterly pathetic. Qi Li had no intention of engaging in moral debates with him. You should not be here. With a forceful stomp of his left foot upon the ground, Qi Li leaped gracefully into the air, a red blade materializing to cleave towards Brun. Annoying. Brunny dodged, yet Tai Lao's body was still sluggish. The red blade grazed past, severing a corner of his hide. Seeing the opportunity, Qi Yin surged forward, but Brun E collapsed directly before him. Be careful. Qi Li shouted, pulling Qi Yin aside that a mass of black energy erupted from Sherlin's body, lingering in the air. Dodge. Do not let him touch you. Brun Yi's ethereal form could not find a host. It would gradually dissipate. However, Brun E remained unhurried, weaving back and forth between the two brothers, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the protruding female not far away. Su Yitong. Tai Lao leaped down from the tree, startling Su Yitong. What are you doing here? Su Yitong frowned. I was about to ask you the same, Tai Lao replied, eyeing the male beside her with a wary gaze. Xiao Jiao, he is a magical beast. And Sun instinctively shielded her. Indeed, I intend to feast upon you now. Tai Lao feigned ferocity to provoke him. We have pressing matters to attend to. Su Yitong interjected, gesturing for them to leave. An Sun cast a glance at Tai Lao, but had no choice but to relent. They had just seen the dark energy swirling around Beast City from a distance, indicating something was amiss. Are you going into the city? Take me with you. Tai Lao eagerly followed her, but was halted by An Sun's hand. Stay away from her. An Sun could not ascertain whether the magical beast posed a threat to her, but keeping him at a distance from Xiao Jiao was undoubtedly prudent. Humph, Tai Lao scoffed dismissively. As Su Yitong prepared to depart, he leisurely added, you know Bai Shui, right? She is also inside. When did she get involved with this fellow? Su Yitong turned to Tai Lao. She is now one of my kind. Before Tai Lao could finish his sentence, Su Yitong shrugged off her heavy beast cloak and tossed it to him. Put it on to conceal those conspicuous ears and tail of yours. Su Yitong glanced at his magical beast features. The trio proceeded towards Beast City, with Su Yitong's presence serving as their pass, granting them unfettered access. Why is it so empty? Just yesterday, it was bustling, Tai Lao mumbled. Look there to An Sun's gaze locked on 2 crimson figures. What is that black mass in the air? It looks perilous. As an observer, Tai Lao's tone remained casual. Nian Yin and Tag have been entrusted to An Sun. Host, that dark energy is the target of our mission. The black dragon Brun, currently only manifesting in its ethereal form. The reason Qi Li and Qi Yin are struggling is that they cannot reach this ethereal form. However, host, you can touch him. Xiaoqi spoke word by word as Su Yitang observed the swirling black mist, which seemed intent on invading the room. The door was swiftly shut by some in Su Yitang's hand. The vine transformed into a sharp sword. With a sudden movement, she appeared beneath the black mist. Her sword slashed towards it, but the mist seemed to sense her approach, evading to the side. Fengjiu. The black mist rasped, astonished. Su Yitang, quick-witted and agile, launched a second attack. Host, just disperse it, Xiaoqi's voice echoed. Grasping the sword formed from the vine, clad in a crimson robe, her features strikingly beautiful, she executed her movements decisively in a flash of cold light. The black mist was cleaved apart amidst its momentary daze. The dissipating mist enveloped her, but soon vanished without a trace. As Su Yitang retracted the vine, she felt a sudden lightness and toppled to the side. Xiaojiu! Xiaojiu! In the cave, a hoarse voice resonated. She's still alive. She's still alive. You cannot escape me. Fengjiu. Once the crowd outside dispersed, Bai Shui trembled as she rushed out. She gazed at Tai Lao, who lay below, and gently patted his face. Tai Lao, let us first carry him inside. Pei Er signaled to a few orcs. The beast city returned to its former tranquility. Bai Shui, who was calling her? Such a familiar voice. Bai Shui looked around but could not find a familiar face. I am here, you foolish female. Tai Lao approached and playfully tapped her on the head. Ouch! That hurts, Bai Shui yelped, covering her head. She stood up to meet his gaze. You? How did you get in here? As long as I wish, there are countless ways. Tai Lao grinned proudly. That you are back to your old self. Bai Shui glanced at him sheepishly. Chapter 48. Trapped in a mirage for the first time. Tai Lao boldly navigated among the orcs, finding everything amusing. With Shi Lin in a stupor, Bai Shui worried Tai Lao might cause trouble. Thus she closely followed him. Be careful. As he was about to collide with an orc, Bai Shui quickly tightened his beast robe, fearing that even a hint of his beastly traits might be discovered. Tai Lao, however, appeared unfazed. He was quick to react, preparing to dodge as the orc approached. But Bai Shui's tug unexpectedly halted him. You should be the one to be careful. He pulled Bai Shui out of the chaotic crowd. Bai Shui brushed off the dust from her beast's skin. Let us come out again at night. Though Tai Lao concealed his ears and tail, she remained anxious about potential mishaps. Tai Lao did not refuse, leisurely trailing behind her. By the way, Su Yitang has come to the Beast City. What about Xiaojiu? No major issues, just tired. Let her rest. Chili glanced at the female, resting peacefully on the bed. Su Yitang's beautiful brows suddenly furrowed. She was trapped in a strange place. Xiaoqi. She attempted to connect with the system. Moments later, fragmented sounds emerged. Host, host. Xiaoqi's voice was intermittent, as though the signal was barely holding. Where am I? I just dispersed the black mist, and then ended up here. Surrounded by mist. Host, don't worry. It's an illusion. After uttering this, Xiaoqi fell silent. Entirely. Two figures, one red and one black, dashed through the fog. Su Yitang followed their movements, seeking clarity. The two figures intertwined, with the black shadow entangling the swiftly walking girl ahead. Don't fuss. The red figure turned, swatting away the hand behind her, her exquisite face marred by displeasure. Su Yitang stood frozen. She recognized that face all too well. It was none other than herself. Yet, the male opposite her left no impression whatsoever. Who conjured this illusion, making it so lifelike? Su Yitang observed the two from a godlike perspective. Who has provoked our little Fengjiu? Speak to your elder brother. What do you mean by elder brother? Don't go around claiming kinship. Bruin, Fengjiu shot him a glare, muttering under her breath. Bruin, he was unperturbed that a great calamity is about to befall the beast world. Fengjiu whispered, her mood darkening further. And so what? Bruin, he shrugged nonchalantly. Are you truly unaware, or feigning ignorance? Fengjiu shot him a glare. Those old white-haired men are simply idling about. Let them talk. I've done nothing wrong. Have I? Bruin, he regarded her. Rumors had begun circulating in the divine realm, suggesting Bruin, he would become the chief conspirator, disrupting both the beast world and the divine realm. Yet, until he acted, no one could ascertain his future crimes. Are you worried about me? Fengjiu, they cannot handle me. Bruin, he spoke with conviction, for his strength commanded fear. But if they allied against him, could he truly maintain such confidence? When are you going to the beast realm? I can't trust you alone that I will accompany you. Bruin Yi's gaze held undisguised possession and affection for her, an observer. Su Yitang felt chills from his gaze. As the fog dissipated, the two figures appeared in the beast world. Just as Su Yitang was curious about the unfolding events, darkness engulfed her, plunging her into another environment. The sound of dripping water reached her ears, blending with the desolate surroundings, sending chills down her spine. She found herself atop a cave, with mottled lichens and moss beneath her feet. The temperature outside remained bearable, but it grew increasingly cold and damp as she descended. The water here had ceased to flow, becoming stagnant, yet strangely, there was no foul odor. The water appeared hauntingly clean. As if regularly purified, Su Yitang approached the edge of the pool, where the water was crystal clear, yet the center was dark and deep. She intended to halt her steps and turn back, but her body moved of its own accord, drawn into the pool. It felt as if she were a magnet, irresistibly attracted to the depths of the abyss. Su Yitang frowned, realizing she was wading deeper. The water rising to her shoulders, in the next moment, the ground beneath her vanished, and the sensation of falling and suffocation would forever be etched in her memory, surrounded by water, despite her excellent swimming skills. Being submerged for an extended period without preparation would make it nearly impossible for even a deity to rescue her. Aware of her predicament, Su Yitang chose to lie back, contemplating that drowning here might allow her to awaken. The sensation of water entering her nostrils was truly unpleasant. She closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death in this dream. Yet contrary to her expectations, a large hand pulled her forward. Su Yitang opened her eyes. Striving to discern the identity of the one who had drawn her into the pool, a handsome face loomed before her. Bruin. She could only recall this name from the illusion that had just transpired. You heartless creature. Bruin grunted, pulling her closer and pressing her against him. Their lips met, and Su Yitang instinctively sought to push him away, but Bruin Yi's grip was overpowering, causing her some pain. She was trapped. Su Yitang grasped Bruin Yi's robust shoulder, uncertain if it was merely her imagination, but breathing seemed less laborious now. What had he done? Bruin released her. Su Yitang could not see the flush on her cheeks, nor the enticing allure of her lips at this moment. Even in an illusion, being forcefully kissed was utterly displeasing. At the very least, he could have asked for her consent. Why are you still alive? You should be dead. Bruin glared at her, his eyes filled with loathing. Su Yitang failed to comprehend his stubbornness. I've been waiting for death, truly baffling. Who knew that the person before her would react even more strongly upon hearing this? Did I permit you to die? You cannot escape me this way. Su Yitang, disinterested, felt her sense of oppression and discomfort gradually ease as she could now breathe freely in the water. She began to swim upward, but before she could swim 10 meters, a force dragged her back down. After several futile attempts, she grew exhausted and simply lay back in the water. It was far more comfortable to play dead. Who allowed you to be so comfortable in my territory? Bruin feigned a fierce expression, yet held no deterrent power over Su Yitang. Then will you send me up? Her tone was calm. Bruin glanced at her, falling silent. So stubborn. Host. Xiao Qi's voice reemerged. I just experienced some inexplicable interference, causing a signal disruption. I will now guide you out of the illusion. Chapter 49. Unable to sense the aura of peace Bruin, he seemed to sense her impending departure. Fengjiu, I will find you. I will settle our accounts. One by one, Su Yitang ignored him as Bruin Yi's face gradually faded from view. Xiao Jio's sister, upon opening her eyes, Su Yitang discovered herself lying in bed, with Qi Yin standing beside her. Xiao Qi, I am no longer an illusion, am I? Host, you have emerged. Su Yitang, concerned whether it was merely a reflection within a reflection, decided to inquire for reassurance. Sister, you are awake. Qi Yin rushed forward, pressing her down with unrelenting force, causing her to struggle for breath and cough. Fortunately, Qi Li, standing behind Qi Yin, acted swiftly to lift his younger sibling, not cause trouble for her. He admonished, frowning at Qi Yin, is there any discomfort remaining? Qi Li's expression softened as he gazed at her with concern. Xiao Jio has awakened? And Sun, upon entering the room, immediately spotted the two brothers surrounding Feng Jiao. Xiao Jiao's first glance did not fall upon him. A miscalculation, and Sun maneuvered around them and crouched by Su Yitang's bedside. Qili mentioned you were simply fatigued. We all thought you would awaken shortly. Yet you have slept for 2 days. That I have slept for 2 days? Su Yitang raised an eyebrow, having believed she had only been in the illusion for an afternoon. She shifted slightly, feeling her body weaken from prolonged inactivity. What are those two little rascals? And the chick? Qian pointed toward the door. Su Yitang maneuvered past the figures of those present and saw Nin dashing across the floor. Do not cling to me. I will not allow you to be the second child of my beast mother. Tag was relentlessly chasing after Yin from behind. That it seems everyone is quite fond of Xiao Jiao. Qili remarked with a smile, though his eyes bore an unsettling intensity. Both brothers were acutely aware of each other's feelings for Xiao Jiao, leading them to simultaneously glance at the only outsider in the room. However, Sun disregarded their exclusion. Placing Su Yitang's hand atop his head, Su Yitang instinctively reached out to touch the fox ears that had sprouted atop his head. So cunning, attracting Xiao Jiao's attention in such a manner. The brothers watched, their teeth grinding in irritation. Elsewhere in B City, Tai Lao sat nearby, listening to Bai Shui converse with a male from the Bear Clan. Yuan, I do not know. That dark energy controlled you and me as well. Shirlin's voice was heavy with sorrow and helplessness. For the first time, he felt such weakness, realizing that the other party could easily extinguish him without lifting a finger. To be alive is truly a stroke of fortune. But you can feel it, right? Yin is still alive nearby, Bai Shui inquired. Shirlin furrowed his brow and shook his head. And I cannot sense her at all. Bai Shui summoned Pei, but the result mirrored Shirlin's. Neither of them could perceive Yuan's presence. How could this be? Bai Shui pondered all possibilities. If even her partner could not sense her, did that not imply death? Beside them, Tai Lao waved his hand dismissively, observing the three with an expression of disbelief. You need me to state such a simple conclusion? No, there is still a possibility. Shirlin recounted Yuan's transformation into a mad beast in detail. Given the current circumstances, Bai Shui and he were indeed on the same side. Once captured, mad beasts, regardless of gender, would be confined together and all partner relationships forcibly severed. After hearing Shirlin's words, Bai Shui felt the likelihood of Yuan being captured seemed even greater. The three decided to search once more, at the very least to confirm she was still alive. Pei's bond with Yuan was not deep. He viewed their pairing more as a task. Shortly after their union, he settled in Beast City, and their encounters were few and far between. However, Shirlin was different. He had spent the most time alongside Yuan. Yet, after Yuan commanded him to deal with Rui Feng, his fondness for her had noticeably diminished. If she could treat Rui Feng so harshly, what if he had been the one to be controlled that day? Coupled with Yuan's arrogant disposition, Shirlin's tolerance stemmed from his partner status, leading him to comply with her demands. Though he thought this way, he still felt a strange affection for her. Let us go take a look in Beast City. All discover mad beasts were confined in a designated area. When a number of mad beasts grew too numerous, some would be sent outside the city. The environment outside was far less favorable than within. With a sense of tentative hope, the three stood outside the gates, peering at the figures behind the high walls, yet they found no sign of Yuan. Why not climb up to see? Tai Lao had followed them out. She tugged at Yuan a few times before stepping onto the tall wall. Shirlin and Rui Feng refrained from climbing, worrying that too many people might attract attention. What is that? She looked toward two beast men in the corner. The female in front turned her head. That one is Yuan. The elevated view indeed proved advantageous. And Bai Shui quickly recognized Yuan, and after the initial joy, Bai Shui suddenly realized that Yuan was engaged in some activities with other mad beasts. Having never been in a partnership, Bai Shui's face flushed crimson upon witnessing this scene. Let us go. We should head down. She turned away, her cheeks burning. She was unaware whether Tai Lao had seen the scene below. Judging by his calm demeanor, he likely had not. Have you seen enough? Tai Lao remarked. It seems she's not entirely mad. He added meaningfully. The mad beasts engaged in such activities were often the most destructive among them, typically holding the highest status. So, how is Yuan? Upon their descent, Shirlin could not help but ask. "Well, quite well," Bai Shui replied, her face still flushed. "Are you unwell? Why is your face so red?" Tai Lao teased intentionally, knowing Bai Shui was easily embarrassed. Tai Lao enjoyed provoking her. "Let's send a batch to the beast hall." Payer instructed the beastmen to transport boxes outward. Inside were warm beast pelts ordered by Lord Chi Li for the abandoned young beasts at the beast hall. I wonder who was behind the beast hall, to have stirred both the city lord and Lord Chiel in beast hall? Bai Shui asked curiously, having previously seen the 3 large characters on a sign by the roadside. It seemed to house many young beasts. Payer briefly described the purpose of the beast hall, prompting Bai Shui to sigh, appreciating the selfless act of providing shelter for wandering young beasts. Such a noble deed. There aren't that many selfless individuals in this world. Tai Lao interjected lightly. Bai Shui shot him a glare when he was out of sight. Tai Lao always enjoyed countering her remarks. "Your friend is not wrong. However, from my observations, those behind the beast hall seem to have gained no benefits. On the contrary, the number of young beasts taken in continues to increase." Chapter 50. It must be a case of mistaken identity. Su Yitong did not expect to be elevated to such a status in a mere moment. With Yuan now a mad beast, Shirlin could not divulge to her the whereabouts of their kin, all of whom had vanished. That dark energy must know. It had controlled Qian Sun's body. "That creature was already there when we arrived at the rabbit clan," Shirlin remarked. "But how could that dark energy be so easily found? This matter could only be momentarily set aside." And Bai Shui silently prayed that her kin had simply relocated elsewhere. "Did you truly say Yitong is in Beast City?" "She and Tai Lao are leaving today, for the past few days." She has kept a close watch on Tai Lao, fearing he might reveal his identity as a monster, of course. Tai Lao has been running about the streets, finding everything novel. "Do you know her exact location?" Bai Shui asked earnestly. "Hey, you haven't given me the beast stones yet," a beastman shouted. Tai Lao, having taken someone else's food for sale, left Bai Shui no choice but to follow him to settle the payment. "I apologize." Bai Shui opened a cloth bag, relieved that Payer had given her a pouch of beast stones before leaving. Seeing Tai Lao about to disappear into the crowd, Bai Shui hurriedly followed, closely behind. Gripping Tai Lao's beast skin tightly, anxious about being swept away by the throngs if she inadvertently allowed him to cause trouble, it would be disastrous. "Aren't you looking for Su Yitong?" "Look, she's right there." Tai Lao pointed skyward. That direction led directly to the beast hall. Tai Lao, seeing her struggle to peer through the gaps, firmly grasped her and pushed forward, effortlessly maneuvering through the other beastmen to reach the front. "Where is Yitong?" After surveying the surroundings a few times, she gazed at Tai Lao in confusion. "Isn't that her?" Tai Lao indicated towards the female, surrounded by young beasts within the building. The female had skin as smooth as cream, rosy lips, and a beauty mark beneath her eye that added to her allure, her eyes slightly downcast. The male beast standing beside her occasionally engaged her in conversation, eliciting laughter from her. The beastmen gathered outside had come to witness her beauty. Having heard the rumors, indeed, she was stunning. Even the most beautiful creature in the beast realm would pale in comparison before her. One could not help but wonder what kind of male could be worthy of becoming her partner. Surely only the strongest male could match her. "Do you see who is beside her?" Inside the room, Wu Ming was cradled in Su Yitong's arms. "Our Wu Ming has been well fed lately," she chuckled. Weighing him in her hands, Wu Ming, being an adorable young beast, was fairer and softer than an adult beast due to limited sun exposure. He felt bashful being held by her. His little face flushed. Su Yitong pinched his cheek, like a glutinous rice ball. Wu Ming blinked at her. "Sister, where have you been playing? Can you take me next time?" "Not yet. You can come with me when you grow up." Su Yitong chuckled. "I will strive to elevate my status. I shall become a formidable orc." Wu Ming patted his chest and declared earnestly. How? How is that possible? I remember Yitong's appearance quite well. It seems I have mistaken the person. The orc she knows must not be the same one. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence of names. Is such a coincidence even plausible?" Tai Lao raised an eyebrow, and in the next moment, he tugged at Bai Shui, pulling her forward. Cast before the beautiful female, all eyes converge upon her. Bai Shui awkwardly stepped back. Bai Shui, Su Yitong thought Tai Lao had already taken Bai Shui outside. Their current identities were ill-suited for lingering within the beast city. If discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bai Shui stood frozen. You are Yitong? This is hardly the place for conversation. Su Yitong glanced at the gathering orcs outside, and Sun stepped forward, dispersing the crowd before closing the door. Su Yitong and Bai Shui entered the inner room, while Tai Lao followed, passing by the three males who stood beside Su Yitong. What is the story with that male orc? Qi Yin frowned. The three of them could only stand outside. Why should that unknown male orc be allowed to enter? He should be considered Xiao Jiu's friend, and Sun remarked, recalling that day when the beast seemed rather familiar with Feng Jiu. Since when did Xiao Jiu acquire such a peculiar friend? Qi Li commented meaningfully. The aura of the beast on that orc is overwhelmingly intense. It is difficult to overlook. Inside the room, Su Yitong regarded the two with keen interest. She had already concocted a fanciful narrative of the naive female orc falling head over heels for a beast and recklessly becoming one of his kind. What is your situation? Yitong, Bai Shui exclaimed, vividly recounting her former appearance that in unfamiliar surroundings, my appearance tend to attract considerable trouble. Su Yitong replied coolly. Bai Shui cast a furtive glance at her face, instantly comprehending. Had Yitong revealed her current visage back then, countless orcs would undoubtedly have fought fiercely over her. Tai Lao, too, had to concede that the only reason he recognized Su Yitong outside the city was due to how tightly she had wrapped herself. Other than the high priest, he had never encountered a female orc who disguised herself so thoroughly and unappealingly. When she tossed him that heavy beast robe, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Questioning whether he had indeed mistaken her identity, he now understood why the king had consistently tolerated her, along with that arrogant fellow. Lost in reminiscence, Tai Lao failed to notice Su Yitong's scrutinizing gaze. It was only when Bai Shui nudged him that he snapped back to reality. What is it? Tai Lao asked, puzzled, as he observed Bai Shui's incessant blinking. There's sand in your eyes. Su Yitong chuckled at Bai Shui's antics and Tai Lao's words. It appeared that this pair made quite the amusing couple. How could you possibly like him? Yitong, you misunderstand. There is nothing between us. Bai Shui hastily waved her hands, shifting aside to distance herself from Tai Lao. What do you mean? Is he that despised? Tai Lao's irritation flared at her actions as he pulled her back. What is wrong with liking me? I, Tai Lao, am among the top beasts. Who likes you? Bai Shui swatted at him, exclaiming, Narcissist! Su Yitong found herself laughing, inexplicably sensing a certain compatibility between the two. Has no one ever told you to be gentler with females? Acting this way might scare them away eventually. Su Yitong remarked with a light laugh. Tai Lao fell silent, merely snorting in response. Bai Shui quietly shifted away. Su Yitong regained her serious demeanor, refraining from teasing them further. What has happened during this time? She was aware that Bai Shui could not have joined the beast without reason. Even if she had developed feelings for Tai Lao, she would not defy her father beast. For Bai Shui, her father beast was paramount above all. Bai Shui's expression drooped. Why father beast has died? Su Yitong was taken aback upon hearing this, but what followed left her even more astonished. He was killed by Qian Sun. He devoured my father beast. Chapter 51. Another piece of black crystal fragment lies nearby in Su Yitong's memory. Qian Sun, though somewhat timid, was not a malevolent person. She truly struggled to envision him consuming Bai Shui's father beast. What could have driven him to such actions? Su Yitong frowned at ascend the ranks. Tai Lao replied. That brat is so desperate to rise in status that he has gone mad, seeking to emulate the beast by consuming high-ranking orcs to elevate his own standing. However, the methods employed by the beast to ascend the ranks were not as simple as mere rumor suggested. They specifically targeted young male orcs with malevolent temperaments, inciting the dark thoughts within their hearts before consuming them. Rather than consuming the orcs' flesh, it was more accurate to say they feasted upon their malevolence, greed, and all negative thoughts. This negative energy, once absorbed by the beasts, enabled them to rapidly ascend in rank. Although Su Yitong felt that Qian Sun had brought this fate upon himself, she could not help but feel a twinge of sorrow. You are not safe in the beast city. She directed her gaze toward the two. We shall leave shortly, Tai Lao replied simply, feeling slightly stifled, attempting to peel away the heavy beast robe enveloping him. Bai Shui glanced toward the door, apprehensive that someone might burst in at any moment. With quick reflexes, she covered Tai Lao's robe. "We must leave now. Tai Lao's sense of danger is utterly lacking. I believe every second we remain here is perilous. Xiaojio, are you thirsty? Would you like some water?" And Sun called from behind the door. The three within exchanged glances. After Bai Shui and Tai Lao departed, Su Yitong was pulled aside by Qi Li. "Xiaojio, your friend seems ill-suited for the Beast City." It appeared Qi Li had already sensed something amiss. Su Yitong blinked, feigning ignorance. And Sun and Su Yitong also had no intention of lingering in the Beast City. They would depart after tonight. Inside the room, Su Yitong stood by the window, the black crystal fragment gleaming in her hand. "Xiao Qi, what is happening?" she observed closely. "Host, there are other fragments of black crystal nearby. When they coexist within a certain area, they will attract one another and emit light. So, it is highly likely that there are holders of black crystal fragments near me. Indeed, the closer two fragments are, the brighter their emitted light will be." Xiao Qi advised. Su Yitong toyed with a black crystal in her hand. In the dead of night, the object seemed even more radiant. She circled the residence a few times, ultimately halting at the spot where the black crystal emitted its strongest glow. This place was Qi Li's residence. The door creaked, and Qi Li emerged. Upon locking eyes with Su Yitong, he appeared momentarily stunned. "Xiaojio, what brings you here? Is it convenient to speak inside?" Of course. Qi Li retracted the foot he had prepared to step forward. Gesturing for her to enter, Su Yitong wasted no time. You know about black crystal?" Once the question was posed, a prolonged silence ensued. "Why are you asking about this?" It seemed Qi Li had pondered deeply before responding. Su Yitong opened her palm, revealing the black crystal fragment resting within, its emitted light even more dazzling than before. Despite Qi Li's attempt to maintain composure, his trembling body betrayed his inner turmoil. How is this possible? He had predicted years ago that an orc would come to him bearing a black crystal fragment. That individual would be like an incarnation of the beast god, capable of rescuing the tormented world of beasts. "Would you care to make a trade?" Su Yitong withdrew the black crystal fragment. "No," Qi Li replied, swiftly retrieving what she desired from a concealed compartment. "No trade is necessary. You may take it whenever you wish." Su Yitong cast a skeptical glance. It was illogical to refuse something so conveniently offered. "Xiaojio, black crystal is coveted by many powerful orcs, and even beasts covet it. You must keep it hidden and ensure no one discovers it," Qi Li stated solemnly. Su Yitong was well aware of this fact. "Are you truly just giving this to me?" Naturally, Qi Li nodded. Su Yitong initially intended to accept it as is, but he added, "Even a single fragment of black crystal possesses a potent energy field. If two fragments are placed together, their power will only amplify." The dark energy from that day was drawn to this fragment. Therefore, to conceal the energy brought by the black crystal, it was best to keep the fragments apart. Furthermore, due to the immense power of the black crystal, Xiao Qi's space was unable to store it. "In that case, I shall leave this fragment in your care for now." Su Yitong returned the black crystal to Qi Li. She felt an inexplicable trust toward him. Storing the black crystal with him would facilitate her retrieval in the future. This, Qi Li regarded the item returned to him, his lips parting slightly, yet unable to articulate any words that not permissible. Su Yitong assumed he was reluctant, considering it was a potential source of trouble. "No, it is not that." Qi Li retracted his hand. "It is my honor. To be trusted by Xiaojio is indeed an honor." Su Yitong remained oblivious to his inner thoughts, hastily informing him of her plan to depart with Sun the following day, and that she would return to the Beast City to retrieve the black crystal. "I will await your return." He will wait indefinitely. The father beast of Baigu from the White Tiger clan has awakened. Observing the circle of orcs surrounding him with a puzzled expression, he glanced at Baigu, his face momentarily flashing with astonishment. "Baigu can see now." Baigu nodded. Then, noticing his father beast reaching towards his neck, his expression darkened, and he said, "You all should leave." Baigu remained. The crowd initially rejoiced at the chieftain's awakening, then turned their gaze to Baigu, remarking, "With Baigu here, we are truly blessed." Thankfully, Baigu was present that day. The orc's chaotic chatter echoed in his ears. After everyone departed, he turned to Baigu, asking, "What is happening?" How is it that you can suddenly see? I found a miraculous doctor in Beast City and, with a heart full of hope, allowed her to treat me. To my surprise, it truly worked, Baigu replied calmly. Nonsense, his father Beast roared in fury. How could there be such a miraculous doctor who could restore your eyes that were gouged out? Where's my black crystal stone? He questioned each word with growing intensity. I do not know. I have never seen the black crystal stone. Baigu shook his head. Did you perhaps trade the black crystal stone for your eyes with the leader of the 10,000 Beast Hall? Baigu fell silent, his demeanor only serving to bolster his father's suspicions. As his father Beast picked up a hard object and hurled it at him, he did not flinch, and the heavy blow struck his shoulder. The sound of the object hitting the ground drew the attention of the orcs outside. What happened? Chieftain, Baigu. Are you all right? I'm fine, Baigu called out, deliberately letting out a muffled grunt that sounded like he was in pain. But Baiji's voice does not sound fine. What should we do? Will the chieftain misunderstand something? Who will go in to check? The crowd exchanged glances before looking at Baisu Daomi. Baisu pointed to himself, ultimately mustering the courage to open the door. Chapter 52. Do you wish to abandon me again? Baigu knelt slightly, debris scattered on the ground. Chieftain, do not act impulsively. Someone attempted to help Baigu up. I am fine, as long as my father Beast is happy. He shook his head, refusing the orc's assistance, a bitter smile on his face. The onlookers felt a pang of sorrow. Chieftain, do you not know that if it were not for Baigu, you might have perished that night? Indeed. Now that you are awake, how can you trouble Baigu? Chieftain, this is not right. The crowd felt that the chieftain was lacking in wisdom, as they watched Baigu remain calm. They grew increasingly eager to defend him. What has caused you to misplace your anger upon Baigu? One orc inquired. Yet the chieftain could not reveal the matter of the black crystal stone and could only express his ire. He stole my possession. What possession? The crowd was skeptical of the claim that Baigu would steal anything, for he was a child they had watched grow up, and they knew his character well. Baigu had always been ungrasping. Though his demeanor was somewhat cold, he treated others with kindness. I do not know what my father Beast is referring to. If you suspect me, you may search my dwelling. Baigu cast his eyes downward. The crowd was unaware that this was merely an act, and his words only deepened their belief that the chieftain had misunderstood Baigu. It must be a misunderstanding. One orc stepped forward to mediate. The father Beast, in the presence of these clansmen, could not continue his outburst and fell silent. Seizing the moment, Baigu spoke up. Father Beast, now that my eyes have been restored, there is no need to trouble Baisu to represent the clan in the selection of the Tiger Beast King. He noticed his father Beast glaring at him, the grinding of teeth suggesting a desire to devour him alive. I'm also a member of the White Tiger clan. How could it be a burden? Baisu interjected hastily, fearing that if he delayed, the father Beast would truly return this position to Baigu. Heaven knows how excited he was to learn he would replace Baigu in the selection. This was a rare opportunity, and since he was here, he could not leave easily. Baisu is right. You two brothers are of one mind. Baisu can go. It seemed his father Beast was quite unwilling for him to participate. Facing him, Baigu smiled subtly in a manner only the father Beast could see. However, father Beast, sending forth someone stronger would be the better choice, would it not? Indeed, chieftain, if Baigu participates, our clan has a greater chance of producing a Tiger Beast King. Baisu was indeed somewhat inferior. It merely somewhat inferior. He is clearly leagues behind. In any aspect, Baisu would struggle to compete against the orcs of the same rank, let alone Baigu. Everyone was well aware and afforded Baisu some dignity. Baigu was closer to the clansmen, and given his superior rank, they naturally believed that he was the most suitable candidate to participate in the selection for the Tiger Beast King. In no time, Baisu found himself in the spotlight. All eyes were on the chieftain, and if he insisted on choosing Baisu, it would be seen as favoritism at this juncture. The chieftain exhaled a heavy sigh. Though he was the chieftain and wielded greater power than the other orcs, he still had to heed the opinions of his clansmen, but he understood that if the day came when his clansmen grew dissatisfied with him, they could easily overthrow him. The black crystal stone that had been taken from him would naturally never be expected to be returned. He had not anticipated that the clansmen would support Baigu so fervently. After a moment of inner turmoil, he declared, "Then let Baigu go. The previous matters must have been a misunderstanding. Whether by Gu or by Su ascended as the Tiger Beast King would be beneficial to him. He could not allow the situation to escalate into a deadlock if Bai Gu truly succeeded in the selection. With this thought, he hastily urged Bai Gu to rise, presenting a scene of father-son affection before the crowd. Bai Gu had long seen through the true nature of his father beast. This was merely a temporary fix, a renewed hope placed upon him. It was clear to him that the disappearance of the black crystal stone must have left his father beast seething with rage. Now he had to feign a loving demeanor, which was truly a challenge for him. Master, ahead lies the Hall of 10,000 Beasts. Sun suddenly changed how he addressed her. Su Yitong paid little attention. Her focus captivated by the scenery before her. Towering snow-capped mountains loomed majestically, the air crisp and clear, while the plum blossoms at the foot of the mountain bloomed in the wind. The vibrant red blossoms stood out even more strikingly against the white snow. Their beauty intensified. The fragrance of the plum blossoms wafted through the air, intoxicating all who inhaled it. The Hall of 10,000 Beasts was hidden within this breathtaking landscape, following in Sun's lead. Su Yitong walked deeper into the hall. Though the orcs within the Hall of 10,000 Beasts were few, each had been carefully selected by Sun for their medical talents, in his absence. These orcs managed the hall. Sun intended to gather the orcs and announce that Su Yitong was the new leader of the Hall of 10,000 Beasts, but she stopped him. Sun, she grasped his hand and gently shook her head. It is more appropriate for you to manage the Hall of 10,000 Beasts now. Everyone is more accustomed to your presence. Is that not so? Su Yitong glanced at the orcs passing by, their unfamiliarity causing them to turn their heads curiously. Why? But the master of the Hall of 10,000 Beasts is you. Fengjiu, do you wish to abandon the Hall of 10,000 Beasts like you did me back then? Sun's gaze bore into hers, his voice trembling slightly. It was not difficult to discern the profound impact Fengjiu's departure had on his young heart. Do not overthink it. Su Yitong interrupted his thoughts. I do this because I have been away from the Hall of 10,000 Beasts for far too long. Compared to me, you are far more suited to be its master. Sun, you have grown so much. I am genuinely pleased that you can now stand on your own, that I trust you to manage the Hall of 10,000 Beasts well. In my heart, you are the only one capable of holding this position. For now, I cannot linger here for long. Sun, you can manage the Hall of 10,000 Beasts, can you not? Su Yitong's voice was soft and gentle, her gaze reflecting a light that drew Sun in whenever he met her eyes. Sun's emotions flared up quickly, but dissipated just as swiftly. With a few kind words, she had soothed him. Little Joe entrusted this to me, and I will surely do it well. He looked at Su Yitong with determination. Just a moment ago, he had been lamenting her abandonment of the Hall of 10,000 Beasts. Feeling quite pitiful, Little Chi stared wide-eyed, having watched the entire exchange from a third-person perspective, silently cursing under his breath. Su Yitong had come to the Hall of 10,000 Beasts with a different purpose. She sought to unravel the mystery of Fengjiu's identity. Had Sun and Bruin recognized her as Fengjiu merely because of her face? Where was the true Fengjiu, and why had Little Chi provided her with that memory? If others could not answer her questions, she would seek the answers herself. The Hall of 10,000 Beasts was her first step in uncovering the truth. Little Chi, of course, was unaware of her current thoughts. Had he known, he would have likely set up even more tasks for Su Yitong to ensure she left the Hall of 10,000 Beasts. Chapter 53. We will meet again in the future. In Beast City, within Chi Li's abode, Ta Gu stood atop a table, appearing listless. What is the matter? Chi Li reached out to draw it in his palm. Ta Gu remained silent, knowing that Chi Li would not understand its words, which would only sound like the ordinary cries of a divine beast to him. I really want a beautiful female. And Lord Yin Yin. Ta Gu glanced at Chi Li's enlarged face before closing its eyes and lying down in his hand. Unbeknownst to her, Chiri felt a sense of disdain directed towards her. Lord Chiri, Leona announced as she approached. Naya has come. Understood, he replied, placing the small creature back in its place. Outside, Leona engaged in conversation with Qian. The Beast King election is fast approaching. Do you have any thoughts on it? None, Qian replied. Being the Lord of Beast City is far more comfortable than becoming the Fox Beast King. Leona, unable to tolerate his nonchalance. averted her gaze. "Cheery," she said, observing the approaching male beast, feeling relieved at least one of the brothers was manageable. Once the three settled in the inner room, Leona laid bare the purpose of her visit. "Our kin hope that one of you will participate in this election. The Beast King election occurs only once every century, and you are presented with the perfect opportunity." Yin seemed indifferent, resting his chin on his palm, nearly dozing off. Fortunately, Leona's words were not directed at him. "Cheery, you're the most likely candidate among us to become the Fox Tribe's Beast King. Allow me to ponder it further. The White Fox clan has not seen a Fox Beast King in quite some time." "Host, where are you headed?" Xiao Qi inquired, observing Su Yitong's agile movements in the darkness. She navigated through her memories to arrive at a wooden cabin, the very place where Feng Jiu had initially sheltered Sun. Although the Beast Hall had expanded significantly since then, Feng Jiu had yet to relocate from this humble abode. "Host, please refrain from speaking," Su Yitong admonished, finding Xiao Qi too noisy. The cabin, having endured the passage of time, bore remnants of wear. Yet as she gently pushed the door, it creaked ominously, revealing a space that, though long uninhabited, remained surprisingly dust-free, suggesting someone had been tending to it regularly. Stepping inside, Su Yitong, aided by the moonlight, extended her hand towards the bedside. She searched every nook and cranny of the bed, desperately seeking evidence of Feng Jiu's existence, even the slightest hint. Not a single hiding place escaped her scrutiny. Yet after an exhaustive search, she found nothing. How could this be? Feng Jiu seemed to exist solely within the confines of their memories. A chilling thought crossed Su Yitong's mind, prompting her to prepare for departure. Intending to return another day, in the next moment, as she stepped forward, Su Yitong's foot landed on a loose floorboard. Confused, she stepped back to inspect it again. Bending down, she lightly tapped the spot where she had stepped. It was hollow. Perhaps due to the passage of time, this board, once concealing something, had become dislodged, allowing her to discover it. Xiao Qi, still oblivious to her host's intentions, only began to understand when Su Yitong retrieved a long-sealed letter from the hidden compartment. Swiftly, she pulled it out, revealing an ancient wooden hairpin nestled within. Without a second thought, she tucked both items into her embrace and carefully replaced the loose floorboard before slipping away into the night. Inside the cabin, Su Yitong lit a torch, swiftly unfolding the folded letter. "Upon fulfilling our mission, we shall meet again in the future." The large sheet bore only a few hastily scrawled words, as if the letter's author had anticipated her discovery. Xiao Qi, equally bewildered, pondered the origins of this letter. When had it been written? Quietly, Xiao Qi disconnected, leaving Su Yitong puzzled, unable to decipher the message's meaning at that moment. She retrieved the hairpin, which bore an unremarkable and overly simplistic design, lacking even the slightest ornamentation. "Feng Jiu, are you inside?" A knock on the door startled Su Yitong, prompting her to hastily conceal her findings. "What is it?" she inquired, opening the door to find Sun standing outside, clutching two hefty hides. "I was worried you might be cold at night. These hides will keep you warm." "Thank you," Su Yitong replied quickly, accepting them. "Is there anything else?" she asked, looking at Sun. "Nothing. See you tomorrow." He merely wished to steal another glance at Xiao Jiu. Once the door closed, and Sun scratched his head, his cheeks flushed, unable to hide his feelings. Feng Jiu, Su Yitong lay on her bed, toying with the hairpin. Could such coincidences truly exist? The system had fortuitously selected her. Their faces bore an uncanny resemblance, and the name shared a connection with her alias, Jiu. Now, with the appearance of this letter, the situation grew even more perplexing. That night, Su Yitong experienced restless sleep, finding herself transported to the last place Feng Jiu had disappeared in her memories. Two shadowy figures entwined before her. "Feng Jiu, are you truly intent on opposing me?" "You were in the wrong first," Feng Jiu declared resolutely. The voice from across her was startlingly familiar. Su Yitong strained to see the face of the figure opposite Feng Jiu, but no matter how hard she tried, it remained obscured. Who could he possibly be? In her dream, Su Yitong furrowed her brow, seemingly desperate for an answer. In the White Tiger tribe, Bai Ji's father tossed and turned restlessly in bed, seething at the thought that the black crystal might have been exchanged for Bai Ji's eyes. He had discovered the power and existence of the black crystal during his youth, merely an inconspicuous beastman of the tiger tribe, who had inadvertently overheard a conversation among the beast kings. It was then he learned of the black crystal's significance. The power it bestowed was not to be underestimated, yet for all the years he had safeguarded it, he had failed to uncover how to unleash its potential. Such thoughts only fueled his frustration further. Outside by Ji's dwelling, a figure paced back and forth before finally steeling herself to gently push the door open. She approached by Ji's bed, only to find it empty. "I shall return tomorrow. Can you handle things alone?" Rest assured, came the voices of Lilas and Baigu from within. Inside, Emmys was thrown into a panic, desperately searching for a place to hide. However, Baiji's room was so sparsely furnished with only a table and a bed. What was she to do? The voices grew closer, and Emmys' heart raced, nearly leaping in her throat. It was too late. She pressed herself against the side of the door, planning to dash out as soon as Baigu entered. Just as she anticipated, Baigu walked in without noticing her. Yet as she rushed outside, she collided with a solid wall of flesh, Lilas. She had forgotten that Lilas was with Baigu. Emmys stumbled backward under their gaze. But neither of them showed any intention of helping her. Chapter 54. The brothers found it difficult to bear this discordant scene. "What are you doing here?" Baigu frowned at the female on the floor. Emmy struggled to concoct a plausible excuse that I walked into the wrong room. "You mistook your own residence?" Tiska. Lilas found her utterly foolish. Emmy scrambled to her feet, her figure vanishing into the night. If it weren't for Baigu regaining his sight, she would never have dared to show her face. As this thought crossed her mind, Emmys' face flushed with embarrassment. Tonight, she had hoped to offer Baigu another chance, but her plans had backfired. Recently, she had shifted her focus to Baisu, but now, learning that Baigu had not only regained his sight, but also intended to participate in the Beast King election, made Baisu seem insignificant by comparison. If only she could become mates with Baigu and Lilas. Emmys' heart raced at the thought. Both were among the tribe's most esteemed beastmen. The Lion tribe would likely send Lilas for selection this time. The following day at the Beast Hall, Su Yitong discovered a plethora of herbs cultivated in the area, many of which were rare in the wild. "Mother Beast, Nian Yen loves this," Nian Yen exclaimed, chewing on the herbs with great excitement. Su Yitong leaned down to examine the plants, recognizing them as mature ghost grass, their leaves plump and the pale red stems evidently nibbled by Nian Yen. Ghost grass could induce happiness and excitement. But excessive consumption could lead to madness, even for divine beasts. "Don't overindulge," she cautioned, tucking Nian Yen into her embrace. "The Beast King selection is just around the corner. I wonder who our tribe will send this time. We, the Golden Tiger tribe, will undoubtedly nominate Wan Lan." Two beastmen passed behind her, engaged in conversation about the Beast King selection. Su Yitong, inadvertently catching this intriguing phrase, couldn't help but think of the name of the underworld Beast King. If so, only the most capable and authoritative beastmen could ascend to the rank of Beast King. This was the perfect opportunity to expand her network. If she could secure the support of a Beast King, her tasks would become significantly more manageable. In the White Tiger tribe, Father Beast, "What about me?" Baisu found himself uncertain of whether to stay or leave. "During your absence, your mother must be missing you," his father said, alluding to the underlying message. Upon exiting his father's room, Baisu noticed a female not far off, seemingly gazing in his direction. He straightened his back, adopting an air of nonchalance as he walked past her. Emmys followed his figure momentarily before turning her attention back to the chief's dwelling. She had heard her partner mention that Baigu had seemingly angered the chief that day, though it had later been dismissed as a misunderstanding. Ever since she arrived at the White Tiger tribe, she had been observing, noting the chief's intent to exert control over Baigu. She decided to take a gamble. "Chief?" Emmys approached the door. "Who is it?" "It's me, Emmys." After entering, Emmys felt a wave of discomfort wash over her as she met the patriarch's gaze, as though she were being scrutinized. "Patriarch, I have heard that there has been a misunderstanding between you and Beige. What concern is it of yours, given the matters between my son and me?" He fixed his gaze on the lioness before him, aware of her feelings for Beige. "That is not the case. I merely care for Beige and wish to prevent any discord between you and your son." Her words grew increasingly disjointed. "What is it that you truly seek here?" Speak plainly, the patriarch urged. Lifting his eyes, that I have long harbored feelings for Beige. If you could facilitate a union between us, I would willingly submit to you alongside him in the future. Beige strength is on the rise. He already shows signs of breaking free from your grasp, should he ascend to the position of the Beast King. The implications are unfathomable. Imus's words struck at his heart. An outsider. How can I trust you? If that is your stance, I could easily summon a female from within the clan. Why would I require you? He found it laughable that this unprepared lioness dared to negotiate terms with him. That may be so, but once I unite with Beige, I shall ensure his loyalty to you. Moreover, I have the support of my kin in the Lion clan, should the Tiger clan face any trouble. I assure you my people will not turn a blind eye. Your consent alone is insufficient. If Beige is unwilling, how can you expect to unite with him? I have a plan. Imus leaned in closer. Lowering her voice, the Beast City. Jilin lifted Tagu by the scruff, questioning his recent lack of energy. What is the matter? Are you unwell? He continued to ramble, his brow furrowing in concern that you're the one who should be worried. Tagu suddenly stood up, squawking and pointing at Jilin with his feathers. Though unable to comprehend his words, Jilin sensed they were far from kind. Jilin grasped Tagu's beak. In a few days, I must venture out. And Naya will look after you. Tagu's eyes lit up at the mention of venturing out. Could he also join and meet beautiful females and Lord Nyanian? Once Jilin released him, Tagu squawked even more joyfully. Take me with you. Be quiet. Jilin, perplexed by Tagu's excitement, wondered if it was simply the prospect of leaving that thrilled him. After failing to communicate, Tagu rolled his eyes, seeking a solution. Brother, are you truly going to participate in the selection? Chien asked, biting into a fruit. Yes. What is so appealing about being the Beast King? Isn't it more enjoyable to roam freely in the Beast City? Brother, your ambitions are too grand. He looked puzzled. Chien, with a serious expression, regarded his younger sibling. Some matters cannot simply be dismissed by will alone. That's the elder brother, and the most gifted beast man of the White Fox clan. Many decisions had already been made for him. He was destined to walk a path preordained by others. Lowering his gaze, Jilin left Yin momentarily stunned, who quickly rose to his feet. Brother, that's not what I meant. In a few days, when I'm away from the Beast City, there are matters you must attend to. With that, Jilin departed. He, too, envied Chien. Chien, what is wrong with your brother? I encountered him outside just now, and he seemed rather upset. His expression was as frigid as ice. Leona approached from outside. She had intended to ask Yin whether he would accompany them to the Beast King election, hoping it would be a valuable experience for him. This boy had always lived under Jilin's protective wing. It was time he faced the harsh realities of society and the fierce nature of competition. Yin remained silent, rooted to the spot. What is going on? Both of you look so forlorn. Leona pondered, puzzled. Did you two have a quarrel? She raised an eyebrow. Wearing a look of amusement, it was indeed rare to see the brothers at odds. She recalled how, in their childhood, Yin had clung to Jilin. Though they had grown, Jilin still took the lead, ensuring everything was taken care of for his younger brother. Jilin genuinely invested himself in fulfilling his role as an elder brother, a feat that even she found challenging. Just bicker as you will. If there is something bothering you, do not hesitate to speak with your brother. He is your closest confidant. Do not always expect him to make concessions. After offering her advice, Leona left, feeling somewhat out of place. The room was left with Yin alone. He sat on the ground, lost in memories. Chapter 55. Yin's remembrance in his youth. His brother seemed to be the center of attention among the beastmen, ultimately living up to expectations and becoming the strongest male in the clan. The title of Jilin's younger brother accompanied him throughout his childhood. Perhaps no one knew his name, but they certainly recognized him as Jilin's brother. He resented it. He possessed his own name. Yin, the flame of a roaring fire. Clan members often spoke of his brother as a gifted beastman, yet he yearned for that same recognition that he trained tirelessly. Yet still fell short of the talent his brother seemed to possess effortlessly. Though they were blood brothers, why was Jilin the only one who thrived? He was unwilling to accept this, and thus he toiled harder to catch up to his brother. He vividly recalled the year their mother passed away. Their father fell into a deep depression soon after, leaving them both to chase after their mother. That year, Jilin was merely 14. Each night, they would embrace, as they fell asleep. While Qian cried incessantly, yet Jeline, the elder brother, appeared unperturbed. Initially, he believed his brother to be devoid of emotion. Even with their parents gone, Jeline spent his days training relentlessly, disappearing into the night, only to return in the early hours. "Brother, you're back," the young Qian would say, rubbing his eyes as Jeline carefully laid down beside him. "Get some rest." After tucking his brother in, Jeline would turn away as Qian prepared to drift into sleep. He noticed Jeline trembling beside him. "Brother?" Qian murmured drowsily. In the stillness of the night, only the sound of Jeline's quiet sobs filled the air. That was the first time Qian witnessed his brother in such a vulnerable state. He had always perceived Jeline as a figure of strength, seemingly disinterested in everything. Now, seeing his brother turn away, Qian's sleepiness dissipated, replaced by a sense of panic. He leaned closer, mimicking the comforting gestures he had observed from Jeline. Gently patting his back, the two small bodies embraced one another, and that night, Jeline cried profoundly, as if releasing years of pent-up emotion. Years later, Qian would come to understand that what he had perceived as indifference was merely Jeline's fade to avoid confronting the harsh reality. Deep down, Jeline felt the pain more acutely than anyone else. Yet he had to learn to conceal his emotions. After their father and mother passed, envious clan members cast a covetous eye on the brothers, eager to suppress them and elevate their own offspring in Jeline's place as the so-called gifted beastman. He remembered that year as the most arduous of their lives, though clan members would occasionally look after them. Their support was limited, and there were times when they could not help. Qian could never forget that stormy night when Jeline returned to their wooden dwelling, panting, his hide marred and tattered, his body covered in wounds. What happened? The young Qian was incensed, believing his brother had been bullied. Jeline merely downplayed the situation, claiming to have encountered a ferocious beast in the wilderness. But how could his brother, who usually remained close to home, suddenly venture into the wild? Qian sensed something was amiss and decided to follow Jeline the next day. He eventually witnessed Jeline meeting with the beastman, who frequently tormented them. "I have captured the ferocious beast you desired," the beastman said. "As promised, I will not lay a hand on Qian. I hope you uphold your end of the bargain." Though most of Jeline's wounds were concealed beneath new hides, a few exposed injuries made Qian wince at their sight. "I never anticipated you could survive beneath a ferocious beast out of course." "I keep my word," Jeline replied, for all along, he had not intended to confront Qian, but rather the beastman himself. Qian, watching from the shadows, clenched his teeth, and, as the beastman prepared to leave, he leapt forward, but at his diminutive height, he was no match for the adult beastman. Before Jeline could react, Qian was kicked aside, crashing heavily to the ground. "You foolish child, thinking you could challenge me." The beastman laughed as he departed. Afterward, Jeline said nothing about the incident. Once he tended to Qian's wounds, it seemed as if the matter had been closed. From that day forth, Jeline began to leave more frequently. Qian only knew that his brother returned each day with different herbs, cautioning him not to touch anything. Months later, a beastman in the clan mysteriously perished, his body devoid of any wounds. Yet his death was grotesquely twisted. It was on that fateful day that Qian saw a long-lost smile on Jeline's face. Not long after, he learned that the deceased beastman was the very one who had tormented them for so long. Do not overly expose your emotions. Your enemies will detect your weaknesses. Also, remember that sometimes enduring does not equate to retreating. This was the first time Jeline spoke to him with such earnestness. From that moment onward, Jeline's efforts and innate talent propelled him to an extraordinary rise in status. By the time Jeline reached adulthood, he had already attained the rank of an 8th-tier beastman, a height that many would never achieve in their lifetime. While Qian could not match his brother, he continually strove to keep pace with him. That on the day Jeline became the lord of the Beast City, a beastman jokingly remarked, "How fortunate to have Jeline as your brother. The path has already been paved for you." He chuckled lightly, concealing the emotions within. This jest was not the first of its kind. Just then, a large hand pressed down upon his head. Qian was exceptional. Had he not exerted himself, others would not have consented to his occupying this position. It was a privilege he had fought for himself, and he felt a pang of guilt realizing he had not been of much assistance to him. Chili spoke leisurely. "Brother." Yin cast a sidelong glance at him. The corners of his mouth subtly curving upwards. Memories surged forth. The remark about ambition being too strong, though unintentional, lingered in his mind. Over the years, he had only observed Chili's tenacity, seemingly overlooking much in the process. He had never inquired why Chili was so relentless, nor had he asked if all that he did brought him joy. Oftentimes, it is the unintentional words of those closest to us that wound the deepest. Lost in thought, Yin took off running, only to hesitate once more before his door. "Yin?" Chili's voice called from behind. "Brother, what brings you here?" Chili seemed to have already moved past the earlier unpleasantness, casting a glance at Yin. "I apologize." Yin hung his head like a child caught in wrongdoing. "I often speak without regard for the consequences, failing to consider your feelings that I am truly sorry." "What are you talking about?" Chili's lips curled slightly. Tinged with a hint of helplessness, Yin's hands dangled by his sides, nervously clutching his beast robe. "Don't just stand there foolishly." Go on. He reached out and ruffled Yin's hair. Yin looked up, scrutinizing him, and then continued. "Brother, let me tell you, today I saw Naya fall. It was quite amusing. And then there's Leona. She thought we were at odds and came to counsel me." Yin's laughter echoed within the room. "So carefree," Chili murmured with a smile. "Brother, what did you say?" Yin leaned closer, having not heard clearly. "Nothing. I just find what you said quite interesting." Chapter 56. Farewell to the Beast Hall 2 days later. The Beastman elections would commence the following day. Su Yitong contemplated lingering at the Beast Hall for a few more days that is Xiao Jiu departing today. And Sun was preoccupied with concocting medicine. "If I don't leave today, I'll miss the chance to—" Su Yitong rested her chin on her hand. Observing him, and Sun paused in his task, expressing regret. He had to visit Dragon Snow Mountain in the next 2 days. "Didn't you say that earlier?" Su Yitong replied dismissively. "And Sun, you're under no obligation to accompany me constantly. We each have our own responsibilities, do we not?" She felt he lacked a sense of security. Being overly cautious, the words Xiao Jiu had spoken left her at a loss for a rebuttal. Yet, what she yearned for most was simply to remain by her side. "Indeed," and Sun lowered his gaze. Resuming his work with the herbs, "You seem rather discontent." Su Yitong shot him a glance. Since he was not inclined to speak, she refrained from inquiring further. "I'll be leaving shortly. Take care of yourself at Dragon Snow Mountain. And remember, if you encounter danger, prioritize your own safety." Sun had mentioned before that the terrain of Dragon Snow Mountain was treacherous. He was in search of a specific herb. He had described it as found in winter. Thriving in snowy, high-altitude areas, sparsely populated, it had 7 petals, resembling a flower, with fragile roots that were easily broken. It needed to be uprooted entirely to preserve its efficacy. He had added that it possessed the ability to regenerate severed limbs and resurrect the deceased. "Is that true?" Su Yitong questioned, skeptical. "If so, that would mean a bug has appeared in this world. With sincere nourishment, it can become reality." Su Yitong recalled the earnestness in Sun's expression that day, leaving her half convinced. Had it not been for her obligation to attend the Beast King elections, she would have wished to accompany Sun to witness the wondrous entity he described. Yin had rapidly gained weight in recent days, and Su Yitong had now forbidden it from perching on her shoulder. Yin flapped its wings beside her. "Mother Beast, where are we going?" "Mother Beast, how much longer until we arrive?" "Mother Beast, we shall arrive soon." As Su Yitong followed the route provided by Xiao Qi. The further she ventured, the more she sensed something amiss. Is this truly the right place? It feels familiar, yet I have no recollection of being here. Indeed. Host, this is a shortcut. Proceed through the cave, and we'll be closer to our destination. Su Yitong fell silent, her gaze settling upon the deep pool. Following Xiao Qi's guidance to descend into the cave below felt unsettling. This is indeed the nearest route. Host, Xiao Qi seemed to think she found the path insufficiently direct. "Are there other routes?" Su Yitong inquired, halting her steps as she gazed into the dark, stagnant waters below. Her instinct warned her not to venture further. "There is another route, though it is somewhat circuitous," Xiao Qi replied. "Let us take the other route." Su Yitong turned away without a second glance, opting for an alternative path in the black pool. A transformed giant dragon gazed upward, seemingly waiting for something. Moments later, it violently thrashed its enormous tail in the water, sending ripples across the once calm surface. Host, turn left, stop, now move to the right. Hey, you've gone past it. Su Yitong had anticipated a winding and bumpy journey, but she hadn't expected it to be this convoluted. Surrounded by identical paths and trees, she feared she would never escape this vast labyrinth without Xiaoqi's guidance. Host, just ahead is... Xiaoqi's voice grew weary, feeling for the first time the toll of guiding someone. Xiaojiu, a melodious voice called out. Su Yitong struggled to recall the name. She had seen her during the female selection. Leona, the sister of Chili and Qi Yin, seeing the frowning figure of the female before her. Leona stepped closer, introducing herself. I am Leona. Oh, you remember me. The sudden proximity of her striking beauty caught Su Yitong off guard. Leona's warm breath brushed against her cheek. I sent this a bit too close? Su Yitong remarked, clicking her tongue. Did you come here alone? Leona noticed the absence of other beastmen accompanying her. Yes. Upon hearing this, Leona's eyes brightened. She felt compelled to keep an eye on the two brothers' companion. Beastmen passing by discreetly assessed the two of them. Their mere presence was enough to draw attention. Join me. Xiaojiu, I also came alone. There are so many unfamiliar beastmen here. I feel quite out of place. Although Leona was half a head taller than Su Yitong, her current demeanor, leaning against her, contrasted sharply with Su Yitong's initial impression. Su Yitong glanced at the two male beastmen who had been behind Leona, now subtly shifting closer, pretending to be uninterested. Did they truly think she couldn't see them? Is Chiri representing the White Fox clan? Su Yitong asked Leona. Yes, the candidates for the elections will only arrive tomorrow. So she wouldn't see the prospective Beast Kings today. Let us go. Where to? Leona looked dazed, a rare moment of adorableness. Didn't you say you wanted to accompany me? Su Yitong raised an eyebrow. It seemed that everyone present was either a family member of the prospective Beast Kings. Su Yitong intended to leverage this opportunity to establish connections, taking the first step by acquiring a pass. She turned to Leona, who was quite renowned in the beast realm. Having her by her side would undoubtedly yield better results. Host, have you forgotten that you also possess a stunning visage? Where are we headed? Leona linked her arm with Su Yitong's as if fearing she might escape. This is my first time here. Could you help me familiarize myself? Of course. Leona behaved as though she were taking Su Yitong under her wing. Yet in truth, she was also a first-timer, having only heard descriptions from her clan members. This is where the official election will take place tomorrow. The beastmen with voting rights will be seated below. She pointed to the platform before them. Su Yitong nodded. Those who just arrived are the families of the beastmen participating in the election? Yes, mostly their parents. Look, that is the leader of the White Tiger clan. This time, the White Tiger clan is sending Bai Gu, who is his son. Su Yitong paused, touching her nose. Thankfully, Bai Gu, his father, had never seen her before. She quickly brushed aside this minor incident. After all, even if she were to stand right in front of Bai Ji's father now, he certainly wouldn't recognize her as the little thief from that night. Su Yitong maintained her composure as she walked past him. Over there is the Brown Lion clan, and over there, the Peacock clan. There are simply too many clans. It would be impossible to engage with each one individually. Why do so many clans have a Beast King? Among these, who is the strongest? Su Yitong inquired of Leona. Chapter 57. The Black Wolf Lelo the strongest? Leona pondered for a moment. You know Lelo. Su Yitong shook her head. Leona appeared somewhat surprised. Lelo of the Black Wolf clan oversees all the Beast Kings. All Beast Kings? Su Yitong seemed to grasp the concept. One could say that. However, Lelo rarely makes appearances and is seldom seen, but he will undoubtedly be present for the selection of the Beast Kings this time. Do not be deceived by his ascension to the throne of the Beast King. In truth, his age is nearly comparable to that of Chiri. Leona spoke earnestly, as if she possessed considerable insight into Lelo. The following day, the orcs participating in the selection gathered at the venue. Thankfully, the space was ample. Otherwise, it would have been insufficient to accommodate such a multitude of orcs. Su Yitong was astonished by the magnificent scene. Witnessing so many orcs congregated together for the first time, Leona took her hand, leading her towards the Fox clan. Come, I shall take you to find Chiri. As they navigated through the crowd, Leona remained oblivious to the condition of the female orc behind them. While Sui Tong, unable to halt in time, collided with an orc that I apologize, she hurriedly uttered, but before she could raise her gaze, Leona continued to stride forward. In the next moment, Su Yitong felt a hand grasp her other wrist. Xiaojio. Su Yitong failed to hear the voice, and believing the individual intended to cause her trouble, she turned around only to be taken aback. She had not anticipated encountering Baigu amidst such a throng of orcs. Leona, sensing her surprise, inquired, "What is the matter?" Upon noticing Su Yitong's restrained wrist, she cast a wary glance at the orc. "Young man, you cannot touch her just because she is attractive." Leona subtly maneuvered to the center, pulling Su Yitong's wrist away from Baiji's grasp. Baigu did not pursue. After casting a few more glances, he retreated to his camp. "How do you know Baigu? Why didn't you mention it before?" After Leona pulled her away, she cast a sidelong glance, her expression one of keen interest. "We have a minor acquaintance. He is a friend. Baigu is likely the most probable candidate to become the Tiger Beast King." "I concur," Su Yitong assessed, recognizing Baigu as ambitious yet discreet, that he and Chiri were indeed rivals. That Lelo seated in the main position. Su Yitong pointed subtly. "Indeed," Leona affirmed, her gaze following Su Yitong's finger. A strikingly handsome orc, his demeanor sharp and intense, occupied the center, his piercing gaze reminiscent of a bloodied blade on the battlefield. Clad in a dark beast robe, he draped a warm pelt over one shoulder. Do not be misled by his visage. He is quite wicked beneath the surface. Leona scoffed lightly. Su Yitong turned to her, recalling the female orc who had extolled Lelo's virtues in her presence the previous day. "Is the Beast King still unpartnered? Then we might still have a chance. Do not entertain such thoughts. Aside from today, when else can we glimpse the Beast King, to ascend to the throne at such a young age? And to be so remarkably handsome." The individual in the main position seemed to have noticed something within the crowd. Directing his gaze toward a certain spot, Su Yitong perceived his glance, not allowing herself to indulge in the vanity of believing it was directed at her. She exchanged a knowing look with Leona. These two undoubtedly share a history. Leona urged her onward. "Let us find Chiri and not linger on him." The figure in the main position rose to depart, drawing the collective attention of the crowd. Every action amplified. Lelo navigated past the throng, evading the gazes of the onlookers, until he paused on a narrow path. "Does Lelo have feelings for you?" Su Yitong asked bluntly. Eager to observe her reaction, "Do not speak nonsense. I am hardly acquainted with him." Leona averted her gaze uncomfortably. "Then why is your face flushed?" Su Yitong teased mischievously. Leona hastily withdrew her hand, covering her face. "I was merely jesting. That I am not blushing." Su Yitong found her flustered demeanor irresistibly endearing. Giggling as she pulled down the hands obscuring her face, "It appears there is mutual interest. It is not solely Lelo's unrequited affection." The stark contrast to the stern Beast King and the delicate white fox beauty sparked Su Yitong's imagination as she began to envision the unfolding narrative. This couple, she thought, had captured her heart. Xiaojio. Chiri stood rooted to the spot, gazing at the figure behind Leona. Su Yitong nodded in greeting. "Only have eyes for Xiaojio, I see." Leona shot him a side eye, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Were it not for her, this lad might not encounter Xiaojio today." "How could Xiaojio be with you?" Chiri scrutinized Leona. "What sort of gaze is that? I feel as if I'm a beast trader who has abducted an orc." "Leona, it seems someone is awaiting you," Su Yitong whispered, drawing closer to her. Beneath the trees along the path of the White Fox clan, a shadowy figure lurked. With just a glance, Leona recognized him instantly. "I shall not intrude upon your youthful banter," she remarked before hastily departing. "How adorable," Su Yitong observed with an affectionate smile as she watched the figure walk away. "What is it?" Chiri inquired, puzzled. "Nothing much." "When do you take the stage?" Su Yitong deftly shifted the topic. Leona deliberately strolled past the tree, and predictably, she was intercepted the next moment. "What are you doing here?" She feigned nonchalance, pretending she had not noticed him earlier. "I missed you." Lelo embraced her, leading them away. "Release me. Do not resort to such tactics." Leona struggled against him. "Why do you persist in avoiding me?" Lelo's gaze bore into hers that "I am not." Leona adamantly denied. her stubbornness evident. "Will your little female not be upset by your visit?" she mumbled, turning her head away, still holding a grudge. "I see." Lello chuckled lightly, raising an eyebrow. Leona felt a surge of irritation, forcefully kicking him away. To prevent her from getting hurt, Lello complied with her movements, creating some distance between them. With a frosty glance, Leona strode away, leaving Lello to ponder which of his words had displeased her. "This Oshao Jiu was not specifically here for me." Chiri jested, smiling with composure. "Now she is," he remarked, noting her intent gaze fixed on him as he prepared to take the stage. Like a displeased Leona approached, taking a seat beside Su Yitong with her arms crossed. "You returned quite swiftly." Su Yitong glanced back, noticing the shadow beneath the tree had vanished. The more Leona pondered, the angrier she became, recalling the sight of that female orc approaching Lello. Despite his persistent pursuit of her, he was entangled with other females. The mere thought of him holding a grudge infuriated her. "Damn Lello, I hope I do not see him again." Chiri is about to perform. Su Yitong's comment jolted Leona back to reality. The two fixed their unwavering gaze upon the orc on stage. This was the first round of selection among the orcs. Su Yitong was merely curious about the process. Given Chiri's prowess, he should face little pressure in this initial round. Chapter 58. Such a punishment is unfair. The first round of selection was straightforward, testing the combat prowess of the orcs that be considered for the position of Beast King. One's combat ability must be formidable. Presently, those gathered on stage were the finest orcs from their respective clans, each one the epitome of excellence. The goal was to identify the most exceptional among them. The clans were divided into sections: Tiger Clan, Fox Clan, Lion Clan, further subdivided within each major clan. That Su Yitong's gaze shifted to Chiri, who stood aside without any Fox Clan orc daring to challenge him. Nor did he make any move to engage. In this moment, the fiery red figure appeared somewhat solitary. In truth, he desired to confront only those who remained until the end. Chiri observed the fox orcs before him gradually falling, each displaying various degrees of injuries, with the most severe inflicted upon the silver fox currently in confrontation. Without unnecessary movements, the silver fox lunged at Chiri in a swift and direct manner. Even from the audience, Su Yitong could sense the palpable aura of menace emanating from the silver fox. In stark contrast to Chiri's calm and composed demeanor, she instinctively felt that he would excel in the role of the Fox Beast King. The silver fox, unaware of the weight of its actions, found itself outpaced by Chiri, who appeared to move slowly yet reached its rear in the blink of an eye. How swift! The silver fox realized too late, its neck caught in Chiri's grip. One of the most vulnerable points for any beast, an advanced beast could amplify its strength infinitely. Should Chiri wish, the silver fox would meet its demise at his hands. The silver fox twisted its body, contorting the positions of their limbs in an awkward manner. Chiri quickly released his grip, the silver fox learning from its mistake, slowing down to observe Chiri's movements, adapting as it went, still too slow. Chiri acknowledged its skill but deemed it utterly insufficient. He ceased to retreat, transforming his stance to initiate an assault. In the instant Chiri struck, the silver fox emitted a muffled sound. He had not harmed it, but had subdued it to the ground, rendering it immobile. How? How is this possible? The silver fox exclaimed, astonished that this time Chiri's speed surpassed the first encounter, and it seemed this was not even his limit. This is no ordinary advanced beast. As the silver fox was led away, it could not help but glance back repeatedly, its initial arrogance dissipating, replaced by a hint of admiration in its gaze towards Chiri. Incredible. Chiri, Su Yitong, could not contain her admiration. Recognizing his strength as he stood out even among the elite advanced beasts of all clans, it was evident to any discerning eye that the gap between the other orcs and Chiri was not insignificant. The 8th tier represents the pinnacle of classification designated for the beastmen by the beast world, yet it is evident that this is not the limit for Chi Li. Conversely, on the other side, Li Lucy appears to be struggling somewhat. After a prolonged battle with a white lion, Li Lucy has managed to achieve a stalemate, and many others like him remain on the stage. The two will proceed together into the second round of trials. The trial mountain can only be accessed tomorrow. Those beastmen who did not qualify today may return to their clans to recover properly. Those who remain should not become complacent, for what awaits you tomorrow will not be the trivial skirmishes of today. Although Leluo spoke these words with a stoic expression, an aura of inviolable authority radiated from him. Meanwhile, Tag, having slipped away from the beast city, is in search of Yin Yin and the alluring female figures as a divine beast. His senses are far superior to those of ordinary beast pets. Making the task of locating others a trivial one. Soon, he soared to the site of the Beast King election. Tag circled in the air. While he did not spot the beautiful female he sought, he quickly caught sight of Chi Li, hiding not far away in the trees to avoid detection. Should he be discovered, his chances of a meal would dwindle. Concealed among the branches, Tag observed, eager to find Yin Yin and the enchanting female. Meanwhile, Yin Yin, trapped in a spatial void, sensed a familiar presence. "Mother Beast, get out of here!" Yin Yin cried out from within the confines of space. Not being near her mother, she feared the repercussions should the loathsome bird approach her. Despite her desperate calls, it seemed she was too late. Su Yitong was puzzled when a small creature perched upon her shoulder. Tag? The comical sight of the girl and the bird staring at each other in shock was quite amusing. Having just seen Leona leave prematurely, she had intended to wait for the crowd to disperse before reuniting with Chi Li. "How did you end up here?" Su Yitong gently transferred Tag from her shoulder to her palm. Inside the spatial realm, Yin Yin sensed something amiss, clamoring to be let out. Assuming it wished to join Tag in play, Su Yitong released it. "Mother Beast, where's Yin Yin?" Tag's sentence was abruptly interrupted as Yin Yin landed on its head. Exclaiming, "Loathsome bird, who told you to shout? Yin Yin, long time no see." Tag flapped its wings joyfully. Yin Yin, however, angrily stomped on Tag's head in retaliation. All right, if you make me look foolish, I won't be able to explain to Chi Li." The sight of Yin Yin's unrestrained behavior left Su Yitong feeling anxious. Quickly, she separated the two beasts. Tag remained in place, grinning foolishly. "Little Gio," a familiar voice called from behind, startling Tag, who had nowhere to hide and ultimately chose to feign death in Su Yitong's warm palm. "Chi Li, I was just thinking of finding you once the crowd dispersed," Su Yitong remarked, her surroundings bustling with activity, making it nearly impossible for her to locate him. "I came to find you instead." Chi Li replied with a smile. His attention soon diverted to the familiar sight in Su Yitong's hand. "Tag?" Chi Li furrowed his brow. Su Yitong returned Tag to him, who immediately recognized Tag's ruse of feigning death. "Who brought you here?" he demanded, lifting Tag by its foot. "If you continue this charade, I shall send you to Leona for her to care for." I could see the mention of that name. Tag shuddered involuntarily, flapping its wings in a panic. Su Yitong found the situation amusing. "I isn't afraid of Leona. She looked after it for a few days. Every day she soaked it in water, claiming it would be cleaner." Chi Li explained. Su Yitong watched as the flapping little creature flew from Chi Li's hand to his shoulder. Standing upright and silent, its chest puffed out, it seemed that Leona had left quite an impression on Tag. "Step aside, loathsome wolf." Leona, having been intercepted, frowned as she pushed the person away. "That female was arranged by the clan. When you arrived that day, she was shoved onto me. Since then, I've made it clear to the clan that I already have a beloved female." "Leona, you left without watching the entire event." "I pushed her away. Such a verdict upon me is unjust." He clung to her like a child. Chapter 59. The little tiger beast king comes to find you. Someone's coming. "Keep your distance. Those unaware might think we are overly affectionate." Leona turned her face away. "Beast king." An oblivious beast man approached. Leona, female, naturally noticed the female standing beside the beast king and greeted her politely. Leona responded with a smile, casting a sidelong glance at Leluo, her expressive demeanor undoubtedly stirring feelings of intrigue, even though she was aware it was a deliberate act for the sake of appearances. Confident that he could do nothing about it, with a flick of her beast robe, Leona departed, leaving behind a fleeting silhouette. "Beast King, the Trial Mountain can be entered tomorrow. You will need to guard the exit." The Trial Mountain is a far more terrifying entity than the training grounds. The training grounds. There is a path of retreat, but upon entering the Trial Mountain, the original entrance will be sealed once again. The beastmen who enter the Trial Mountain must traverse over the mountain to reach a new exit. Leluo nodded, retracting his gaze from the distance. "Tribe leader, I told you Bai Gu would surely reach the end. Ha ha ha, he is indeed my son. After Bai Ji's turn, he searched for little Jio's figure, having noticed a female seated below during his performance. Bai Gu, over here. The White Tiger clan is here. Imus hurriedly approached, grasping Bai Ji's arm before he could walk past. Bai Gu shook off Imus's hand, displaying his displeasure. Who allowed you to come? Typically, only the fathers and mothers of the participating beastmen, along with siblings and the tribe leader, would attend. Imus had no affiliation with any of these. Bai Gu, disinterested in engaging further, hastened his departure. This tribe leader. Imus looked helplessly at Bai Ji's retreating figure, then glanced at the tribe leader. I cannot control him at the moment. Weren't you the one who claimed you could help me manage Bai Gu? The tribe leader tossed the issue back at her. Imus felt trapped, fortunate that no one else was watching. We will act tonight. She hesitated, gripping the hem of her clothing before meeting the tribe leader's gaze with determination. If you fail, you know what will happen. He cast a cold glance at Imus, devoid of the gentle demeanor he usually portrayed within the tribe. I will not fail. Imus appeared confident that in the beast world, forcing a female is punishable by the beast god. Her plan was to forcibly engage in relations with Bai Gu, making it widely known, and then threaten him into becoming her partner. Otherwise, he would not only be disqualified from the Tiger Beast King election, but also face the wrath of the beast god. But of course, she did not fully disclose this scheme to the tribe leader, merely stating that once she engaged with Bai Gu, it would naturally lead to their partnership. If that old man were to learn that this matter could jeopardize Bai Ji's chances of becoming the Tiger Beast King. Imus glanced uneasily at the tribe leader. Leona approached Su Yitong with small steps. Little Jiu Li successfully passed the first round of selections, Su Yitong announced joyfully to Leona, who had left midway. That was to be expected. She could leave with confidence, knowing those beastmen were no match for Li. Li silently followed behind the two, his gaze solely fixed on Su Yitong. Leona inadvertently turned her face, only to see the look in Li's eyes, causing her to click her tongue. The affection was so evident it threatened to overflow from his gaze. Little Gio, a voice called from behind. Both Leona and Li reacted faster than Su Yitong, quickly turning around. One wore a calm expression, lost in thought, while the other bore a smile reminiscent of an onlooker. The little Tiger Beast King has come to find you. Little Gio, Leona whispered, reveling in the drama. Bai Gu? Su Yitong raised an eyebrow. She had assumed that having stolen the black crystal from his father, Bai Gu would deliberately avoid encountering her in crowded settings. However, contrary to her expectations, he seemed to have sought her out intentionally. Can we speak elsewhere? Bai Gu asked softly. Are you going, little Gio? Li glanced at her. Upon hearing this, Su Yitong could easily interpret his intentions. Li clearly did not wish for her to go. You all go ahead. I will find you at the White Fox camp later. Su Yitong chose not to publicly embarrass Bai Gu. I will wait here for you. Li lowered his gaze. I will wait here too. Little Gio, come back quickly. Leona giggled, covering her mouth. Su Yitong found her demeanor reminiscent of a delighted little fox, her eyes sparkling with mischief. No, she was indeed that. With a response given, Bai Gu felt a weight lift as he noticed little Jiu seemingly avoiding him earlier, and he worried that this invitation might yield no results. It seemed he had overthought the situation. Can we go over there? Su Yitong pointed to the base of a nearby tree, away from other beastmen. Bai Gu nodded, following closely behind her. Little Gio, my father also came for this election. Bai Gu expressed concern that she might be recognized. Don't worry. He was asleep that night, and doesn't he know who I am? Su Yitong tilted her head to look at him. She had verified that Bai Ji's father indeed did not recognize her. Fortunately, when Bai Gu had brought her and Sun into the tribe that day, no one had paid attention, so no one discovered their strange exit. That if you were the black crystal, make sure to keep it safe. His father regarded it with utmost importance. Should he catch sight of it, he would likely resort to any means necessary to reclaim it. Bai Gu was not merely boasting. He was acutely aware of his father's ruthless methods, which were often insidious and caught one off guard. That I shall manage. She placed the black crystal and the jade given by Ming Hua together, crafting a pendant that hung around her neck, concealed beneath her garments. Not far away, the two individuals seeking Bai Gu halted in their tracks. Who is that female? Bai Ji's father stood rooted in place, as he had no recollection of such a stunning female ever being in Bai Ji's company. IMEC remained silent. How could she possibly know? Yet, the figure felt vaguely familiar. In the beast world, females often sought robust and powerful mates for survival. Although there were indeed smaller-framed females, inherently delicate to her. The female standing opposite Baigu embodied this delicacy, all facade with little substance. IMEC straightened her posture. Her skin, like most females, was a dull yellow and coarse, and among females, she was of average build. She did not resemble that female, who appeared as if a mere touch might shatter her. Contemplating this, IMEC lifted her head with a hint of pride. When did Baigu come to know that female? Bai Ji's father inquired once more. IMEC could not help but furrow her brow. If she asked Baigu, she would surely find out that wasn't he Bai Ji's father. Could he not ascertain such a trivial matter? Sensing IMEC's thoughts, he slowly spoke. You do not even know when other females began to appear around Baigu. That female seems to have captured his fancy. Bai Ji's father deliberately provoked. Upon hearing this, IMEC felt unwilling. Chieftain, please bring Baigu back. Chapter 60. The power of the love flower. Baigu had his back turned to them, oblivious to the arrival of IMEC and his father, until Su Yitang caught sight of the two and quietly alerted him. Upon turning, Bai Ji's expression darkened. IMEC failed to notice, but Bai Ji's father caught the chill in his gaze. He halted, while the unsuspecting IMEC continued forward. Xiaojiu, I will come seek you later. Baigu turned back, his eyes softening once more. It is better not to come. Su Yitang touched her nose. Sensing that his father was now keeping a close watch over him, she did not wish to stir up further trouble. That tiger beast king seems to be quite different toward Xiaojiu. Leona remarked with a smile. Xiaojiu treats him just like anyone else. She cast a glance at Qi Li, whose icy countenance betrayed no hint of emotion. Still pretending, Leona scoffed lightly, swaying her hips as she approached and linked arms with the approaching Xiaojiu. Baigu, who was that female just now? IMEC could not contain her curiosity. Why, what right do you question me? Baigu did not even spare her a glance. Chieftain, IMEC attempted to leverage her status to pressure him. Bai Ji's father had initially intended to ignore her, but recalling Bai Ji's earlier piercing gaze, he realized he must intervene. Baigu, IMEC is at least half of our kin. Her concern for you is well-meaning. He spoke earnestly. Who brought you here? Let them take you back. Bai Ji's gaze swept over his father, the unspoken message clear. After Baigu departed, IMEC's complexion turned pale. Chieftain, Baigu is completely disregarding your authority now. Do I need you to tell me that? He frowned, his expression dark enough to drip water. After tonight, if your plan fails, you can return on your own. Beast Mountain Bai Shui had forged relationships with the common beasts, allowing her to come and go freely even in Tai Lao's absence. Bai Shui, this is for you. A heap of red fruits was tossed into the cave, and the beast quickly vanished from sight. Perhaps because she was the first female among the beasts, they treated her with considerable care once they accepted her identity. Beasts were not as terrifying as rumored, yet they were not particularly gentle either. They would hunt, not merely subsisting on the flesh of those corrupted by malevolent thoughts. Naturally, no female would willingly choose to mate with them. Thus they would lie in wait to seize females. The thought of females caged for the beast selection made her frown involuntarily. You are not even half a beast yet. Tai Lao casually picked up a fruit from the ground and ate it. I know, for now. I can only be considered a beast man living among the beasts. To become a true beast, one must locate and consume those filled with evil thoughts, Tai Lao stated lightly. Although she understood that the beast preyed on wrongdoers, the mere idea made her tremble. What are you afraid of? No one is asking you to do it right now. Tai Lao glanced at her. Isn't this giving you time to transition? He tossed the red fruit to Bai Shui. After eating these for so long, I'll get you something new in a few days. Tai Lao grinned mischievously. Bai Shui averted her gaze, silently rejecting his antics, as the night wind surged and the mist dissipated. The remaining beastmen set up camp, settling in makeshift wooden huts. I end this tranquil night. However, turmoil brewed. Baigu slipped away from the wooden hut under the moonlight. IMEC arrived just after Baigu had left. Unable to discern the situation inside, she hesitated to speculate whether Baigu was awake. IMEC tossed the love flower through the crack of the door. She merely needed to wait outside until the room was filled with the fragrance of the flowers before entering. Amy stood by the side of the hut, watching the clouds being swept by the wind, gradually obscuring the bright moon. She stealthily opened the door and quickly closed it behind her. The room was suffused with the scent of the love flower. Aside from the soft sound of her footsteps, there was no other noise. She assumed Bai Gu was in a deep slumber. Amy swiftly disrobed, the fragrance of the love flower flooding her senses, sending waves of pleasure coursing through her brain. Her gaze becoming hazy, in the darkness, her dusky skin flushed a vibrant hue. The power of the love flower was overwhelming. She reached toward the bed, expecting to feel the warmth of a robust body. The bed was empty. Suddenly realizing, Amy panicked. She had scattered too many love flowers. Now she felt an unbearable heat coursing through her, her legs unsteady. Bai Gu. Amy's consciousness blurred as she leaned against the wall, desperate to find him. The chill outside revived a flicker of clarity. But soon desire engulfed her anew. All that occupied her mind was a singular thought: to find Bai Gu. She wished to become the mate of the tiger beast king. Suddenly, her legs buckled, and she fell to her knees. Useless thing. The chieftain, who had been observing from the shadows after Amy's actions, stepped forward. Amy immediately clung to his legs. Bai Gu. The chieftain was rendered immobile by her grasp. Bai Ji's hut was not far, the open door exuding a tantalizing fragrance. Uncertain of how much the foolish girl had used, he thought her reckless, inhaling a hint of the love flower's aroma. The chieftain quickly held his breath. Yet, the woman clung to him like an octopus, and with the effects of the love flower, it was difficult for him to remain unaffected. Amy's voice grew louder, drawing the attention of nearby beastmen, who began to approach. "Get off me." Seeing this, he forcefully kicked her away, but he underestimated the potency of the love flower. Amy seemed to grasp that if she released him, she would lose him, thus clinging desperately. "Bai Gu, let us mate," she babbled incoherently. "Someone is coming." The chieftain heard the approaching footsteps, compelled to stagger away with Amy in tow, retreating deeper into the forest. The sound seemed to fade. What an overpowering scent. Quickly rid yourself of it. It's the love flower. The love flower incites lust among beastmen, and excessive inhalation can lead to confusion, even death. It is a toxic flower for beastmen. How could such a potent scent waft from here? It seemed to be emanating from that hut. Bai Gu paused outside Xiao Jiu's dwelling, refraining from intruding. After a while, he turned and left. Upon returning to the wooden hut, he discovered it teeming with beastmen. "Bai Gu, someone has filled your hut with a copious amount of love flowers. The Beast King has already sent people in to cleanse it." Bai Gu frowned, pondering whether someone intended to harm him. The beastmen, wary of falling into the traps of treacherous individuals during the elections, cast sympathetic glances at Bai Gu. "It's fortunate you weren't inside." Bai Gu contemplated deeply, but could not recall anyone left on the platform with whom he had a grudge. Chapter 61. Trapped in Bai Ji's snare deep in the jungle. Bai Ji's father maintained his composure, striking at Amy with his hand. Before long, Amy bore bruises but still refused to let go. He could only slam her against a tree to just a few moves. Amy fainted, collapsing at the foot of the tree. The hurried chieftain failed to notice the beast token torn from his waist. Every tribe's leader wears a beast token to help beastmen identify their status. The token bore a vividly carved tiger on the front, with white lettering on the back. Remaining at the scene, Bai Gu sensed that something was amiss. Upon a closer search, Bai Gu discovered that both the male beast and the female had vanished simultaneously. What a remarkable coincidence! He had thoroughly scoured the vicinity of the wooden cabin. Yet there was no trace of the male beast. Just as he was about to turn and seek elsewhere, he spotted a beast man stumbling towards him from a distance, with his beast robe torn apart. Frowning, Bai Gu attempted to avert his gaze, but as the figure emerged from the shadowy thicket and the moonlight illuminated his face, Bai Gu recognized him. He saw the male beast hastily retreat into his wooden cabin, oblivious to the person standing beneath the trees not far away. Bai Gu refrained from approaching for inquiries. Directing his gaze towards the direction for which the beast man had come, he strode purposefully into the darkened woods, where the uneven path was littered with sharp stones. Not far along, he beheld a female beast lying on the ground. Before he could discern her features, He already had a hunch. It was IMC. Her face was grotesquely swollen, her features so contorted that he found it difficult to look directly at her. After confirming her breath to ensure she was alive, he had no intention of lingering. However, there was one more thing he needed to ascertain. His gaze fell upon her tightly clenched fist. Where a corner of a beast token was exposed, he recognized it immediately with just a glance. His expression darkened as he swiftly extracted the beast token from her grasp and departed from that place. Inside the cabin, Vying's father, drenched in sweat, had expelled the toxins from the small amount of fragrant air he had inhaled. A faint floral scent lingered in the air as he rose and opened the door, allowing the lingering aroma to dissipate. "Father," Vying called softly as he emerged from the shadows. Vying's father was taken aback, startled by his sudden appearance. "How come you can move so silently? You nearly frightened me." He wiped the sweat from his brow. The elder looked exhausted. Had he been engaged in some endeavor? Vying wore a faint smile. "What could I possibly be doing at this hour? I merely woke from a nightmare and sought some fresh air," he said, waving his hand dismissively. "Ah, yes, that's so." Vying's gaze assessed him from top to bottom. "What about you? Why are you not inside at such a late hour? Is there something of great importance that brings you to seek me?" He deftly redirected the questioning back to Vying. "Indeed, there is something of utmost importance," Vying replied, retrieving a beast token from behind him. His father glanced at it, exclaiming, "Isn't this my beast token? How could it be in your possession?" He reached out to snatch it, but Vying swiftly dodged. Observing his father's intense reaction, Vying's gaze turned scrutinizing. "You must have encountered someone on your way," his father guessed. "How would I know?" Vying retorted, feeling a tremor of apprehension. "She told me that the matter of the enchanting flower was orchestrated by you," Vying stated, deliberately slowing his speech, enunciating each word. "What are you implying? What are you talking about?" His father's expression turned frantic, and with a moment's reflection, he recognized the absurdity of the situation. How could IMC regain consciousness so swiftly after losing her senses? Watching the agitation in the individual before him, Vying felt he could confirm his suspicions. "She divulged everything to me, and her words seemed so sincere. Who, then, should I believe?" Vying appeared genuinely troubled. "What utter nonsense! This was entirely IMC's doing. I had no knowledge of it. Had I known she harbored such vile intentions, I would never have brought her into this predicament." Seeing his father's frenzied defense, Vying found it increasingly amusing. "Father, I seem to recall never stating who I encountered. It appears you are more aware than I." Realizing he had been ensnared in a verbal trap, Vying's father struggled to respond, but Vying had already departed. He slumped against the doorframe, utterly at a loss. What a disaster! How did I fall into Vying's scheme? If he truly ascends to the position of Tiger Beast King, with authority surpassing mine, he dared not contemplate the implications. Having once hoped for his son's success, he now regarded Vying's receding figure with a gaze filled with malice. Vying retraced his steps, returning the beast token to IMC's hand. Some matters, it seemed, would be far more intriguing if revealed by others. The following morning, IMC was finally discovered within the jungle. The news spread among the beastmen like wildfire, initially beginning with reports of a disheveled female with a bruised face lying amidst the woods. It wasn't until a beastman carried her to the shaman that the beast token in her hand was uncovered. The vividly carved tiger on the token, along with the inscriptions on its back, left no doubt as to its owner. As the tale evolved, it morphed into a narrative of the female being coerced into unconsciousness by the chief of the White Tiger clan. "Why is it so noisy today?" Leona asked as she stepped outside, one hand resting on her hip. Su Yitong had been outside for quite some time, engaging in conversation with a nearby beastman. "Oh, I see," she remarked, appearing suddenly enlightened. The beastman she conversed with belonged to the cat clan, small and rather adorable. As they chatted, the cat clan female's gaze frequently drifted to Su Yitong's face, and upon making eye contact, she couldn't help but blush. What a beautiful female! Just as she wished to steal another glance, her companion was whisked away. The cat clan female looked somewhat dejected. "What is happening?" Leona pulled Su Yitong closer to her side. Directing her attention to the gathering of beastmen, Su Yitong succinctly recounted the event she had overheard. Leona gasped, covering her mouth. "My goodness, that old wretch, truly lacking in beastly decency. I wonder which family-s female has suffered. The two stood not far away, watching as a female was carried from the throng of beasts. Though her face was swollen and bruised, they recognized her immediately, exchanging glances of disbelief. It can't be. Lyona sighed. Su Yitong's gaze swept the crowd, eventually spotting the person she had been searching for. You and Chili, go ahead. I will follow shortly. With that, Su Yitong hurried towards the isolated figure of Baigu, who appeared forlorn and defenseless. Baigu, are you all right? She asked, guiding him away from the scene of the incident. How could I possibly be in trouble? Baigu began, only to be met with the concerned gaze of the female. Changing his tone, he sighed. I'm fine, Xiaojiu. What they're saying may not be true. She gently patted Baiji's back, recalling that although his father was not particularly kind to him, Baigu still held him in respect. Will this incident affect your upcoming election? Su Yitong inquired, her brow furrowing with concern if Baiji's father's actions were to tarnish his prospects. I don't know, Baigu replied, shaking his head with calm acceptance. The matter had escalated significantly, reaching the ears of the Beast King. Just as Baiji's father opened his cabin door, he was summoned before the Beast King, and Baigu was invited to accompany him. Everyone is gone, and yet you still linger, Lyona teased. I just find it unfortunate. Baigu would have made an excellent candidate for Tiger Beast King. She withdrew her gaze. As a friend, she naturally wished for Baigu's success in becoming the Tiger Beast King. Yet, Su Yitong harbored her own ambitions. Should Baigu ascend to that position, she could later seek his assistance. With a sigh, she mused, let things unfold naturally. Where's Chili? She wondered, thinking Lyona, and Chili had left ahead of her. He's over there. He said he wasn't in a hurry and wanted to wait for you. Lyona pointed toward a cluster of young beasts. Brother, do that trick again. So cool. When I grow up, I want to be just like you. Chili, who had been practicing, found himself surrounded and, unable to escape, performed a simple flip from a tree. Are those young beasts also the offspring of the beastmen? Su Yitong inquired, recalling that she had not seen these young ones the previous day. Yes, young beasts usually only venture out in the morning. It's too dangerous at night, so their parents keep them indoors, Lyona explained, noting Su Yitong's confusion. Chili used to struggle with interacting with young beasts, even finding them somewhat bothersome. Lyona chuckled, observing the heartwarming scene of Chili surrounded by the young ones. Used to, Su Yitong pressed, honing in on the key point that it should be before he met you. Lyona reflected, carefully considering the timeline that I heard from the beastmen around Chili that shortly after the beast sanctuary was established, you left the beast city. After you departed, Chili and Yin took it upon themselves to care for the young beasts that were taken in. Hearing this, Su Yitong felt a pang of guilt. She had initiated the establishment of the beast sanctuary. However, due to Wu Ming's young age, she couldn't hand it over to him and could not remain in the beast city to wait for him to grow up. It seemed that after this election, she would need to hire a few beastmen to help manage the beast sanctuary. Xiaojiu, there's no need to feel guilty, Lyona reassured her, sensing her thoughts to them. You are worth this level of commitment, so there is no need to feel burdened. Besides, they may very well need your support in the future. Lyona lightened the conversation, hoping to alleviate any pressure Su Yitong felt. Your willingness to entrust such an important responsibility as overseeing the beast sanctuary to them signifies that, in their hearts, you are no different from family. If only she could have a beautiful younger sister like Xiaojiu, however. It would also be delightful if she could unite with Qi Li or Qi, and that Lyona's mind conjured the image of Qi Yan's carefree demeanor, prompting her to shake her head vigorously to disperse the thought. Qi Li seemed to be a more fitting match for Xiaojiu. Su Yitong observed her repeated motions, extending a hand as if to intervene, but slowly withdrew. It was better not to disturb her. Meanwhile, after Amius was carried away by the beastmen, she began to regain consciousness shortly thereafter. The shaman applied a green potion made from the sedative herb all over her body, gradually lowering her temperature. After a night had passed, the effects of the enchantment flower had lessened, yet Amius had inhaled too much, and now only the sedative herb could alleviate her condition. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of her green-tinted body. The fragrance of the enchantment flower masked by the sedative herb, the shaman, having noticed her awakening, approached hastily. How did I end up here? She pondered, recalling vividly how she had seized Baigu. only for him to lift her up. At the thought, a blush crept onto her face as she felt an uncontrollable urge to seek by Go. Wait, hold on. The elderly shaman reached out to grasp her, but Amius evaded him. Before the Beast King, Bai Ji's paternal beast hung its head low. Regarding the incident with the female beast man from yesterday, Lello scrutinized the White Tiger clan leader before him. Beast King, that was merely a fabrication spun by the beastmen. He certainly cannot be implicated in this debacle involving Amius. Then what is this beast token? Lello tossed the token before him. This, he glanced at his son, gritting his teeth. I had no idea when the beast token was stolen. Who among the malicious beastmen is scheming against me? Baigu observed him theatrically spinning his tail and couldn't help but internally marvel at how naturally he lied. Had he not extracted the truth last night? He might have been kept in the dark himself. Beast King, the unconscious female has arrived. Let her in at a green-tinted, bruised female appeared before the three to Baigu. Amius exclaimed joyously upon seeing him. Then, realizing the presence of a high-ranking individual in the room, she quickly lowered her head. Beast King, since you are here, let it be you who speaks. What transpired last night? Is it as the beastmen allege? All eyes turned toward Amius, and Bai Ji's paternal beast felt a twinge of anxiety. Fearing this fool might utter something foolish, he wished to caution her, but was met with a piercing gaze from the Beast King that silenced him. His mouth, which was about to open, snapped shut. In stark contrast, Baigu maintained a calm demeanor, while Amius appeared bashful, lost in her fanciful recollections. Seeing the Beast King's anticipation, she believed her plan had succeeded. Yes, it is all true. I hope the Beast King will allow us to unite. Amius hastily seized the opportunity to speak. The clan leader could not exert pressure on him, but the Beast King certainly could. With this thought, Amius couldn't help but smile. Unite? I fear my female may not consent. Lello raised an eyebrow. What female? Amius appeared bewildered. You fool, what nonsense are you spouting? Bai Ji's paternal beast could no longer contain himself, disregarding the Beast King's presence. Baigu, what is your opinion? Lello turned toward the stoic beast man. Or rather, what do you think should be done regarding this relationship that defies our clan's regulations? In the realm of beastkind, only females could possess multiple partners simultaneously. The occurrence of such an event within our clan fills me with shame. To prevent this scandal from impacting the upcoming elections, I advise the Beast King to send my paternal beast and Amius back to the clan. I believe that once the clan members and my female become aware, they will handle the matter appropriately. Enough, do not distort the truth here. Bai Ji's paternal beast seethed with anger. Amius stood frozen for a moment, finally grasping the implications of the dialogue. No, you are mistaken. It was Baigu with whom I mated last night, Amius said in a flustered manner, pointing at Baigu. Which of your words bears truth? Lello scrutinized the individuals before him. Given the current situation, Baigu appeared most credible. You shall resolve your clan's matters yourselves. Lello leaned toward Bai Ji's recent proposal. No. Beast King, hear me out. Amius attempted to grasp the Beast King's sleeve, but Baigu interjected, blocking her. Baigu, you treacherous ingrate, ungrateful wretch. Even your paternal beast is implicated. If I face trouble, you shall bear the burden as well. Bai Ji's paternal beast unceremoniously tore off any pretense. Amius was left speechless by the escalating situation. Paternal beast, save your word for the journey back to the clan. Baigu chuckled lightly, knowing he was now safe from impulsive actions. The Beast King has already tacitly accepted my proposal, allowing your departure. Paternal beast, take your little female and leave swiftly before nightfall. With that, Baigu turned to leave. Inside, only two remained, exchanging glances. What are you staring at? This is all your fault. Bai Ji's paternal beast raised a hand, poised to strike, but then retracted it. Now was not the time for venting anger. How was I to know? I distinctly remember being held by Baigu yesterday. How could they all say? Amius' expression faltered, as she was at a loss for what to do. Should this reach her clan's ears, she would be utterly humiliated. Bai Ji's paternal beast composed himself and recounted the events to her. Amius's face drained of color. Thank goodness. Thank goodness it hasn't truly escalated into a grave mistake. She adjusted her fur garment, unaware that her current appearance was one the middle-aged male before her would rather not gaze upon. Clan leader, What should we do now? Amy is panicked at the mere thought of the situation. How should I know what to do? If it weren't for you meddling with my beast token, would things have come to this? Frustration welled up inside him as he envisioned that if Bai Ji's words proved true, news would spread before they even returned to the clan. Once he arrived at the clan, not only would the persona he had painstakingly built over the years collapse, but he would also face questioning from the clan members. He might even lose his long-standing position as clan leader. As he contemplated this, a cold sweat broke out upon him. He could not allow matters to reach such a dire state. Yet now, with his relationship with Baigu irreparably fractured, what was to be done? What could be done? He racked his brain and thought of the female who had appeared beside Baigu that day. Lelo was already stationed at the entrance of the Trial Mountain. Host, the Trial Mountain only opens during the Beast King elections. You could take Nian Yin inside. It is an opportunity for advancement. Do you wish for my demise? Su Yitong raised an eyebrow. She had heard many tales of the Trial Mountain being a place that devoured men whole, setting aside the fact that a beastman of Qi Li's caliber would struggle to traverse the entirety of it. She had other means. Those who had passed the first round of selection awaited at the entrance. Baigu and Qi Li turned to her in unison as Su Yitong waved her hands toward both sides. Nian Yin was nestled within Qi Li's beast robe. Mother said that once we enter, we can part ways with this male and quickly follow him out at the exit. Lord Nian Yin. Tag nestled beside him. Qi Li had brought Tag along as well. Shoo, don't call out. Nian Yin frowned, covering his mouth. Mother said we must not let others discover our presence. Tag was perplexed but obediently closed his mouth. The exit is now open. Everyone may enter the Trial Mountain. The beastmen surged forward, eager to reach the entrance. With sufficient speed, they could evade some of the ferocious beasts within the Trial Mountain. Nian Yin leaped from Qi Li's embrace, swiftly dodging the gazes of the beastmen as he ran in the opposite direction. Keep an eye on him. Qi Li instructed Tag, who followed closely behind. Received, Tag chirped, lowering his body as he flew after Nian Yin. The beastmen dispersed down different paths, as gathering together would more easily attract the attention of ferocious beasts. The forest echoed with rustling sounds. And the nearby beastmen heightened their vigilance that a ferocious beast leapt forth, pursuing the beastman beside it. Yet that beastman remained undaunted, charging forward. Those who successfully entered the Trial Mountain were more than capable of dealing with a single ferocious beast. However, this ferocious beast was merely the beginning. The mountain path grew treacherous. The further one ventured, the more formidable opponents awaited, with even malevolent beasts lurking. Lord Nian Yin, wait for me. Why are you following? I have important matters to attend to. Nian scurried along the ground. Lord Nian Yin, why don't you fly? Tag cannot help but inquire. Nian Yin abruptly halted. Did I forgot? The two little ones glided low through the Trial Mountain. A low growl resonated nearby. Nian Yin excitedly darted toward the source of the sound. What is that? The malevolent beast spotted the two small beings approaching, overconfident little birds. The malevolent beast intended to crush them beneath its foot. You re the foolish bird. Tag retorted angrily as Nian Yin neared the malevolent beast. A burst of flame erupted from his tiny body, startling the beast. What are you? The fledgling beast capable of spewing divine flames. How could that be possible? Regardless of what it may be, anything it encounters today shall inevitably become its sustenance. What if it can emit divine flames? Such feeble power holds no effect on me. It is utterly useless. The vile creature scoffed disdainfully. Liar. The matriarch claims this technique is the most formidable every year. Yearning took a deep breath, feeling an unbearable heat enveloping its body. Even Tag, standing beside, sensed the air around them grow increasingly warm that a colossal burst of flame erupted from Yearning's mouth. Unlike the initial tentative attempt, this time, the flame blazed with terrifying brilliance. The vile creature instinctively shut its eyes. Forgetting even to evade the impending danger, Tag watched as the inferno engulfed the creature, gradually consuming it until, astonishingly, the flames extinguished themselves, leaving no trace of the vile beast trapped within. This truly was a feast that left no bones behind. Yearning seemed taken aback by the magnitude of the flames it had unleashed. Had the matriarch witnessed this, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Contemplating this, Yearning flapped its wings and retrieved the fallen vile stone from the ground. It glanced down at itself, realizing there was no place to stow the stone. Yearning opened its mouth and swallowed the object whole. Yearning, you are so impressive. Could you teach me? I wish to do this and that. Tag mimicked its stance, yet nothing emerged from its mouth. Chapter 64. Yearning achieves great feats. Yearning tapped Tag on the head, urging, hurry along, or we shall lose them that on another path. Bai-Ge found himself flanked by two vile beasts. One of the creatures seized the opportunity and struck him from behind, tearing through the back of his beast robe, blood seeping out. He swiftly retreated to the base of a tree, casting a cold gaze at the two vile beasts before him. Clearly, he had become their quarry. Though it was a 1-against-2 scenario, victory still remained within reach. One of the vile beasts, unable to contain its eagerness, lunged towards him. Bai-Ge transformed into his beast form and leaped up the tree, landing atop the creature just as it realized it had missed its target. But a sudden, chilling sensation enveloped him as the vile beast thrashed in anger, attempting to dislodge the white tiger from its back. The other vile creature, witnessing this, charged forth as well. Bai-Ge resolved to eliminate the creature beneath him first. The three figures became entangled in a chaotic struggle. Bai-Ge's sharp claws tore through the vile beast's fur, eliciting a more ferocious cry from it, as it flailed wildly in a frenzy. When Bai-Ge was finally cast aside, the maddened vile beast rushed towards him, seemingly intent on swallowing him whole. The other vile creature followed closely behind. Bai-Ge swiftly maneuvered his feet, his body taut with tension. As the two vile beasts approached, he darted to the side of one. Upon catching sight of the tiger stripes, the vile beast suddenly felt a sting at its neck. The scent of blood permeated the air as the white fox severed its throat. The remaining vile beast, seemingly of a higher rank and more cunning, did not recklessly charge in to meet its fate upon witnessing its companion's fall. Bai-Ge remained vigilant, aware that this was the vile beast that had previously attacked him. He had not even sensed its presence. The vile beast before him bared its fangs, its skin devoid of fur, revealing a grotesque surface that was decidedly off-putting. Yearning and Tag were soaring past this scene. The vile beast appeared formidable. It seemed the beast man was in dire straits. Tag observed it with keen interest. Yearning followed Tag's line of sight and indeed confirmed the grim situation. Wait! Yearning abruptly halted, colliding with Tag behind it. The aura of that beast man felt somewhat familiar. He often appeared alongside the matriarch. According to her, he was a friend. Yearning furrowed its brow in contemplation. If this beast man were to be devoured by the vile beast, the matriarch would surely be heartbroken. With this thought, Yearning dashed forward before Tag could catch up. A crimson bird swooped between the two beasts. The vile creature instantly recognized its identity. However, since Yearning was still a fledgling, it had yet to be classified among the known categories. Most merely regarded it as a divine bird. What divine beast is this? Bai-Ge, unable to comprehend their exchange, glanced at the unexpectedly flying bird but dismissed it as inconsequential. Redirecting his focus to the vile beast, he seized the opportunity as it became distracted and lunged forward. Yearning, noticing this, frantically chirped in a lair. As Bai-Ge drew near, the vile beast's eyes opened, not on its face, but across its body. Beneath its grotesque skin lay hidden. Bai-Ge realized he had no time to hesitate, quickening his pace. The vile beast's tail swept towards him. Bai-Ge leapt into the air. However, the tail swiftly changed direction, easily controlled by the vile beast, relentlessly pursuing him. Bai-Ge's front legs became ensnared, rendering him immobile. He attempted to retreat, struggling to sever the black tail, ensnaring him. The vile beast tightened its grip, and just as he pondered how to escape, a flash of fire appeared before him. What was happening? The vile beast was suddenly engulfed in divine flames, and the black tail that had ensnared him loosened its hold. Bai-Ge failed to notice that the red bird had also vanished in that instant. Truly impressive. Yearning. Tag circled around Yearning, showering it with praise. Yearning remained silent, tilting its head back, feeling elated by the accolades. It was Yearning, indeed. It had achieved a significant feat. It could hardly wait to rush out and boast to the matriarch. The two little figures gradually faded within the flames, as the divine flames dissipated. The vile stone on the ground gleamed ominously black. It seemed this vile beast was among the most formidable in the Trial Mountain, and he had encountered it. Bai Ge felt a tightness in his chest. Had it not been for the divine flames that descended, he might have either matched the vile beast blow for blow or perished at its hands. The appearance of the divine flames. Could it be the protection of the beast god? Bai Ge placed his hand over his heart, gazing fervently towards the heavens. On the other side, Qi Li's journey was relatively smooth, encountering mostly manageable fierce beasts along the way, though there were several formidable vile creatures. While he faced some challenges against certain vile beasts, he managed to persevere. As he neared the exit, he deliberately slowed his pace, waiting for tag. Who do you think will emerge first? Leona propped her chin. Observing the exit, Qi Li, Su Yitang replied without hesitation. It was not an exaggeration. Qi Li was indeed the most outstanding beastman in this election. To their surprise, the first to emerge was Bai Ge. Bai Ge turned back, confused as to why Qi Li, who was so close to the exit, had halted. There! Qi Li is right there! Tag shouted that now's your chance. Quick! Fly over! At that moment, only Qi Li remained nearby. Once the two divine beasts had nestled back beneath his beast robe, Qi Li slowly stepped outside. Although Bai Ge had successfully exited the Trial Mountain, the wound on his back was alarmingly deep. The shaman quickly arrived to tend to his injuries. The two beastmen from the White Tiger clan exchanged glances. Bai Ge's father had long hoped for his demise within the Trial Mountain. If he perished, he would no longer pose a threat. Yet now, Bai Ge not only survived, but was also the first to emerge. Leader, Bai Ge is truly on the path to becoming the Tiger Beast King. Amy C. began to feel trepidation. She recalled how she had carelessly tossed in the enchantment flower, having held her breath to avoid inhaling it. The more she thought about it, the more regretful she became. If it weren't for your foolish actions, I wouldn't have had such a falling out with Bai Ge, he retorted angrily. Upon hearing the leader's words, Amy C. bristled. If you hadn't shown up, how could I have torn off your beast tag? When you saw me inhaling the enchantment flower, you should have taken me to the shaman. With her grievances bubbling over, Amy C. could no longer contain herself. Though she harbored ill intentions, had Bai Ge's father made no mistakes. Would things have escalated to this point if it weren't for your terrible idea? He said coldly. Amy C. was a female. At worst, she would only be subject to private gossip in the beast world. Due to their rarity, female mistakes could often be forgiven by the beastmen. But he was different. Qi Li emerged from the exit, and the Fox Clan beastmen erupted into cheers. Finally out, Leona sighed, Su Yitang, who had been sitting upright, relaxed slightly, finally feeling relieved upon seeing Bai Ge and Qi Li emerge. The Trial Mountain was exceedingly perilous, although they knew their strength was formidable, as the saying goes. It is not fear of the 10,000, but rather the 1 in 10,000 that instills fear. Chapter 65. The Beast King's emotional mentor Amy C. and Bai Ge's father departed from the waiting beast horde. Following Bai Ge and Qi Li, beastmen trickled out, each bearing grievous injuries, their faces pale as death. The injured beastmen were taken away for treatment. Beast King, the Trial Mountain must be sealed again after sunset. The vile beasts fear the light, and the dense trees within the mountain provide ample cover for them. However, after sunset, the vile beast will begin to stir and move toward the mountain's mouth. Just wait a moment. As the sun descends to the midpoint of the mountain, numerous orcs still have yet to reach the exit. Within the Trial Mountain, Lyrus, nursing his injured leg, trudges forward slowly, breathing heavily. He must survive. He is determined to make it out alive. The mere distance of a few steps feels burdensome. As time seems to stretch infinitely, he can hardly recall how he managed to escape. Upon awakening, he found himself surrounded by his kin. The wounds inflicted by the malevolent beasts heal at a sluggish pace, and Lyrus, gravely injured, is unable to walk unaided just yet. Has Bai Ge emerged? He inquires of those nearby. Yes, Bai Ge was the first to come out. Upon hearing this news, Lyrus is taken aback, yet relieved that it culminates in a favorable outcome. They are all still alive. Elsewhere, Qi Li and Su Yitang crouch side by side, gazing at the motionless forms of Nian Yan and Tag. What has happened to them? Su Yitang reaches down to pick up the small fruit beside Nian Yan, its juice lingering on the corners of her mouth, revealing that she had collapsed after inadvertently consuming the dizzying fruit. The dizzying fruit causes orcs to lose consciousness if ingested in excess. Chili explains, most beasts are drawn to its scent and consume it by mistake. Su Yitang lifts the diminutive fruit, barely the size of a finger segment, to her nose, catching a whiff of its sweetness mingled with a faint alcoholic aroma. To be in such a state, I wonder how much they consumed. Hearing the commotion, Nian Yin struggles to open her eyes. Mother beast, so many mother beasts surrounding me. Overwhelmed, she opts to shut her eyes once more. The two little ones are picked up by Su Yitang. I shall take care of Tag tonight. Rest well. You have worked hard today, she softly assures, her voice possessing a calming quality that soothes restless hearts. Once Chi regains his senses, he finds himself alone beneath the tree. He leans slightly forward, his long lashes casting a subtle shadow. Luna, after the election tomorrow, would you be willing to walk with me? Luo gazes at her. What do you mean? Luna crosses her arms defiantly over her chest. You expect me to abandon my kin and leave with you based on a mere utterance. She huffs, turning away from him. After Luna departs, Luo sighs, standing in place that Su Yitang, passing by, inadvertently witnesses the scene of the Beast King being rebuffed. This method of pursuing a female is not advisable. She remarks, concealing the two little ones within her robe as she passes by Luo. Especially for a female as beautiful as Luna, her words undoubtedly capture Luo's attention. What do you mean? This touches upon a blind spot in his understanding. Does the Beast King truly wish to know? Sensing his interest, Su Yitang does not conceal her intentions. Initially, she sought merely to establish rapport with the Beast King, believing she would have no opportunity to speak with him after the election. Now, it seems that an opportunity has presented itself. Thanks to nature's bounty, no, I ought to express my gratitude to Luna. Now she must lend her support to the pairing she has been rooting for to pursue a female. One must be earnest. Luna is undoubtedly surrounded by powerful and devoted male beasts. Among them, it is certain you are the most formidable. Su Yitang glances at him, timely offering a compliment. Indeed, Luo acknowledges, listening attentively, nodding in agreement. But why, surrounded by so many male beasts, has Luna yet to take a mate? Su Yitang feigns confusion, unless she has not yet encountered a male beast to her liking. Then she can only wait for the male beast she desires to approach her for courtship. I wonder what the Beast King thinks is more plausible. Su Yitang's word awaken a realization in Luo. He automatically assumes the latter scenario, believing it is due to his lack of earnest pursuit of Luna. Does the Beast King believe Luna harbors feelings for you? Yes and no. There are times she seems to dislike me. Luo reflects. What was the most detestable incident? Su Yitang inquires curiously. Having spent the past few days alongside Luna, Tag has become somewhat familiar with her, almost treating her like a strategist. Females are often thrust upon me, and once, before I could refuse, Luna arrived. After that incident, she deliberately avoided me. Pondering this, Tag furrows his brow that if Luna truly wished to evade him, he would indeed be powerless to change that. Who knows how many times he stealthily approached the vicinity of the White Fox tribe just to catch a glimpse of her during those days? Yet he could only observe from afar. If you two are mutually fond of one another, why not declare your affections for Luna to the beast world? Let the orcs know you are Luna's future mate. She seems to disapprove of that. Tag frowns. Did she explicitly say she dislikes it? This question stumps Tag, that he ruminates, realizing that Luna has never directly voiced such sentiments. Yet subconsciously, he feels she is unwilling to take him as her mate. Perhaps it would be wise to confirm Luna's feelings before making any further decisions. Su Yitang has already broached the subject, and Tag certainly comprehends her implication. What do you wish for? Tag gazes at her earnestly. I guess it too soon to reward her before the matter is accomplished. Su Yitang nearly bursts into laughter. Beast King, it will be prudent for you to first ascertain Luna's feelings. Having momentarily played the role of Tag's emotional guide, she experiences the illusion of drawing a scattered pairing back together. Detestable wolf. How utterly loathsome. Luna does not return to her dwelling. Feeling vexed, she sits by the nearby stream, tossing stones into the water while grumbling to herself. Suddenly, footsteps approach from behind. Upon hearing them, Luna halts her actions, instinctively believing it to be Tag pursuing her. So she stubbornly refrains from turning around. yet she senses the figure behind her tread lightly as they draw near. When they're almost upon her, enveloped in her emotions, Luna finally realizes the presence is not. Before she can react, her mouth and nose are covered, and darkness engulfs her. Tag searches the area thoroughly, initially believing she is deliberately avoiding him until he spots a familiar hide by the stream. Luna! Luna! After several calls, he receives no response. Chi is the second to learn of Luna's disappearance. Su Yitang, who had originally sat down in her dwelling, rushes to the scene. I've already sent people to continue searching the vicinity. Tag appears slightly frantic, though he maintains a facade of composure. Chapter 66. The Wrong Capture Chief. This is not the right female. We have captured the wrong person. Amisi examines the female on the ground. Luna! Luna! Outside, shouts resonate, and Amisi looks closely to discover that the one lying there is indeed Luna. What do we do? What do we do? We should flee now. If they truly come looking for us, Amisi exclaims in a panic. There's no time for that. Where will we run? Initially, he intended to take the female away and privately threaten Bai Gu to forfeit the election. The voices outside grow increasingly closer. Bai Ji's father beast glances at Amisi, seizing her and placing her alongside Luna on the ground. Cooperate with me, or we all die, he warns Amisi verbally before drawing a stone blade. With two females in his grasp, he believes he can secure his escape. There are drag marks here. Let's move inward. Hearing the footsteps draw nearer, the leader of the White Tiger tribe trembles, his entire body tense as he clutches the stone blade tightly. Amisi shifts her position, lying down beside Luna and deciding to feign death. The stone blade held by the leader of the White Tiger tribe rests horizontally between the two of them. Luluo strides in first, his pace swift, while the orcs behind him can only jog to keep up. Su Yitang rushes forward, finding Luna and another female lying on the ground. The one wielding the dagger is none other than Bai Ji's father beast. What scheme is he concocting now? Harming females. Do you know what punishment awaits you? Luluo suppresses his fury as he speaks. The leader of the White Tiger tribe trembles. He knows all too well. If it were not for the dire straits he found himself in, he would never have resorted to this. He gathers his courage to meet the Beast King's gaze. Yet after a mere glance, he feels as if he will be consumed by the fury in Luluo's eyes that don't move. Upon seeing the Beast King approach, the blade inches closer to Luna. Luluo indeed halts his advance. Release them, and I will spare your life, he states coldly. The leader of the White Tiger tribe wavers, but desires more than just that. He wants the Beast King to ensure his future safety, to guarantee that his secrets remain hidden and do not jeopardize his position as chief. More importantly, he wants Bai Gu to be unable to ascend as the Tiger Beast King, that I have conditions. He asserts boldly, simultaneously casting a glance at the female standing beside the Beast King, the one who had spoken with Bai Gu that day. He lingers too long on Su Yitang, prompting Chi to step forward to block his gaze. Allowing you to live is already a concession. What audacity do you have to propose conditions? Luluo retorts mockingly, considering I have two females in my possession. If you refuse my terms, I will perish, taking them with me. The leader of the White Tiger tribe nearly shouted, causing a miss on the ground to shiver involuntarily. Su Yitang, with her keen eyes, noticed this tremor. What do you want? She inquired with composure. Fearing that Luluo's words might provoke him further, she observed that Bai Ji's beast father was shaking uncontrollably, now beyond the realm of reason, upon hearing her speak. Bai Ji's beast father grew even more agitated. If it weren't for the mistaken identity, how could things have escalated to this extent? I could have privately taken this female to threaten Bai Gu. Yet now I've even attracted the Beast King. You intended to capture me? Su Yitang pointed to herself. Yes, who would have known you gave that beast skin to her? At this moment, Su Yitang recalled that when parting with Leona, she had given her own beast skin to shield her from the cold. Little did she expect that this very garment would bring her trouble. Indeed, it's all your fault. He incessantly shifted the blame onto others, failing to reflect on his own actions. Yes, it's all my fault, Su Yitang echoed, leaving him speechless. Can I exchange her back now? Is it still possible? As she uttered these words, the surrounding beastmen fell silent. Chi furrowed her brow and shook her head, clearly disapproving of her approach. Su Yitang placed her hand gently on Chi Li's, as if to offer comfort. You intend to use me to threaten Bai Ge, don't you? She ventured, having observed his recent actions that seemed to target Bai Ge at every turn. The signs pointed to his desire to prevent Bai Ge from ascending to the position of Beast King. Seeing him remain silent, Su Yitong affirmed her suspicions that I am somewhat familiar with Bai Ge. If you wish to use these two females to threaten him, I fear. She left her sentence unfinished, placing the choice in the hands of Bai Ji's beast father. She dared to take this risk because she was confident she could extricate herself unscathed. Come here, Bai Ji's beast father growled. As I approach, you step aside, keeping a distance from them. Su Yitong prepared to take a step, her gaze fixed on a stone blade. I am timid, and if I don't hurry, I might have to reconsider. She feigned pulling back her foot. No. Bai Ji's beast father shifted back slightly, his movements cautious. His eyes trained on the advancing female. They stood mere inches apart. The female seized his hand that clutched the stone blade with such force that he could not retract it. Bai Ji's beast father attempted to swiftly restrain her with his other hand. Luo carried Leona out of the danger zone, while Qi Li, observing the swaying blade, prepared to step forward, only to see the leader of the White Tiger tribe grimace in pain. With a crack, her hand was twisted at an unnatural angle. Su Yitong executed a shoulder throw, pinning him to the ground. Xiaojiu. Qi Li stared in shock. This move was entirely unfamiliar to her. Bai Ge, having rushed to the scene, halted in his tracks, taken aback by the sight before him. After a few exchanges, Su Yitong was panting lightly. Take them away, Luo instructed, glancing back as he carried Leona away amidst the onlookers. Su Yitong rose and locked eyes with Bai Ge from a distance. Yet, recalling that she had just subdued his beast father, she felt an inexplicable sense of guilt and averted her gaze. Bai Ge cast a cold glance at the beast father being escorted past him by the beastmen, then swiftly approached Su Yitong. Xiaojiu, are you hurt? He asked with concern. Su Yitong waved her hand, intending to assure him of her well-being. However, the next moment, Qi Li grasped her wrist. You are injured. We must see the shaman. Qi Li then wrapped her arm around Su Yitong's shoulder, drawing her close. Injured? Where? Su Yitong questioned, perplexed, as she was propelled forward by Qi Li. The affectionate pair moved away from him, and Bai Ge ultimately refrained from following. Meanwhile, the unconscious Amiss was being lifted away by the beastmen. Her eyes tightly shut, her lashes trembling, as she lay still, passing by Bai Ge. She vaguely heard a murmur, you should not have laid hands on it on the other side. Su Yitong, being ushered away, noticed a small scratch on Qi Li's hand, causing her lips to twitch. Chapter 67. The fury of the Beast King, the leader of the White Tiger tribe, was dealt with. Inside the hastily constructed wooden hut, Leona lay unconscious on the bed. It was only when the shaman assured him that there was no serious harm that Luo's anxious heart began to ease. Outside, beastmen stood guard. When Su Yitong entered the hut, she encountered Luo. You saved Leona. I now owe you a favor that you may redeem at any time. Su Yitong glanced at the female on the bed. Since the Beast King had said so, she would not decline. Her act of saving Leona was not significantly tied to Luo, yet one could not ignore a free opportunity when it presented itself. Su Yitong, akin to a cat that had caught a whiff of fish, watched as Luo exited the room. The leader of the White Tiger tribe, restrained by the beastmen, turned pale and ceased to resist. It's over. Everything is over. To incapacitate the females, disrupt the election, and involve innocent parties. Each of these offenses, taken individually, could cost you your life. Luo held a stone blade, the very one that the female had snatched from him earlier. The cold stone edge pressed against his cheek. Beast King, I was merely momentarily bewitched. I did not truly harm Leona, did I? He sought to mitigate his culpability. Rest assured, you will not die. Not now, Luo signaled, prompting those restraining the leader of the White Tiger tribe to loosen their hold. Once freed, the leader hesitated, trembling, unsure of where to flee. If he did not take the chance to escape now, a dead end awaited him. He took a tentative step back, and as the nearby beastmen diverted their attention, he gritted his teeth and bolted in the opposite direction. A cry of anguish echoed, followed by the sound of something heavy crashing to the ground. Luo's stone blade had been flung with precision, piercing through the leader of the White Tiger tribe's leg. The force, the accuracy, he was dragged back before Leluo once more. Leaning down, Leluo pulled the blade from his calf, eliciting another cry of pain. The leader of the White Tiger tribe, still intent on struggling, crawled painfully in an attempt to escape. Leluo observed him with cold disdain as he scuttled away in a comical manner. Just when a leader thought he might successfully flee, the stone blade hurtled back, severing 2 of his fingers. His body went limp, watching the warm blood flow from him, unable to withstand the torment any longer. He finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Send word of his actions back to the White Tiger tribe that Leluo had no intention of allowing him an easy end. Baigu arrived at the scene. Glancing at his unconscious beast father, and with an unchanging expression, lowered his head, addressing Leluo, Beast King. You have arrived. Leluo tossed the stone blade to him. Your beast father nearly harmed 3 females yesterday. What do you wish for me to do about it? Baigu inquired that Leluo was aware that both Qi Li and Baigu had a good rapport with that young female. It is not for me to dictate. It is for you to decide whether you wish to exact brutal vengeance or to allow his shame to circulate through the tribe before slowly tormenting him. It is entirely up to your discretion. Leluo smirked, eager to see how far Baigu would go. That Leluo was somewhat familiar with the relationship between Baigu and his beast father. Their previous conversation had made it evident that they were at odds. Now, with Baiji's beast father having nearly harmed a female Baigu cherished, Leluo sought to test Baiji's utility while also gauging the female's significance in Baiji's heart. Should Baiji's actions not align with his expectations, Leluo would discreetly resolve the matter himself. After Leluo departed, Baigu dragged the unconscious figure away, binding him beneath a tree frequently traversed by beastmen. He was well aware that his beast father's primary concerns were status, followed closely by face. The following day, when the leader of the White Tiger tribe was painfully roused, he found himself surrounded by a cacophony of voices. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he was encircled by beastmen. Let go of me. What is the meaning of this? Let go of me. His face flushed as he struggled against the tree. Look closely. This beastman attempted to abduct 3 females yesterday. One of the beastmen shouted, pointing at him. No, that's not how it was. The leader of the White Tiger tribe, in a panic, tried to explain. The beastmen each chimed in, their words drowning him in a tide of spittle that on the fringes of the crowd. A figure stood, watching him with derision. Baigu, Baigu, come back. His voice was swallowed by the din of the beastmen's chatter as Baigu turned and walked away. Inside the wooden hut, Amiss, hearing the commotion outside, dared not make a move. She had not sustained any injuries. The shaman had only recommended a day of rest. She could not remain here any longer. If that old fool were to say anything that could implicate her. With that thought, she tightened the beast skin around her and hurriedly made her way outside. She evaded the beastmen and ran towards the lion tribe. In her haste, she stumbled and fell to the ground, cursing under her breath as she attempted to rise again, only to find a corner of her beast skin pinned down. Her pupils dilated as she realized. Ew. What do you intend to do? The individual pinning her beast skin was none other than Baigu. Currently, Amiss sought to avoid him at all costs and dared not provoke him in this present moment. I'm reminded of his words. You should not provoke her. Should anything happen to her in this desolate wilderness? Amiss found herself on the verge of tears, lamenting, It is my fault. It is my fault. I beg you, spare me. Baigu seized her without uttering a word. Amiss was acutely aware of the distance he had dragged her before being cast aside before a cave. She collapsed on the ground. Still bewildered, when Baigu vanished, she rose from the earth. Voices emerged from within the cave. An orc stepped out first, and upon spotting her, shouted back into the cave, There is a female outside. What female would venture to such a place? Do not jest. It is true. Amiss retreated on her hands, just as someone grasped her. It truly is a female. How could a female present herself willingly? Laughter erupted among the vagabond beasts, surrounding Amiss in delight. What are you all doing? A voice intruded, restoring calm among the orcs. Through a gap, Amiss glimpsed a male from the rabbit clan, who seemed to command great respect from the vagabond beasts. Amiss, perceptive to social cues, surmised that he was the leader of this ragtag group. Chinmi, this female has intruded upon our territory. A female. Chimmy stepped forward to inspect her closely. I was cast aside here. Could you assist me in persuading them to let me go? A mist donned a guise of innocence and vulnerability. Ha! What are you saying? An orc nearby could not contain his laughter. Little female, do you not understand? We are vagabond beasts. Have you ever heard of a vagabond beast letting a female they have captured go? Chapter 68. The catalyst of their affection by Gur returned to the election venue as if nothing had transpired. Today marked the final day of voting, where eligible orcs would complete the last steps of the process. The second trial of the mountain had already eliminated the majority of orcs, yet 2 remained from the same clan, needing to be voted upon for the final selection. This affair held no relevance to Qili. Su Yitang sat beside him in the audience. After the election concludes, where will Xiao Jiu go? Qili inquired, casting a glance in her direction. A beam of light illuminated her side, captivating Qili. I intend to visit in Xian. The Hall of Beasts? Qili asked. Su Yitang nodded slightly. I wonder how in Xian is faring. Dragon Snow Mountain and Xian took 3 days to venture into the mountain. Dragon Snow Mountain was ravaged by violent winds and blizzards. The snow had accumulated to knee height, and his steps grew increasingly labored due to the snow's weight. The air was frigid, and the biting cold was relentless. And Xian sought refuge in a relatively secure cave to escape the storm. Once inside, he transformed into his beast form to keep warm. After resting briefly, and Xian pressed onward, he could not afford a halt, lest he miss the scent of the herb. This particular herb only appeared during the fiercest storms on Dragon Snow Mountain and was exceedingly delicate. Excessive snow could crush it, rendering it useless. The election concluded, and the new beast kings from various clans wore smiles, eager to return to their tribes to showcase their honors. The beast king on the main seat had vanished. Unable to remain still upon learning of Li Ona's awakening, Su Yitang observed him dart away like an arrow. Qili and she arrived outside the wooden house where Li Na resided. Qili intended to push the door open directly, but was halted by Su Yitang's firm grip. Let us wait here, she suggested, casting a glance inside and pulling Qili back. Though concerned for Li Na, entering now would seem inconsiderate on their part. Before long, muffled sobs from a female were heard within. Su Yitang exchanged glances with Qili before opening the door and peering inside. Whoa, I thought I would never see you again. Li Na clung to Leluo's neck, tears streaming down her face. Su Yitang averted her gaze, instinctively closing the door. What happened? Qili inquired. Confusion evident in his voice. It seems our presence is no longer required. The Beast King will take good care of Li Na, Su Yitang remarked, touching her nose as she led Qili away. He relished the moments spent alone with Xiao Jiu, especially now that she was guiding him. This compliant demeanor would astonish anyone who witnessed it. Xiao Jiu, Bai Gu stood beneath the tree beside her wooden house, appearing to have been there for a considerable time. Beast King, who Su Yitang teased, having watched Bai Gu ascend through the ranks, noting the struggles he had endured, though he had never spoken of them. At last, the bitter trials had borne fruit. Why do you not call me that? Qili murmured in a lowered tone. Su Yitang shot him a quizzical glance, sensing his jealousy towards Bai Gu. Xiao Jiu, my father has nearly caused you trouble with his recent actions. Bai Gu came to apologize. Su Yitang waved her hand dismissively. You are not responsible for your father's actions. Congratulations, Bai Gu, on finally achieving your wish of becoming the Beast King who, she expressed with a hint of admiration. Xiao Jiu, a melodious female voice called out. As Li Na dashed towards her, Su Yitang was caught off guard. But fortunately, Qili was there to steady her. Leluo followed closely behind, his expression significantly softened. Why the rush right after waking up? Su Yitang inquired, steadying her. I heard from Leluo. You are the one who saved me. Li Na exclaimed. Nuzzling against her arm, Su Yitang's gaze met Leluo's, who nodded slightly. She returned her attention to Li Na, who still clung to her arm. I merely lent a hand. However, someone was far more anxious than us upon discovering your absence, as if he had lost half his life. Su Yitang jested. Na needed no guesswork to discern whom she referred to. Casting a sidelong glance at the smelly wolf, Leluo cleared his throat awkwardly. Beast King, one must seize the opportunity, Su Yitang remarked, uttering a phrase only the two could comprehend. Na appeared puzzled. Leluo recalled the strategist's earlier advice and stepped closer to grasp Leona's hand. Do you like me, Leona? He asked earnestly, though the beasts often exhibited openness in many matters. Discussions of such nature still evoked shyness, especially with so many orcs surrounding them. Leona murmured softly. Then, would you be willing to become my mate? This question Leluo had posed numerous times before, bracing himself for the same answer as always. Then I shall reluctantly accept you as my companion, Leona retorted stubbornly. Leluo was taken aback, having anticipated that even if Leona refused, he would still declare to the orcs that she was his beloved female. Fearing her change of heart, Leluo hoisted her up. I will inform the clans that Leona and I shall hold a mating feast tomorrow. Leona's delicate form stiffened, and she playfully struck him. Why are you in such a hurry? The orcs present were momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the sudden announcement of the Beast King's mating. The news spread swiftly to Su Yitang observed with satisfaction as Leluo carried Leona away. Tomorrow will be another lively gathering point. One could not deny Leluo's remarkable decisiveness. Does Xiao Jiu enjoy this? Qi Li inquired, noticing her beaming expression as she watched the departing figures. Indeed, do you not find it delightful? Su Yitang replied, even contemplating applauding. High-profile couples were a favorite to cheer for. Host, you truly are the catalyst for their affection, Xiao Qi remarked, unable to contain herself. According to the original plot, these two beasts would have had to endure many trials before uniting. Why not? Su Yitang laughed. Qinmi, how shall we handle this female? Several vagabond beasts turned their attention to Amiss. First, let us confine her, allowing her temper to temper before she chooses her mate. If she remains obstinate, we shall intimidate her with the reputation of vagabond beasts. The previous captives had been subdued in such a manner. Females had been indoctrinated from a young age to fear that those taken by magical beasts would face degradation of their very nature and a tragic end at their hands. I am a female of the Brown Lion clan. My clan has recently crowned a lion beast king. If he discovers my absence, he will surely hunt you down. Amiss threatened deliberately. The vagabond beasts found it challenging to discern the truth in her words, instinctively fearing the beast kings of various clans. After all, those who emerged alive from the Trial Mountains were not to be trifled with. Then we must thank you for the warning. Qinmi seized Amiss, and her warning led the vagabond beasts to carry her further into a more secluded cave. Chapter 69. Journey to Dragon Snow Mountain. Leluo was a man of action, and the news of his mating with Leona spread throughout the beast world. Su Yitang witnessed the grandest mating feast to date. Xiao Jiu, when shall we return to the Beast City? The young ones in the Beast Hall are eagerly awaiting your return. Qi Li remarked, observing her with a softened expression that in a few days. Once I have settled some matters, she replied, tea present. She is set to return to the Beast Hall before embarking on a journey to Longshu Mountain. Yesterday, Xiao Qi informed her that the Phoenix Spirit Grass had appeared on Longshu Mountain. This herb possesses the remarkable ability to expedite the growth of divine beasts. Su Yitang immediately thought of Nian Yan. Once it grows rapidly, she would be able to ascertain the type to which Nian Yan belongs. The Beast Taming Manual in Xiao Qi's possession contains unique training methods tailored to various types of divine beasts. If she can determine Nian Yan's species, she can guide it in the right direction, thereby avoiding unnecessary detours. The Phoenix Spirit Grass only appears at specific moments, and Su Yitang is merely hoping for a stroke of luck. If we can't find the Phoenix Spirit Grass, then we shall train diligently, she said to Nian Yan, who perched upon her shoulder. After parting ways with Qi Li and the others, she followed Xiao Qi's guidance back to the Beast Hall, only to find that the Hall Master had not yet returned. The Beastmen at the Beast Hall had become familiar with her and approached her to converse. We have no news regarding the Hall Master. Su Yitang was not surprised. The treacherous terrain of Longshu Mountain would indeed take some time to traverse. Her purpose for visiting the Beast Hall was to confirm whether Sun had returned safely. Now, upon learning that there was no news of him, she quickened her pace toward Longshu Mountain. Xiao Qi, when will you be able to open a teleportation? She was unsure how long she had been walking when she paused to rest. I apologize, host, but this function is not yet activated. The closer she drew to Longshu Mountain, The colder the surrounding temperature became, Su Yitong tightened her beast robe around her. Xiao Qi, will I freeze to death if I go in like this? From a distance, Longshu Mountain was shrouded in a blizzard, the fierce winds swirling the heavy snow, and merely gazing at it sent shivers down her spine. After a considerable time, Xiao Qi finally spoke. Host, Nian Yin is not merely an ornament. Su Yitong exchanged glances with the small creature on her shoulder, Nian Yin's eyes reflecting a pure innocence. As they ventured into Longshu Mountain, Nian Yin maintained a flame in its mouth to keep Su Yitong warm. She wished to find Insun first, yet the expanse of white snow on Longshu Mountain obscured her vision, leaving her uncertain of where to begin her search for him. Struggling through the deep snow, Su Yitong found the snow reach her legs, and after a while, she was already breathing heavily. Host, locating the Phoenix Spirit Grass requires only one divine coin. Su Yitong chose to ignore the suggestion. She had merely come to seek the Phoenix Spirit Grass by chance. If fortune smiled upon her, and she found it, that would be splendid, but if luck was not in her favor, it would simply mean she would take a longer route with Nian Yin. Seeing her unwavering resolve, Xiao Qi grew anxious. What about half a divine coin? Su Yitong remained unresponsive. Half a divine coin, plus I will reveal Insun's location. Witnessing her stride forward against the wind and snow, Xiao Qi made a final concession that IKT truly is a struggle to earn money. Where's Insun? Su Yitong finally engaged with him. Xiao Qi had a penchant for cornering her before negotiating terms. Employing this tactic repeatedly, she began to suspect that her repeated concessions had spoiled him. From Xiao Qi, Su Yitong learned that Insun was situated very near the Phoenix Spirit Grass as she advanced further. The system detected that Insun was just ahead. Just as Xiao Qi was about to provide directions, he suddenly realized that Insun's location coincided with Su Yitong's, yet there were no other beastmen in sight. Before he could relay this information, Su Yitong inadvertently slipped into an unseen hollow. The sensation of weightlessness and the unknown began to induce panic within her. She was uncertain whether this pit had an exit. If not, how would she escape from this abyss, which extended hundreds of meters? Nian Yin, fearful of being separated from its mother, had burrowed into her beast robe, tightly gripping the edge of it. She slid down the narrow hollow, only to be greeted by a dark void. Xiao Qi, host, are you all right? Xiao Qi exclaimed, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Fortunately, the host was unharmed. The cave at the peak of Longshu Mountain, concealed by snow, led to an uncertain location. Where was she now? The temperature here was significantly more comfortable than that of Longshu Mountain, allowing Su Yitong's mind to settle somewhat. This, Xiao Qi was clearly at a loss for words. Su Yitong no longer placed her hopes on him. Within her robe, Nian trembled slightly, prompting Su Yitong to take notice. It's all right. She gently patted Nian through the fabric of her robe. Mother Beast, Nian peeked out, exclaiming, just now I almost couldn't hold on to you. I thought I was going to be separated from you. Su Yitong, seeing its distress, offered comfort for a moment before returning Nian to her space. Host, just now I detected that your position overlapped with Insun's. Upon hearing Xiao Qi's words, Su Yitong instinctively glanced around. Earlier, she had not seen Insun above, so it was highly possible that he had also slipped down the hole. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a few faint footprints on the ground. Although she could not definitively identify them as Insun's, she confirmed that they had been left recently. She followed the direction in which the prints had faded away. The further she ventured, the more familiar the scenery seemed. That a vast, deep pool came into view, causing Su Yitong's heart to leap. She saw Insun's body half submerged in the dark pool, the herbal remedy he had collected floating on the surface. Insun, he appeared oblivious to the sounds of the outside world, resolutely moving toward the center of the pool. This scene felt eerily familiar. The bottomless dark pool lay still as death, yet it bore no unpleasant odor. Everything seemed to overlap with her dreams. If Insun were allowed to proceed deeper, the consequences would be dire. Su Yitong's body reacted before her mind could catch up, and she rushed forward to grasp Insun. He turned back in surprise, quickly regaining his composure upon recognizing her. Xiaojio, he seemed completely unaware of how he had ended up in the pool. A small whirlpool formed in the center of the water, and as Su Yitong desperately tried to pull him out, she lost her footing and fell into the pool. S and Sun reached to help her up. A massive whirlpool emerged around Su Yitong, pulling her downward. Everything felt as if it had been meticulously orchestrated. Sun panicked, slapping the water's surface in vain. Xiaojiu? Xiaojiu? Fengjiu? Su Yitong opened her eyes slightly, feeling herself descend through the water. Sun's shadow on the surface grew increasingly distant. The resistance of the water made her feel somewhat suffocated. Yet before long, she found that breathing underwater felt as natural as on land. Chapter 70. Falling into the dark pool. Encountering Brun, again Su Yitong recalled from her dreams. Brun had seemingly bestowed upon her the ability to breathe underwater, and thus, the events that transpired in her dream were now occurring in reality. A dark dragon's tail extended toward her. The massive black dragon was trapped at the bottom of the pool, the oppressive darkness surrounding it making it difficult to breathe. Fengjiu, it's good to see you again. The black dragon pulled her closer. Su Yitong sat upon his tail, elevated to a height that matched his gaze that if possible, it would be better not to meet. Above the water, and Sun attempted to swim downward, but found himself on the brink of suffocation halfway through. A powerful force from the depths pushed him back up. Desperate and flustered, he could only shout from the surface, repeatedly attempting to dive into the depths. Suddenly, he noticed the herbal remedy he had gathered. Clenching it tightly as he stood in the pool, Sun stared at the tranquil surface of the pool. "Help me once more. I have brought what you asked for." He released the herbal remedy, allowing it to drift to the center of the pool. Yet the surface remained unperturbed. The dark, deep water lay ominously stilled. Su Yitong observed Sun's strange behavior from the depths. Who was he beseeching? Su Yitong turned to look at Brun. With a wave of his hand, Brun dispelled the image on the water surface. Clearly, Sun's actions in bringing the herbal remedy here were highly suspicious, especially with his earlier odd behavior. The situation only grew more perplexing. Curious. "Are you?" Brunny leaned closer to her ear. "Fengjiu. Do you know who brought you back to life?" He paused, leaving the question hanging in the air. "What do you mean?" Su Yitong pressed for clarification, but Brunny fell silent. "Fengjiu, do you still remember why I was sealed at the bottom of this pool?" Without waiting for her response, Brun waved his hand, and a phantom appeared before them. In the image, a red and black figure intertwined. This was her. No, this was Fengjiu. Fengjiu plunged a sharp blade into Brun Yi's heart, then looked skyward, fabricating the illusion of Brun Yi's demise. Subsequently, she sealed him within the concealed depths of the pool, using Feng Dan for Fengjiu. The separation from Feng Dan would undoubtedly mean death. Su Yitong was puzzled as to why Fengjiu would choose such a course of action. She had ample opportunity to kill him outright. However, it soon dawned on her that Fengjiu's decision not to slay him might stem from ulterior motives. Yet sealing him away was likely for the sake of the beastmen of the beast world. By imprisoning him at the bottom of the pool with Feng Dan, she may have devised the best solution. Yet, considering Brun Yi's cultivation level, could he truly have been confined there for so many years? It appeared Fengjiu was taking a gamble, wagering that Brun Yi would not shatter her Feng Dan. If the Feng Dan were to break, it would indeed be an irreversible situation. You remember now. Fengjiu, it is solely because of you that I find myself ensnared at the bottom of this abyss. Now, I demand your company. I wish for you to experience the profound solitude that has engulfed me for decades. The resentment that Brun Yi harbors towards Fengjiu is indeed substantial. It was only when he ceased his words that Su Yitong lowered her hands, which had been clasped over her ears. Noticing the grim expression on Brun Yi's face, Su Yitong quickly echoed, Yes, you are absolutely right. When one is under a roof, one must bow their head. You possess fragments of black crystal?" Brun Yi scanned her, sensing that the sealing power appeared to have intensified. The reason he was able to transform into black mist and parasitize within the beast's body was entirely due to the black crystal being shattered and scattered. "No," Su Yitong replied, raising her hands in a gesture of surrender. "I know you are lying." Brun Yi fixed his cold gaze upon her, his eyes narrowing with an icy ferocity. Su Yitong maintained her composure, though inwardly she feared that if Brun Yi chose to search her, it would spell her doom. Fortunately, he refrained from doing so. Su Yitong lifted her gaze. The waters of the abyss were entirely under Brun Yi's control. Merely swimming would not suffice for her to reach the surface. Presently, Blunyi regarded her as Feng Jiu, and with his affections for her, she felt that her life was not in immediate peril. Thus, it seemed that aside from someone breaking into the depths to rescue her, she could only hope for Blunyi to personally deliver her from this plight. You cannot escape this time, Feng Jiu. Blunyi seized her, his eyes glinting with a desire to rend her asunder. Su Yitong attempted to contact Xiaoqi, but since plunging into the abyss, Xiaoqi had been utterly unreachable. Blunyi concealed many secrets within him. Noticing Feng Jiu frequently glancing upwards, he taunted, "Are you worried about your little fox?" "Indeed," Su Yitong replied nonchalantly. This response only darkened Blunyi's countenance. The depths churned under his influence, causing ripples on the surface, which rendered Sun unable to maintain his balance and left him drenched. Yet, the disturbances on the surface rekindled his hope of retrieving Feng Jiu. The precious herbs he had painstakingly gathered floated upon the surface, only to be swallowed by a whirlpool moments later. Sun gazed at the vanishing vortex, pondering for a moment. Just moments ago, Feng Jiu too had been drawn down by such a whirlpool. If he were to step into the vortex, could he also? "Do you wish to know what your little fox is doing?" Blunyi emphasized the words with palpable intensity. He seemed intent on descending alongside the whirlpool. Su Yitong remained composed, though inwardly she cursed. And Sun could not breathe at the bottom of the abyss. There would be nothing but death awaiting him. She preferred he remain at a distance. "He longs to see you so dearly. Why not allow me to pull him down to keep you company?" Blunyi tested her resolve. Su Yitong understood that the more she expressed concern, the more he would revel in opposing her wishes. Very well, if you bring him down, I would be willing to gaze upon his lifeless form every day." Su Yitong spoke lightly, feigning indifference, successfully misleading Blunyi. "I shall not grant you that wish. I demand that you endure this solitude and torment alongside me," Blunyi retorted through gritted teeth. Su Yitong cast a glance at him, realizing that Blunyi was easily provoked. "Such solitude is no torment to me. Blunyi, if you truly wish to torment me, you should return me to where I belong. Managing the relationships with the beasts is what truly feels like torment." Observing her distressed expression, Blunyi's voice softened. "Who has caused you such distress? You remain unaware. Alas, forget it. I shan't bring it up again. It is rather serene to accompany you in this abyss. Blunyi, you are truly a benevolent soul, rescuing me from dire straits, allowing me to be distanced from the beasts, alleviating many of my burdens." Su Yitong sighed. "Who has rescued you? I would rather see you perish. You ought to suffer more than I." "Feng Jiu," Blunyi protested, discontented by her apparent comfort. Su Yitong perceived him as a child easily riled. "You are indeed my benefactor. Blunyi, I was oppressed by the beasts above, and it is fortunate to have encountered you." As she spoke, Su Yitong stepped forward to embrace his arm, her tearless visage rendering Blunyi utterly befuddled. Chapter 71. Shattering the summoning stone. "Which beast has wronged you?" Blunyi's gaze was fierce, clearly misconstruing her words. Su Yitong released her grip on him. "Oh, you truly intend to keep me here?" Although he previously spoke without deceit, she could not help but inquire. Did he not feel as though his territory was being invaded by an outsider? "Of course," Blunyi replied with an air of arrogance. "I have stated that I intend to settle accounts with you, item by item." "Then let us commence." Su Yitong gestured toward him. "Commence what?" Now it was Blunyi's turn to be perplexed. "Let us begin to settle the accounts," she urged, eager to hear what he could possibly calculate. As anticipated, the man before her stammered for quite some time, failing to utter a single coherent word. Seeing the look of distress on his face, Su Yitong decided to employ another tactic. If provoking him would not suffice, perhaps appealing to his emotions would. "Allow me to take the lead in this calculation. I should not have risked using Feng Dan to preserve your life and seal you away. I should not have deceived the heavens, fabricating the illusion of your demise. I should not have prioritized your safety when faced with multifaceted pressures. I should not have..." Su Yitong listed her grievances on her fingers. Meanwhile, Blunyi could no longer endure her words. "Enough. Blunyi, is it truly possible to clarify these accounts?" Su Yitong bit her lip, meeting his gaze. "It is not as such. My abilities can certainly protect both you and me. You need not concern yourself with them. A complex turmoil manifested upon Blinyi's face, his brows furrowing with a multitude of conflicting thoughts. Su Yitong entwined her fingers with his, continuing, "Blinyi, you may disregard their opinions, but what of me? You have never considered my perspective." Su Yitong understood Feng Jiu's feelings towards him only superficially, and her current words were a broad misrepresentation. Observing Blinyi's reaction, she recognized she had struck a chord. "Blinyi, my decision was made after careful contemplation. It was the best course of action I could conceive. I simply wished for you to live, even if it meant sacrificing my own life, even knowing you would ultimately resent me, just as you do now, that I cannot disregard the beasts of the beast realm, nor can I turn a blind eye to you." Her warm hand rested upon Blinyi's palm. "Blinyi, even if you detest me and curse me, should I be given a second chance, I would still use Feng Dan to seal you, for only in this way can I preserve your life. Facing 100 foes is no simple feat. You are indeed formidable, but I am afraid, I fear that one day you might falter." Su Yitong's voice dwindled to a whisper. "Feng Jiu, I am far more powerful than you imagine." Blinyi leaned closer, as if accustomed to this proximity, lowering himself to meet her gaze. Placing her hand against his face, Su Yitong stiffened at his gesture, which felt strangely familiar. "Master," Xiaoqi's voice echoed, drawing Su Yitong's attention. "Am I summoning stone? Shatter, shatter." From Xiaoqi's fragmented words, she discerned the crucial message. She reached for the jade stone at her waist. Minghua had once mentioned that shattering the jade would summon him to her side. But breaking the jade was a choice she wished to avoid unless absolutely necessary. Su Yitong returned her focus to Blinyi, the depths of his soul filled with anguished memories intertwined with Feng Jiu's recent words. Countless chaotic memories surged forth like a deluge. He was wavering once more. His feelings for Feng Jiu were a tumultuous blend of love and hate. Yet when she stood before him, he found it difficult to harbor any hatred. Su Yitong watched as the furrows in his brow gradually eased, and his expression softened. "Feng Jiu," he murmured, unable to articulate any other words as he embraced her. "You should not have sealed me away. I would rather die alongside you." He whispered in her ear. "Has Feng Jiu truly perished? If what he claims is true, would he not find it strange to see the deceased resurrected before him? Feng Jiu, let us bond as mates. Let my body forever bear your mark." Blinyi gazed earnestly at her, his demeanor seemingly serious, yet his hands, Blinyi pulled apart his beast robe, exposing his chest. "Wait," Su Yitong quickly grasped his hand. Blinyi, puzzled, regarded her with an innocent gaze tinged with allure. "What is the meaning of this?" "Blinyi, I feel it is not yet the time." Su Yitong sought to dissuade him, "that I do not wish to be in the water. Let us wait until we are outside." Upon seeing Blinyi's expression darken, she gently reassured him. In their current predicament, her exit was of utmost importance. "Why?" "Feng Jiu, I have awaited this moment for so long." "Do you favor that little fox above all else?" Blinyi raised an eyebrow slightly. Unbeknownst to him, how many male beasts would be captivated by her in his absence? Blinyi's feelings were far from hatred. He was evidently smitten. Now, it seemed that Feng Jiu's previous actions would necessitate her to bear the consequences. "Blinyi, I have many unfinished matters in the beast realm that I cannot remain here with you at the bottom of this abyss." She spoke her truth. "Oh, you wish to leave me? With great effort, I have managed to resurrect you. Do you wish to leave me now?" His crimson eyes reflected a visage of someone deeply stirred. "Resurrection?" Before he could ponder further, Blinyi grasped her chin and kissed her, his tongue sweeping through her mouth. Su Yitong attempted to retreat, but Blinyi encircled her waist, pressing her towards him. He lifted the hem of her beast robe, and Su Yitong bit down fiercely on his tongue. Blinyi paused momentarily, but his excitement seemed to intensify. Was it not said that forcing a female would incur the wrath of the beast god? Blinyi's hands wandered over her as she seized the opportunity to kick him away and retreat to the other side. "Feng Jiu, as long as you remain at the bottom of this pool, you cannot escape." His eyes, tinged with desire, burned intensely as they locked onto her. She was well aware of this. Su Yitong adjusted her beast robe, seizing the moment to tear it in two at her waist. She could only support Blinyi, praying for Minghua's arrival. Since Xiao Qi had transmitted the information about shattering the jade stone to her, it was evident that only Ming Hua could rescue her from this dire predicament. Brinny's gaze was fixed on her. At this moment, Feng Jiu's cheeks were flushed, her lips, recently tainted by him, appeared luscious and enticing. Observing this, the corners of his mouth curled into a smirk. Feng Jiu, if you wish to leave, you must become my mate. Brinny felt he had made a concession. With a bond of mating mark, he believed Feng Jiu shared an unbreakable connection with him. He had no desire to expend his efforts only for another to reap the rewards. Brinny's gaze swept across the surface of the pool. The implications were unmistakable. The Beast King had ended his hibernation prematurely. Where had the king gone? Chapter 72. Escape from the black pool at the surface of the pool. Drenched through, and Xian watched as a black serpent slipped from the edge into the depths, not resurfacing for an extended period. After Minghua submerged, he no longer maintained his beast form, as he had suspected. A barrier lay deep within the pool. He could not discern the scenes behind the barrier, but from the position of the summoning stone, he could ascertain that Su Yitong was inside. Brunyi, having set up the barrier at the bottom of the pool, was the first to sense the impact of an intrusion. Su Yitong glanced up, catching a glimpse of Minghua's form, which flickered in and out of sight. "Do you know him?" Brunyi noticed her somewhat ecstatic demeanor. "Do you expect this black serpent to take you away?" Su Yitong ignored him. Her gaze fixated on Minghua. He appeared to be a beast. Feng Jiu, what transpired outside that you became acquainted with a beast? Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but she perceived a hint of concern in Brunyi's gaze. This is madness, an exercise in futility. Brunyi observed the orc striking the barrier, but the next moment, cracks appeared upon its surface. Both Brunyi and Su Yitong were taken aback. Presently, Brunyi's powers were suppressed. If Minghua were to confront him directly, they might achieve a tenuous stalemate. Minghua swiftly advanced, but Brunyi interposed himself, the water of the pool creating a force that pushed Minghua aside. Brunyi transformed into his beast form, his dragon tail sweeping toward him. If that strike connected, Su Yitong dared not contemplate it. Now that the barrier confining her had been breached, she withdrew a vine from her space. And as the dragon tail approached, she swiftly pulled Minghua to her side. Brunyi's gaze darkened, an icy malice igniting within his depths to go. Su Yitong seized Minghua, confronting Brunyi directly. They were essentially without hope of victory. Minghua wrapped his arms around her waist, moving swiftly through the water. They seemed to be enveloped by another barrier, remaining dry despite being submerged. The bottom of the pool was thrown into chaos, causing Xian to struggle to maintain his footing at the surface. Minghua glanced back at the black dragon beneath, a smile gracing his lips, tightening his grip around Su Yitong's hand. Brunyi, incited, pursued closely behind. "Be careful, he is coming after us." Su Yitong noticed Brunyi's relentless pursuit. "The black crystal was on you?" Minghua inquired, eyeing her neck, where the black crystal had inexplicably slipped from her inner garments. Brunyi drew ever closer. Minghua urged her upward, placed the black crystal on the rocks at the edge of the pool. A powerful force propelled Su Yitong out of the water. "Xiao Jiu," and Xian hurried forward to steady her. Su Yitong surveyed her surroundings, ultimately fixing her gaze on a large stone. She dashed towards it, noticing another fragment of black crystal embedded within. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of returning the black crystal fragment to its rightful place." Progress 14. At the bottom of the pool, Minghua swiftly dodged the dragon tail that reached for him. Brunyi could sense the aura of the black crystal emanating from the beast before him. Although it had diminished significantly, he remained acutely aware of it. The black crystal had lingered on him for an extended period. Minghua, being astute, recognized that the orc's strength was beyond his reach, opting instead to evade and buy time. The return of the black crystal fragment caused ripples on the water's surface. Su Yitong focused intently on the pool's surface. Brunyi's abilities were instantly diminished, a force tugging him backward. Minghua did not linger. Swiftly swimming upward to the surface. Upon seeing Minghua emerge, Su Yitong finally exhaled in relief. He approached her from the pool's depths. Over. Minghua noticed the slight tremor in her form, cupping her face to meet her gaze. He was typically composed, yet she stirred tumultuous waves within him. "We must leave this place." Su Yitong clutched the beast hide on his chest, casting a glance back at the black pool, and Xian. Witnessing their closeness, felt a twinge of pain in his heart. Xiao Jiao, he is, and Xian seemed to seek an explanation, but quickly silenced himself, feeling he lacked the authority to question An Xian. Let us go. Su Yitong turned to him. Minghua led them along a secluded path up the mountainside. The top of the pool was cloaked in an illusion. From below, it appeared to be a sealed space with no escape. It was not until Minghua stepped out that Su Yitong became aware of the illusion's existence. They followed closely behind Minghua. Xiao Jiayu, An Xian called out after a lengthy pause. Su Yitong turned back briefly while hurrying forward. Xiao Jiao, the front-running Minghua, also caught wind of the name, halting his steps. When did you change your name? Minghua arched an eyebrow, the abrupt stop causing Su Yitong, who had been turning to speak, to bump into his back, who decreed that a person could only have one name. Su Yitong rubbed her forehead. Su Yitong is me, and Xiao Jiao is also me. She patted Minghua's back, signaling him to continue. They all call you Xiao Jiao? Minghua inquired. Su Yitong was pulled along, compelled to walk alongside him. Yes, she occasionally glanced back at Xian. Then I want as well. Xiao Jiao sounds more intimate than simply calling your name. I am feeling jealous, Xiao Jiao. Minghua unabashedly expressed his feelings in front of a third party. Stop it. Su Yitong discreetly pinched him. An Xian lowered his gaze, maintaining an appropriate distance from the two. Next, will you return to the Beast Mountain to continue hibernating? Su Yitong felt guilty for disrupting his plans. Minghua shook his head. The coldest days are behind us. It's fine if I don't return. Su Yitong understood that cold-blooded creatures like snakes could not regulate their body temperature, thus relying on hibernation to endure the frigid winters. Minghua was no exception. Host, your task has been completed. 14. Xiao Qi's voice rang out that Su Yitong finally realized. Her primary mission was to permanently seal the Black Dragon, contingent upon gathering the scattered fragments of the Black Crystal, including the one from Qi Li. She now possessed 2 fragments. She had invested considerable effort in cultivating relationships and nurturing the beasts around her, having anticipated the worst possible outcomes should events unfold unexpectedly. Brynny has not been entirely sealed away. When the orcs she has cultivated gather, they will become her most formidable weapon. Su Yitong glanced back at the path she had traversed, committing the location of the dark pool to memory. The whereabouts of Feng Jiao remain an enigma. Su Yitong recalls the words Feng Jiao inscribed on a note about their future encounter. Earlier, at the bottom of the pool, Brynny mentioned resurrection, and she pondered whether it might be connected to Ensun's peculiar behavior. Now is not the time for inquiries. Su Yitong intends to seek out Ensun privately once more. Beside her, the towering silhouette of Minghua instills an extraordinary sense of security. Chapter 73. The Unresolved Mystery, Currently. The Beast Hall of 10,000 Beasts is the nearest refuge to them. Su Yitong plans to spend the night there first. She cast a glance at Minghua. He had concealed his beastly aura, and the black scales on his forehead were hidden beneath his tousled hair, making it difficult to discern his true identity unless one approached closely. Ensun has yet to discover Minghua's beastly identity. To avoid unnecessary troubles, Su Yitong has no intention of revealing Minghua's true nature. If she were to speak of his title as the Beast King, the orcs of the Beast Hall would likely steer clear of him. Now, Ensun leads the way ahead. Su Yitong observes his somewhat solitary figure and takes the initiative to speak, hoping to ease the atmosphere. Hey Ensun, did you find that spirit herb on Long Shui Mountain? I did, Ensun replied after a brief silence. The journey had been remarkably smooth. Since it was winter, there were scarcely any wild beasts roaming the forest. The White Tiger clan, led by Bai Ge, who had earned the title of Beast King, returned to the clan with his father Beast. The events surrounding the election had already spread, and the orcs of the White Tiger clan had heard some whispers. Under the inquiries of the clan members, the clan leader found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, I never anticipated that my father Beast would allow that female to place aphrodisiac herbs in my room. All I can say is they were foolishly outsmarted. Bai Ge wore a bitter smile. Bai Ge, do not be too disheartened. Thankfully, the election went smoothly. If you had truly fallen into their trap and been obstructed by your father Beast. Upon hearing the news, we began to discuss it. The clan leader cannot be such a treacherous individual. Indeed, There should be another candidate for the clan leader. Within a day, the White Tiger clan underwent significant changes. Bai Ji's father beast, hanging by a thread, was sent to his mate. In such cases, the mate of the male beast holds the right to make decisions. Bai Ji's mother beast was also quite ruthless, ultimately conveying to Bai Gu that his father beast had been whipped, imprisoned, and submerged in water. The dual torment of both mind and body was far more unbearable than a swift death. Bai Gu refrained from intervening, but was still dissatisfied with this outcome. But he couldn't shake the feeling that his so-called father beast deserved an even harsher fate. The Beast Hall of 10,000 beasts, enveloped in a chilling atmosphere after nightfall, prompted Su Yitong to seek out Insun to clarify her doubts from the day. As she stepped out of her room, she noticed Insun staring in her direction. Insun stood still for a moment. Clearly taken aback by Feng Jiu's appearance, he exhibited a flustered demeanor, as if caught in the act of eavesdropping, diverting his gaze from hers. "Insun," Su Yitong called out, hastening to his side. "You arrived just in time." With the nighttime temperature plummeting, their breath formed visible puffs in the air. "I have something I wish to ask you. Shall we talk inside? The cold wind is rather biting." Insun did not refuse. Following her into the room, Su Yitong cast a few glances at him, sensing a certain distance had developed between them since his return. Whether this was a good or bad thing remained uncertain. "Do you know what lies sealed at the bottom of that pool?" The atmosphere grew tense, prompting her to speak first. "The Black Dragon," he responded, fully aware. You recall the dark energy we encountered in Beast City?" Su Yitong was unsure if he understood that the malevolent dark energy was, in fact, briny at the bottom of the pool. Insun pondered deeply before nodding. "The essence of that dark energy is indeed the Black Dragon." "Insun, how did you end up there? When I witnessed your actions at the bottom of the pool, whom were you beseeching?" The barrage of questions left Insun in a daze. He was entirely oblivious to the connection between the dark energy and the Black Dragon. All he knew was that the Black Dragon at the bottom of the pool could bring her back to life. Insun seemed poised to say something, but ultimately swallowed his words. "I do not know. At that moment, I was anxious, fearing you might not return. The Black Dragon is sealed at the bottom of the pool, and I wish to implore him to release you." Insun lowered his gaze, his pitiful and humble demeanor eliciting a twinge of sympathy. "That I am powerless." Su Yitong meticulously analyzed his words, discovering numerous inconsistencies. How did he know that the Black Dragon was sealed at the bottom of the pool? What made him believe that the Black Dragon would facilitate her release? Insun appeared to harbor a certain trust in Bruni. "Insun, what are you concealing? Is it something you cannot reveal? Or something you are unwilling to share?" Su Yitong scrutinized him, her expression unusually serious. Insun's face contorted with difficulty. He ultimately shook his head and fell silent. Su Yitong sensed that his reaction leaned more towards the former. Regardless of the answer, she was determined to unravel this mystery herself. "I understand. You may go back now." Su Yitong did not detain him. After Insun departed, Su Yitong replayed the events that transpired at the bottom of the pool, attempting to piece together the clues. Outside, the rustling leaves were stirred by the wind, further unsettling her thoughts. "Host, some matters do not necessarily require a definitive answer." Xiaoqi timidly interjected before returning to silence. The sounds outside captured her attention as she observed a small black serpent slithering through the gap of the door. "Minghua," Su Yitong called out softly. The black serpent coiled around her wrist. "Xiaojiu, it's quite cold over there," Minghua said as he climbed up her leg and nestled in her embrace. "Why do you come in this form?" She gently tapped the serpent's head. "Maintaining my human form is quite taxing." Indeed, he had been interrupted during his slumber and had entangled himself with Bruni. "Did you come here specifically to warm up?" The snake-shaped Minghua merely settled quietly on her LP. "Is that all right?" Minghua lifted his head and inquired. "Why did you not ask me if it was all right when you entered? Only after lying down did you think to add that." Su Yitong felt a mix of irritation and amusement. Minghua nudged her hand with his head. Had he appeared in any other form, Su Yitong mused, she might have unceremoniously kicked him out. Yet, gazing at the small serpent resting in her arms, it was indeed challenging to associate him with the Minghua of human form. "I will only allow you to stay for this night." Su Yitong placed him at the head of the bed, and after climbing onto the bed herself, she pulled the animal's skin over her. In the darkness, The scales of Minghua reflected a faint glow. Su Yitong observed intently, but soon succumbed to the weight of her eyelids and drifted into slumber. The sound of even breathing filled the room. Minghua opened his eyes and gazed at the female before him. The small serpent was still visible at the head of the bed, transformed in a human form. Minghua lay half-naked, side by side with Su Yitong. His disheveled hair accidentally brushed against her nose, causing her to wrinkle her brow in her sleep. Noticing this, Minghua reached out to tuck the stray strands behind her ear. Yitong. Xiaojiu. Minghua drew closer, feeling her warmth and inhaling her unique, delicate fragrance. Chapter 74. The third fragment of the black crystal stone. The following day, Su Yitong was awakened by a tingling sensation in her palm. Upon opening her eyes, she found the small black serpent coiled around her wrist. Seeing her awake, Minghua slid down to her palm, gently rubbing against her. Before she could respond, Xiaoqi's voice broke the momentary tranquility in her mind. Host, the location of the third fragment of the black crystal stone has been detected. It's in the insect clan. The insect clan is often perceived as cunning and treacherous, but due to their small size and vast numbers, they frequently obtain first-hand information from the beast realm. The insect clan is quite exclusive. Outsiders are seldom met with kindness within their domain. To learn of the black crystal stone's location, one must find a way to infiltrate their ranks. Su Yitong turned to Minghua, her expression serious as she began to discuss the matter with him. How does Xiaojiu know that the black crystal stone is in the insect clan? Minghua inquired, somewhat puzzled, leaning against the edge of the bed in his human form, his beast robe partially revealing his figure, which was quite captivating that I overheard someone mention it previously and made a mental note. To seal Brunyi, we need to gather all the fragments that if we negotiate with the insect clan, is it possible to acquire the fragments of the black crystal stone? Not likely. Minghua promptly dismissed her suggestion. Once the black crystal stone reaches the insect clan, they may not even be aware of the energy it harbors, that if we inquire about it, they'll begin to take notice at that point. Obtaining it will not be as straightforward. Minghua conveyed the truth plainly to acquire the black crystal stone. One must first infiltrate the insect clan. Su Yitong contemplated this. Were you troubled by this matter just now? Seeing her furrowed brow, Minghua assumed she had encountered a significant issue. Yes, Su Yitong admitted, feeling distressed. I just need to mask my aura and adopt the sin of the insect clan. Minghua bore an expression of ease, exuding an air of strategic prowess. However, the concealment of his aura was not as effortless as it seemed. Wait a moment. It appeared she had forgotten that Minghua was no ordinary beast man. He was the Beast King, and the act of masking his presence seemed to come to him as naturally as breathing. During this period, Su Yitong had become infused with a rather mixed scent of beastmen, and Minghua adeptly shrouded both their scents as they departed from the 10,000 Beast Hall, making their way towards the surrounding woodland, where the insect tribe predominantly dwelled. As Minghua led her onward, he raised a finger to his lips, directing her attention to a group of insect tribe members passing beneath the trees. If one did not look closely, their presence would easily go unnoticed. The insect tribe excelled at self-preservation, often adopting smaller beast forms to evade predation by larger beasts. That it was only in safe zones that they would revert to their true forms. Given that the insect tribe's beastmen typically occupied lower ranks, safeguarding themselves with their inherent advantages was their optimal strategy. Upon noticing them, the insect beastmen halted their advance, remaining vigilant, for once detected, they would cease movement to avoid being followed back to their dwelling. Su Yitong, somewhat perplexed, nodded and whispered, "Then how can we follow them? We must first absorb their scent." With that, Minghua transformed into a small serpent, slithering past the insect beastmen in a couple of passes. "Careful, a black snake! Scatter!" cried the leader of the insect beasts. Should Minghua wish to eliminate them, a mere flick of his tail would suffice. However, for now, they needed to rely on these creatures to locate the insect tribe's stronghold. The insect beasts, in a frenzy, attempted to evade him, only to realize that the black snake harbored no intent to attack them. Minghua's behavior seemed quite peculiar, yet they did not dwell on it. Choosing instead to steer clear of the black serpent and regroup, Su Yitong crouched down, extending her hand, and Minghua coiled around her wrist, then slithered up towards her neck, effectively saturating her with the essence of the insect tribe. Although Su Yitong could not perceive the scent he referred to, she accepted his actions. That should suffice, Minghua remarked, transforming back to his original form beside her, despite feeling that this process was rather simplistic. Su Yitong reasoned that, as the Beast King, Minghua must have his reasons for such an approach. She gently brushed away the dust that had settled on his jawline. Minghua lowered his gaze, his eyes reflecting a profound meaning. "You have dirt on your face," she explained. "Oh," he replied, a smile curling his lips, emitting a strange sound. Before long, the insect beastmen vanished from sight, and searching amidst the fallen leaves and sandy earth posed a challenge. "It seems we have lost them," Su Yitong said, following closely behind Minghua, her gaze scanning the ground for any trace of the insect tribe. "With me here, we won't lose them," Minghua reassured her. After a while, Su Yitong understood why he was so confident. Minghua had already known the location of the insect beast settlement. "I merely led you to absorb the essence of the insect tribe." Minghua pulled her closer, adjusting her beast robe and covering half her face once more. "You're too conspicuous. I'm afraid you might incite a stir among those creatures upon entering." His expression remained unflinching as he uttered these words. Beneath the mask, Su Yitong's lips twitched. She allowed Minghua to fuss over her, and once he was satisfied with her appearance, he playfully pinched her cheek, adding with an earnest tone, "You're simply too adorable." I couldn't help myself. Outside the insect tribe's cavern, the sand was piled high, resembling an underground labyrinth from a distance. Among the entrants, humanoid insect beasts moved about. The two followed one of them, successfully entering the cave. Contrary to her expectations of barrenness, the cavern was interconnected with numerous passageways, accommodating many beastmen. It could be likened to a rudimentary beast city, where one could witness a semblance of the splendor found in a beast city. "Stink balls. Nutritious stink balls. You can take half a low-grade crystal for one," a beastman shouted. Noticing the gaze of a nearby female drawn by the commotion, Minghua began to speak. "Those are produced within the bodies of stink bugs." "Feces?" Su Yitong shuddered, quickly averting her gaze. Though she did not comprehend, she chose to respect his knowledge. Be cautious," Minghua said, pulling her close as a playful insect tribe juvenile dashed recklessly among the beastmen. "Ha ha ha, you can't catch me," it taunted, glancing back at the pursuing beastmen. "Kalen," a stern voice rang out as a female beast approached, and the beastmen quickly parted to create a path. Su Yitong and Minghua concealed themselves within the crowd. Observing the situation from a distance, that female the beast queen? Kalen was lifted off the ground, no longer daring to act as brazenly as before. Once the individual departed, the noise resumed. Kalen is still as mischievous as ever. Compared to Carlin, it's like heaven and earth, but it seems the Beast King invests more effort into Carlin. Who could argue? Minghua mused. It seems Kalen often goes overlooked. Chapter 75. Infiltrating the Insect Tribe. Su Yitong fiddled with the wares of a vendor, feigning disinterest as she eavesdropped on two individuals conversing. That female was indeed the insect queen. Logically, if fragments of black crystal fell into the hands of the insect tribe, they would most likely be in the possession of the insect queen. With Minghua in tow, Su Yitong navigated through the crowd, heading in the direction of the departing insect queen. The insect tribe beastmen resided within the cavern, and the countless tunnels surrounding them served as their refuge. In the Beast Mountain, the news of the Beast King's early emergence had already spread among the beasts. Oin felt a twinge of unease and remarked to Tai Lao beside him. The king never departs so suddenly. Tai Lao, however, appeared unconcerned. The only one capable of prompting such an unusual behavior from the king would be that female. Noticing the flicker of confusion on Ao Yin's face, Tai Lao added, Su Yitong. Bai Shui, who stood silently behind, lowered her head, her ears perked up as she absorbed this shocking revelation. Could it be that Yitong was entangled with the Beast King? Observing Ao Yin's bewildered expression, it seemed he bore unspoken feelings towards Su Yitong. Is it pleasant to hear? Tai Lao glanced back at her, who was still looking down, her rabbit ears standing tall. As Ao Yin departed, only the two of them remained atop the mountain. Huh. Bai Shui feigned ignorance. I didn't hear anything. She scratched her do you recall what I said earlier? Tai Lao lifted her with one hand. Bai Shui flailed her arms in the air. What are you planning to do? She recognized Tai Lao's mischievous grin. Realizing something was amiss, he must have concocted a scheme to torment her. Quiet down. I'm taking you down, Tai Lao said, swiftly leaping down the mountain, despite having undergone this many times. Bai Shui had yet to acclimate, and she was always startled by his audacious actions. At the mountain's base, a beast man was bound to a tree. Upon seeing Tai Lao, the surrounding magical beasts scattered. Bai Shui kept her eyes closed until her feet firmly touched the ground. Finally feeling at ease, she nearly lost her balance, her hand finding support on Tai Lao's waist. Stand properly. You have no rabbit-like demeanor. What does a rabbit even look like? Bai Shui retorted that a cat beast, observing her, seemed to understand her better than her own purebred rabbit kin. What are you pretending for? Tai Lao, unable to counter her, gently pushed her forward. This is the first beast man you need to handle me. Bai Shui was taken aback. Although Tai Lao frequently mentioned this task, and she had mentally prepared herself, when it came time to face it, she couldn't help but feel flustered that I need to teach you how to do it from the beginning. Tai Lao raised an eyebrow at her. He had taken her to witness firsthand how to extract malevolent thoughts from beastmen. The beastmen who had their malevolent thoughts stimulated were mostly controlled by inner demons, and once their malevolent thoughts were extracted, they would not survive. The magical beasts typically consumed the corpses of these beastmen, deeming it a waste to discard them. Some magical beasts disliked this practice, but ultimately, the remaining corpses would be dealt with by other magical creatures. However, Bai Shui was unaware of this, for what she had seen. Those magical beasts that extracted the malevolent thoughts from the beastmen ultimately skinned and devoured the beastmen's corpses. Summoning her courage, Bai Shui approached. The beastman bound to the tree had a darkened complexion. Muttering incoherently, "This beastman has stolen many younglings." Why steal younglings? Bai Shui, having been well protected by her kin, was entirely ignorant of the dark underbelly of the beast world. She had heard of stealing females. But younglings? Do you know what a youngling pill is? 10 younglings of the same age locked in a furnace and burned with divine fire for 22 days can yield a single youngling pill. Tai Lao's explanation was brief, yet each word, when dissected, was unsettling. It was rumored that consuming a youngling pill could extend a beastman's lifespan, effectively allowing them to prolong their existence by sacrificing the lives of those 10 younglings. Tai Lao expressed his helplessness regarding this matter. Typically, only high-ranking beastmen would contemplate such a pill, often spending vast sums of crystals to have such beastmen procure younglings for them. Tai Lao's gaze settled on the beastman bound to the tree. What a wretched creature! Such a beastman deserves no mercy, Bai Shui declared fiercely, her hands clenched tightly at her sides. Indeed. However, what if I were to tell you that his actions were driven by a desire to procure crystals to heal his ailing young? In the beast realm, typically only one shaman exists within each clan, and the abilities of these shamans vary considerably. To cure an ailment, one must seek out the most skilled shaman available. Yet, seeking assistance from shamans of other clans invariably requires the expenditure of crystals to secure their services. This beast man has traveled extensively, nearly exhausting the crystals he possesses. To this point, Bai Shui, who had previously gazed upon him with disdain, found her expression softening. This beast man is indeed pitiable. Tai Lao seemed to sense Bai Shui's shift in demeanor. He retracted his smile and lowered his gaze to observe her thoughtfully. Bai Shui, your compassion has no place here. I shared all this merely to gauge your reaction, and as I anticipated, you find him deserving of pity. But what of the young ones who have been torn from their parents' sides? Bai Shui faltered, unable to provide a response. She could not deny that her sympathy had indeed overwhelmed her. You need only to confront the malevolence you perceive. Whether he has a justifiable reason for his actions is irrelevant to you. Excessive compassion will ultimately hinder your own progress. After handing the stone blade to her, Tai Lao moved aside, observing how she would navigate this predicament. The captive beast man was already thrashing about uncontrollably. Your father will rescue you soon. Just wait a moment longer. Your father will be here shortly. As Bai Shui drew closer, she finally discerned the beastman's words. Even in such a wretched state, he still thought of his young. Bai Shui's heart trembled, and she could not help but recall her own father. Her grip on the stone blade tightened and then relaxed repeatedly. until finally she let it fall to her side. Tai Lao. I cannot do this. Bai Shui's voice was barely a whisper, yet each word was distinctly heard by those behind her. Tai Lao stepped forward, taking the stone blade from her and carving two overlapping triangular patterns on the beastman's chest, before plunging the blade into the crown of his head. The design on the beastman's chest glimmered momentarily, and as the blade was withdrawn, the malevolent essence dispersed and was absorbed by Tai Lao. Bai Shui, witnessing Tai Lao's decisive actions, dared not meet his gaze. She was overwhelmed by timidity, and her compassion weighed heavily upon her. Tai Lao, with an indulgent demeanor, lightly licked his lips, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Bai Shui. Rein in your compassion, he did not chastise her. Her response was precisely what he had anticipated. It seemed imperative to enlighten her about the treachery that lurked within the hearts of some beastmen. For not all would exhibit the benevolence of her kin. Tai Lao walked ahead, his forehead creased with mild exasperation. Meanwhile, Su Yitong and Minghua observed from outside the entrance of the Insect King's lair, where numerous beastmen were seen entering and exiting. What a fortunate coincidence, Minghua remarked. The insect beasts were required to present offerings of food or treasures to the Insect King on a designated day each month. After explaining this to her, Su Yitong, seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, produced a tier-advancing fruit from her spatial pouch, an item she had never once considered using before. Yet for the beastmen, this fruit was of considerable value. Will this allow us to blend in? She inquired, lifting the fruit. You carry these items with you at all times? Minghua responded, astonished, his focus clearly diverted. The two of them, bearing the tier-advancing fruit, mingled with the throng entering the Beast King's cave. The Insect King was seen leading a female youngling, presumably the one referred to as Karen by the beastmen. Meanwhile, the mischievous Karen, having been caught and returned after causing trouble, sat atop the treasures presented by the insect beasts, idly playing with various objects, her gaze occasionally drifting towards her mother and sister. The Insect King's preference for daughters over sons was glaringly obvious. Su Yitong hoped to see whether any fragments of black crystal would emerge among the treasures offered, though the likelihood appeared slim. The offerings piled high, forming two small mounds, made it impossible to quickly identify any black crystal fragments that might be hidden within. Wait, Su Yitong noticed the Insect King's youngling fiddling with a glowing black crystal. She gently tapped Minghua's shoulder to direct his attention. As they drew nearer, their suspicions were confirmed. It was indeed a fragment of black crystal. Su Yitong lowered herself to place the tier-advancing fruit down, her eyes never leaving the object held in the youngling's hands. It smells so good. Karen was captivated by the tightly wrapped female beastman before her, always impulsively acting on her whims. Just as Su Yitong stood up, a small figure rushed over and hugged her leg. You smell delightful. You're unlike any other female, Karen exclaimed, her voice carrying across the distance. The Insect King's attention was immediately drawn by her exuberance, and he scrutinized the two unfamiliar females before him. Minghua spoke first as she approached. We are insect beasts from the woodlands, and we happen to arrive on the day of offerings to the Insect King. So we wish to present a token of our esteem. The Insect King sensed the essence of the insect clan emanating from them. It was not uncommon for many insect beasts from the woods to visit this place. Gradually, she began to lower her guard. You present a high-tier, tier-advancing fruit. The Insect King's eyes fell upon the fruit displayed at the top of the offering. Su Yitong nodded in affirmation. How thoughtful. The Insect King smiled. Lately, I have been striving to ascend to the 7th tier, and this high-tier fruit comes at a most opportune time. Su Yitong, unexpectedly, had stumbled upon the perfect gift. Karen, you must display proper manners. The Insect King's gaze shifted to the youngling clinging to Su Yitong. Karen looked up at Su Yitong, hesitantly retracting her hand. Karen was a lively child, and Su Yitong smiled down at her. Noticing that the Insect King's offspring had taken a liking to her, she, in turn, was drawn to the object in his possession, even in the absence of a full view of his features. Karen found the female before her radiantly gentle and strikingly beautiful. Insect King, the Bee Clan's beastmen have arrived. They bore a substantial number of offerings this time. The Bee Clan was also classified among the insect beasts, and they consistently presented the most during such occasions. The Insect King departed the lair with Karen, presumably to greet the Bee clan's beastmen. Su Yitong turned her attention back to the young Karen at her feet. He appeared accustomed to the situation. Lowering his head and averting his gaze as his mother walked away, he still clutched the black crystal fragment in his hand. "Karen, shall we wait for your mother to return?" Su Yitong inquired, bending down to meet his gaze. "That all right?" Karen blinked up at her. Only when Su Yitong nodded did a smile reappear on his face. Indeed, he was a child, his emotions shifting rapidly. Minghua trailed behind them, watching as the youngling grasped Su Yitong's skirt and scampered into the depths of the cave. Su Yitong welcomed this turn of events, as there were far too many beastmen outside, and she feared that her every move would be scrutinized. She retrieved a handful of red fruits from her spatial pouch, rare in the winter and favored by both females and younglings upon sight of the red fruits. Karen's demeanor brightened considerably. "That it's red fruit," he exclaimed joyfully. "Why sister usually eats them. That I once tasted one, and it was sweet." "Is this for me?" Karen asked, tentatively. "Mother said red fruits are meant for females, and no male would eat them." He was puzzled, simply aware of their deliciousness, and wondered why his sister could never stop once she started eating. "That of course it's for you," Su Yitong replied, her eyes shimmering with warmth. Minghua observed her with a hint of fascination. "Yet, it seems you are holding something which may be inconvenient." Su Yitong noted the black crystal fragment in his palm. "This crystal is quite beautiful," she remarked softly, her tone conveying her fondness for the stone. "Do you like it?" Karen asked, looking up at her. "But appears to be incomplete. I shall find you a more exquisite crystal shortly," Karen declared, patting his chest proudly, as if to assert his possession over her. Although flawed, it did not detract from its beauty. A unique crystal, once exchanged, would lose the initial allure that captivated the eye. Just like Karen, the crystal was one of a kind. Su Yitong gently ruffled his hair. Karen, though somewhat puzzled, nodded and instinctively ran into her embrace. Su Yitong, of course, did not push him away, enveloping him in her arms. The fragrance of the female and her gentle tone made Karen feel as if he were nestled within warm, soft soil. "The crystal is unique, and so are you," Karen murmured, placing the black crystal fragment into her hands. Observing from a divine perspective, Shaoqi was astonished at how effortlessly they were collecting these fragments. "Is this truly permissible?" Su Yitong asked Karen, her demeanor reflecting concern for him. Will our Karen face reprimand from his mother for so casually giving me something? She feigned concern, charming him completely. "Never. Mother has said that I can take any treasures I wish," Karen proclaimed proudly. Lifting his chin, he was indeed quite generous. "Very well," Su Yitong said, rising to her feet and stowing the black crystal fragment away. When the insect king returned, he was greeted by the sight of Karen with juice from the red fruit smeared all over his face. "What has happened to you?" he exclaimed. "Quickly, go wash up." The Karen's hands and mouth were covered in remnants of the fruit. "Insect king, these are the red fruits I had stored previously. I prepared them specially for you and Karen," she explained, having placed another handful on the table. Upon seeing the red fruits, Karen's eyes lit up, mirroring the same excitement as his brother. "Mother, red fruit." It was evident that the siblings shared a striking similarity in their insatiable greed. "I shall take Karen to the stream for a wash." Su Yitong took the initiative to speak. After all, she had just secured a good deal from Karen, and it would be no trouble to take care of him for a while. "Thank you for your help." The Bug King, on the other hand, seemed carefree. Having someone to keep an eye on Karen was a blessing indeed. Having a companion was certainly preferable to Karen idly causing mischief all day long. Chapter 77. The Auction of the Insect Tribe. After cleansing Karen's hands, Su Yitong led him back to the cave entrance. The beastmen were lifting box after box inside. Su Yitong paused, contemplating the items they had procured for auction, which promised to yield a considerable amount of beast stones. What had the bee tribe brought this time? Just look at the grandeur. An auction? Sister, we must go there. I wonder what delicacies the bee tribe will present this time. Karen seemed to think of something delicious. Instinctively swallowing, Su Yitong glanced back at Minghua. It was actually unwise for them to linger longer than necessary. Their original plan was to acquire the fragments and depart. They had intended to stay no more than 7 days in this place. Yet unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon them, allowing them to obtain the black crystal fragments so smoothly. Minghua nodded in agreement, leaning closer to whisper, "If you're curious, then let's take a look. Staying another day is of no consequence." His words brought comfort, as it seemed that with him by her side, any situation could be resolved. He knew she was someone who relished excitement. Karen tugged her forward, and Su Yitong turned back occasionally to check if Minghua was keeping up. The cave, already narrow, became even more crowded with the many visitors from the bee tribe. Yes, the throng threatened to disperse them. Su Yitong held on to Minghua tightly. "Don't get lost." That Minghua's gaze fell upon her hand, which was only slightly larger than his. He reciprocated by clasping her warm, soft hand. Su Yitong was focused on Karen, unaware that her hand had shifted from holding Minghua to entwining their fingers together. "Sister, I can't see." Karen reached out, asking to be picked up. The trio had arrived late, standing at the back of the line. "Your mother beast seems to be up ahead." Su Yitong tiptoed through a gap to catch a glimpse. "Brother," Yuan, who had emerged from somewhere, dashed to Karen's side. These two young beasts were so small that they were nearly invisible among the adults. Su Yitong was still contemplating taking them to the Bug King, when in the next moment, a familiar voice caused the two little ones to turn in unison. Yuan, Karen, the Bug King, who had been in front, had come looking for them. The two little ones were each taken by a hand. "Let us go to the front together," the Bug King invited. Su Yitong and Minghua moved away from the back row. On the stage, a bee beast was ceremoniously holding up a fruit. "This is a medium-grade ascending fruit. You can take it for 5 black bee stones." "I want it. I want it." A beastman in the crowd quickly raised his hand. The beastman on stage packed the ascending fruit back into a box, exchanging it for bee stones. "What is currently in this box is our bee tribe's premium nectar," the bee beast proclaimed proudly. The box was opened, and a faint, alluring fragrance wafted out. "It can be exchanged for 2 white bee stones." Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The clearer the color of the bee stones, the more precious they were. The order of value given by the beastmen was colored stones, followed by black, gray, and white stones, ultimately culminating in the purest transparent bee stones. Exchanging white bee stones for a taste of nectar hardly seemed worthwhile. "Mother beast, I want the nectar." Karen raised his hand, locking eyes with his mother beast. The Bug King nodded in agreement. The nectar was prepared and presented to Karen, indicating that he was indeed valued more than the beastmen had claimed. Su Yitong averted her gaze, anticipating the next item to be presented, which seemed to carry significant weight. "This is the Fengling grass, harvested from the Dragon's Snow Mountain." The beastman on stage displayed a fiery red spiritual herb resembling a phoenix feather before the audience. "Host, this is the legendary Fengling grass. It has actually been claimed by the bee beasts first," Shao Qi exclaimed, gazing at the herb being handled on stage with a Su Yitong pondered, awaiting the auctioneer's price. The Fengling grass was rare. It could be acquired for 1 transparent beast stone. Upon hearing this, the beastmen below emitted sounds of incredulity. Transparent beast stones might even be beyond the reach of the Bug King. Yet, the bee beast spoke so lightly of it, indicating that they had no intention of genuinely auctioning the Fengling grass. The beastman on stage was about to close the box when Su Yitong raised her hand. "I want it." Xiao Jiu, aware of the purpose of the Fengling grass, was puzzled by her sudden bid. However, as long as she intended to bid, he would support her. "I have divine beast." She initially intended to say pet beast, but reconsidered, knowing Minghua would recognize it was no ordinary pet when he met Yin Yin in the future. "How come I've never seen it?" Minghua, who had been nearly inseparable from her these past few days, inquired. "In a few days, you'll see it. The divine beast needs to level up. I've sent it outside for training." Shao Qi glanced at the divine beast in the space, making a rumble as it trained. Minghua had no reason to doubt her words. Such a high price. It was unexpected that someone would actually bid, causing the auctioneer to glance anxiously at the corner. Soon, another bee beast in the crowd raised their hand to counterbid. Offering 2 transparent bee stones. 3. Minghua raised his hand. The bee beast in the audience was not to be outdone, calling out, 5 stones. This time the bid had increased by 2 stones. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Minghua was about to raise his hand again when Su Yitong pressed his hand down, shaking her head. The rules of exchanging bee stones for goods must not change. The beastman who called out 5 transparent bee stones should step forward. Su Yitong stated calmly, As she spoke, the previously chaotic environment fell silent. Her words resonated clearly in the ears of every beastman. The beasts on stage exchanged troubled glances. There's no rush. No rush. The beast on stage attempted to mediate, so they were just raising the price at random. Ming Huan narrowed his eyes. The Bug King was watching from below, and the bee tribe's beastmen dared not act recklessly. The bee beast below felt a pang of anxiety. Forget 5 stones. He couldn't even muster one that if he cannot bid, there's no need to bring it to the stage. The Bug King's expression turned displeased. Bug King, please do not let this trivial matter disturb your enjoyment. Su Yitong leaned her head toward the stage. Indeed, the bee tribe always brings the most items. It would be ungracious to dampen their spirits. A beastman chimed in nearby. Let us re-auction it. Starting from the initial bid, Su Yitong's eyes narrowed, resembling a cunning little fox. The Bug King said nothing, implicitly agreeing with her approach. The bee beast on stage had no choice but to concede. The foneling grass can be obtained for 1 transparent bee stone. Su Yitong raised her hand once more. With no other beastmen bidding, she easily secured the foneling grass for the subsequent items presented by the bee beasts. Su Yitong merely cast a cursory glance, her interest waning as she glanced sideways. The sheer volume of items brought by the bee beast was overwhelming. Leaving in front of the Bug King now would seem somewhat impolite. Su Yitong propped her head up, contemplating a discreet nap. The murmurs of the beastmen around her sounded like a lullaby at that moment. Minghua leaned his shoulder against hers to provide her with support. Call out to me when it's about to end. She whispered this to Minghua with her eyes closed, intending just to rest for a moment. Su Yitong's head tilted towards Minghua's side. The Bug King soon noticed her, offering a faint smile before diverting his gaze. Youngsters are so sweet. Chapter 78. Nian Nian is a phoenix Xiao Jiao. Minghua called out as the bee beast on stage was preparing to leave. Rousing Su Yitong from her slumber, she blinked groggily, realizing she had dozed off for quite some time. Host, Nian Nian. Just moments ago, Nian Nian had consumed the foneling grass that the host placed in the space. Transforming from a little chick with just a few feathers into, he gazed at the phoenix before him, licking its wings. Noticing Xiao Qi's voice, Su Yitong focused intently on the space. Mother Beast, sensing the spiritual aura of the Mother Beast. Nian Nian paused its licking. Had she actually seen it correctly? Host, Nian Nian is a phoenix, Xiao Qi exclaimed, astonished that the host had unwittingly stumbled upon a treasure. Xiao Jiao, we must go, Minghua, seeing her with closed eyes. Assumed she had fallen asleep again. Chuckling lightly, Su Yitong blinked, processing the revelation that Nian Nian was a phoenix. Phoenixes are the apex of divine beasts, rumored to have gone extinct among the divine beast lineage. It seemed legends could not always be trusted. If the powers contained within Nian Nian were unleashed, it would surely stir the beast world that if the beastmen were to discover that Nian Nian was a divine beast, it would undoubtedly leave them agape in the beast city. Brother, why didn't you bring Xiao Jiao back? Qian lay languidly on the table, looking utterly bored. Had he known he could encounter Xiao Jiao, he would have tagged along. Xiao Jiao has more important matters to attend to. We cannot impede her path. Qi Li released Tag from his cage. Qian sighed. Has the tribe learned about Leona's matter? The Beast King announced it to the beast world the day before the pairing ceremony. It would be difficult for the tribe to remain unaware. Speaking of which, Xiao Jiao seems to be quite fond of such pairing banquets. Qi Li reflected seriously, recalling, in the cave, sister, Karen dashed past the beastmen to reach Su Yitong. Why the hurry? She looked down at the tiny creature before her. Sister, stay with me tonight. Sister is an outsider, a member of the insectoid orc tribe, and this cave offers no refuge. Does it? Karen clutched her, blinking his eyes. We shall depart shortly. Su Yitong declined his kind offer, and Karen grew despondent at the thought of losing a playmate. The approaching insect king happened to overhear Su Yitong's words. Stay for a night and then depart. There are numerous vacant caves available for your accommodation. She glanced at the two of them. Karen is quite fond of you, even more so than he is of me. His mother, as the insect king uttered these words, Su Yitong sensed a tinge of jealousy within her. What could a child possibly understand? He merely views me as a companion. Ultimately, the one he cherishes most will always be his mother, Su Yitong gently patted Karen's head, signaling him to return to his mother's side. This moment. Karen was indeed obedient. I wonder if you have any intention of staying here for an extended period. The Insect King extended his olive branch. In the insect tribe, if any insect beast were to be regarded with such importance by the Insect King, they would undoubtedly feel honored. However, Su Yitong was not a member of the insect tribe. Minghua wrapped his arms around her. She was not one to settle permanently in one place. This gesture and tone brought an understanding expression to the Insect King's face. Su Yitong leaned into his embrace. Before the Insect King, they were playing the role of a pair of bonded orcs. Then let us rest here for a night. Departing tomorrow would not be too late. I instructed the orcs to prepare the cave, with the matter stated thus. Any further refusal would seem disrespectful to the Insect King. Mother, what about me? Karen pointed to himself. You have your mother with you. The Insect King pulled him away. The cave was tidied up. The insect orcs led Su Yitong and her companion ahead. Since they maintained the facade of a loving couple, the Insect King only provided them with one dwelling. The bed was small, yet it could accommodate two. They would stay for one night and leave by morning. Minghua assumed she remained still due to her unfamiliarity with the insect tribe's living conditions. Su Yitong contemplated transforming Minghua into a small snake, considering that sleeping beside a large man might still be uncomfortable for her. Xiaojiu, Minghua had already lain down, patting the bed and shifting closer. This fellow moved so swiftly. When did this happen? Minghua's demeanor seemed to extend a warm invitation. Su Yitong sighed softly, as if engaged in an internal struggle. Just as she settled down, a warm breath brushed against her ear. This is the first time I've lain like this with Xiaojiu. Minghua playfully tugged at her hair. Who hasn't? Su Yitong murmured. Why not transform into a small snake, just like that day? No. Minghua promptly rejected her suggestion. It is stifling in this cave. Turning into a snake is merely for warmth that I would feel uncomfortable. Xiaojiu. Su Yitong looked at him, sensing that he might soon flick his tongue like a snake. Since Minghua had spoken thus, she naturally refrained from pressing the matter further. Su Yitong turned, presenting him with her back. The cave's warm and suitable temperature soon lulled her into drowsiness. However, it was at this moment that Minghua spoke again. Xiaojiu, when shall we bond? She responded drowsily. Our bonding ceremony will undoubtedly be grand. Minghua drew her hair to his lips, lowering his gaze to bestow a gentle kiss in the dead of night. A commotion erupted. Not good. Not good. Insect King, first protect Karen and Kana. Safeguard the young and the females. Su Yitong was awakened, frowning as she opened her eyes. The outside was quite lively. It seems there is a rebellion among the insect kin. Minghua murmured. Su Yitong shivered, startled. It appears we were caught up in quite the uproar this time. Minghua adjusted her clothing for her. Why didn't you wake me sooner? She nearly met her end amidst this tumult. With me here, Xiaojiu, can you still be uneasy? Minghua covered her face. Smiling contentedly, Su Yitong rose, hearing the howls of the orcs outside. Let us go. She was concerned that Karen and his sister might get entangled in the chaos. Minghua followed her leisurely.